Chapter 1, Diary. The time traveler is exposed. Naval Headquarters. A high-level meeting of Marines is being held at the moment, and the threshold for attending this meeting is at least Vice Admiral level. Everyone, have you ever come across this kind of text? Marine Marshal Sengoku threw some photos on the conference table. Marine Staff Officer Tsuru frowned and looked at the photos on the table and said, "This kind of text, square, so strange." Advertisement. Garp, who was stuffing senbei into his mouth, stopped his action after seeing the documents on the table, and then muttered in confusion, "Square text? I always feel a little familiar, I seem to have seen this kind of text somewhere. I haven't seen it, shouldn't this kind of thing be handed over to the General Staff? What is there to discuss?" The hot-tempered Akainu directly sprayed. "Sengoku, don't you know that I, Akainu, can make millions every minute? How many pirates can I kill in this time?" Kizaru, who was doing pedicures, shook his head nonchalantly, "I haven't seen it either." "This kind of text?" Momuzagi-jun exclaimed when she saw the text in the photo on the table. After seeing Jun's reaction, Sengoku quickly asked, "Do you know this kind of text?" Jun nodded hesitantly, and then asked seriously, "Marshal Sengoku, where did you find the text in the photo?" Sengoku explained, "In a certain ruin of the Tequila Wolf, the world government is now investigating this text. The world government suspects that these texts are related to the history of the Void Century." "Is that so?" Jun nodded thoughtfully. Advertisement. Seeing Jun's reaction, Sengoku quickly asked, "Jun, do you know this kind of text?" After taking a deep breath, Jun nodded and said, "I do know the text inside." Hearing that Jun knew this kind of text, Sengoku laughed excitedly and said, "Great, this year's additional military expenditure is available again. The world government promised that if Marine can decipher these texts, it will give Marine additional military expenditure this year." Sengoku urged impatiently, "Jun, quickly translate the text on this photo, so I can report to the 5 elders." Jun nodded, then took the photo and looked at it. After a moment, Jun said, "It seems to be a diary, and the date is 300 years ago." Hearing this, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, and then said thankfully, 300 years ago? It seems that it is not an ancient text, and it does not involve the blank history. Jun, no. The content on it may be even more outrageous than the blank history. Jun's words instantly aroused everyone's curiosity. Facing the eyes of everyone, Jun began to talk about this diary. "FK. I traveled through time? Reborn in the pirate world? What's even worse is that I am still a slave of the Tajira wolf. What a devastating start." After reading the content on the first photo, Jun explained, "FK is an interjection in Hyuxia, which can express almost any emotion, such as anger, surprise, contempt, shock, doubt, praise, etc. Here it should mean shock. Akainu, what does it mean to travel through time? To cross or cross a certain boundary." As Crane, the think tank of Marine, explained, "No. According to Jun, the owner of this diary should be from outside the world. He is not from our world, but he knows our world. This is really weird. Kaji, people from outside the world? This is too incredible, right? Could it be the imagination of a madman? Ghost Spider, yes, people from other worlds, this sounds too incredible." Crane retorted, "No. If the owner of this diary has mental problems, how to explain this unique text? By the way, Jun, why do you have this kind of text?" Jun's eyes flashed with reminiscence, and then explained, "I was trained as an artist by the Mama-san of the Flower Street since I was a child. I met that man when I first received a customer at the age of 16. She bought me for a lot of money, and then taught me swordsmanship, haki, and taijutsu, and even gave me kinpuro when we parted. Then he disappeared. I have been looking for him for these years, but I have never found him. The kanji was taught to me by that man." The one who reacted the most was Kaji, who said with tears in his eyes, "What? Jun. So you already have a man, no wonder you rejected me 100 times, why didn't you say it earlier?" Advertisement. Jun clenched his fist and gritted his teeth and said, "What's there to say about the past, and that BD disappeared? Although that BD has done me a great favor, I will definitely beat him up when I meet him again." Although Jun's tone sounded a bit aggressive, everyone present was a discerning person, and they could all feel Jun's feelings for that man. However, no one present exposed Jun, but just looked at Kaji with a little sympathy. Aokiji sighed, "I didn't expect that Jun had such a past after winning the lottery. Disappeared without a trace." Sengoku's face was gloomy, and he continued to urge, "Jun Vice Admiral, continue with the next content." Jun nodded, and then turned out the second photo. Jun didn't think that the person 300 years ago had any connection with the mysterious man he knew. Although the beginning is a disaster, with my advantage as a time traveler and heaven-defying comprehension, I will definitely be able to revive this situation. Now the first thing is to survive. It is said that Marine 6 styles can freely control the body, hair, and internal organs after practicing to a high level and realizing the return of life. As long as the consciousness is poured into it, it can freely control any place. Uncle Wang next door seems to be a Marine colonel. He should know physical skills. I have to ask him. As the chief instructor of Marine School, Zephyr, who knows the origin of Marine 6 styles best, asked in confusion, there were 6 styles 300 years ago. Tsuru shook his head and denied, no. Marine 6 styles was created by the then Marine Marshal 200 years ago. Zephyr was a little confused, this log was written 300 years ago, how did he know about Marine 6 styles 200 years later? Tsuru, remember the pirate world he mentioned at the beginning? This passage completely proves that the other party is not imaginary, but really understands our world, or understands the world after the appearance of Marine 6 styles. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that everything had been foreshadowed. It is incredible that visitors from outside the world know a certain era of this world very well. Chapter 2, The Immortal Thief of the Six Treasury is exposed. Advertisement. Sengoku remained silent, but he was a little worried. Tequila Wolf is not a good place, the people there, especially the other party, is a slave. If the owner of this diary is really as gifted as he said, it will not be a good thing for the world government. Such a person definitely has great malice towards the world government, and the owner of the diary is very likely to be the enemy of Marine. Sengoku urged in a low voice, Jun, continue. Jun nodded when urged, and then turned to the third photo. After dozens of days of research, combined with the Taoist doctrines of my previous life, I finally created a physical skill that allows me to survive in this harsh world. I named this physical book the wonderful skill, Six Treasury Immortal Thief. This is the ultimate of physical skills, and it is also the foundation for my survival from now on. Hearing this, Akainu sneered disdainfully, slaves are slaves, they have never seen the world, and their arrogance is ridiculous. The physical skills developed in more than 10 days, you dare to say it is the strongest physical skills, the ultimate physical skills. Even Kizaru said sarcastically, developing the ultimate physical skills in more than 10 days? How scary. Sengoku also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I was worrying about it before. How could such an arrogant and stupid fool escape from the Tajira wolf alive? How could he become a major concern for the world government? Thinking so, Sengoku looked at Garp and asked, Garp, you are the strongest physical skill in the Marines. Can you create an extremely strong physical skill in more than 10 days? Garp, who was picking his nose, said nonchalantly, I don't have this ability. In more than 10 days, let alone the extremely strong physical skills, I may not even be able to create ordinary physical skills. Advertisement. Developing an extremely strong physical skill in more than 10 days? Even if Vegapunk, who ate the brain fruit, did not study science and turned to physical training, he might not be able to do it. Like Sengoku and the others, Garp also thought that the owner of this log was funny. Listening to the cheerful laughter in the conference room, Jun couldn't help but frowned. I don't know why, Jun found that he seemed to be disgusted by these people mocking the owner of this log. Jun asked impatiently, Marshal Sengoku, should I continue? Ahem. Stop laughing. Sengoku quickly interrupted the cheerful laughter in the conference room, and then continued to urge, Jun, continue. Jun nodded, and then turned out the fourth photo. Six Treasury Immortal Thief is the ultimate of physical training. Six Treasury refers to the 6 organs of the human body that absorb energy. Based on this, a perfect digestive system is created, which can instantly decompose the ingested substances and convert the absorbed nutrients into vitality through circulation. By attaching the user's special vitality to the saliva, it can produce a fatal corrosive effect on all objects, especially organic matter. Because this ability allows people to perfectly absorb nutrients, the user will hardly age, the energy will become more and more vigorous, and the user's smell will disappear. Its main effects are, 1. Delaying aging, you can fill your stomach without eating. Now I can fill my stomach even if I eat soil, and I don't have to worry about any side effects. 2. Take the good fortune of heaven and earth and absorb the vitality of heaven and earth for my own use. Advertisement. I can now perfectly absorb anything I eat, so as to continuously strengthen my own physique. This is the main and most important ability of the Six Treasury Immortal Thief. The most important thing is that this kind of strengthening has no upper limit. Relying on the Six Treasury Immortal Thief, even if I can't live forever, I can have at least 1,000 years of life, and I can always keep my physical fitness at its peak. After Jun finished the last word, the entire conference room was silent. Everything can be digested, whether it is poison or soil, and it can prolong life, infinitely strengthen the body, and keep itself at its peak. If this is not the ultimate of taijutsu, then what is? Looking at the introduction of Roku Senki, Jun suddenly had a very absurd idea in his mind. Is the person who taught him swordsmanship the same person as the owner of this diary? Don't think this is incredible. After all, it has been clearly stated above that after practicing Roku Senki, one's lifespan can reach thousands of years. The owner of this diary is the one who created Roku Senki 300 years ago. Thinking of this, I felt proud in my heart. Jun said, Why? Why don't you laugh? Are you born not to like laughing? Added skills, really? It really succeeded. This taijutsu is indeed a miracle. Akainu, who was the first to blush, roared angrily, Fake. This must be fake. How could there be such an outrageous taijutsu in the world? Akainu didn't believe that there was such a weird taijutsu in the world, and he didn't believe that such a weird taijutsu was created by a slave in dozens of days. Kizaru said exaggeratedly, Ultimate Rokuku Senki of taijutsu, what a terrifying self-strengthening taijutsu. If you learn Rokuku Senki, you can live for 1,000 years. This is simply too terrifying. Jun, continue. Is there any method to practice Rokuku Senki later? He should be calmer. Although what he said above is incredible, he is also half believing and half doubting. Chapter 3, The Heaven-Defying Enlightenment of the Time Traveler. After hearing what he said, everyone in the conference room looked at Jun excitedly. Whether they believed or doubted, as long as there was the training plan of the six-story Immortal Thief on it, with their knowledge, they could tell whether the six-story Immortal Thief was really that terrifying. Jun nodded, and then took out the fifth photo. Jun frowned at the content of the photo, and then continued to look through the content behind. After a moment, Jun said with a gloomy face, It's broken, the content can't be connected, there must be a gap in the middle, or the world government deliberately concealed it. She deliberately looked through the subsequent content on the photo, and Jun was sure that the content on the photo was not coherent at all. Advertisement. Broken. Everyone in the conference room was disappointed, especially several older vice admirals. Entering old age but still having marine justice in their hearts, they had a moment of hope that what was said in the photo was true. Because if it was true, then they could continue to shine for marine justice with the help of the six-story Immortal Thief. Sengoku asked in a deep voice, What about the next content? The next content? Jun hesitated. From the perspective of a marine, the next content was obviously a bit outrageous. Seeing Jun's reaction, Sengoku frowned and asked, What? Can't translate it. Jun shook his head. A gleam of light flashed in the wise crane's eyes, and then he asked with a smile, Is the content above too sensitive? Involving the world government? And some anti-world government remarks. Jun nodded. The content above did involve the world government and even the celestial dragons. Tsuru comforted, Just translate boldly. After all, you are just a translator. No matter how terrible the thoughts above are, it has nothing to do with you. Advertisement. Sengoku also nodded, Jun Vice Admiral, continue translating. Jun also began to translate. Damn celestial dragons, damn world government. There really is no human rights in this broken world. The atrocities and oppression of celestial dragons, the double standard justice of marine, this is really a fed up world. The funniest thing is that the idiot supervisor actually said in a high-sounding manner that Lao Zi was doing hard labor here to atone for his sins. It is a great honor to work for celestial dragons. We are born free, who dares to be superior? From now on, Lao Zi has only one goal, to change this chaotic world and overthrow this world government. Sengoku and everyone in the meeting room looked extremely ugly. Double standard marine justice. This is simply slapping them in the face, but what they said is the truth. Marine justice is completely different when facing civilians and celestial dragons, especially when celestial dragons intervene, the so-called justice is a joke. Sure enough. Sengoku sighed faintly. That bad premonition came true. The owner of the diary eventually went to the opposite side of the world government, and judging from the other party's thoughts, he was even more dangerous than a dragon. But what is strange is that why such a person did not leave any traces in history. Was he suppressed by the world government? Or has he been hiding in the dark and brewing some conspiracy? Sengoku is more inclined to the latter, which is the intuition of the strong. Sengoku said in a low voice, Continue. Akainu stood up and objected, Wait. I don't think there is any need to say more. What is there to translate about the days of a traitor? Isn't this shaking the morale of the army? Sengoku retorted, No. Everyone here is a determined person. How can the justice in your heart be affected by the words of a traitor? Jun glanced at Akainu, and then continued his translation work. Advertisement. After all, the current marshal is Sengoku, and what is Red Dog? Jun explained depressedly, It's broken again. The contents of these photos are obviously fragments of different logs. It's hard to connect them. Sengoku comforted, It's okay, just keep translating. Jun nodded, and then continued his translation work. Tequila Wolf doesn't have any strong people, even the supervisor is very weak. According to the strength classification of the future pirate world, this supervisor is at most a colonel level, even worse than Smoker. However, since I practiced the 6-story Immortal Thief, I feel that I can beat 10 trash like the supervisor by myself, which means that my current strength level is roughly equivalent to Rear Admiral. It's good to be able to achieve this level in 3 months, but it's time to leave this place. After all, if you want to overthrow the world government, you need more layout and strength. As the chief instructor of the Marine School, Zephyr was the most surprised and shocked one. From an ordinary person to the level of Rear Admiral in 3 months? And in that damn place of Tequila Wolf? What a talent! Zephyr sighed sincerely. Am I the only one who is curious about the physical skill called 6-story Immortal Thief? You should know that the owner of the log is not a monster, but an ordinary person. An ordinary person relied on the physical skill called 6-story Immortal Thief to practice to Rear Admiral in just 3 months. Don't you care about this value? Kizuru reminded sarcastically. The people who were originally shocked by the growth rate of the log owner also reacted. Yes. Although the owner of the log has the heaven-defying understanding, he does not have the physique of a monster. It is precisely because of this that the horror of the 6-story Immortal Thief is reflected. This is no longer a matter of mass production of strong people. You should know that according to the description of the log owner, the 6-story Immortal Thief does not need any source of practice to practice. After all, the Tequila Wolf is a bitter and cold place. Don't mention the practice resources, it is estimated that it is rare to see a piece of meat. If there is no practice resources, the practice is so fast. If you eat Poseidon meat every day, wouldn't the practice speed be even more outrageous? Chapter 4, a 1.5 billion bounty for a time traveler. Even Akainu, who had always suspected that the Roku Immortal Thief did not exist, was envious. If the Roku Immortal Thief really existed, if all Marines practiced the Roku Immortal Thief, that picture was so beautiful that I couldn't even imagine it. Ignoring the reactions of everyone in the meeting room, Jun turned to the last photo and continued reading. But before leaving, I have to do something here. The slaves of the Tajira Wolf are not pirates, nor are they evil people. They are just a group of poor people who did not join the world government and were oppressed. Let's ignite this rotten world government, starting with the Tajira Wolf. I want to leave seeds here that can burn in the future. Advertisement. Tajira Wolf. The name appeared again and instantly attracted everyone's attention. What did the owner of the log leave in the Tajira Wolf? The seeds that burn the world government? Is it that dangerous idea? Or the Roku Immortal Thief? Crane sighed and said, who would have thought that 300 years ago, a visitor from outside the world would visit our world? And what greeted him was suffering. That group of bastards just reaped the fruits of their own actions. Why didn't they travel to our naval headquarters? Garp also complained in frustration. The high-ranking Marine executives in the conference room knew who the bastards Garp was talking about, but they were already used to it, so they chose to ignore Garp's complaints. Sengoku also said, there must be more logs of the Tajira Wolf that have not been discovered. It seems that we have to send someone to the Tajira Wolf. Vice Admiral Jun, this task is up to you. Jun nodded and accepted the order happily. She was actually quite curious about the owner of the log. Advertisement. Crane asked with some worry on his face, should this matter be reported to the world government? Even if I don't report it, they will know. Sengoku did not shy away from the fact that there were people from the world government in the conference room. The reaction of the people in the meeting room was not much of a ripple. After all, Marine is the Marine of the world government. Isn't it normal for the Vice Admiral present to be loyal to the world government? The power of Red Line Marie Joyce. After receiving Sengoku's report, the 5 treasures of the world government gathered together because of the shocking log. What do you think of Sengoku's report? The financial martial god Izambaran V Nasujiro asked in a low voice. When he heard Sengoku's report, he once thought that Sengoku was crazy. There are also 6 warehouses of immortal thieves from outside the world. Isn't this too ridiculous? How can there be such an outrageous thing and such an outrageous physical skill in the world? The agricultural martial god Shepherd 10 Peter said, the key is that special text. It doesn't seem like a text that can be created by one person. If it is not the text of a country on the sea, then the authenticity of the matter needs to be determined. Indeed. The magical writing of Hyuxia characters is not something that can be created by one person. Such writing must be continuously interpreted in a civilization to be born. In other words, even if the owner of the diary is not from outside the world, he is from a civilization that they don't know. The god of law Topman Voculi asked with a bit of desire in his tone, what about the 6-story immortal thief? After practicing, he can keep himself at the peak for a long time, and he has a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. The peak period of the 5 of them will soon be over, and they have even begun to select the next 5 elders. Compared with Sengoku, they are the ones who most want the 6-story immortal thief to be real. Advertisement. Sengoku said that the diary is incomplete. I have sent agents to search the Tequila Wolf. I believe there will be results soon. The god of environment Marcus Maz said. The other 4 nodded, and the god of science defense. Jagalusha Satan added, we also need to issue a bounty to find talents who can translate Hyuxia characters. After all, marine people may not be reliable. Speaking of this, Jagalusha Satan could not help but complain, O'Hara's group of untouchables are really, they have to study blank history, otherwise there must be talents who can translate Hyuxia characters there. Jagalusha Satan did not regret launching a conspiracy order against O'Hara. What he complained about was why O'Hara wanted to study blank history. After all, if they did not study blank history, they would not launch a buster call against O'Hara. Celestial dragons never look for reasons in themselves. Put a bounty all over the world, and you will always find it if the bounty is higher. Marcus Maz said calmly. As long as there are people in the sea who can read Hyuxia characters, they will not worry about not finding people. After all, the strength of the world government is there. The god of law, Topman Vouchuri, said meaningfully, what I'm worried about is the thoughts left by that person. We are born free, who dares to be superior? The four people who heard this also turned cold. Talents who do not obey the world government are the cancer of the world, and the cancer should be removed. Jagalusia Satan said, do you think that guy is still alive? After all, the Six Treasury Immortal Thief can live forever. Topman Vouchuri, if he didn't die under the power of nature, he should still be alive now, hiding in the dark and looking at the world government like a lion majesty. Then let's offer a reward. Whether he is still alive or not, we have to find a way to force him out first, or let him reveal his flaws. The god of science defense, Jagalusia Satan, decided. Topman Vouchuri, how much is the appropriate reward? 1.5 billion Baileys. Chapter 5, Another Diary. New book, please collect it. Please give me flowers. See Circle Calendar 1520, 2 news items commissioned by the world government swept the entire maritime world. One is that the world government offers a bounty of 1 billion for scholars who can read Hyuxia characters, and the other is that the world government offers a bounty of 1.5 billion for a man called the originator of Hyuxia characters. Alabasta, Straw Hat Pirates. Wow! A bounty of 1 billion, how much money is that? Nami looked at the newspaper in her hand with shining eyes. Chopper hit her from the side, it has nothing to do with you anyway, you don't know it. Advertisement. Nami said proudly, I don't know it, but Robin knows it. He is the last scholar of O'Hara. Seeing that Nami suddenly dragged the matter to herself, Robin retorted helplessly, I am a historian, not a specialist in characters. Unless it is ancient characters, I really can't read it. Robin refuted while taking the newspaper handed over by Nami. What the hell? Robin looked at the newspaper in her hand in surprise. She really knew the Hyuxia characters on it. I caught Robin's handle. Nami said excitedly, what the hell? You said you don't know Hyuxia characters. Robin. Robin took a serious look at the newspaper, and then threw it aside, I really know the words on it, but I am now wanted by the world government, how can I go and fall into the trap? But why is the world government suddenly interested in Hyuxia characters? Robin said to herself in confusion. There are 2 Hyuxia characters on the newspaper, which are what the hell? She remembered her mother saying that Hyuxia characters are their family characters, and the number of people who know Hyuxia characters on the sea can be counted on both hands. Advertisement. Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand and said to himself in confusion, what the hell is the world government doing? Hyuxia characters. Why do these square characters look so familiar? Whitebeard always felt that he had seen this kind of text somewhere, but he couldn't remember it at the critical moment. Big Mom Pirates. Take it away. I hate this devilish text, take it away from me. The ant screamed in panic, waving her hands wildly, as if there was something extremely scary on the newspaper. Mom knows the text on it. And she is so scared. Charlotte Katakuri frowned and looked at the terrified ant. Kanji. Charlotte Katakuri thought for a while. Since this kind of text is enough to make her mother so scared, what is hidden behind these words? Beasts Pirates. Kaido looked at the newspaper in his hand and whispered excitedly, did you find it? Has the world government finally realized the behemoth hidden under the calm sea? In other words, is the legend of the Titans true? Kanji. Who knows Kanji? When he was in Rock's Pirate, he heard about the Titans in a certain kingdom. As an avid beast lover, Kaido has been pursuing the truth of the Titans legend for many years. He also got a record of the legend of the Titans. Unfortunately, the text on it was too special. He searched the entire New World and couldn't find anyone who knew this text. I didn't expect that the world government would also look for people who knew Hyuxia characters. Does that mean that the world government is also chasing the Titans? A wind called Hyuxia characters swept across the sea, and Jun came to the Tajira Wolf accompanied by the world government's agents. At the same time, the Princess of Alabasta came to the Straw Hat Pirates with a tattered diary. Advertisement. After seeing Wai Wei, Luffy asked happily, Vivi, are you going to sea with me? Vivi shook her head, then took out a tattered notebook from her arms and explained, I came to you because of what was reported in the newspaper today. Robin frowned at the tattered diary in Vivi's hand. Robin, ancient text? Or Huxia characters? Vivi explained, it is Huxia characters. This book was left by the ninth king. It is said that it records the ultimate power of our Alabasta. Robin frowned and asked, ultimate power? Are you talking about ancient weapon Pluton? Crocodile has been looking for the legendary ancient weapon Pluton in Alabasta, and through the previous ancient texts, it has been confirmed that the ancient weapon is not in Alabasta. Nami excitedly said, could it be a treasure? A treasure that is rich enough to rival a country is also power. Sanji said with a lecherous look, it may also be a beauty. Vivi shook her head and explained, the ninth king of Alabasta was a queen, Sataka, who was called the Supreme Warrior Queen. During her tenure, our Alabasta was at its strongest. The treasure she left behind should not be money or beauty. Robin listened and took the broken diary curiously. Robin also knew that he had just boarded the ship and was not trusted by everyone, so he deliberately said, I will help you translate, you can listen more. Vivi nodded and looked at Robin expectantly, and even the people of the Straw Hat Pirates became quiet, waiting for Robin's translation. After leaving the Tajira Wolf, I came to Alabasta, the country of Nefertiti Vivi, but she is still nearly 300 years away from being born. After saying this, Robin stopped and confronted Vivi with a face full of horror. Robin couldn't help asking, Princess Vivi, are you sure the content above is not added later? Vivi shook her head in confusion. Sanji exclaimed, how do you know Vivi, a person from 300 years ago? This is too outrageous, isn't it? Chapter 6, Artificial Devil Fruit Technology 300 years ago. Luffy, who was wise but foolish, clapped his fist and suddenly realized, could it be that the owner of this diary is the prophet who ate the fruit of prophecy? Robin also comforted him, devil fruit is strange, and it seems not strange that someone who predicts something is not strange. Although this explanation is outrageous, Luffy's test is indeed the most scientific. As the person involved, Vivi doesn't think so. He always feels that there is something else behind this matter. Robin continued to translate. Advertisement. Alabasta is no different from the Alabasta I remember 200 years later, and its characteristics are also consistent with a desert kingdom. All I can see is yellow sand, and water resources are so scarce that it makes people desperate. I used to eat soil in Tequila Wolf, and now I will not eat sand in Alabasta after coming out? Nami raised her right hand and asked weakly, what he said about eating soil and eating sand, is it what I understand? The kindest Chopper couldn't help but sigh, the owner of this diary must be very pitiful, eating soil first and then eating sand. As a scholar, Robin felt it necessary to explain. Robin, how can a person live by eating only dirt and sand? There must be a misunderstanding that we don't know about. Luffy asked enviously, could this person eat the eat fruit and eat anyone at will? Can he eat anything? You said before that he was a prophet who ate the prophecy fruit. How could there be a dual fruit ability in the world? Robin. Robin complained speechlessly, Captain, don't blame everything on the devil fruit. How could there be such a devil fruit in the world? Robin explained, the dirt and sand in this log may be a synonym for a kind of food 200 years ago. Yet. This explanation is the most scientific, and everyone nodded. After seeing that no one spoke, Robin continued to translate. Advertisement. It's embarrassing. I was discovered when I was hiding from the sand. She misunderstood that I was from Alabasta, and then felt very guilty and insisted on taking me to dinner. Because she was pretty and kind, I agreed. Then, during the meal, I learned that her name was Nefertiti Sataka, the eldest princess of Alabasta. I didn't expect to meet a princess when I went out. This was my luck. If I want to overthrow the world government, I can't rely on my own strength. Looking at this kind girl in front of me, I suddenly had a plan in my mind. Vivi said excitedly, it's Queen Sataka. The only person in the history of Alabasta who is honored as the queen. Everyone was shocked by the excitement of Vivi, but they didn't understand. After all, they were not native Alabasta people, and they hadn't heard of the story of the ascended Queen Sataka. The owner of this diary seems to hate the world government very much. The content on it may be sensitive. Vivi, do you want to continue translating? Robin asked worriedly. Alabasta is a member country, and the owner of the diary seems to be a criminal. Vivi shook her head and said firmly, continue, I must find a way to protect Alabasta. After experiencing the crocodile usurpation incident, Vivi is more eager for power than ever. The Nefertiti royal family must have resentment towards the world government, after all, it was Shishibukai who made Alabasta like this. Robin nodded and continued to translate. With my outstanding appearance and strong strength, I think I can take down the eldest princess in front of me, after all, Sataka is really beautiful. Involving the reputation of her idol, Vivi firmly refuted, impossible. The Ascended Queen has never married in her life, and the 10th king is the Queen's nephew. The owner of this diary is definitely not the Ascended Queen's man. Robin did not refute, but turned to the next page of the diary. Robin clearly felt that a few pages were torn off after the first page, but Robin did not care and continued to translate. Success. Sataka became the first woman after I came to this world. I finally don't have to eat dirt anymore, but Alabasta seems to be a little poor. I have to find a way to make Alabasta rich first, otherwise Alabasta's resources will not be able to support me. Advertisement. To make Alabasta rich, the most important thing is definitely to increase productivity, and in this world, the fastest way to increase productivity is obviously devil fruit. I decided to start studying devil fruit from tomorrow. Feeling refreshed, Vivi was unbelievable and said to herself, how is it possible? There is no record of the Ascended Queen having a partner in the Royal Inheritance book. Robin comforted, maybe it's an underground lover. Vivi nodded and reluctantly accepted this setting. Luffy complained, study devil fruit? What's so good about devil fruit? That thing is so unpalatable. Robin, who was unable to complain about Luffy, continued his translation work. I'm speechless. There are only a few Zoan devil fruits in such a big Alabasta. But it doesn't matter. As long as it's a devil fruit, it's fine. The first day of researching devil fruit. The second day of researching devil fruit. The 7th day. I'm convinced. After researching for more than half a month, there was no progress. But Sataka actually spent a lot of money to find me a devil fruit of the mythical beast. In order not to disappoint Sataka, I decided to increase my efforts. After translating to this point, Robin quickly flipped through a few pages. Those that were flipped over were obviously some nonsense and not worth referring to. Success. After nearly a year of research, I finally figured out the Zoan devil fruit. Next, as long as the materials are sufficient, I can make the Zoan devil fruit. If Cornetto knew about this, wouldn't he be envious of me? Devil fruit. A miracle thing born from the combination of people's fantasies and the laws of the world. Luffy asked stupidly, can devil fruit be artificially made? Sanji looked at the diary in Robin's hand in disbelief, bloodline factor. Artificial devil fruit? And it was 300 years ago, how is this possible? Sanji knew best among all the people present how shocking the diary said. Chapter 7, he is creating myths. He is also creating devil fruit. Advertisement. Someone created the devil fruit manufacturing technology 200 years ago. Although it was only Zoan, it was shocking enough. Robin stopped translating and couldn't help asking, you Alabasta still have such a terrifying technology? But why? When she worked under Crocodile before, she had never heard that Alabasta had mastered the devil fruit manufacturing technology. If the Alabasta royal family really mastered this technology, how dare Crocodile, the Shishibukai, come to Alabasta to usurp the country? Vivi shook her head in confusion, we Alabasta don't have this technology. Then she asked excitedly, could the treasure left by Queen Sataka be the devil fruit manufacturing technology? Robin, I think it is likely, but we have to see what happens next. The manufacturing technology of devil fruit is not perfect, and it is not as perfect as I imagined. I can only make ordinary Zoan devil fruit, and I cannot make ancient species and mythical beast species. I remember that the evil scientist Gaisa Kulang once made a replica of the blue dragon fruit. Although it was rubbish, it was indeed a mythical beast species. How did Gaisa succeed? No, that fruit seems to have been made by Vegapunk? And it is not a failure. After all, if the person is not good, the fruit cannot be blamed. Robin's face changed, and then he looked at the diary in his hand in disbelief. Gaisa Kulang? Isn't he from our time? How can people 300 years ago know people from our time? Nami looked at Robin's reaction and asked curiously, Robin, do you know the evil scientist Gaisa Kulang? Robin nodded, of course I know him. The evil scientist Gaisa Kulang was once a member of the Vegapunk science group and one of the top scientists of this era. Advertisement. Luffy said in surprise, could the evil scientist Gaisa Kulang be an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years? Robin shook her head in confusion, I don't know either. Robin didn't know much about Gaisa, she had only heard of him, and she was even less sure whether he had lived for hundreds of years. Robin turned to the next page and found that several pages had been torn off. Robin frowned. Robin said, this diary is not complete at all. Many key places have been deliberately torn off. Vivi explained, this should be the work of Queen Sataka. Since her, no king has understood the text on it. Robin nodded, and then continued to translate. Woohoo! Take off. I seem to have discovered the ultimate secret of devil fruit. Legend has it that devil fruit can be bred. I seem to know how to overthrow the world government next. Ha ha ha. Sataka, let's play a game, chase the legend, I left all the treasures in the legend. Nami frowned and asked unhappily, What does this mean? Why is it so inexplicable? Is the owner of the diary crazy? What is the ultimate mystery of devil fruit? And what is the legend that can be used for devil fruit? Robin analyzed, could it be related to the legend left by the owner of the diary? Are there any folk legends in Alabasta? There are many folk legends in Alabasta. The most popular one is that the great supreme warrior Queen Sataka once established a kingdom of God in the sky. All warriors who died bravely in battle can go to the kingdom of God to enjoy a feast. Its name is Shurima. There are also various heroic epics. It is said that the greatest warriors of Alabasta can meet the great supreme warrior Queen. The Queen will hold an ascension ceremony for the warriors to become demigod-like ascenders, who not only have eternal life, but also gain powerful power. Advertisement. Robin asked, where is the legendary Shurima? Could that be the location of the treasure? Vivi, legend has it that Shurima is in the center of the desert, a place that mortals can never reach. Hearing this, Nami sighed, it seems that the clues are broken here again. Thinking about the treasure, Nami looked at Robin expectantly and asked, are there any more clues later? Robin nodded and continued to translate. Anubis is the gatekeeper who leads souls to the afterlife and is also Shinigami. He is the guardian of the tomb and the guide to the underworld. Vivi explained excitedly, this is a god we believe in Alabasta. It is also a folk legend. Legend has it that Anubis is the god of the head, appearing in the tomb murals with a jackal head and a human body. Robin, who had a flash of inspiration in his mind, seemed to have caught inspiration and asked excitedly, when did this legend appear? It must not be 800 years ago, because I have been to the tomb of the Alabasta royal family, and there is no mural of Anubis inside. Vivi explained, this legend appeared more than 200 years ago, or it may be 300 years ago. The specific time can no longer be traced. I understand. Robin's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Robin said in a certain tone, he is creating a god. To be precise, the owner of this diary is creating a myth. Luffy asked in a confused tone, what is the purpose of the owner of the diary doing this? Is it just for fun? Chapter 8, I lit the fire, but I couldn't control it. Robin shook his head and explained, remember what I said before? Legends can breed devil fruit. If I'm not mistaken, the owner of the diary can use the legend to create the devil fruit he wants. Ah! Vivi looked at Robin in surprise. Robin asked excitedly, does the appearance of the jackal form of the dog fruit look the same as Anubis in the folklore of Alabasta? Vivi nodded. Advertisement. Seeing this, Robin continued to explain, that's it. If I'm not mistaken, this Zoan devil fruit should be left to you, the Alabasta royal family, by the owner of the diary, in order to pass down the legend. Also, are the myths circulating in your Alabasta and surrounding countries all about animal heads and human bodies? Vivi nodded. Robin said excitedly, that's right. The owner of the diary deliberately created a myth related to the Zoan mythical beast species. Sanji suddenly realized, so the treasure is the Zoan mythical beast species fruit. Robin nodded, you can say that, at least it should be one of the treasures. Zoan mythical beast species. Vivi's pretty face was full of excitement. The strength of the Zoan mythical beast species devil fruit, anyone who knows the classification of devil fruit knows how strong it is. If Alabasta has several mythical beast species ability users, then the national strength will rise rapidly. His Majesty Sataka really left behind a shocking treasure. Vivi asked excitedly, where is the treasure? Is it written at the end? Let me see. Advertisement. Robin continued to translate the content at the end. Legend has it that it is not so easy to breed devil fruit. It takes time to settle, and I promised Sataka that I would help him train an invincible army. So while spreading myths and legends, we also need to study a set of methods to train soldiers. It is definitely difficult to expect top-level combat power, so we can only achieve qualitative changes through quantity. It's not written at the back. To be precise, it was deliberately torn off. Robin looked up and asked in confusion, do you Alabasta have special methods for training soldiers? Vivi shook her head in confusion. How could Alabasta be so awesome? If Alabasta really had so much background, Crocodile would have been hung up and hammered. Okay. Robin nodded in confusion and continued to translate. I decided to learn from Cornetto to build 100 beasts army, but the manufacturing cost of Zoan devil fruit is too high, so I can only take a step back and choose a devil fruit with a relatively low manufacturing value for mass production. Zoan duck fruit black duck form, the devil fruit in the form of a black duck is the cheapest, and the raw materials can be found in Alabasta. Karu. Vivi screamed. Black duck has another name in Alabasta, that is Karu. Vivi asked with a trembling voice, is it the kind of Karu I was thinking of? Robin nodded, yes, it should be a species that runs as fast as your mount. Could it be? Vivi and Robin both had a chilling guess in their hearts. Sataka gave me 3,000 soldiers. After eating the devil fruit, the soldiers' physical fitness was significantly improved, supplemented by my training plan. Advertisement. The spirit of these 3,000 soldiers is almost the same every day. In less than half a year, the average strength of the Super Karu force has reached the colonel level. And this is not the limit of the Super Karu force. The first extraordinary army I created after coming to this world was born. Sataka was very happy. With the strength of the Super Karu force, it can completely sweep all the surrounding countries, but Sataka seems to have no ambition and has not thought about doing anything with the Super Karu force. How can this be done? I have to find a way to stimulate Sataka's ambition. How can my Wu Ming's woman be just a queen? At least she must be an empress. Is the owner of the diary called Wu Ming? The one without a name? Robin murmured in confusion. Vivi said to herself in disbelief, Super Karu force. Zoan black duck fruit. How could this be? If what is described in this diary is true, then aren't the current Karus the descendants of that force? No wonder the Karus are so smart, no wonder. But why is this the case? How could the descendants of humans be Karus? Isn't this too anti-human? Even Robin, who is used to seeing darkness, felt a chill in his heart. Has Alabasta ever been so dark? Vivi urged in a pleading tone, Ms. Robin, continue, I want to know the truth about Karu. Except for Chopper, there are no stupid people in the Straw Hat Pirates. Even Luffy, the silly guy, is actually smart. So they probably guessed the truth of the matter. The cruel and dark truth. I ignited the flame of ambition in Sataka's heart, but I seemed to be unable to control it. Sataka wanted to destroy the surrounding countries and establish a unified and powerful country, but the king and ministers were against it. Sataka found me again. She wanted to completely control this country and let this country be driven by her alone. She wanted to make achievements and become the greatest queen of Alabasta. I agreed and successfully helped him complete the coup. After Sataka became the queen, she started her journey of conquest without stopping. Leading the Super Karu Corps, Sataka expanded Alabasta's territory by more than 3 times in less than 3 years, and even prepared to take action against the member countries. Alabasta is definitely not a match for the world government now. I wanted to persuade Sataka, but Sataka seemed to be blinded by the war. The strength of the Super Karu troops is too strong, with the colonel-level strength per capita. For the surrounding countries, this is a dimensionality reduction attack. At this moment, I realized that I ignited the fire, but I couldn't control it. Chapter 9, The Consequences of the Failed Awakening of Devil Fruit. Please give me flowers and comments for my new book. Luffy couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. 3,000 colonel-level warriors, aren't they the same as Smokey? Although Crocodile is one of the Shishibukai, due to version issues, the strength that Crocodile can exert is actually only at the level of Rear Admiral. If the Super Karu Corps 300 years ago is still there, Crocodile will probably be beaten to death if he dares to usurp the country. 3,000 Marine Colonel combat power, even Marines probably can hardly gather so much combat power. Nami sincerely sighed, when you say that, I suddenly realize that Alabasta is so strong. If Alabasta moved to the Red Line back then, Vivi should be Celestial Dragons now, right? Advertisement. Vivi smiled embarrassedly and did not refute. According to what is written in this diary, Queen Sataka is not like a wise monarch, but more like a tyrannical war maniac. Robin glanced at Vivi subtly, and then complained. Vivi. Looking at the speechless Vivi, Robin asked, by the way, how does your Alabasta history record that period of history? Let's compare the authenticity of what is said above. Ah, this. Vivi was a little embarrassed. The promised Holy King turned out to be a war maniac. As for how the royal family recorded that period of history. Vivi, the surrounding countries admired the Queen's strength and wisdom and joined Alabasta as a whole country. That's what the history records. Nami. Robin. The corners of the Straw Hat Pirates' mouths twitched slightly, and they were speechless in their hearts. As expected of the rulers, I didn't expect that the Alabasta royal family would not even care about their face and actually tampered with history. The whole country that admired the Queen's wisdom joined as a whole country. I'm afraid they all resisted and were defeated. Advertisement. But although I was speechless, it also proved that what was said in the diary was indeed true, but what was recorded in the diary was more real and darker. Luffy concluded, the man called Wu Ming must be a scientist who is more powerful than the evil scientist Mgaisa Kulang. Robin shook his head and retorted, he developed artificial devil fruit 300 years ago. This alone is comparable to the world's #1 scientist Vegapunk. Luffy, who was curious about the man called Wu Ming, urged, what a great man, what happened next? What else did he say next? Robin nodded, then opened the diary and continued to translate. Something happened again. I finally persuaded Sataka, who was ambitious, and I paid for it with back pain for several days. Before I had time to recover, bad news came from the Super Karu Corps. Due to continuous battles, the strength of the Super Karu Corps increased rapidly. Even many warriors have come into contact with the awakening stage. I don't know if it's because of the artificial devil fruit or other reasons, all the warriors of the Super Karu Corps failed to awaken. The consequence of the failure of awakening is to completely become a beast, a Super Karu duck. Sure enough. Zinzong's bad guess was verified, and Vivi's heart sank. If there are no other accidents. Vivi glanced at Bidakwe not far away. Bidakwe's ancestor might be a member of the Super Karu Corps. The Karu, which they regard as a means of transportation and even a mount, is actually a descendant of humans? And it is the descendant of humans who failed to awaken after eating the devil fruit. Luffy asked in a puzzled way, will the awakening of the devil fruit fail? Advertisement. Robin nodded with a grim expression. She and Luffy were the only ones on the ship who were demon fruit power. Compared with others, Robin was more worried about the failure of the devil fruit awakening. Liu Bing's face was slightly dark, and he said, it is said that the power of the devil fruit awakened will become very strong, but I have never heard of the failure of awakening. But the two of us are psychic demon fruit power, and we should not become beasts if the awakening fails, right? Robin comforted with some uncertainty. Nami, if Luffy fails to awaken, will he turn into a pile of plasticine? Isn't this worse than turning into a beast? Robin. Robin looked at Nami speechlessly, and after Nami said that, Robin was even more panicked. He is a flower fruit user, so if the awakening fails, he won't turn into a man-eating plant, right? Luffy comforted him carelessly, hee. Robin, you should continue translating, we will never fail. Robin nodded helplessly, but the failure of the devil fruit awakening cast a shadow on her heart. I have to translate all the ancient text records on the stone tablets, how can I turn into a flower? After receiving the news, I had to leave Sataka and go to the Super Cauldron army to find a solution to the problem. After seeing that this page ended again, Robin turned another page and frowned at the familiar tear mark. Sure enough. A few pages were torn off in the middle. Are the torn pages the reasons or solutions for the failure of devil fruit awakening? Thinking of this, Robin's heart sank again, and he had to adjust his mentality and continue translating. P.S. I beg you guys to give me some flowers and full score votes, and if you have any comments, you can go to the book review area to raise them. The author will try his best to satisfy them. Chapter 10, The Diary of a Time Traveler is too boring. I succeeded, but I also failed. I found the reason why the warriors failed to awaken, but it was too late. Half of the warriors in the Super Karu Corps had already failed to awaken and turned into beasts. I compared the genes of the warriors who failed to awaken and found that the two had become two completely different species. I have to find a way to save those Super Karu warriors who failed to awaken. Sataka is also worried about the Karu Corps, because since the Super Karu Corps got into trouble, the surrounding countries that had just surrendered have begun to stir again. Sataka finally realized that it is more difficult to defend a country than to conquer it. Advertisement. Nami asked excitedly, what is the reason? What is the result? Why doesn't the diary say why they failed to awaken? Although Nami usually looks like she only loves money, she is definitely one of the people who really cares about Luffy. Robin smiled bitterly and said, it's not written on it, or it was written but someone deliberately tore it off. Ah! How can this be? Nami looked at the diary in Robin's hand depressedly. Robin said, it seems that we have to stay in Alabasta for a while longer. There must be other similar diaries or logs in Alabasta, which may record the reasons for the failure of awakening the devil fruit ability. No one objected to this, after all, this matter is related to Luffy's life safety. Robin turned around and looked at Wei Wei and asked, Vivi, do you know where this diary may exist? Vivi shook her head and comforted her, I don't know, but there should be something written on this diary, right? You should continue to look through the contents behind, maybe you can find clues. Robin nodded depressedly. The devil fruit ability cannot be reversed after the awakening fails, so I have to compensate those warriors who failed to awaken in other ways. Advertisement. After half a year of research, with the support of Sataka's national strength, I finally developed the Animal Spirit Potion. Animal Awakening Potion can make animals have normal human intelligence. Although those who failed to awaken cannot turn back to human for the time being, they at least retain the last bit of human dignity, wisdom. Looking at the Karus in front of me, I suddenly realized that I seemed to have created history. Vivi's running fast is the descendant of this group of Karus, right? This is really confirmed. Vivi glanced at the running fast not far away. Although she didn't know how the characters 300 years ago were so familiar with her, the owner of the diary personally verified that the ancestors of the Karus were the warriors who failed to awaken. Fortunately, there was no conspiracy in the birth of the Karus. It was really just an accident. Vivi was celebrating here, and Robin was still translating there. Sataka specially allowed Karu to have the same rights and obligations as humans in Alabasta. I seem to have witnessed history and created history. This seems to be the inevitability of history and destiny. Unknowingly, Sataka and I became a link in fate. For a moment, I wondered if fate can also be studied? Can it also be controlled? Looking at Sataka next to me, I had another bold idea in my mind. When everyone heard this translation, they only felt confused and awe-inspiring. Fate. Robin sighed melancholy, and then thought of the burning island. If there is such a thing as fate? Then what is the suffering I have experienced? It has been destined. Although he was a little emo in his heart, Robin was still translating the contents of the diary conscientiously. Sataka seemed to have grown up. She suddenly realized the importance of strength and even asked me for ways to become stronger. Advertisement. I was very happy about this. After all, in a chaotic world, strength is more important than power, but Sataka can't learn the six-story Immortal Thief, and there is a risk of awakening failure of artificial devil fruit. Is there a way to get the ability of devil fruit without getting the side effects of devil fruit? At this moment, I had another bold idea in my mind. Listening to this translation, everyone's eyebrows jumped. Whenever this sentence appears, it means that the owner of the diary is ready to make big news. Robin continued to turn the pages, looking at the content of the next page. Robin frowned, and then turned to the next page. Looking at Robin who kept turning the pages, Vivian asked nervously, "Why can't the content above be translated?" Robin explained with a dark face, "No, it seems that the records above are all some trivial matters, even some bills, and there is no nutritious content at all." After turning over countless pages, Robin finally found useful content. Because the next two major projects are more complicated and troublesome, I decided to leave the capital of Alabasta and go to a more remote place to conduct research experiments. Sataka also agreed, so I took the experimental materials and information and prepared to go to the center of the desert. After the translation, Robin said, "No more. No more." Everyone looked at Robin depressedly. Such a thick diary, there are only a few pages of useful content? This is too pitfall. Robin nodded. Robin asked, "So what should we do next? Should we go to the center of the desert or continue to the new world?" Nami made the decision directly, "Let's go to the center of the desert and see if we can find the reason why the devil fruit failed to awaken, and the treasure left by Sataka and Wu Ming." Luffy, who was only responsible for sit ups and fighting, nodded without thinking, and naturally no one else objected. After all, this matter concerned the life and safety of Captain Luffy. Chapter 11, The Mysterious Old Man Guarding the Bridge and the New Diary. Please give flowers and collect. Advertisement. Is this the Tajira wolf? The country on the bridge that was born 700 years ago. Jun looked at the slaves busy on the bridge with a complicated look. The construction of this bridge began 700 years ago. Most of the people in the country were people and criminals from countries that refused to join the world government. People were forced to build the bridge hard every day. Jun remembered Wu Ming's description of the Tajira wolf in the diary. The diary said 400 years, because that was 300 years ago. Where were those stone slabs found? Jun asked. The supervisor next to him listened and pointed to the broken bridge not far away and said, "It's there. We found those stone slabs in the ruins." Jun frowned, and then continued to ask, "Are there any other clues?" "No." The supervisor shook his head decisively. Jun, who couldn't ask anything, didn't embarrass the supervisor, but walked towards the broken bridge curiously. "It's just an ordinary ruin, it seems nothing." Just when Jun was about to leave, her observation haki began to frantically warn, and the simple Jun immediately looked towards the source of danger. Then Jun turned around and saw an old man in the crowd. The old man seemed to know that Jun had found him, so he turned and walked away. Advertisement. The years have left deep marks on this old man, as if every wrinkle is a story of the passage of time. He is thin and skinny, like a weathered branch, and his skinny state makes people feel pity. His back is slightly hunched, as if he carries too much weight from the past, and his steps are staggering. Every step seems particularly strenuous, but it also reveals an unyielding tenacity. His hands, with bulging veins, are like dry tree roots, tightly holding the cane in his hands, which has become another fulcrum for his dialogue with the world. His facial features are profound, his eye sockets are deep, and his eyes are shining with wisdom and vicissitudes. Even if he doesn't say much, his eyes seem to be able to tell thousands of words. Why does this old man give me a very dangerous feeling? Jun looked at the old man's back nervously. Perhaps out of curiosity, or perhaps because the old man had no ill intentions, Jun called the old man. Jun hurriedly shouted, "The old man with the cane, can you wait a moment?" The old man stopped after hearing this, and then turned around and looked at Jun with difficulty. The old man asked kindly, "Marine girl, are you calling me old man?" The old man's smile and tone were obviously very kind, but after coming to the old man, Jun felt a cold breath from the other party. Jun, who came to the old man, couldn't wait to say, "I want to ask you something." As if the old man had expected this scene long ago, he asked in a positive tone, "Is it about Hyuxia characters?" Hearing this, Jun's pupil shrank, and then he looked at the old man in front of him vigilantly. How did he know? This old man is definitely not simple. Jun, who was already in a state of shock, said, yes, can we talk alone? Come with me. The old man trembled and led the way in front. After a while, the old man led Jun to a tent. It was a shabby tent, which looked putty and was a small tent. The old man slowly asked, are you a pilgrim who came here to make a pilgrimage following the footsteps of the saint, or a peeper who came to explore the secrets of the saint? What do you mean? Jun looked at the old man in a confused manner. Seeing Jun's reaction, the old man sighed. It seems that neither of them. After the old man finished speaking, he slowly took out a shabby notebook from the box. This is what the saint asked me to teach you. Jun took the notebook curiously, opened the notebook and found that it was filled with Hyuxia characters. Jun's pupil shrank, and then he looked at the old man in front of him in horror. Who are you? Jun asked vigilantly. I'm just a servant of the saint, but you can call me the old bridge keeper. Leave here, your destiny is not here. After the old man finished speaking, a breeze blew by. Seeing that there was no one in front of him, Jun hurriedly ran out of the tent and tried to find the old man, but no matter how hard Jun looked, he couldn't find the old man. Even the sight of the news can be avoided, the legendary sight of killing. Jun murmured. The old bridge keeper? What on earth does he want to do? Looking at the diary in his hand, Jun's heart was full of melancholy, without any joy of discovering Hyuxia characters again. With this diary, I should be able to hand it in, right? Jun couldn't help thinking. Jun left the Tajira wolf with the diary, but the news that Jun got a mysterious diary did not hide it from the world government. When Jun returned to the marine headquarters with the diary, the world government's agents were already waiting for her there with the Den Mushi. The agent of the world government relayed the story expressionlessly, I heard that you brought back a diary. The 5 elders ordered you to translate the contents. Jun couldn't help but glance at Marshal Sengoku next to him. Sengoku said, Jun Vice Admiral, just follow orders. Jun nodded helplessly, feeling depressed. If he had known this, he should have translated the diary on the way and then thrown it away. Although he felt helpless, Jun had to obey the order and opened the diary to start translating the contents. Chapter 12, Aokiji, as the owner of the diary, I thank your whole family. It has been more than half a year since I came to this world, and this damn place is still the same. The biting cold wind always lingers on the universe bridge, and the ice as hard as cold iron seems to never melt. Perhaps it is out of human sympathy, perhaps it is the kindness that has not yet dissipated, or because of the 9-year compulsory education, I decided to do something for the slaves on this bridge. First of all, I have to distinguish between good and bad. After all, the slaves here are not all people from countries that refuse to join the world government. There are also some criminals among them. My favor should not fall on those damned criminals. Hearing this translation, Garp couldn't help but praise, it seems that the visitors from outside this world have no problem with their values. Even Akainu, who has always hated evil, couldn't help but nod his head. For Akainu, as long as you are irreconcilable with evil, you are a good person, of course, the premise is that you are not a pirate. Advertisement. To overthrow the world government, you must first gather a group of like-minded companions, so I decided to publicize my ideas and will, and then select like-minded comrades. The agent holding the phone warned slowly, Jun Vice Admiral, there is no need to translate this. Say this in front of the world government, are you sure you are not going to attack me? Are you sure? Jun paused, then looked at the agent in front of him subtly. The agent of the world government nodded, yes. You don't need to translate these remarks that slander the world government. Jun, then there is nothing to translate on it. The agent of the world government looked at Jun with a confused look. The agent of the world government asked unhappily, Jun Vice Admiral, what do you mean? Advertisement. Jun, literally, this diary tells how the owner of the diary planned to overthrow the world government. According to your request, there is really no need to translate this diary next. Now it is the turn of the agent of the world government, Muggle. It is not good to let Jun continue to translate, and it is not good not to continue to translate. World government agent. 5 elders through Den Mushi. Finally, it was the agricultural warrior god shepherd Ten Peter Saint who took the initiative to ask, Ahem. Vice Admiral Jun, please continue to translate according to your ideas. We need to know the content above. Jun nodded, and then continued to translate with a cold face. The horn of freedom spread among the slaves. Although many slaves were very secretive, many tried to respond secretly. Most of these slaves had families and children. They might have accepted their miserable lives. If they didn't have children, they might have worked hard and been slaves for a lifetime. These fathers and mothers who didn't want their children to become slaves became the first group of people to respond to the horn of freedom. After listening to Jun's translation, a vice admiral sighed in a low voice, this is the greatness of fatherly and motherly love. It's not that they don't desire light, but they are used to darkness, but they don't want their children to be in darkness. Doberman whispered, a bunch of idiots. Don't they know the consequences of failure? If all of them, the parents, die, what will happen to the children? Dor Vice Admiral curled his lips after hearing this, but didn't refute anything. If there is no hope, who would be willing to take the risk of losing their heads? Between letting their children be free and dying, the parents of those children chose the former. Advertisement. Death is not worth mentioning in front of some things. The agent of the world government looked ugly, but did not speak out to stop him. After all, Jun had said before that the diary was full of anti-government remarks. For those who responded, I also made a promise that no matter what the future holds, I will protect their children and let their children board the sailboat called freedom. Slaves without weapons are the most worthless, so I have to arm them first. It's freezing cold in this place called Tajala Wolf, so I decided to create a training method that adapts to this environment, and the requirements and qualifications for this training method cannot be too high. Here it comes. Everyone in the conference room whispered in their hearts. It's still a familiar formula, familiar arrogance. If it was before, they might have made fun of the owner of the diary, but now, they only have expectations in their hearts. With the precedent of the six-story Immortal Thief, no one doubts the heaven-defying enlightenment of the owner of the diary. It took less than 10 days to create the existence of the pervert physical skills of the six-story Immortal Thief. Hard work pays off. It took me a month to finally create the ice-breathing method. Strictly speaking, the ice-breathing method is suitable for all adults living in cold weather. Children are strictly prohibited from practicing it because it will affect their physical development. However, this ice-breathing method should be the most suitable training method for Marine Admiral Aokiji in later generations. Unfortunately, Aokiji's great-grandfather is probably not born yet. After hearing this translation, everyone turned their eyes to Aokiji. Aokiji, who has always pursued lazy justice, faced the gazes of many big men and felt a great pressure in his heart. Chapter 13, The 5 Stars Who Were Close to Each Other and Opened Up. New book, please give me flowers and collect it. When was this diary written? The old and low voice of the 5 stars came from the Den Den Mushi. Everyone looked at Jun in unison, waiting for Jun to explain. Although the owner of the diary had previously demonstrated his ability to know the future, now that the facts were in front of them, everyone was still a little unbelievable. Jun spread his hands and said, Don't ask me, I don't know either. It should be 300 years ago. After all, the stone slab before has proved that the man knows about our world, at least about a certain era in our world. Advertisement. If nothing unexpected happens, the owner of the diary should know about our era. Aokiji and frozen fruit are only available in our era. Crane explained in a low voice. After Crane's voice fell, the points in the entire conference room fell silent instantly, and even the 5 treasures of the world government on the Den Den Mushi side were silent. A time traveler who knows everything about this era has been planning since 300 years ago just to overthrow the world government. Such an enemy makes people tremble just thinking about it. Joey boy. Shepherd Ten Pit Saint looked at the 4 treasures beside him. He wanted to overthrow the rule of the world government, and he also named it in the name of freedom. Then he thought of the sentence, we are born free, who dares to be high above us? Now it is a 300-year-long layout. If there is another Nika fruit. The god of science defense, Jago Lucia Satan Saint, shook his head gently, indicating that everyone should wait to talk about this topic. The most important thing now is to listen to the following translation. Aokiji sighed casually, is it very suitable for my practice? I'm really curious. Although Aokiji acted careless and even looked like he didn't care, he silently remembered the name of the ice-breathing method in his heart. The ice-breathing method can make the human body's skin as hard as 1,000-year-old ice, and it can also spit out cold air at absolute zero. The most important thing is that the ice-breathing method has no requirements for physical fitness and comprehension. The only side effect is that the person who practices the ice-breathing method will slowly lose consciousness and become like ice. But there are pros and cons. The heartbeat of people who practice the ice-breathing will become extremely slow. The heartbeat speed is equivalent to that of others in one day in a year. People who practice the ice-breathing will also have the icy characteristics when using armament haki. Advertisement. Aokiji couldn't help whispering, no wonder the owner of the diary said that this breathing method is very suitable for me. Another practice that can increase lifespan. Although the side effects are relatively large, many people in the conference room are still tempted, including the 5 elders. Sengoku urged excitedly, continue. Even if Tequila Wolf doesn't have the 6 Treasury Immortal Thief, you should have the ice-breathing method, right? Jun nodded. People who practice the ice-breathing method will become like zombies, but those parents who are for their children still choose to practice the ice-breathing method without hesitation. The consumption of meat by the ice-breathing method is negligible, so everyone silently practices the ice-breathing method, all waiting for the day when freedom comes. He really spread the ice-breathing method. Everyone looked at the diary in Jun's hand excitedly. If a secret is known by a third person, it is no longer a secret. That is to say, even if there is no six-story immortal thief in Tequila Wolf, there must be ice breathing. Jun continued to flip through the diary. After skipping some daily life and cursing the world government, Jun finally found some dry goods in the last section. Everything is going on quietly. Our team has grown to tens of thousands of people, but there are only about 600 real trustworthy people. If we just leave, we can directly escape from Tequila Wolf violently now, but what can we do after escaping? So I decided to leave Tequila Wolf first and find a new home to settle everyone. Seeing that Jun didn't speak for a long time, the 5 elders behind the phone asked, "No more? No more?" Jun nodded. Shepherd 10 Pit Saint, the god of agriculture, questioned, "How come such a thick diary is gone so quickly? Did you deliberately conceal important information and not translate it?" Jun said expressionlessly, "The rest are just some meaningless content. If you need it, I can continue to translate it." Advertisement. Shepherd 10 Pit Saint, the god of agriculture, urged, "Then continue to translate. I want to know all the content." Jun nodded. "I thought of a joke in the world of pirates. What is the difference between celestial dragons and pirates? The difference is that pirates will be wanted for what celestial dragons do." Everyone in the conference room. The 5 treasures of world government. Today, I have nothing to do, and here comes another hell joke in the world of pirates. What are the 5 treasures of world government best at? Of course, it's posing. 5 elders. Question: What disease is the most likely to be suffered by the 5 elders? Answer: Alzheimer's disease. With his face getting darker and darker, the god of agriculture Shepherd 10 Peter interrupted and said, "Enough. There is no need to translate these." Jun's mouth corners slightly curled up, and his mood was even more joyful. Even Garp didn't dare to scold celestial dragons in front of the 5 elders, but I dared to do it, and I did it. The 5 elders could only watch, so I am better than Vice Admiral Garp. Finally, the god of agriculture Shepherd 10 Peter said, "Give the diary to our agents." After that, the other party hung up the communication directly. The agent of the world government stared at Jun and gritted his teeth and said, "We will find someone who can translate Hyuxia characters. If what you say does not match what is written here, you will be liquidated. Also, no one can insult the 5 elders." Jun just smiled and shook the diary in his hand. "No one? Then who is the owner of this diary?" He didn't just scold, he was very close to her. P.S. Can you guys share some jokes about the One Piece incident? Chapter 14, Buster Call. Crazy 5 Treasures. New book, please give flowers and collect. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, the god of agriculture Shepherd 10 Pit Saint couldn't help but ask, "Is it Joyboy? Freedom fighter Joyboy, liberate the slaves and overthrow the world government, now all you need is a Konica fruit." The god of science defense Jagalusha Satan Saint had a gloomy face. The god of finance, Izambaran V. Nasujiro, said with a solemn face, "A lion majesty hiding in the dark has been planning to overthrow the world government for 300 years. None of us knows how big his plan is and what impact it will have on the world government." Advertisement. If he is really Joyboy, it will be a nightmare. The god of environment, Marcus Maz, looked cold and decided in a gloomy tone, "Tequila Wolf. I suggest using Buster Call on the Tequila Wolf, and it should be broadcast live to the world." The god of agriculture, Shepherd 10 Peter, brightened up and asked excitedly, "Do you mean to use Buster Call to force the owner of the diary to show up?" The god of environment nodded, "This is indeed a good idea. The most in short supply in this world is 2-legged slaves. Clean up the previous Tequila Wolf, and at worst, send more slaves over." The god of agriculture, Shepherd 10 Peter, "Let Marine, go ahead. Remember our main goal. First, we need to force the owner of the diary to show up. We need to test and see if we can get the 6-vault Immortal Thief or ice-breathing technique." Just like that, the 5 treasures of the world government decided the life and death of millions of people in a moment. When Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, received the order, he was so angry that he smashed the office. Assholes! What on earth do these assholes want to do? The Tequila Wolf is a member of the world government. Even if they want to force the owner of the diary to show up, they shouldn't resort to such extreme measures, right? Sengoku roared angrily and kicked the desk in front of him. Garp, who was about to secretly take the donuts, heard the roar inside as soon as he walked to the door. Knowing what the world conqueror was like, Garp silently withdrew his hand and turned away without looking back. Garp, who left the naval headquarters, took out his Den Den Mushi and reported, "Sengoku, I'm going to take a leave. My grandson got into trouble in East Blue, and I have to go back." Sengoku's face changed when he heard this, and then he roared angrily, "You're talking nonsense. Your grandson is obviously in Alabasta now." Garp laughed and said perfunctorily, Ha ha ha, don't care about these details, I really just want to take a leave, it's just a few days, don't contact me if you don't have anything else. After Garp finished speaking, he hung up the Den Mushi without waiting for Sengoku to reply. Advertisement. He really didn't want to participate in the world government's buster call, and he did have other things to do when he returned to his hometown in East Blue. I remember that there was an old diary among my mother's relics. The words in it seemed to be Hyuxia characters. I always felt that those words were familiar before. So this is the reason. Garp muttered softly, and then boarded the ship without looking back and left the naval headquarters. Sengoku had no choice but to hold a high-level meeting of Marines. After everyone arrived, Sengoku announced in a heavy tone, world government decided to launch a buster call against Tajiro Wolf to force out the owner of the diary. Kizaru said in an exaggerated tone, isn't this too extreme? Even Akainu, who always has a hot temper, chose to remain silent. Why use such an extreme method? And Tajiro Wolf seems to be a member of the world government, right? Aokiji asked. Tsuru calmly analyzed, the owner of the diary has been using thoughts to influence Tajiro Wolf since 300 years ago. The world government didn't know before, but now it knows, and it's not surprising to use this method. World government is not a charity organization, it is the world's largest pirate group. Although Tajiro Wolf has no problems on the surface, it is not difficult to see from the diary that Tajiro Wolf has been quietly controlled by the owner of the diary since 300 years ago. Advertisement. Even if it is not controlled, some of the thoughts of Tajiro Wolf people will become very dangerous, and the city government will not allow Tajiro Wolf people to continue living. To put it bluntly, Tajiro Wolf is a country on the bridge, which exists specifically for bridge construction. The citizens of Tajiro Wolf are all slaves. To put it bluntly, it is some consumables. The world government obviously wants to burn this batch of old and problematic consumables. In the end, Sengoku made a direct decision, let Aokiji and Kizaru lead the team this time. You two have performed buster calls before, and Tajiro Wolf may have what Aokiji wants. Aokiji originally wanted to refuse, but after listening to Sengoku's next words, he nodded. Jun and Keiki, you also join this buster call to see if you can find more clues. Sengoku added. Jun nodded and did not refuse. Her intuition told her that this buster call might not go smoothly. After the meeting, Jun found her good sister Tsuru. Marine Staff Office. Jun, Sister Tsuru, I feel that this buster call is a little unusual, and there may even be some accidents. Tsuru, who was reviewing documents, stopped what he was doing and asked with narrowed eyes, why do you feel this way? Jun hesitated, and finally told the story of the old man he met in Tequila Wolf. I met a very strange old man in Tequila Wolf before. He at least mastered the legendary Jianwensha. If he had any ill intentions towards me at that time, I felt that he could assassinate me silently. Could the strange old man be the owner of the diary? Jun shook his head, he claims to be a servant of the saint, so he should not be the owner of the diary. Tsuru comforted, I will talk to Sengoku about this matter. There are 2 marine admirals dispatched, and there are also agents of the world government. Tequila Wolf's buster call will not be a problem. Chapter 15, The Clouds Move. New book, please collect and comment. Jun left the Marine Staff Office with a heavy heart. The news that Marine will execute buster call again did not hide from those big forces. Dressrosa. He. Marine is going to execute buster call again, and this time it's Tajiro Wolf, interesting, really interesting. Advertisement. The weird laughter resounded throughout the hall, and Doflamingo stared at the information in his hand. A diary that records events from 300 years ago. Strange Hyuxia characters. People outside the world who have been planning for 300 years to overthrow the world government. The 6-story immortal thief and ice-breathing method that can make people think of it, no wonder those 5 old guys are tempted. Not to mention those 5 old guys, even this young man is tempted. However, Doflamingo is also a clear-headed person. He knows that he can't get involved in such things, and he still knows the details of the world government. Don't look at him so jumpy and look like he doesn't take the world government seriously, but that's because what he does has never touched the bottom line of the world government. If the world government is really determined to kill him, the identity of a former celestial dragon will definitely not protect him. A small country in New World. Looking at the wallet in his hand, Long murmured to himself, it seems that I have to go to Tequila Wolf. Advertisement. He had been to Tequila Wolf in East Blue and was very familiar with it, because it was originally one of the main targets of the Revolutionary Army in the near future. And his people have already infiltrated Tequila Wolf. As long as the right time is right, he will have people plan a riot to overthrow the world government's rule over Tequila Wolf. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Long did not expect that the city government would suddenly execute a buster call on Tequila Wolf. Tequila Wolf is indeed hiding other cases in secret. Is it because of that text? Long's eyes were deep. He thought of the reports from his subordinates and the existence of the group of people who called themselves bridge keepers. Take a wolf. A middle-aged man anxiously shouted to an old man who was chewing ice cubes, "Old man, something bad has happened. The World Conquest government is preparing to launch a buster call against the Tajira wolf." The old man forced an ugly smile on his face, and then asked in an old tone, "Don't worry, young man, you are a member of the Revolutionary Army, right? You really know?" The middle-aged man's pupil shrank, and he looked at the old man in front of him in horror. He only knew that the old man in front of him was one of the bridge keepers. The so-called bridge keepers are old people who are over 80 years old. They can no longer work, and no one will expect these old people to work anymore. The supervisors will also turn a blind eye to these dying old people. And this group of old people will not live in one place for a long time, but wander around the Tajira wolf. No one knows how they survived, and no one knows how old they are really. The people here only know that there is such a group of old people living a free life. Everyone in the Tajira wolf can't protect themselves, but no one gives alms to the old people. Advertisement. The old man kindly reminded, "Child, take your people away from the Tajira wolf." The middle-aged man asked, "What about you?" The old man said, "We are bridge keepers and bridge burials. Our mission is to protect the Tajira wolf bridge or destroy the Tajira wolf bridge. We can't leave." The middle-aged man asked with some out-of-control emotions, "Why? Are you from the world government? Why do you insist on holding on to the Tajira wolf?" "No. We are pursuing the most noble people, and the dirty world government is not worthy." When the old man said this, his eyes flashed repeatedly. The fate of the Tajira wolf bridge predicted by the saint has arrived, and the next step is to fulfill the saint's prophecy. The old man's bent hunchback became straight as he walked, and his spirit and energy continued to transform. The cold breath swept around the old man, and the middle-aged man behind him looked at the old man's back in horror, only to feel that the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. This horrible oppression, even the leader. The old man's tone was full of longing, and even a little excited. After 300 years, the prophecy left by the saint is finally going to come true, and our mission is finally coming to an end. Forcefully suppressing the fear in his heart, the middle-aged man couldn't help asking, "Did you know that the world government would launch a demon-killing force against you?" "Of course. The saint has already arranged the fate of all living beings, the world government." The old man sneered, "It's just a dead bone in the tomb." Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at the old man deeply, and sincerely admired in his heart, "What an arrogant person. Saying that the world government is a dead bone in the tomb, these people really don't take the world government seriously." The middle-aged man sighed, knowing that no matter how much he persuaded, it would be useless. "Our people will arrange for the innocent people of the Tajira wolf to retreat, you guys take care of yourself." He didn't know if this group of people were really sure to deal with the world government, but they couldn't accompany these old people here to die. Chapter 16, Akainu, you are a marine brat who is born evil. On the rough sea, dozens of warships were moving towards the direction of the Tajira wolf. After the buster call was issued, the naval headquarters prepared the warships at the first time. If you want to dispatch warships to capture pirates, you may not be available, but if you want to execute the buster call for Master Celestial Dragons, you must be available. Not to mention one warship, even 100 warships can be withdrawn. This is the current situation of the naval headquarters. Lying on the beach chair on the deck to bask in the sun, Aokiji took off his sunglasses uncomfortably. Advertisement. Aokiji said worriedly, "Akainu, I always have a bad feeling in my heart." Standing on the deck and looking into the distance, Akainu curled his lips and complained, "You were also upset when Buster Call was launched last time. It has been so many years, and you haven't come out of it yet." Aokiji shook his head gently, "No. It's not a matter of conscience." Akainu asked back, "What is that? Which force in the known sea can withstand the Buster Call configured by 2 marine admirals?" "Yet. 2 marine admirals, there will definitely be no accidents." Aokiji muttered to himself in a low voice, as if trying to convince himself. Looking at the bridge getting closer and closer in the distance, Akainu ordered loudly, "We are almost there, remember the rules of Buster Call, never let anyone go, even a child. The incident of the Devil's Child must not happen again." Akainu's words were actually said to Aokiji. Aokiji also knew that this guy was pointing at him, but Aokiji did not refute. After all, the responsibility for letting the Devil's Son go is still recorded in the Admiral file of the Naval Headquarters. Looking at the bridge getting closer and closer to him, Aokiji's bad premonition became heavier. At this moment, a soldier hurried over to report to the commander, "The world government's agent has sent a message that the news of Buster Call has been leaked in advance, and the Revolutionary Army is also in the Tajila Wolf. The Revolutionary Army is also there." Akainu flashed a grim smile on his face, and roared excitedly, "That's even better." Advertisement. Everyone get ready, prepare to cover the artillery fire. Hearing that the revolutionary army is also there, Akainu can't wait to wash the ground with artillery shells. At the moment when the cannon was aimed, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, as if the cold current from the far north was blowing towards the marine fleet from the direction of the Tagela wolf. The cold wind was like an icy knife, and it even felt like a knife cutting when it blew on people's faces. No. The wind speed of this cold wind is too high. We can't make money. Even the artillery may not be able to hit so far with the wind behind us. A soldier ran over and reported hurriedly. The power of the ability user? It doesn't look like the revolutionary army. Akainu looked at Aokiji next to him. Aokiji shook his head silently, and then whispered, "Here they come." The white frost continued to spread from the Tagera wolf. On the thick ice, a group of mysterious people wearing tattered cloaks slowly came towards Marine. Akainu looked at the group of people getting closer and closer, and whispered excitedly, "The evil elements who have been hiding the Tagera wolf since 300 years ago, you are finally willing to show your true colors. Is it the cold fruit? Should I give this ability user to you? After all, it is your frozen fruit lower fruit." Akainu asked. "No. That's not the cold fruit." Aokiji shook his head gently. As for why he was so sure? Those terrifying cold currents came from this group of people. Could it be that all 9 of them had eaten the cold fruit? Aokiji looked solemn and warned in a low voice, "The observation haki can't sense them. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might not even have noticed this group of people." Akainu's pupils shrank after being reminded, and then he looked at the 9 ghost-like people in front of him statically. If Aokiji hadn't reminded him, he would have almost ignored this matter because he was not very good at observation haki. Advertisement. Mysterious and strange enemies. Akainu, who entered the combat state, whispered softly. "Humph. A group of guys pretending to be ghosts." Akainu shouted and attacked brazenly. Great eruption. Akainu first turned his arm into a huge lava fist made of lava, and then simulated the impact of a volcanic eruption and fired his fist. After the great eruption exploded in mid-air, it would turn into countless volcanic bombs and fall towards the crowd. Regardless of whether the other party is a power user, Akainu chose to take a gamble. If the other party is, it would be even better. As long as the ice layer is melted on the sea, you will fall into the sea and die. A mysterious man condensed the water vapor in the air into a weapon, and then swung it heavily at the volcanic bomb in the sky. Cold wind cut. The volcanic bomb in the sky was instantly frozen at absolute zero, and then hit the ice heavily. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, "Power user." A deep voice retorted, "No. It's ice breathing, evil marine kid." Seeing that his attack was blocked, Akainu questioned, "You guys, are you the traitors trained by that damn rebel?" "We are just a group of old people who are guarding the Tagera wolf and refuse to leave." An old man whispered. "Come on. Born evil marine kid, show your so-called justice in front of me." The old man who just blocked the attack invited. "What's your name?" Akainu asked. The old man introduced himself in an old voice, "You can call me Hanfin." "Traitor Hanfin, I declare in the name of Admiral that you will be executed on the spot." After saying this, Akainu stepped on moonwalk and rushed towards the old man Hanfin. Chapter 17, Do you know the value of frozen fruit? Aokiji did not make a move, but looked at the remaining 8 cloaked men with vigilance. "You coward, come and die." Dog gnawing red lotus. Akainu's arm turned into lava, and the lava-shaped arm turned into the shape of a dog's head and stretched out the lava-shaped limbs to attack the old man Hanfin. Cold wind sword slash. Advertisement. Hanfin condensed an ice sword again, and then added dog gnawing red lotus to scatter in the air. Cold wind ice cold straight punch. The flashing green armament haki covered the right fist, and under the push of the cold air, Hanfin's fist hit Akainu heavily. Dark Hound. Boom. The first collision between the two sides, the ice under their feet began to crack instantly, and when the program could not bear it, the two retreated at the same time. After the soldiers on the warship saw this scene, everyone's face was full of disbelief. How could this happen? Akainu Admiral was forced to retreat. Buster Call was stopped? Why didn't Aokiji Admiral take action? Is it fake? How could Buster Call be stopped with only 9 people? A Marine soldier retorted in disbelief. You have to know that he is a Marine Admiral. The highest combat power of the Marine, who can rival the existence of the New World 4 Emperors. What kind of a place is Tagela Wolf? East Blue is known as the weakest sea, and Tagela Wolf is the poorest place in East Blue. What kind of strong people can there be in this place? But the fact is that the invincible Marine Admiral was stopped by an old man, and it was in East Blue. Jun looked at the 9 old men in front of him who could see but not feel, and Jun himself put his hand on Kinpura. Advertisement. Kaji reminded worriedly, the old man who just fought with Akainu Admiral is at least at the level of Admiral. Jun nodded, and then silently turned his eyes to the remaining cloaked old man. If their strengths are similar, it means that the enemy is at least 9 Admiral level beings. If that is the case, this Buster Call can almost be declared a failure. After 3 rounds of the first fight, Akainu has figured out the enemy's strength. Even if the opponent's strength is not at the Admiral level, it is definitely not much different. Hanfen said in a cold tone, with us here, you can't destroy the Tequila Wolf. Seeing Akainu being forced to retreat, Aokiji also asked slowly. Old man, can you tell me your age? The reason why Aokiji asked this is because these people may have practiced the legendary ice-breathing method. The old man proudly introduced himself, I am nameless and have no surname. I was given the name Hanfen by the saint. I am 348 years old this year. 348 years old? What kind of old monster is this? Hearing this, Marine looked at the old man in front of him in disbelief, who fought with Akainu for 3 moves and was still unscathed. So, you old man are the first to practice the seaside breathing method. Akainu suddenly realized. If that's the case, then it makes sense. In 300 years, even a dog can reach the Admiral level after practicing for 300 years, let alone a human. Hearing this answer, Aokiji looked at Hanfeng with fiery eyes. It seems to be true. The ice-breathing method really exists. Aokiji was full of excitement. After all, the owner of the diary personally verified that he was the best at practicing the ice-breathing method. And the few people in front of him proved the existence of the ice-breathing method. People who practiced the ice-breathing method were like eating the cold fruit. How invincible the frozen fruit plus the cold fruit is, it's unimaginable. Advertisement. Aokiji was excited, and even forgot the sense of crisis that he didn't know. As for what you said about hiding your head and showing your tail, Marine? I just don't want to scare the little boy, but since you asked, I won't hide it. Hanfeng took off his cloak after he finished speaking. After seeing Hanfeng's true appearance, everyone was shocked by his strange appearance. Oh my god! Is this still a human? He can live for 300 years. This person has really become a monster. Is this the side effect of practicing the ice-breathing technique? No wonder. Jun suddenly realized it when he looked at the old man's appearance. The blue-gray skin even looked a little dry, and the ice-blue eyes could even glow. There was no muscle on the body. The whole person looked like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of blue skin. In addition, the cold air surrounded these people. This group of people can no longer be called human. They have been transformed into a new species by the ice-breathing technique. Are you still human now? Aokiji asked Hanfeng with a complicated look. After seeing Hanfeng's true appearance, Aokiji's interest in the ice-breathing technique instantly decreased by more than half. Hanfeng shook his head, I don't know whether he is a human or a ghost. Although he looks rough, Akainu, who is delicate in mind, took the opportunity to ask, the person who taught you the practice method turned you into this ghost appearance, don't you hate him? Hee ha 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 ha. The 9 people who heard this laughed crazily. The rampant laughter hovered over the cold ice city. After laughing enough, Hanfeng's face changed and gritted his teeth and said, why do you think we practiced the ice-breathing technique in the first place? Do you think the saint didn't tell us about the side effects of the ice-breathing technique? Faced with this question, Akainu's face darkened. He remembered the contents of the diary again. These first batch of people who followed the owner of the diary were not forced. They decided to practice the ice-breathing technique for their children. Akainu, who shot himself in the foot, snorted coldly. Chapter 18, Contradictory Marine Admirals. Please bookmark. Let me do it. Aokiji jumped off the boat and landed in front of Hanfen. Marine Admiral. Hanfen looked at Aokiji with relief. Facing Hanfen's kind eyes, Aokiji frowned. Aokiji asked, do we know each other? Advertisement. I know you, but you probably don't remember me. Hanfen said kindly. Inexplicable. Ice blade. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air from his mouth to form an ice blade, and then rushed directly towards Hanfen. After easily dodging Aokiji's attack, Hanfen commented in a leisurely tone, the speed is too slow. It seems that you are very negligent in physical skills. Then it's... Hanfen also held the ice blade and hit Aokiji heavily. Crack. The ice blade in Aokiji's hand instantly turned into ice crystals. Hanfeng frowned and commented unhappily, you haven't even learned how to use armament haki to cover your weapons? I can see that your strength is all due to devil fruit. Today I will teach you a lesson. Haki. Only when I have haki can I have the power to surpass everything. The cyan haki covered the entire ice blade, and Hanfeng hit Aokiji's chest heavily with the back of the blade. Hanfeng did not pursue the victory, but urged coldly, continue. Let's go too. The old man behind Hanfeng said to his companion. The two sides instantly fought into a group, and the scene became extremely chaotic. The marine side was obviously at a disadvantage. Ordinary marines were almost the same as sending themselves to death when facing a greatly downgraded strongman. Advertisement. Seeing that Han Feng did not pursue the victory, Aokiji was even more confused. Aokiji said, "When I was careless just now, you could have pierced my heart, but you didn't do that. Do you want to humiliate me?" Han Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. "But it doesn't matter, you will regret it, ice ball." The terrifying cold air instantly burst through Hanfen, and after the white cold air dissipated, Hanfen was wrapped in the ice ball. Looking at the ice ball in front of him that looked like amber, Aokiji said indifferently, "Your body is already close to 0 degrees, it's too easy to freeze you." Just when Aokiji thought he had won, the ice ball wrapped in Hanfen actually shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Hanfen absorbed all the coldness of the ice ball. The so-called ice breathing is to convert ice into energy. Don't you know yet? Our bodies are infinitely close to biological ice, which means that ultra-low temperatures are ineffective against us. Your frozen fruit can only limit our effects at most. Hanfen said and looked at Aokiji jokingly. So, Kyuzan, how should you deal with it now? Absolute Zero Snow White World times 9. Almost at the same time, Hanfen and his companions emitted white mist like jade, and the ultra-low white mist instantly covered the area of 10 miles. The temperature in the white fog was even close to -20 degrees. Ordinary soldiers turned into ice sculptures in an instant after being wrapped in the white fog. In the pitch-black white fog, the voice of the cold wind came from all around. "See, this is the power of cold. Now you are lambs to be slaughtered." Kyuzan's originally calm face finally showed a trace of fear, and Akainu directly entered the semi-elemental state to resist the invasion of the cold. The white fog can block people's vision, and the ultra-low temperature can slow people's movements, plus the sight and hearing killing. Thinking of this, Akainu and Aokiji were not calm. As the other party said, they were lambs to be slaughtered in the white fog. In this weird ultra-low temperature white fog, the enemy who practiced the ice-breathing method was the most terrible assassin in the world. Advertisement. Aokiji, can you use your cold air to dispel this white fog? Akainu's exasperated voice came. Aokiji shook his head bitterly and said, "I can't do it. The mass of the white fog is greater than my cold air. In this case, Marine, listen to my order. No matter what method you use, escape from the range of the white fog and ask for help from the naval headquarters." After Akainu finished speaking, he shouted, "Meteor volcano." Akainu's fists turned into molten lava and produced a large number of huge lava fists and fired them into the air. Then, the magma fists like a meteor shower would continue to fall from the sky. Akainu's idea is very simple, that is, to use high temperature to dispel the white fog. As for whether there will be accidental injuries, this is no longer a big deal. Marines below the officer level cannot survive in this white fog, and Marines below the school level cannot hold on for long. Instead of being worn out by the enemy, it is better to burn the boats and seek a glimmer of life. It's useless. Akainu's magma can't fall down, and my companions will snipe them. Hanfen's voice sounded again from all around. At this time, Aokiji finally realized that the enemy's main target might be him, not Marine's Buster Call. Aokiji asked nervously, "Your target is me? What do you want to do?" Hanfen did not answer Aokiji, but answered irrelevantly, "Do you know how the Saint evaluated you 3 Marine Admirals?" Aokiji did not say, but Hanfen said to himself, "The Saint said that the coldest people eat the hottest lava fruit, the most casual people eat the fastest sparkling fruit, and the most enthusiastic people eat the coldest frozen fruit." Hearing this, Aokiji opened his mouth and hesitated, but finally chose to remain silent. "Aokiji, from the moment you gave up the burning justice, you have actually deviated from justice. If justice is not absolute, it is absolutely unjust. Since Marine makes you doubt your justice, why do you change your justice instead of changing Marine?" Han Feng's words were like the devil's whisper, constantly stirring Aokiji's fragile nerves. Chapter 19, Aokiji, thank you for your heartfelt words. Please add me to your collection and send me flowers. Yes. When was the justice I pursued still the burning justice? When did my heart begin to cool? Was it O'Hara's Buster Call? Was it the little girl who did nothing wrong but was branded as the son of the devil? Or was it Celestial Dragon's game of slaughtering a country? Advertisement. Marine was actually just a knife in the hands of Celestial Dragons. Aokiji looked at the whiteness around him in confusion. He didn't know why Han Feng told him this. Was it to instigate him, the Marine Admiral? Are you just telling me this? Aokiji asked back in a cold tone. No. As your ancestor, I want to give you a more glorious future. Since you are pursuing justice, why not pursue a higher justice? Anyway, your justice has not changed. What? Aokiji was shocked and couldn't even believe what he heard. Aokiji, what nonsense are you talking about? What ancestors? Hanfen's voice came from all around again, remember, kid, you should be called Kyuzan Hanfen. Aokiji retorted loudly in disbelief, liar. My parents are just ordinary people. Hanfen sighed, yes. Just an ordinary person, this is why we followed the saints back then. If there were no saints, you should be a coolie and take a wolf now. Aokiji. I don't believe it. Advertisement. Aokiji shook his head heavily. Looking at Aokiji, who was full of disbelief, Hanfen smiled and comforted him without comment. You don't need to believe it, you just need to believe in the blood, remember that we have the same heart. What do you mean? Aokiji's face changed. Puff. Looking at the blue hand that passed through his chest and was grabbing his red star diamond, Aokiji was numb all over. Where are the ancestors? Is this how you take care of your descendants? I almost believed you and was ready to open my heart to you, but you suddenly said something from the bottom of your heart to me? You. Aokiji looked at Hanfen with reluctance. You know, I actually never wanted to live forever. Without perception, it's as if I'm always separated from the world by a veil. Only through memories can I remember that I am a person. With this 300-year-old ice heart, coupled with your frozen fruit, you will become the first person in our Hanfen family to touch the limit of the world. Everything is already destined. All living things are under the control of the saints, Aokiji. This is the most perfect future I can fight for you. Hanfen looked at Aokiji lying on the ice with complicated eyes. Then he took out his heart without hesitation and completed the heart transplant. After replacing the heart of an ordinary person, Hanfen sighed slightly. Although they were of the same blood, the ordinary heart was not adapted to his ice body at all. Hanfen knew that he didn't have much time left, but with the support of a new healthy heart, he could still enjoy a normal life for a while, and then die of old age like a normal person. Death may be a nightmare for others, but for these old bridge guards, death is a relief. After seeing Aokiji's chest covered with ice, Hanfen nodded with satisfaction, and then accurately found Jun, who was trying to break through. Miss Marine, we meet again. Hanfen greeted kindly. Advertisement. Jun looked at Hanfen vigilantly with Kinpra. The last time they met, he thought the other party was a kind old man, but now it was different. Now the two sides were enemies. Hanfen did not take action, but threw a small diary to Jun. Miss Marine, this is the notebook I left for Aokiji. I hope you can translate it for him when no one is around. Holding the diary in his hand, Jun looked at Hanfen, who disappeared in the vast fog with confusion. What is the purpose of these guys? These people are definitely not just to stop Buster Call. Jun couldn't help thinking in his heart. The Marines' Buster Call returned in defeat, and was crippled before even reaching the destination. When they came out, they packed up the warships in a mighty manner, but when they returned, there was only a dilapidated warship and a group of officers who barely survived in the cold white fog. The Marine soldiers who followed were not spared, and this battle can only be described as tragic. Akainu stood on the deck in a somewhat decadent manner, with anger and unwillingness in his heart. If it weren't for the special nature of lava fruit, he, the Marine Admiral, might have been killed by the tequila wolf. Fortunately, although the Buster Call failed this time, the high-end combat power was not lost much. As for the ordinary soldiers, as long as the world government gives money to support, the Marine Continental soldiers can be replenished at once. Jun, who was unharmed, reported, the doctor has checked Cake's condition. He has cold air in his body. He is alive now because of his hard power. But if the cold air in his body is not solved, Cake Vice Admiral may not be able to hold on for long. Akainu asked, what about Aokiji? How is he? Compared to Cake, Akainu is more worried about the young Aokiji. After all, Aokiji's injuries are visible to the naked eye. His chest is directly pierced. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died many times. The results of the ship's doctor's test were also very subtle. Aokiji's heart was severely damaged, and even the beating frequency was different from that of ordinary people. It seems that Aokiji is alive because of the special nature of the frozen fruit. In other words, if it wasn't a fluke, Aokiji would have died. How big of a grudge do Aokiji and Tajira Wolf have? These people seem to want to kill Aokiji. Ice breath. Frozen fruit. Akainu's eyes flickered slightly. Is it to get the frozen fruit? Chapter 20, The Failure of Buster Call. New book, please collect and comment. Akainu didn't think of anything else. After all, the doctor said that if Aokiji hadn't been frozen after eating frozen fruit, and his heart had entered a state of suspended animation when he was dying, they would have to hold an admiral funeral for Aokiji. Naval Headquarters. Bang. Sengoku angrily hammered the desk in front of him into two pieces. Advertisement. Sengoku roared angrily, convene a high-level meeting of Marines, now. Immediately. Immediately. Soon, the high-level executives who were still staying in the naval headquarters gathered in the conference room. Seeing that Garp was no longer in his seat, Sengoku's mouth twitched slightly, but he still endured it. Sengoku announced in a low voice, just received a report, Akainu and his team failed in executing Buster Call. Failed? How is it possible? That's the configuration of 2 admirals. This configuration is enough to destroy a golden pirate group. How could it fail in that damn place of Tagila Wolf? Is the enemy too strong? Or is there something wrong with our marine? Akainu and Admiral Aokiji are both people who have executed Buster Call. They should be familiar with the procedures. How could there be a mistake? Listening to the discussion below, Sengoku said in a low voice, Buster Call was stopped by a group of people who called themselves bridge guards. The enemy only sent out 9 people, but they were 9 admiral-level combat forces. Hearing this, the smartest Crane asked with a short breath, ice breathing? Are they practicing ice breathing? Sengoku nodded with a heavy face. 9 admirals. Advertisement. Hearing such a luxurious lineup, the whole conference room was silent. The only one in the world that can put together this lineup is the world government, but now there is one more. Kizaru said with a sarcastic tone, it's really scary. According to Akainu's report, the 9 old men are from 300 years ago, and they have lived from 300 years ago to now. Sengoku's tone was a little trembling, and there was even some fear that he himself did not realize. As a marine marshal, Sengoku was not afraid of 9 admiral-level combat forces, but the meaning behind it. People who practiced ice breathing can live from 300 years ago to now, and the most terrible thing is that their combat power can still be maintained at the admiral level. God knows how many admiral-level strongmen have been used in the bitter cold place of Tagila Wolf in the past 300 years. The meaning behind this is the most terrifying thing to think about. As a marine staff officer, Crane obviously thought of the horror behind this, so his reaction was similar to Sengoku. Crane directly suggested, Marine can't get involved in that damn place, unless the world government sends out the Knights of God. Buster Call failed, so it failed. As for whether the deterrent power of Buster Call will decline, Marine can't care so much now. At least 9 admiral-level strongmen. Marine won't serve. Sengoku listened and nodded in agreement. The water of the Tagila Wolf is too deep for them, and they can't control it. Let's leave this problem to the 5 treasures of the world government. They should be very lively at this time. Red line Marie joys between power. Advertisement. The god of science defense, Jagalusha Satan, cursed angrily, our agents sent back the news that the Buster Call failed. Marine's group of rubbish is really unreliable. The god of agriculture, Shepherd Tenpit, was very rational to excuse Marine, it's not Marine's fault. 9 admiral-level combat forces, even if the naval headquarters come together, they will not get any good results. This wave really can't be blamed on Marine's incompetence, it can only be said that the enemy is too strong. The god of environment, Marcus Maz, asked, so what should we do with the Tajira Wolf? The god of finance, Izambaran Vinesa Shauro, said, leave it alone. When the time comes, Lord Yumo will wipe out all existence that is not conducive to the world government. The Tajira Wolf is now a hornet's nest. God knows how many old monsters are still alive in that bitter cold land. You know, according to the diary, there were more than 600 people who learned the ice-breathing method 300 years ago. According to the saying that the ice-breathing method does not require qualifications and comprehension, there may be 600 admiral-level strongmen in the place of Tagila Wolf. Even if some of them have been lost in 300 years, no one can guarantee that only the first group of people will learn the ice-breathing method. What if someone else learns it later? Everything is just a matter of what could happen. The hornet's nest of Tagila Wolf is not only something that Marine does not want to poke, but also the world government. Ice-breathing method. The god of finance Ambaran Vinesa Shulangshan sighed slightly, his eyes full of covetousness and greed, but his face was helpless. The current situation is that Yumo can deal with those admiral-level combat forces, but that trump card is left to Joey Boy, and there is a specific time limit. So the best response now is to wait until that specific time comes, and when Lord Im cleanses the world, he will also cleanse the Tequila Wolf. Scientific defense god of war Jagalyasha Satan, the diary says that the man left the Tequila Wolf at the end, which means that there will be traces of the man in other places on the sea. Finance god of war Izambaran Vinesa Shulang nodded heavily, that's right. If the Tequila Wolf can't chew that bone, then look for other bones. The layout left by the man is definitely not limited to the Tequila Wolf. Agricultural god of war Shepherd Tenpit said, publish a bounty notice and search for everything related to Hyuxia characters. Chapter 21, The Abyss Deep in the Desert. New request for all data. The conditions have changed again this time? A bounty for anything related to Hyuxia characters? What on earth is the world government doing? What secrets do Hyuxia characters hide? Why are they so crazy about the world government? It must be a secret treasure. Hyuxia characters must involve a huge treasure. Otherwise, the world government wouldn't be so crazy. The entire maritime world has gone completely crazy because of Hyuxia characters. At first, the world government offered a bounty for scholars who could recognize Hyuxia characters, but the pirates didn't care. After all, you can't let a bunch of rough people understand the charm of characters. Advertisement. When the world government offered a bounty for the creator of Hyuxia characters, the pirates didn't care either. After all, they rarely use characters in their daily lives, let alone unpopular characters like Hyuxia characters. But today, the world government actually offered a bounty for anything related to Hyuxia characters, and the bounty is not low. This is naked wealth. The bounty hunters are also crazy. After all, Hyuxia characters are always safer than pirates. The people in the naval headquarters are also crazy. The buster call failed, and the world government didn't dare to say a word? Then what is the sacrifice of their marines? However, the only consolation was that Sengoku received an order from the city and county government. The order only had a few words, but it made Sengoku and a group of marine executives ecstatic. Allow marine to recruit soldiers to make up for the losses of this buster call. Looking at the order in his hand, Sengoku sighed, the losses of marine this time can be made up, but it's a pity for those good men. Crane comforted, they should have the awareness of sacrifice when they joined marine. They sacrificed for justice. Crane was actually ashamed when he said this, and even Akainu next to him curled his lips. Hypocrisy. Too hypocritical. Buster call is not aimed at pirates. Advertisement. But Tajira Wolf. I will settle this account with you sooner or later. Akainu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This was the first time that he, Akainu, felt truly powerless after becoming an admiral. 9 admiral-level strongmen were simply a nightmare. Sengoku also saw Akainu's displeasure, so he comforted him, Akainu Admiral, you have worked hard this time, you should have a good rest for a few days. Akainu nodded, I will take Marine to New World for a few days of vacation. Yes. Sengoku nodded as a tacit agreement. Akainu's so-called vacation is definitely different from Kizaru's vacation. Kizaru's vacation is a real vacation, but Akainu's vacation is to take Marine to New World to kill pirates. Looking at the backs of Akainu and others leaving, Sengoku sighed, among the 3 Marine admirals, only Akainu is the one who does practical things. Although his personality is more extreme, Marine really needs this extreme justice now. Crane nodded and no one agreed or refuted. As the saying goes, everything depends on the foil. Compared with the other 2 Marine admirals, Akainu is indeed a real Marine. Sengoku asked worriedly, how is Admiral Aokiji's injury? Tsuru comforted, the doctor said Aokiji needs to rest now. With his physical fitness, he should be able to wake up soon. That's good, that's good. Sengoku also breathed a sigh of relief. Marine really can't lose high-end combat power at this time. Alabasta. The Straw Hat Pirates finally came to the center of the desert under the guidance of the map. Looking at the abyss in front of them, Luffy said a little depressed, is this the center of the desert? The medium-sized giants in the desert are all rocks. Robin nodded with the map in his hand, that's what the map says. Advertisement. We are not going to jump from here, are we? It's so dark down here, God knows how deep it is here. Nami looked at the abyss in front of her in horror, and she was even more discouraged. They came here to find treasure, not to die. Luffy volunteered, how about I go down and take a look first? Before anyone could say anything, Luffy couldn't wait to say, it's decided. After Luffy finished speaking, he jumped down, but his right hand tightly grasped a rock not far away. His right arm was pulled nearly 200 meters, but Luffy finally bounced back. Luffy said depressedly, it's too deep, I didn't see the bottom. You didn't see the bottom for nearly 200 meters, this abyss is quite deep. Robin sat and frowned at the abyss in front of him. Waiwei raised his hand and reminded weakly, that. Actually, there is a way to enter the abyss in the tools we brought. What method? Everyone looked at Waiwei curiously. That's it. Waiwei took out a package from Karu next to him. This is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in our royal family. It is called a parachute. The specific function depends on this instruction manual. Waiwei handed a piece of yellow paper to Robin after he finished speaking. Looking at the contents on the paper, Robin glanced at Waiwei subtly, and then complained, kanji again? Aren't kanji characters the special characters of your Alabasta? After complaining, Robin explained, this records the use of a tool called a parachute. It allows people to jump from a high altitude without getting hurt. The principle is roughly. After Robin explained, he took another look at the packages on the Karus. Robin said, there are 5 parachute packages here. We can work in groups of 2. After hearing that a way to get down was found, Luffy excitedly announced, that's it. The adventure continues. Chapter 22, Pursuit of the Legendary Straw Hat Crew Shurima. Advertisement. The people who prepared the parachute packs jumped into the bottomless abyss. The physical fitness of humans in the pirate world is generally ridiculously high. Although the abyss is 800 meters high, and Luffy and others are not professional parachutists. But the parachute only needs to slightly increase the resistance during the fall, and Luffy and others can easily reach the bottom of the abyss. After reaching the bottom of the abyss, Robin and others took out the torches they had prepared in advance and checked around. After checking the surrounding environment, Nami said, "We seem to be on an altar now. Is there an altar at the bottom of the abyss?" Robin explained, "No, this altar should be on top, but it just came down from above for some reason." Hearing this, Nami asked excitedly, "Does that mean we are not in the wrong place? Is this the Shurima recorded in the diary? The legendary kingdom of God?" Robin shook his head, "This is indeed Shurima, but I don't know if it is the legendary kingdom of God. After all, many myths and legends are exaggerations of some things in reality." After hearing this, Vivi seriously retorted, "This is not Shurima, because there is no sun disk here." Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Wei explained seriously, "In the records left by our royal family, Shurima and the sun disk are symbiotic. Legend has it that the sun disk can draw the power of the stars into the warrior's body, so that the warrior can become the legendary ascender." Wei held a torch and looked at the mural on the cliff and said, "Legend has it that the sun disk itself is the sun on the ground. If there is a sun disk here, then this place cannot be dim." Wei, who had something to ask for help, asked politely, "Sister Robin, can you help me translate the content of this mural?" Advertisement. After hearing this, Robin also came to Wei curiously. Looking at the mural in front of him, Robin frowned. This mural tells the story of a legendary saint leading his followers from the imperial capital to the center of the desert, where they came to build Shurima to worship the supreme warrior queen. This mural matches the content of the diary. After Robin finished explaining, he came to the second mural with a torch. This mural tells the story of Queen Sataka ordering the captives of the defeated country to build Shurima. "Your Queen Sataka is really cruel. Almost all the captives died under the land under our feet." Robin couldn't help but sarcastically said. Wei was hesitant to speak after hearing this. This was completely different from what she knew about Queen Sataka. In the royal records, Queen Sataka was a wise monarch who loved her people and even abolished slavery in Alabasta. As a result, looking at the content of this mural, wow! The biggest slave owner was actually Queen Sataka? Wei, who was unwilling to give up, excused her ancestor seriously, saying, "The queen must have been bewitched by the owner of the diary. He has admitted it." Robin. "No. I think you have misunderstood one thing. It was not slaves who built everything here, but prisoners captured on the battlefield. For a king to treat prisoners like this is indeed kind enough. After all, as the victor, Queen Sataka did not take the lives of those losers." A low and hoarse voice suddenly came from behind. Facing the familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Luffy and others instantly looked back nervously. He looked at the newcomer with a little fear and asked, "Sand Crocodile? Why are you here?" Crocodile came out of the darkness and said proudly, "I ran away from Marine. I wanted to come back for revenge, but I heard this shocking secret about Alabasta, so I followed you secretly, and then I came here. In fact, you didn't disappoint me. I wanted you to really come to the center of the desert and even find the legendary city of Shurima." Having stayed in Alabasta for so many years, Crocodile has certainly heard of the legend of Shurima. The legendary kingdom of the Ascendants is full of gold and silver. Crocodile even suspects that the so-called Shurima is actually the legendary ultimate weapon Pluton. Robin asked nervously, "How did you escape from Marine?" "The Marine who wanted to send me is too useless. It's just a Marine Commodore. The Marine group really looks down on Laozi and only sent a Marine Commodore. Because of the diary of the time traveler, the plot here has changed a little." Advertisement. Nami asked nervously. "What do you want to do?" Luffy's victory over Crocodile was definitely due to luck. If he fights Crocodile again, it's hard to say who will win. Crocodile, who didn't want to fight Luffy and others here, promised, "Don't worry, I don't want to be your enemy now. I won't do anything to you before the ultimate treasure is revealed." Hearing this, Nami refused. "They came here through endless yellow sand with great difficulty, isn't it for the treasure?" Nami refused angrily, "No. The treasure is mine." Crocodile curled his lips and said with disdain, "If it's just treasure, I can give it to you. I'm only interested in Pluton." Hearing that Crocodile had no interest in treasure, Nami was relieved. Crocodile ignored Nami and looked at Robin and said, "Robin, as your former boss, I didn't know you knew Hyuxia characters." Although Robin was a little scared, he still said coldly, "That only shows that you don't know me well enough." Crocodile did not argue with Robin, but turned his attention to other murals. "Continue to translate the contents of the murals for us. I didn't expect Alabasta to be so powerful. Alabasta during Sataka's reign and Alabasta now are indeed two extremes." After Crocodile finished speaking, there was also a bit of contempt in his tone, which was directed at the current generation of Alabasta King. Luffy threatened, "Sand Crocodile. If you attack my companions, I will definitely beat you away." Chapter 23, Fruits of the Earth Falling from the Sky? Unlike others, Luffy is the least worried about Crocodile. For Luffy, if he can defeat Crocodile once, he can defeat Crocodile twice more. The third picture tells about a devil fruit falling from the sky. Wait. Logia devil fruit rock fruit. Robin looked at the mural in front of him in surprise. Logia devil fruit. That is the most precious devil fruit among devil fruits. Advertisement. The way of heaven is Logia devil fruit, Wai Wei also asked excitedly, where is that devil fruit? Logia devil fruit, if you can eat such a devil fruit, you should be able to protect Alabasta, right? Let me see. Robin I looked at the mural next to him. It says here that this devil fruit was eaten by the saint, and the saint also gained the power to control the earth. Wai Wei was disappointed when he heard this. The devil fruit was eaten by the owner of the diary. He was so happy in vain. Crocodile said disdainfully, such a precious fruit, if the owner of the diary didn't eat the devil fruit, he would definitely be tempted. The saint completed the remaining construction of Shurima overnight with the power of the devil fruit, pardoned the captives who built Shurima, and allowed them to live in Shurima. This painting seems to be a worship of gods. It says that the saint has mastered the power of the earth from then on. Rocks, soil, yellow sand, and plants growing in the desert, all of these are controlled by the saint. Crocodile was not calm after hearing this. Wait. Are you sure he ate the rockyan fruit? Not the earth fruit. It's not Crocodile's fault for making a fuss. The rockyan fruit and the sand fruit are similar, but why can your rockyan fruit play with sand? Even soil? That's what the mural says. The owner of the diary did eat the rockyan fruit. Is it a human problem? Robin answered hesitantly. Crocodile. Crocodile, who was implied, asked unhappily, Devil's son, what do you mean? Do you think there is something wrong with my fruit development? Robin did not reply, but looked at the last mural. Looking at the mural in front of him, Robin frowned, then activated the ability of flower fruit and smashed the mural in front of him with a punch. This sudden scene made everyone a little surprised. Advertisement. Before everyone asked Robin why he wanted to destroy the cultural relics, 2 scrolls fell out of the mural that was hammered through. Treasure. Treasure map. Everyone looked at the 2 scrolls that fell from the mural excitedly, and then surrounded them in unison. Don't be happy too early, there is no treasure map in it, but a record of the development experience of devil fruit. After Robin finished speaking, he picked up the 2 scrolls on the ground. The scroll was slowly opened, and the familiar square text came into view. Crocodile couldn't help asking, Hyuxia characters again? Could this be the fruit development experience left by the owner of the diary? Robin nodded. The Straw Hat crew was instantly disappointed when they heard this. Devil fruit development experience, what's the use of this thing? After all, they are not the users of the rock fruit ability, and the only one who eats the devil fruit is paid by Paramecia. Crocodile asked excitedly, Robin, can you help me translate this? Crocodile was curious about how Wu Ming played with the sand with the rock fruit. Robin didn't say anything, but read it silently. As the scroll continued to move backwards, Robin's face became paler and paler, and the hand holding the scroll even began to tremble. What saint? Is this guy a devil? Robin couldn't help whispering. Advertisement. No wonder the last picture shows a massacre and soul ascension, so this is the truth. Robin suddenly realized and just wanted to destroy the scroll in his hand at this moment. This is not the experience of developing devil fruit, but the imagination about devil fruit, and these imaginations are illogical, so there is no need for this scroll to exist. After saying this, Robin wanted to destroy the scroll in her hand. But how could Crocodile next to her do as she wished? Since you want to destroy it, why not give it to me yourself? Crocodile controlled the power of sand fruit, wrapped the scroll with sand, and snatched the scroll from Robin's hand. What unrealistic fantasy, what worthless, Crocodile didn't believe a word, after all, the son of the devil is best at betrayal and lying. Crocodile's sudden action instantly made the atmosphere between the 2 sides tense. However, Crocodile didn't directly attack Robin, so Luffy and others didn't do it directly. Crocodile sneered, why are you so excited? After all, this woman said that this scroll is worthless. Since it is trash that can be destroyed, it's okay for me to pick it up, right? The Straw Hat crew did not lie, but turned their attention to Robin. Except for Chopper, the Straw Hat crew members are actually not stupid. After thinking carefully, everyone found that Robin's reaction was wrong. Nami couldn't help asking, Robin, what exactly is in this scroll? Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Robin sighed. Crocodile used words to stimulate, Devil's son, you can lie again, in front of your new accomplices. Robin was nervous and tangled after hearing this. After a moment, Robin said, I won't lie in front of my companions. Don't you want to know what's on it? I'll tell you. Chapter 24, Shurima, the Silent One on the Earth. Please give me flowers and votes. It records the 3 forms of the rock sand fruit, namely rock, soil, and sand. The second scroll records a devil fruit ability called Sand Soul Soldier. Sand Soul Soldier uses sand as a shell to permanently imprison a person's soul, and then refines it into Sand Soul Soldier. The stronger the soul is in life, the stronger the Sand Soul Soldier will be. And there is no upper limit for Sand Soul Soldier. Advertisement. If its owner is willing, the ability of the rock sand fruit can even refine people in the whole world into Sand Soul Soldier. The most important thing is that each Sand Soul Soldier is equivalent to eating a sand fruit. Nami, who was next to him, suddenly realized, so, in the end, those released captives did not actually gain freedom, but were refined into Sand Soul Soldier by the so-called saint. Robin shook his head and explained, at the beginning, those captives did gain freedom, but after hearing that Alabasta's Super Karu troops had problems, those captives were instigated by people with ulterior motives, and eventually failed the saint. Robin did not say the rest of the words, but everyone knew the content of the unspoken words. Sanji suddenly realized, so it's self-destruction. Even Nami, who had some sympathy, no longer sympathized with the captives. It's hard to say who was right or wrong in this matter. It can only be said that the owner of the diary did nothing wrong. Crocodile replied disdainfully, "Are you worried that I'm interested in the yellow Sand Soul Soldier? Don't worry. I'm the ability user of Logia Sand Fruit, not Paramecia. I'm not interested in the training method of the yellow Sand Soul Soldier. The yellow Sand Soul Soldier involves the combination of soul and sand. Just this point alone, Crocodile knows that he can't play it. Crocodile still has this self-knowledge. After all, people can't be compared. After all, sometimes the gap between people may be greater than the gap between people and dogs." Crocodile asked, "But I'm quite interested in the changes in the three natural forms of the rock fruit. Is there any specific development method for this?" Compared to the so-called Sand Soldier, Crocodile is more interested in the natural form change. After being severely taught a lesson by Whitebeard, Crocodile has long stopped pursuing the power of the group. Robin explained, "It's not written on it, because there is only one sentence on it, so-called rock, melts into mud, and separates into sand." Disappointed, Crocodile said helplessly, "Keep looking. There should be treasures we don't know about. Go under the altar, then you should have more records." Intentionally releasing his kindness, but proud Crocodile pretended to mock, "Little thief cat of the Straw Hat Pirates, if you are interested in treasures, you can copy those Hyuxia characters and sell them to the world government, which should be worth a lot of money." Nami seemed to be unaware that Crocodile was mocking her, but asked excitedly, "Ah! Can this make money?" Crocodile said, "Maybe you haven't noticed the recent news, the world government is offering a reward for everything related to Hyuxia characters." Advertisement. "What are you waiting for? I'll go and enlarge those patterns first." Nami excitedly walked towards the murals with tools. The Straw Hats and others were not surprised by Luffy's reaction. After getting off the altar, the group began to look around again. After 10 minutes, Chopper raised a book that was bigger than him and shouted, "Robin! Look what I found! This is..." Robin looked at the book in Chopper's hand in surprise. Chopper explained, "It seems to be written in Hyuxia characters, and it is placed on a stone platform." Luffy commented, "Such a big book must contain a lot of secrets." Sanji nodded, "It's possible, it may record the location of the treasure." Chopper urged impatiently, "Robin, translate it quickly." Robin nodded, then curiously turned to the first page of the book. After looking at it for a while, Robin quickly turned to the next page. As Robin turned the pages faster and faster, everyone's heart became heavier. They all knew that the faster Robin turned the pages, the less valuable the content on it was. "Hey!" After flipping through the book, Robin exhaled heavily, and then introduced to everyone, "The full name of this book is Shurima Mythology, Original Edition, which is also the origin of all the myths of Alabasta in the past 300 years. Luffy and Chopper asked in unison, "What's next?" Robin, "Then the content on it is of no value, they are all some folk myths we have heard of, but there is a complete map of the Shurima Palace in it, but it is a pity that it is useless." Just when everyone was disappointed, Robin suddenly changed the subject. "But I found a place where there may be clues to the treasure. Follow me." Robin led everyone to the center of the altar according to the instructions in the book. After sweeping away the dust on the laser with his hand, Robin soon found a groove that matched the appearance of the book. This altar is actually a lock. The legendary Shurima did not ascend, but was silent in the earth. And the previous boss's complaint was correct. The owner of the diary did not eat the rock fruit. In other words, the rock fruit has been developed into the earth fruit by the owner of the diary, a composite Logia devil fruit. Chapter 25, That Man Created God. New book, please give me flowers and collect it. Advertisement. Earth fruit? How can there be such a messy fruit in the world? Crocodile was the first to retort. As the user of Logia devil fruit, Crocodile knew Logia devil fruit too well. Robin asked back, have you forgotten lava fruit? Hearing this, Crocodile fell silent. The Straw Hat crew beside him watched the debate between the two with a puzzled look. They didn't understand and didn't know what was so strange about developing the rock fruit into the earth fruit. Just as the two were arguing, the mechanism was activated, and the center of the altar was slowly opened, and a staircase led to the lower part. Everyone came to the passage curiously. Is the treasure below? Go in and take a look and you will know. After Crocodile finished speaking, he directly squeezed everyone away and walked down. Nami, who was afraid that the treasure would be occupied by Crocodile, hurriedly followed. Nami followed, so Straw Hat crew naturally didn't dare to let Nami go down alone. After everyone went to the next level through the stairs, they were surprised to find that there was actually a huge underground square inside. There are various kinds of animal-headed gods in the square, including Shinigami with dog-headed bodies holding up a scepter-like axe, crocodiles roaring to the sky and looking very cruel, and eagle-headed humans. Robin exclaimed sincerely, this square is probably filled with gods worshipped in all myths and legends in Alabasta and surrounding areas. Luffy asked in confusion, why is there an offering table in front of these statues? But there are no offerings on it. Advertisement. As a typical foodie, Luffy first thought of the fairness of the gods. After taking a closer look, Robin said, no, look at these grooves. Does this outline look like a devil fruit? Robin asked. Crocodile, who had seen many devil fruits, nodded and said, with this outline, these altars should have been filled with Zoan devil fruits. Sanji asked in disbelief, wait. There are at least 40 statues here. You don't mean to say that there were at least 40 devil fruits here? What does 40 devil fruits mean? There are probably less than 40 demon fruits in the world now. The truth will soon be known. Robin did not refute, but walked directly to the center of the square, where the largest statue was placed. The Supreme Warrior Goddess, Queen Sataka. It is also one of the few human-shaped statues in the entire square. Robin looked at the name of the god at the bottom of the altar and muttered to himself, Supreme Warrior Goddess, Sun God, Shurama's Lord God Sataka. Unlike other statues with empty altars in front of them, there is a box on the altar in front of Sataka's statue. After seeing the box, the Straw Hat crew looked at each other, and then surrounded Crocodile vigilantly. The box in front of the Sataka statue, the value of the things in the box can be imagined. Advertisement. Robin carefully looked at the strange stone box, and there was a line of words written in Hyuxia characters on the lid of the box. Only the blood of God can embark on the road to becoming a god. The blood of God? Could it be celestial dragons? Robin said puzzledly. Luffy, who was rarely smart, said without thinking, no. The god here obviously refers to Sataka, and her blood is naturally Wai. Everyone turned their eyes to Wai. Nami suggested, Vivi, why don't you try it? Wai looked at Crocodile hesitantly. Crocodile, knowing what Wai was worried about, said disdainfully, don't worry, I'm only interested in Pluton. Even if there is a devil fruit inside, I won't snatch it. After all, he had already eaten a devil fruit, so it would be useless even if there was another one. After hearing this, Wai breathed a sigh of relief. Remember what you said. After doing it, Wai pressed her fingers and slowly dripped blood on the stone box. After the box absorbed Wai's blood, the lid of the box slowly opened automatically. What caught everyone's eyes was a devil fruit and a diary that looked very old. Nami frowned and asked, what kind of devil fruit is this? Crocodile, it looks like Zoan's. Vivi's eyes were distracted, and she slowly reached out and grabbed the devil fruit in the puzzled eyes of everyone. Click. It was not until Wai took a bite of the devil fruit that everyone reacted. Chopper asked worriedly, Vivi. How can you eat anything you want? What if this is a rubbish devil fruit? As an ordinary citizen with the ability, Chopper has the most say. If it wasn't him who ate the human fruit, an ordinary person would have been ruined long ago. Wai shook her head seriously and said, no. This devil fruit is calling me. I feel that it is the most suitable for me. I even feel that I was born for this devil fruit. Crocodile asked, what kind of devil fruit is this? Wai, Zoan mythical beast god fruit supreme warrior queen form. Hearing this, Robin's pupil shrank, and then he looked at the Sataka statue behind Wai in disbelief. Robin murmured to himself, the legend of breeding devil fruit. He really succeeded, that man really succeeded in creating a god. Chapter 26, Luffy, who ate the Nika fruit. Advertisement. Luffy and the others looked at Wai expectantly and asked, how do you feel now? I feel like I'm ridiculously strong now. Wai could hardly hide the excitement in her tone. For Sataka's appearance, you can refer to the skin of the goddess of war Sivir, the goddess of victory. Nami asked curiously, what are her specific abilities? Wai shook her head, it depends on the development, and I'm not very skilled now. Vivi, who wanted to change the subject, handed the diary to Robin, okay, Robin, take a look at this diary. There should be Hyuxia characters on it, right? Robin nodded, then opened the diary and began to translate. I didn't expect that I would actually pick up a Logia rock fruit in the desert. Hearing this translation, Nami said excitedly, it seems that this diary is indeed that saint's, and his name seems to be Wu Ming, right? Chopper said in an affirmative tone, there will definitely be clues to the treasure later. Is there a possibility that the treasure is actually the devil fruit I ate? Wai Wei reminded a little embarrassedly. Wai Wei, who ate the devil fruit, knew the value of the devil fruit she ate. Nami excitedly retorted, impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be a great treasure hidden here that we don't know about. The devil fruit of Logia is definitely extremely precious, but I know the mythical beast species is the answer to the version, am I right? Nika fruit. Advertisement. However, I can study this devil fruit of Logia first. The rock fruit is not too bad. After I have the ability of the rock fruit, my strength level should be able to reach the emperor level. Hearing someone say that Logia is not as good as the mythical beast, Crocodile retorted somewhat unacceptably, what is the Nika fruit? The strongest devil fruit is the mythical beast Nika fruit? Fake. This is absolutely fake. Logia devil fruit is the king. Robin calmly analyzed, it may be true, after all, none of the 4 emperors of the New World has the ability of Logia devil fruit. Crocodile retorted unconvincedly, then why don't you say that the 3 marine admirals are all Logia demon fruit power? Nami, do you think there is a possibility that the strong one is the Nika fruit, not the mythical beast? Zoro, who had been silent all the time, said, I believe the words of the owner of the diary, after all, he is already ahead of the world in the research of devil fruit. Robin also nodded, indeed, the owner of the diary is so profound in the research of devil fruit, he must know some inside information that we don't know. Luffy sighed with some envy, I don't know where the Nika fruit is, and which useful guy ate the Nika fruit. Luffy has always been jealous of his devil the fruit ability was not satisfactory, after all, after eating the devil fruit, you cannot touch the sea water, and the rubber fruit is really not a strong devil fruit. The lucky ones ate the Nika fruit, and the unlucky ones ate the rubber fruit. Luffy sighed when he thought of this. He accidentally ate the rubber fruit that year, and as far as I can see now, the rubber fruit is at least not as good as those Logia and Zoan mythical beast devil fruits. Sanji also said enviously, yeah, I don't know which BD is so lucky to eat the Nika fruit. Crocodile reminded casually, little ghosts. Don't you realize that the Emperor level combat power is the key? There was no Sea Emperor 300 years ago. Nami calmly retorted, the owner of the diary knows what the sea will be like 300 years later, and only knows the 4 emperors. What's the fuss about this? Advertisement. Nami said, Robin, continue translating. Robin nodded. Although there are captives building the city, they are still too slow. Moreover, I have already planned it, but those captives still can't do it well. Forget it, I will do it myself and have enough food and clothing. I will just use the power of devil fruit to build the city. A city that belongs to me will rise from the ground. Its name is Shurima. As for why it is named Shurima? Of course, it is because the Desert Emperor and Shurima are more suitable. Translated to this point, Robin couldn't help but exclaimed, does the owner of this diary want to usurp the country? How dare he call himself the Emperor of the Desert? Crocodile retorted, it shouldn't be the case, or he failed, after all, Alabasta is still fine now. Wai Wei said, according to the records of the king's diary of our royal family, Queen Sataka has no partner, and even seems to deliberately downplay the owner of the diary. I think the rebellion should have failed. Crocodile sneered disdainfully, it's ridiculous. According to the description of the owner of the diary, if he really wants to usurp the country, what can you Alabasta do to stop him? Wai Wei, who was unwilling to admit defeat, said, then let the facts speak, and I will definitely write about it later. After Shurima was successfully built, I deliberately made Shurima a religious holy city, and then continued to cultivate bards and missionaries in this city. Every year, the bards and missionaries who leave Shurima will spread the myths I left behind, and everything is going on in an orderly manner. But for some reason, some different voices have appeared in Shurima recently. Some people with ulterior motives spread the news that the Super Karu force has collapsed on its own in the city. Those captives who had originally regained their freedom seemed to want to return to their homeland, so they rebelled again under the instigation of those with ulterior motives. Chapter 27, The Birth of the Sun Disk. After Robin finished translating, he sighed, the rebellion is indeed true, but those captives were originally the armies of various countries. I don't find it strange that they would rebel. Crocodile urged excitedly, continue, the next thing should be the murals, which are not recorded. Robin nodded. The rebellion was suppressed. Sataka meant to kill all these people, but I think God has the virtue of loving life. Advertisement. They should live in another way and continue to shine for my earthly kingdom Shurima. So I developed a new move with the souls of those captives and Shashuo, and named it Yellow Sand Soul Soldier. The move development was very successful. The souls with conscious minds were erased and became my most loyal soul soldiers. At the same time, I also found a new research direction, that is, devil fruit without side effects. How can devil fruit be so inconvenient? It should not have side effects. After translating, Robin frowned and said, "Does the owner of the diary want to create a devil fruit without side effects?" Luffy asked excitedly, "If there are no side effects, doesn't that mean that the fruit ability user doesn't have to be afraid of sea water? For someone who dreams of becoming the Pirate King, being a landlubber is definitely a very torturous thing. Even Crocodile is looking forward to watching Robin. If the owner of the diary succeeds, will he record the method? As a Logia demon fruit power, Crocodile knows how terrifying the Logia demon fruit power without shortcomings is." Robin turned to the next page of the diary. Failed. People who take devil fruit directly will be afraid of seawater no matter what. I remember that objects can also gain devil fruit abilities after eating devil fruit. Then can I use some method to make an object eat devil fruit, and then transfer the ability of devil fruit to the creature, while leaving the side effects on the object? I think this idea is very interesting. Advertisement. Seeing this, Robin and Crocodile's breathing became rapid. Robin turned to the next page, and found that this page was just some design drawings and accounts, so Robin turned back again. After turning halfway, the diary was finally no longer a series of accounts. I decided to build a large solar disk. Although it is essentially a huge solar device, the solar disk can absorb devil fruit. Then the side effects of the devil fruit tree are left on the solar disk through the energy gathered by the sun, so the solar disk has the ability to give humans devil fruit, but it will not let humans have the side effects of devil fruit. Wai Wei couldn't help but screamed, "Sun disk! The legendary sun disk! The legend is true." Even Crocodile next to him was not calm. Leaving the side effects of devil fruit on the sun disk, doesn't that mean that everyone can get unlimited devil fruit abilities? Thinking of this, Crocodile's eyes flickered. What the strongest weapon Pluton is rubbish. This sun disk is the real ultimate weapon. Robin, who was in charge of translation, was much calmer. Looking at the excited crowd, Robin said coldly, "Don't be happy too early. If the sun disk is really so powerful, it would not disappear in the long river of history." Hearing this, Crocodile's fiery heart also cooled down. Although Robin's words were very discouraging, they were true. Crocodile asked with expectation, "What happened later? Did the sun disk disappear or was it destroyed?" Robin continued to translate. "It's a pity that I only analyzed the Zoan devil fruit, so the function of the sun disk can only be used on the Zoan devil fruit. But it's enough. As the legend continues to spread in Alabasta and the surrounding areas, I will not lack devil fruit for a long time in the future. The legend of Shurima has finally been verified. It feels so wonderful to create a legend hand in hand, but it's a pity that it will take a long time before the harvest. Taking advantage of this gap, I think it is necessary to leave Alabasta and go to other places to sow the seeds of mythology." Advertisement. Is the owner of the diary leaving Alabasta? Wai Wei felt a little sorry. No matter from which aspect, the owner of the diary is a real genius. Whether it is the terrifying strength or the terrifying wisdom. Crocodile smiled and said, "It seems that the owner of the diary is really not interested in Alabasta. Sowing legends? It's quite interesting." Seeing that Robin only translated half of it, Wai Wei asked expectantly, "There should be more later." Robin nodded. "After a long lapse of 10 years, I returned to Alabasta again. During the time I was away, the situation in Alabasta was not very good. If it weren't for Sataka's hard support, Alabasta would have fallen apart long ago. Many of the bad consequences were caused by me. One of the most obvious consequences was the sudden increase of demon fruit power in the legend in Alabasta. Some ambitious people chose to rebel, but some chose to be loyal to Sataka. Although Sataka didn't eat the devil fruit, she has already reached the admiral level thanks to the training I left behind. Sataka herself is even called the warrior queen by the people of Alabasta." Chapter 28, Wai Wei eats the devil fruit. Advertisement. It seems that the seeds planted by the owner of the diary have indeed taken root and sprouted, but it has also caused a lot of negative impact on Alabasta. Alabasta suddenly has so many devil fruit abilities, and Sataka has been able to support Alabasta for so long. Sataka is indeed a qualified monarch. Crocodile exclaimed sincerely. Legend has it that devil fruit was born. It turns out that the birth of devil fruit can indeed be determined by human will. Robin murmured to himself. Although I have been spreading and transmitting outside for many years, I have never fallen behind in my research on devil fruit. Sataka asked me a very interesting question yesterday. Is it that devil fruit chooses the ability user, or the ability chooses devil fruit? Where is the devil fruit that belongs to him? My answer is that devil fruit will look for a host that suits him. There is a certain fatalism in this. For this reason, I also specially edited a book called Great Destiny Number. Crocodile questioned, devil fruit looking for a host? What does that mean? Isn't it because I, Crocodile, was lucky enough to eat the sand fruit? It was because the sand fruit chose me that I was able to eat the sand fruit. Did the devil fruit actively look for a host? Luffy's originally cheerful smile slowly faded, and then he frowned and thought. He thought of the process of eating the rubber fruit. The red hair pirates grabbed the devil fruit, but no one ate the fruit. You know, the red hair pirates had a lot of non-demon fruit powers. As a result, such a precious thing as the devil fruit was eaten by me as an ordinary fruit. There are indeed too many coincidences in this. Advertisement. Even Robin thought of her flower fruit. She was young and ignorant, and she ate the devil fruit ignorantly at that time. Sanji suddenly realized and clapped his fists, so we are not demon fruit power, because the devil has not chosen us yet. Robin nodded and comforted, that explanation is also possible. Devil fruit is something that many scientists want to study but have not studied thoroughly. Robin sighed again, it is hard to imagine that people 300 years ago could study devil fruit so thoroughly. Crocodile sighed, yes. If this person is still alive now, it would be great. Robin did not reply, but continued to translate the above content. After reuniting with Sataka after a long time, we did not feel any strangeness. This may be because Sataka has a deep affection for me and has not found a husband for herself in 10 years. Sataka wanted a child, and I agreed, but Sataka felt that Alabasta still needed him now, so he decided to consider having children if he could solve the demon fruit power in Alabasta. Without further ado, the devil fruit recycling plan began. Why should the devil fruit I created be sold to those rebels for nothing? Wei said worriedly, has it started? The devil fruit recycling plan, and those demon fruit powers are all mythical beasts. If the two sides go to war, I can't imagine how badly Alabasta will be hit. Nami comforted, don't worry, isn't Alabasta still fine now? Wei nodded, but her face was still worried. There was no way. As a descendant of the royal family, she felt too involved when reading this diary. It took 3 years for Sataka and I to finally eliminate all the rebellions in Alabasta and successfully recycled more than 20 mythical beasts devil fruit in the myth. Advertisement. Unfortunately, there are more than 20 mythical beasts devil fruit that have not appeared, or they have appeared in other places on the sea. So I decided to continue the devil fruit recycling plan, but before that, I have to continue to make some arrangements. She sighed with some regret, it was just passed over. In fact, it was not passed over. The owner of the diary recorded in detail which day and which devil fruit was collected. But I think it is nonsense, so I didn't translate it. Robin explained. Which devil fruit do you think is the most interesting among the 20 devil fruits? Nami asked curiously. After searching for a while, Robin turned to the page that recorded the devil fruit. Hathor fruit, in Alabasta mythology, Hathor is the goddess of love and beauty, the god of wealth, the god of dance, and the god of music. She cares for the common people, sympathizes with the dead, and is also the patron saint of mothers and children. Hearing this bunch of words that have nothing to do with fighting, Crocodile said with disdain, so what is the ability of the Hathor fruit ability user? Dancing better? Or singing better? According to the records above, the Hathor fruit ability user can bless children, allowing them to gain high growth talents, and they will also dance war dances during battles, and their strength will become more than 3 times stronger than usual. The most important thing is that the Hathor fruit ability user seems to be able to create gold out of thin air. Crocodile was not calm. The Hathor fruit was not the strongest among the many devil fruits created by the owner of the diary. You know, the strongest one must be the Sataka fruit. So outrageous? What about the Sataka that Princess Vivi ate? That seems to be the strongest devil fruit. Crocodile stared at Wei. Crocodile suddenly realized that things were going beyond his expectations. Chapter 29, The Collapse of Shurima. New book, please collect and give flowers. Facing everyone's gaze, he smiled slightly embarrassedly and said, I said before that I suspect the treasure in the center of the desert is the Sataka fruit I ate. The power of this fruit is terrible. Crocodile. Straw Hat Crew. Everyone, it's terrible if you talk about it in detail. They thought Vivi was embarrassed to say that before, but now it seems that Vivi was really embarrassed at the time. Advertisement. First of all, it's the improvement of physical fitness. My current strength is terrible. Crocodile nodded and disagreed. As we all know, Zoan Devil Fruit can greatly improve the physical fitness of the host. The second is the power to control steel. I can turn sand into iron sand and then control it at will. This. Crocodile was numb when he heard this. Crocodile suspected that someone was targeting him, and now it was confirmed. Turn sand into iron sand? And then control it freely? Isn't this Tianqi's own sand fruit? Crocodile felt like his back teeth were about to break, so he gritted his teeth and asked, is there a limit to your ability? Wei answered innocently, no. With my current physical fitness, I can control hundreds of tons of sand, and this is not the limit. Crocodile. Hearing this, Crocodile has already started to think about how to get out. Damn, I was careless. I should have stopped Wei from eating the devil fruit. Crocodile was filled with regret. Crocodile really didn't expect that the Sataka fruit had this ability. Now that Wei has this ability, he will not have an advantage when facing the Straw Hat crew. Crocodile gritted his teeth and asked, what else? Wei, then I can condense sand iron into various weapons, and I don't know why, I found that I am now good at using all weapons and various combat skills. Anything else? Crocodile gritted his teeth and continued to ask without giving up. Wei, also, in terms of assistance, I can bless myself and my companions, which will greatly improve our speed. Advertisement. He really has it. Crocodile was speechless. He just didn't die. Luffy, who was tempted, invited again with expectation, Wei, would you consider getting on my ship again? Wei shook her head and refused seriously, no, I am the princess of the kingdom and the next king. I want to protect Alabasta and lead Alabasta to prosperity again, just like Queen Sataka. Luffy was not frustrated after being rejected again. After all, Vivi had rejected him once before. Seeing that Vivi actually rejected Luffy's invitation, Crocodile was even more depressed. It seems that Alabasta is really a broken place that can't be stayed. Thinking so, Crocodile could only pray that he would have some unexpected gains next time, otherwise he would really lose a lot. Crocodile reminded, Robin, you continue to translate. Robin nodded in understanding, and no longer worried about Crocodile's hidden danger. If Crocodile dared to take action, Wei would dare to provoke Crocodile. Now they have the advantage. I let the sun disk absorb the power of nearly 20 devil fruits. When Sataka knew about the sun disk, she came up with a very crazy idea. Sataka is not a fruit ability user. She wants to infuse all the power of 20 devil fruits into her body to make herself a true supreme warrior queen. Advertisement. This idea is too crazy and too risky. I rejected Sataka, but I also underestimated Sataka's desire for power. Sataka activated the sun disk without authorization when I was not paying attention, but due to an operational error, the power of the devil fruit did not enter Sataka's body. Instead, the solar energy stored in the sun disk rushed into Sataka's body crazily. Sataka's physical fitness is comparable to that of the Marine Admiral Army, but even such physical fitness cannot withstand the surging power of the sun. After listening to the translation, the truth of 300 years ago was finally revealed. Wei said with some sadness, so, is this the truth? No wonder Queen Sataka died suddenly. Even Crocodile was frightened by the madness of Queen Sataka 300 years ago. Sataka is definitely a lunatic who will do anything for power. She actually wanted to take all the power of 20 devil fruits for herself. How could one person have the power of 20 devil fruits? You must know that no one has ever had the power of 2 fruits since ancient times, at least Crocodile has never heard of it. Crocodile sincerely thanked, fortunately, it failed, otherwise I dare not imagine what kind of monster such an existence is. Even the people of Straw Hat Luffy were also thankful that Sataka failed. Apart from the idle halo of Sataka, from the description of the owner of the diary, Sataka is not actually a wise monarch, but a tyrant. Sataka recklessly attacks neighboring countries. He is ambitious and full of desire for power. For those who desire peace, the existence of such a person is a nightmare. Even Alabasta will be driven by Sataka's ambition to do some bad things. Chapter 30, Fate. Advertisement. What happened next? Did Sataka die? Crocodile asked curiously. Robin did not reply, but continued to translate the following content. The core of the sun disk is a kind of balance. The solar energy and devil fruit inside must be in a state of balance. Once this balance is broken, it will collapse. As all the solar energy in the sun disk poured into Sataka's body, the sun disk inevitably collapsed. The collapse of the sun disk affected not only the sun disk, but also the entire Shurima. I never imagined that the first scene of the earth-shattering world I saw after coming to this world would be in such a scene. On this day, the sun disk collapsed, the earth fell, and Shurima disappeared in the yellow sand. I only had time to save Sataka. After translating this passage, Robin sighed and said, it turns out that the legendary city of Shurima, the center of the desert, disappeared for this reason. Shurima was built with Sataka's ambition, and was eventually buried by the yellow sand because of Sataka's ambition. This may be fate. Everyone just felt that fate was playing tricks on them. They thought that Alabasta, which had recovered 20 mythical beasts' devil fruit, would become stronger than ever. But the result was that Alabasta went from prosperity to decline, and now it has not recovered after 300 years. Nami, who was keenly aware of the key point, couldn't help but ask, wait. Since the sun disk is broken, and this is the ruins of Shurima, do you think there will be fragments of the sun disk here? Will there still be the power of devil fruit in it? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Advertisement. Seeing everyone tempted, Robin bluntly said, forget it. You don't even know what the sun disk looks like. How can you find the fragments of the sun disk? And if the sun disk is broken, who knows if it can still be used? After beating everyone, Robin continued to translate. Stupid woman ruined my plan. I thought I could create Shirama with my own hands, but I didn't expect that it would be ruined by a woman in the end. But this may be retribution. I ignited Sataka's ambition, and all this was caused by Sataka's ambition. I misunderstood Sataka. I saw Sataka's diary yesterday. It turns out that he pursued power just because he was afraid of the man on the Void Throne. Sataka had long discovered my malice towards the world government and knew that I would be an enemy of the world government. Sataka wanted to support me, but was afraid that Alabasta would be liquidated by the world government. So Sataka could only pursue power madly, the kind of power that was so strong that it could help him overthrow the world government and protect Alabasta. After listening to this translation, Crocodile laughed. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Such a great man actually lost in love, the supreme warrior queen. The so-called saint is just like this. Crocodile laughed loudly at the owner of the diary and Sataka. Wei looked at the statue of Sataka in front of her with some emotion. So this is the truth. Is this the reason why His Majesty Sataka pursued power so madly? Wei suddenly realized that His Majesty Sataka had the same troubles as herself 300 years ago. Don't know how to choose between companions and the kingdom? It's just that Queen Sataka was more greedy 300 years ago, and she chose to have everything. Advertisement. And today, 300 years later, Wei, as a descendant of Sataka, chose the latter because of her youth. Seeing the moved Wei, Crocodile said disdainfully, it seems that in the heart of your ancestor queen, the owner of this diary is as important as Alabasta. The love of one person is more important than that of a country. Nami was moved and sincerely blessed, this is a two-way journey. I really hope that the owner of the diary and Queen Sataka can have a perfect ending. Robin also sighed with a complicated expression, and then continued to translate the next content. I hate death, and I hate parting even more. So I decided to be an enemy of Shinigami. At the cost of an ice heart and 6 bridge guards, I released a permanent ice seal on Sataka. Sataka's body is too bad, and the solar energy in her body is constantly washing Sataka's body. Only the ice seal can barely keep Sataka in a permanent state of stillness. As for how to save Sataka, I think I have some clues. The good news is that Sataka is not dead, but sealed, and then new words such as Ice Heart and Bridge Guardian appeared. Crocodile frowned and asked, isn't he dead? But what is Ice Heart? And Bridge Guardian? Wei shook his head, I haven't heard of it. Alabasta has no records of Ice Heart and Bridge Guardian, not even in myths and legends. Luffy said excitedly, see, there is another unsolved mystery. No. Isn't the most important thing that Sataka is not dead? Then what about the Sataka fruit that Wei ate? Robin reminded. As we all know, devil fruit must be reborn somewhere in the sea after demon fruit power dies. But Sataka is not dead yet, so how did the Sataka fruit come from? Chapter 31, Legends and Myths, Sataka and Nika fruit. Nami analyzed, is there a possibility that the Sataka fruit was born in the legend, and the Sataka fruit and Queen Sataka are not from the same era? Crocodile nodded and agreed, the little thief is right. The Sataka fruit is a devil fruit that was born after Sataka was deified, so she can exist at the same time as Sataka. Seeing that several people were analyzing here, Zoro urged in Mandarin, continue to read the next diary, there should be the truth we want on it, what's the point of you guessing so much here? Robin nodded, and then continued to translate the content above. The country cannot be without a monarch for a day. Advertisement. With my support, Alabasta's nephew inherited the throne. Sataka's distant cousin is not a talent, or even a good monarch, but his character is okay. If nothing unexpected happens, her great-great-granddaughter is Wei. After hearing this, Wei suddenly realized, so this is how my ancestor got the throne. Crocodile also suddenly realized at this time, and he finally understood why Alabasta has become what it is today. The 10th king was appointed in a time of crisis, and he has not received monarch training. No wonder we in Alabasta are worse than the previous one. The devil fruit has not yet been born. After Sataka fell into a deep sleep, Alabasta no longer cares about me. The sun disk is left by me to Sataka, so let's wait for Sataka to wake up before deciding on the disposal of the sun disk. After 100 years, I set foot on this land again. The fruit that belongs to Sataka was born, but through the great destiny, I found that the Sataka fruit is not Sataka's. In other words, the Sataka fruit cannot cure Sataka. What should I do? Sataka? Sataka was indeed left here by the owner of the diary. The great destiny? Is it a special ability that can detect destiny? Robin thought. Crocodile suddenly interrupted Robin, who was about to continue translating. Advertisement. Wait. Robin, are you sure you didn't translate the time wrong? 100 years later? That means when the owner of the diary returned to Alabasta for the third time, he was at least 120 years old. Robin also shook his head. The time is correct, it is indeed 100 years later. After Crocodile's reminder, everyone finally realized the age problem. Even Luffy couldn't help but complain, 120 years old and still able to sail on the sea? The owner of this diary is too long-lived, isn't he? Robin followed up with an analysis. If the owner of the diary lived for 100 years, then he may indeed have traveled all over the world. No wonder the world government is looking for everything related to Hyuxia characters in a big way. The world government must have found traces left by the owner of the diary somewhere else, and the diary must also record some shocking things. Nami asked curiously, then where do you think there will be traces of the owner of the diary? Robin said in an affirmative tone, legend. Chasing legends can find traces of the owner of the diary. Don't forget the purpose of the owner of the diary leaving Alabasta for the first time. Crocodile asked with interest, with his arms crossed, speaking of legends, I have heard of an interesting legend. Have you heard of the rumors about Sky Island? Seeing that everyone seemed to be interested in Sky Island, Crocodile's mouth curled up slightly, and then asked, is there nothing in the diary? For example, Sataka's sleeping place, then you must have hidden a huge amount of wealth. Robin said, it does say where Sataka's sleeping place is, but I don't think we should disturb him. Are you sure? Or do you want to take the treasure for yourself? Crocodile looked at Robin with a cold look, ready to fight at any time. At this time, Luffy took the initiative to say, we will leave here in a while. If you don't believe it, you can leave with us. Luffy also realized that their adventure could not continue because it involved Alabasta's private property. It even involved the ancestors of the Alabasta royal family. Although Luffy is a man with strong limbs and big nerves, it does not mean that he does not understand the ways of the world. Is that so? That's really disappointing. Crocodile curled his lips and silently removed the sand that had already condensed. At this time, Waiwei also stood up and said coldly, Crocodile, I haven't forgiven you for the harm you caused to Alabasta. If you dare to appear in Alabasta again, I will kill you without hesitation. Don't doubt my determination. Crocodile asked back unhappily, hey. Do you think you can kill me? Waiwei said firmly, I don't know, but I will try my best. Crocodile replied arrogantly, don't worry, I am not interested in Alabasta without Pluton now. Crocodile said arrogantly that he had no interest in Alabasta, but Crocodile really didn't want to fight with Waiwei, a woman who was a natural nemesis of him. Chapter 32, Kuzan, can I represent marine justice with my 200,000 soldiers? Advertisement. The Straw Hat Pirates' adventure in Alabasta ended here, but when leaving Alabasta, Robin secretly gave Waiwei a map. This is my compensation for helping the evil over the years. After Robin said softly, he turned around and boarded the Straw Hat Pirates' pirate ship. Looking at the Mary that was gradually going away, Waiwei lowered her head and checked the paper in her hand. Sataka's sleeping place, but the diary said that there was a powerful existence there guarding Sataka's sleep. After seeing this, Waiwei quietly put the map away. Vivi was not going to look for her ancestors, not to mention that she had no way to save Sataka in that state. What's more, Sataka's awakening is not a good thing for Alabasta now. What if Sataka still wants to rule Alabasta in the same way as before? Wouldn't that be worse than now? Waiwei doesn't like war, not to mention that Sataka still wants to be an enemy of the world government. Naval Headquarters. After many days, Kuzan finally woke up from his coma and put his hand on his heart in confusion. Kuzan could clearly feel that the heart that did not belong to him was constantly strengthening his body. And it was pulsating in a very regular way. Kuzan suddenly remembered the practice method recorded in the diary. Advertisement. Ice breathing. Because of the 300 years of practicing ice breathing, the ancestor's heart has long been assimilated by the ice breathing, so now the ice heart is practicing ice breathing on its own. Kuzan thought thoughtfully. Kuzan sighed with infinite sorrow in his heart, Ancestor Hanfin, you really left a big problem for me, the younger generation. At this time, a nurse suddenly ran over and reported, Aokiji Admiral, Jun is outside asking for an audience. Kuzan nodded, let him in. Soon Jun, wearing a Marine Vice Admiral uniform and a cloak of justice, walked in from the door. Jun, excuse me, Mr. Kuzan, are you feeling better now? Kuzan asked curiously, better than ever, Vice Admiral Jun, what do you want to talk to me about? The relationship between him and Jun can only be regarded as a normal colleague relationship, not even a friend. Kuzan was also very curious why Jun was the first to visit him after he woke up. I was asked to do translation. Jun handed a worn-out little notebook to Kuzan. Jun explained, this is an old man named Hanfin who asked me to teach you. He asked me to tell you the contents in the absence of outsiders. Looking at the diary in his hand, Kuzan frowned. Kuzan said, then I'll have to trouble Vice Admiral Jun. Originally, he didn't want to listen, but considering that Jun had already read the contents above, it might be more troublesome if he didn't know at that time, so Kyuzin was willing to listen. Advertisement. Jun nodded. Child, when you see this notebook, I should have returned to my hometown to enjoy my old age. 300 years ago, I brought your ancestor, my son, to follow the saint to West Blue and took root there. That was also the wish of our family. After 300 years, our family has grown. You may not know this, because the saint has predicted that you have a destiny and asked us not to interfere with your growth. So over the years, we have never told you the secrets of the family. In fact, you did not disappoint us. The frozen fruit of Logia really found you. You may not know what frozen fruit means. Ancestors, family. Frozen fruit and destiny? Jun looked at Kyuzin with a strange look. As a righteous Marine Vice Admiral, she had never seen what was written in the notebook in her hand before today. Jun did not expect that Kyuzin actually carried such a big secret. Kyuzin said expressionlessly, I will take advantage of my sick leave to go back to West Blue to find out the truth. Vice Admiral Jun, don't think too much. Jun nodded. After all, this was Kyuzin's private matter. Jun didn't take it too seriously, but continued to translate honestly. Frozen fruit recognizes you as its master, which means you will become the leader of the Frost Legion. You may not know what the Frost Legion means. At least 400 of the first 600 people who followed the saint spread out on the sea, and their inheritance has not been broken for 300 years. This means that you will become the leader of these 400 families. Although these 400 families are distributed in the 4 seas, each family has its own army. Each family has a 500-man Frost Legion. They all practiced the cultivation method left by the saint. The average combat effectiveness of each Frost Legion is at the colonel level. Jun stopped translating here and looked at Kyuzin in disbelief. The revelations in this notebook are a bit scary. 500 times 400 means 200,000. 200,000 Marine colonel level combat power, let alone Marine, even the world government can't gather such a terrifying army. Even Kyuzin's mouth twitched slightly when he heard about the content. Kyuzin, I have 200,000 soldiers, and I still pursue the ambiguous justice. Lao Zi wants to create a new Marine. Create a new justice? The burning justice is really burning. Kyuzin, who was originally careless, finally showed a touch of excitement on his face. Chapter 33, Create a new Marine, or become a Marine Marshal. Keep going. Kyuzin urged excitedly. If he had 200,000 colonel-level combat power to practice justice, the picture would be so beautiful that he couldn't imagine it. Absolute justice requires absolute power. Since that Buster call, Kyuzin understood this truth. It was because he couldn't see the hope of absolute justice that he later pursued the so-called ambiguous justice. Advertisement. As for why he couldn't see hope? Even if he became the Marine Marshal, so what? As long as the world government is still there, as long as the Marines still obey the world government, he, Kyuzin, can't enforce absolute justice. As for Akainu? That's the standard part-time job mentality. I just want to be a pirate. As for you asking me to be a civilian? That doesn't matter, as long as you can let me be a pirate. To put it bluntly, it's a question of sympathy. He will feel guilty for O'Hara, but Akainu won't. Shocked by the contents of the notebook, Jun nodded and continued to translate the following contents. But if you want to become the leader of the Frost Legion, frozen fruit is just a ticket. The Frost Legion was established for 2 reasons. One is to protect the descendants of the Tajira wolf, and the other is to overthrow the world government. If you can't accept these 2 goals, I advise you not to attack the Frost Legion, because the Frost Legion also includes the Bridge Guards. You may not know what the Bridge Guards mean. They can be said to be the ancestors of the 400 families. Like me, they are the first to follow the saints. The strength of each Bridge Guard is admirable. Sure enough. Kyuzin, who was still a little excited, sighed leisurely. He has figured out the choice his ancestors gave him, either betray the world government and serve the owner of the diary, or pretend that nothing happened. At the same time, his ancestor was very cunning and deliberately emphasized the strength of the current owner of the diary. At least 10 admiral-level strong men. What kind of immortal strength is this? But is it possible? Kyuzin couldn't help but touch the cold heart at his heart. The ancestors gave him his heart, obviously hoping that he would lead the Frost Legion. But betraying the world government means betraying Marine. Jun also discovered Kyuzin's entanglement. Betraying the world government does not mean betraying Marine. Jun reminded him specifically. There are also many people in Marine who are unhappy with the world government, such as her. Kyuzin nodded and did not speak. Is there anything else? Yes. Jun nodded. Advertisement. Then let's continue. The celestial dragons, who are high above, enslave all living beings and treat human lives as worthless. How absurd is it that such people rule the world? The saint said that the so-called world government is the largest pirate group for ordinary people. I know you are pursuing your justice, but compared with the other two admirals, your determination and will to pursue justice are not as good as Akainu, and your forgiveness of justice is not as good as Kizaru. You are always wavering in the middle. Make a firm choice. Do you choose to protect the celestial dragons, or choose to stand on the side of all living beings? After Jun finished translating, he looked at Kyuzan with some worry. From the perspective of Marine and World Government, the most qualified admiral is definitely Akainu, and the least qualified is definitely Kizaru, while Kyuzan belongs to the middle faction. Akainu is the best, and Kizaru is the worst. In fact, Jun thinks Kyuzan is the most like Garp. Kyuzan asked, anything else? Jun, there is another sentence after that. Kyuzan, what is it? Jun translated, if you have made a choice, then go back to your hometown. I know, thank Jun for translating. Kyuzan closed his eyes after thanking him. Knowing that Kyuzan was chasing people away, Jun politely said, you're welcome, I was also entrusted by someone. Jun left the ward after he finished speaking. As soon as Jun left the ward, Kyuzan opened his eyes. Kyuzan could feel that his physical fitness was constantly improving under the influence of the ice heart, and the improvement of physical fitness brought about an improvement in strength in all aspects. For example, armament haki and observation haki, these are all based on physical strength, and even the consumption of devil fruit is also based on physical strength. Ice heart, this gift from the ancestors is too big. Advertisement. Kyuzan thought a little tangled, not tangled about whether to betray the world government. After all, what is there to be tangled about? 200,000 troops. This is not 20 people, nor 200 people, but 200,000? And every soldier is a colonel, not those cannon fodder soldiers. Betraying the world government and the 200,000 troops, this has never been a choice. No. I am not loyal to the world government, how can I betray it? Kyuzan quickly began to brainwash himself again. What Kyuzan was tangled about at the moment was whether he could control the 200,000 troops. After controlling the 200,000 troops, would he create a new marine? Or kick Sengoku down and become the marine admiral, and then lead the entire marine to break away from the world government? As for loyalty to the owner of the diary, Kyuzan said that this is called something to say. I am willing to work for celestial dragons, why can't I work for the owner of the diary? The owner of the diary is more human than celestial dragons, right? And that's a 200,000 man army. Decision. Kyuzan sat up from the hospital bed. Today, he carried the warship back to his hometown overnight, and then took over the 200,000 man army. What world government? What 5 stars, sorry. I'm really unfamiliar. Jun, who had just left the ward and had not yet walked out of the hospital, was stopped by Garp. Nervous Garp was like a thief. Garp looked around and found that no one was paying attention to this side. Garp said mysteriously, Jun Vice Admiral, are you free now? I have something I want to ask you for help. Chapter 34, Jun, oh no, I'm Garp's stepmother. Jun looked at Garp with some doubts, then nodded hesitantly. After the two came to an empty ward, Garp carefully took out a diary from his pocket and explained, this is left by my irresponsible father. It was originally supposed to be my mother who relayed what he left in the diary, but unfortunately I didn't wait until that day. Jun couldn't help but ask, wouldn't it be Hyuxia characters on it? Garp nodded as a matter of course, otherwise why would I ask you to help me translate it? Jun took the notebook curiously. The notebook was very thin, but the pages were quite complete. Advertisement. Finally I saw a complete notebook. Jun complained in his heart. He has translated almost 3 notebooks, but none of them are complete. My son, when you were born, the entire East Blue Sea Kings were whispering your name Monkey D. Garp. I was supposed to witness your growth, but in order to overthrow the corrupt world government, I had to leave you and your mother. Through the Great Destiny technique and to ensure that the plot can develop in the direction I expect, I cannot interfere with your growth trajectory, but my child, you will grow up under my watch to become a strong and confident young man, and then form your own family. Ah, this. Jun Abba. Can I translate this? The father of the hero marine is a rebel? Determined to overthrow the world government all his life? Jun couldn't help but think of the rumor. Vice Admiral Garp's son joined the revolutionary army and became the most vicious criminal in the world. Then Garp's grandson became a marine again, saying that he wanted to become the new pirate king with the straw hat of the pirate king. Now there is another rebellious father. What does Vice Admiral Garp's political review say? This is probably not the whole family will be torn apart by a car, right? Advertisement. After hearing this, Garp's face became extremely nervous. After carefully opening the observation haki to make sure that there was no one around, Garp breathed a sigh of relief. Garp, feeling guilty, whispered, ahem. Jun, keep your voice down, and keep your voice down when you translate. Jun nodded speechlessly, and then sighed, I didn't expect that Vice Admiral Garp's father was so famous. Garp asked with an unhappy face, in other words, my BD father was a subordinate of the time traveler 300 years ago. Jun nodded, it seems that at present, the people in the world who know Hyuxia characters are all time travelers. The two did not think much about the time traveler. After all, according to the time, he was more than 200 years old when he traveled through time. How could he still be interested in women? What about you? Vice Admiral Jun. Garp looked at Jun with burning eyes. Jun fixed his hair and replied calmly, I should be considered half, right? I have no feelings for the world government, so I will always be a marine. Garp nodded, and did not pursue anything, but asked, okay. Jun Vice Admiral, remember to keep it a secret for me. Of course, I will not tell the contents of the diary to a third person. Jun promised. After the promise, Jun asked, then I will continue to translate. Garp, go on, anyway, I am mentally prepared. Child, you have your own destiny and your own journey. I can't let you take my name, so I can only let you follow your mother and believe it, so you will sail on this sea with the name of D. Hearing this, Garp was instantly unhappy and urged, did my BD father leave his name? Yes. Jun nodded and continued to translate. But your father can tell you my origins. Your father's name is Wu Ming, a time traveler from another world. If one day you want to return to your roots, your name should be Wu Ka. This is one of your father's biggest secrets. Remember not to reveal it. Garp. This secret is known to the entire world government and marine executives. Garp complained in his heart. Advertisement. But, my father is actually that time traveler. This is incredible. He is 300 years old and can still have children. Garp continued to complain in his heart. Jun. When translating to this point, Jun's hands trembled slightly, and even his heartbeat speed increased a lot. Wu Ming. This familiar name. This name. How could it be that BD? Jun's heart was agitated, and he even had the urge to throw away the diary and turn around and run. Wu Ming. This name is so familiar to her. The BD who taught her Hyuxia characters and took her virginity 20 years ago was also called Wu Ming. So. According to the seniority, Vice Admiral Garp has to call me stepmother? This is a mess, it's really a mess. Jun felt that this matter might not be said, it would be embarrassing to say it to everyone. Garp is over 70 years old, he is old enough to be his grandfather. Garp also keenly noticed Jun's strangeness, and a bad premonition flashed through his mind. Garp asked cautiously, Jun Vice Admiral, where have you heard of this name? No. No, I don't know him. Jun quickly denied it 3 times. Seeing Jun's reaction, Garp was even more panicked. Could it be that the one who taught Jun Hyuxia characters was his BD dad? And it was under that situation, so. Garp, with a gloomy face, gritted his teeth in his heart and said, Old BD. You really deserve to die. Chapter 35, Sengoku, you're in your 70s and ready for a second life? Although he was complaining in his heart that his BD father could still fight at the age of more than 300, Garp did not expose Jun. After all, it would be embarrassing for everyone to talk about this. Jun, Vice Admiral, please continue to translate the following content. Jun nodded. Your father, I cannot interfere with your growth trajectory, but it does not mean that I cannot provide you with help. When you become a Marine Vice Admiral and have a son, you will be able to inherit some of my things. Advertisement. In East Blue, there is a treasure I left behind, which records the most suitable practice method for you and a most suitable devil fruit for you. By the way, it is a devil fruit without side effects. A gleam of light flashed in Garp's eyes. The most suitable practice method for himself, Garp first thought of the 6 storehouse immortal thief left by the irresponsible father, the heaven-defying method that can make people immortal. Jun gently closed the notebook, looked at Garp with complicated eyes and said, Vice Admiral Garp, I have finished the translation. It seems that I have to go back to East Blue again. Garp rubbed his stubbled chin helplessly. Jun Vice Admiral, please trouble you, please keep this matter confidential for me. Garp thanked him after taking the notebook. Jun nodded again. Garp left in a hurry with the notebook, and Jun looked down at Kinpuro with a complicated face. I didn't expect that the person I like is actually a traitor, so why did he let me join Marine? Jun thought in confusion. Boom. Garp kicked open the door of the Marine Marshal's office and said carelessly, Sengoku, I'm here to ask for leave. Advertisement. Sengoku. Hearing this familiar words, Sengoku frowned into a well shape, and Sengoku, with veins on his forehead, gritted his teeth and said, Ask for leave? You just came back from vacation yesterday, didn't you? Do you know that because of your vacation, our buster call failed to launch? Do you know that because of your vacation, Kuzan almost died in the Tajira Wolf? Do you know how much loss our marine suffered because of your vacation? Garp. Garp looked at the furious Sengoku with a confused face. Sengoku, old BD. Don't think you can fool me just because I'm not well educated. Buster Call failed, you can go to the world government. What does it have to do with me? As for Marine's losses, I'm not involved in Buster Call, what does taking a vacation have to do with Marine's losses? Garp sat on the sofa carelessly after he finished speaking, and even picked his nose without paying attention to others. Sengoku. There was nothing he could do with Garp, this old rogue. Sengoku asked depressedly, Marine is weak now, what do you want to do with your vacation? Garp did not hide the treasure, and said directly, my father left me a fortune, I plan to go back and inherit it. Did your uncle also leave you a legacy? Sengoku looked at Garp strangely, and his eyes revealed two words, don't believe it. Sengoku questioned, if I remember correctly, your father seemed to have died before you were born? You were raised by your mother. Garp explained, I only found out about this yesterday. He left me a letter and a treasure map, saying there is a devil fruit that is very suitable for me. Old man, you are so old and you are still going to eat devil fruit? Sengoku asked with a strange look. How old is Garp this year? He is already in his 70s. If it weren't for the fact that there were really not many people in Marine, Garp should have retired long ago. But because he occupies the position of Marine hero, Garp really can't retire, at least not because of old age. Advertisement. Garp replied with a displeased face, isn't it okay for me to rejuvenate my second spring? Who is he Garp? That is the ultimate existence who can maintain peak combat power at the age of 70. For this reason, Whitebeard next door has to kowtow to him and ask him for health knowledge. Sengoku, who chose to give in, suggested, why don't you send someone else to get it? Garp refused without even thinking, no. The treasure is too rich, I don't trust anyone else. What a joke. Let alone the devil fruit that his BD father might call the most suitable for him and has no side effects, just the fact that the treasure might contain the secret of longevity, Garp was not going to use someone else's hand to get the treasure. After refusing, Garp found some senbei from somewhere and started stuffing them into his mouth. Looking at the senbei in Garp's hand, Sengoku, who was out of control again, roared, a hole. These are my senbei. Don't be so stingy. Aren't they just some senbei? When I get my BD father's treasure, I'll buy you an office full of senbei. Garp was very cunning and made big promises, as if he was sure that Sengoku would agree to his leave. Sengoku certainly wouldn't fall for his trick, but considering that Garp really had something important to do when he asked for leave, Sengoku could only nod helplessly and said, okay, I'll approve your leave, but you have to come back soon. Okay, then I'll retreat first. Garp left the Marine Marshal's office without looking back, holding a bag of senbei in his hand. Sengoku angrily shouted at Garp's back, a hole. This is the last generation of senbei for me. As soon as Garp left, Kyuzan came to the Marine Marshal's office with injuries. Marshal, I'm Kyuzan. I want leave. Kyuzan explained his purpose very concisely. Chapter 36, Sengoku, Aokiji, you and Garp have the same father? Sengoku. Looking at Kyuzan who was still injured, Sengoku opened his mouth and finally sighed. If Kyuzan was not injured, he would definitely scold him to death. Garp just asked for leave, and you asked for leave right after that. What? Did you agree to ask for leave together to play? And you and Garp are the ones who ask for leave most frequently in the entire naval headquarters. Can you be more sensible? Advertisement. Sengoku said with concern, you really need to rest for a few days with your injury. There is no way. There are only 5 Admiral of Headquarters level combat forces, including Marine, 3 Admirals, him and Garp. Garp has already asked for leave, and Kyuzan is also injured now, which means that there are only 3 Admiral level combat forces in Marine now. If Naval Headquarters is attacked by pirates at this time, the losses will definitely be very heavy. At least if Kaido invades Naval Headquarters at this time, they can only let Kaido wreak havoc in Naval Headquarters. Kyuzan reported seriously, I'm going back to my hometown West Blue, so I have to take a few more days off. Go back to West Blue later. Sengoku thought of Garp, the old BD, who seemed to have asked for leave to go back to East Blue. How come you all agreed to go back to your hometown together? Sengoku, who was complaining in his heart, asked curiously, why are you going back to West Blue? Kyuzan did not hide it and reported honestly, I found a treasure left by my ancestor for me, and I want to go find it. Sengoku. You and Garp's ancestor are the same person? Sengoku asked in confusion. Garp is going back to find the treasure, and you are going back to find the treasure too? Advertisement. But one is East Blue and the other is West Blue, isn't this too coincidental? Ah. Kyuzan looked at Sengoku in confusion. What do you mean Garp and I have the same ancestor? Sengoku explained with a dark face, just now, that old BD Garp also came to me to ask for leave, saying that he wanted to go back to East Blue to find treasure, Kyuzan. Speechless, Kyuzan said depressedly, I said this is a coincidence, Marshal Sengoku, do you believe it? Sengoku crossed his arms and asked indifferently, why did you suddenly think of looking for treasure? Why didn't I see you looking for it before? You have asked for leave before, right? This time, after walking in front of Shinigami, I realized that my strength needs to become stronger, and then I remembered that my ancestor left me a treasure, and that treasure may be able to improve my strength a little. Kyuzan did not mention the notebook or the 200,000 troops. Although Sengoku still doubted the authenticity of this matter, considering that Kyuzan was indeed injured now, Kyuzan just wanted to take a sick leave, how could he not approve it? Considering that he was the Marine Marshal and not the Celestial Dragons, Sengoku did not make things difficult for Kyuzan in this regard. Okay. I'll approve your leave. Sengoku nodded speechlessly. I'm going to leave today, so I'll take my leave now. Kyuzan said, and then he left the Marine Marshal's office without looking back. Looking at Kyuzan's back as he left, Sengoku shook his head helplessly. It's quite sad to say. Currently, there are only 5 high-end combat forces in the entire Marine, Kizaru who is either slacking off or fishing every day, Aokiji who doesn't slack off but often slacks off, and Garp who occasionally slacks off and occasionally fishes. If you think about it carefully, the only person in the entire Marine who can be truly called a qualified Marine seems to be Akainu, a guy with an extreme personality. But Akainu's personality is too extreme. If he becomes the Marine Marshal, the entire Marine will become extreme, and then it will be ordinary civilians who will suffer. Advertisement. Akainu himself has a military personality, and even despises life a little. Except for his lack of loyalty to celestial dragons, Akainu is actually no different from those world-conquering agents. He doesn't care about the lives of civilians. As long as he can kill the pirates, it doesn't matter how many civilians die. If such a person becomes the Marine Marshal, it will have a great impact on the image of the Marine. But the problem is that the other marshals in reserve are not up to the task. Kizaru is not to be mentioned. Unless the other 2 admirals of the Marine 3 admirals are dead, Kizaru may become the Marine Marshal. The world government will not allow Kizaru to become the Marine Marshal. Faced with the embarrassment of the world government, Akainu may confront head-on. Aokiji may be very unhappy but will compromise in the end. But if it is Kizaru, that guy will definitely lead the entire Marine to play badly. The world government does not want the Marine to become stronger, but it definitely does not want the Marine to play badly. As for Aokiji, there are definitely more people in the Marine who support Aokiji than those who support Akainu, but the world conquest side will definitely favor Akainu more. The world government does not like Marine Marshals who are too sympathetic. Alas! It's difficult. Zhang Guo sighed again, and then buried his head in reviewing the documents. The failure of Buster Call has brought far more impacts than before. The most direct impact is that the deterrent power of Buster Call has weakened, and the deeper impact is that the deterrent power of the world government and the Marine has weakened. Without the deterrent power of the Marine and the world government, those who are ambitious and unhappy with their lives will be more eager to become pirates and rush to the sea. There are roughly 2 types of people who become pirates on the sea. The first type is ambitious, have dreams, and the second type is forced to do so. Although I don't want to admit it, the second type is definitely more than the first type. After all, there are always more people who can't survive in this world than those who have dreams. Chapter 37, Chasing Kaido in the Center of the Earth. Although the news that Marine failed to launch Buster Call was not known to everyone, many powerful people with channels received the news that Marine Buster Call failed. Dressrosa. Interesting. So interesting. Marine's Buster Call was actually destroyed, and even the 2 admirals were lucky to survive? Tequila Wolf. It is obviously just a country composed of slaves who build bridges, why does it have such great power? 9 admiral-level strongmen, and this is not the full strength of the Tequila Wolf. This sea is really getting more and more exciting. Advertisement. Doflamingo excitedly looked at the information in his hand and laughed excitedly. Everything comes from Hyuxia characters. What secrets are hidden in this mysterious text? Doflamingo turned his head and looked at the stone slabs next to him. There were lines of square characters engraved on them, which were exactly the Hyuxia characters that the world government was looking for. It's a pity that there are too few people who can use this kind of text, even if this thing is in hand, it can't be used. After the excitement, Doflamingo was also depressed. He stole these stone tablets from the Lilliput country. It is said that there is a special race called Ant-Man on them. It is said that they are the royal family of the Lilliput people, and each Ant-Man has extremely strong strength. New World Ghost Island. Woo 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 woo. Titans. My Titans, where are you? Kaido, who drank too much, cried while pouring wine. It is well known that Zoan Devil Fruit is divided into 3 types, ordinary, ancient, and fantasy beasts. However, according to understanding, there is actually a 4th type of Zoan Devil Fruit in this sea, which is called Titan. It is said that Titan Devil Fruit has a feature, that is, some special titans can live in the sea. Advertisement. This is why he has been pursuing titans all these years. Marine suddenly looked for people who knew Hyuxia characters, and Kaido suspected. The world government may have also discovered the secret of titans. Kaido wiped his tears and snot and shouted, Jin. Hasn't the passage to the underground world been opened yet? Jin reported calmly, we have only dug 1,000 meters. According to legend, to enter the center of the earth, you must go 30,000 meters underground. Kaido urged fiercely, then go and get more slaves. Dig hard for Lao Zi. Dig desperately. Jin reported seriously, boss, I think we should first figure out the contents of those stone tablets. There may be a way to go to the center of the earth. I think manual digging is the stupidest way. Kaido. Of course he knew that it was the stupidest way, but the problem is that it was also the only way. Kaido asked depressedly, in the entire ocean, except for the vice admiral named Jun in Marine, who else can know that kind of Hyuxia characters? I can't go to Marine to catch the one who was shot, right? I don't want to be the second idiot Golden Lion. There is someone who must know. Jin took out a bounty order and handed it to Kaido. Devil's son Nico Robin? Jin explained, the Devil's child Nico Robin is wanted by the world government because she can read ancient characters and is a historian of O'Hara. She must know Hyuxia characters. Looking at the wanted list in front of him, Kaido asked excitedly, where is the Devil's child now? Jin, according to the intelligence, she seems to have entered the Grand Line, but the specific location is still unclear. Kaido. But. Jin looked at Kaido with a bit of hesitation. Advertisement. Kaido said proudly, if you have something to say, just say it directly. We don't need so many opportunities between us. Jin listened and continued to report, according to our undercover report in the Big Mom Pirates, it is said that Charlotte Linlin seems to know this kind of characters and is even very afraid of Hyuxia characters. Linlin knows Hyuxia characters. Kaido looked at Jin with some disbelief. Who is Charlotte Linlin? Although Charlotte Linlin helped him when he was weak, and even the blue dragon fruit was given to him by Charlotte Linlin. But even so, Kaido still wanted to say that Charlotte Linlin was a fool who wasted her talent. Throughout the entire ocean, there is no one with a higher innate talent than Charlotte Linlin. But with such an extraordinary innate talent, Charlotte Linlin, that idiot, actually used this talent to have children? If she spent all this energy on improving her strength, Charlotte Linlin's achievements would definitely not be limited to the 4 emperors on the sea. With such a person, can you expect her to spend time learning an unpopular Hyuxia character? If she had that time, wouldn't Charlotte Linlin have given birth to a few more children? Jin suggested, you can call and ask, what if he knows some clues about Hyuxia characters? Kaido nodded thoughtfully, and after a moment Kaido said, give me the Den Mushi, I'll go ask it myself. Jin soon brought the Den Mushi over. He. Kaido, what do you want from me, kid? Charlotte Linlin's sharp voice came from the phone. Kaido frowned when he heard this voice, and then asked directly, I want to know information about Hyuxia characters, do you know Hyuxia characters? Chapter 38, The Gift from Heaven. The plot has been changed. Kanji. Hearing this familiar name, the ant's eyes began to blur, and her mind was immersed in memories. Just when Kaido was getting impatient, the ant excitedly retorted, no. I don't know. Don't ask me. Kaido. Is this old woman sick again? Advertisement. After hanging up the phone depressed, Kaido turned his eyes to Jin and said helplessly, you also saw that you can't get anything out of that old woman. Then we can only find the son of the devil. Jin also nodded depressedly, and then asked, by the way, Master Yamato, do you really not care about him? Hearing this familiar name, thinking of his stupid son, Kaido's face darkened again. Kaido complained with tears in his eyes, Wivu Jin. I am such a failure as a father. Although Yamato no longer worships Kojiki Oden, he is inexplicably obsessed with something called a saint. Jin's mouth twitched slightly. When he was a child, Yamato often called himself Kojiki Oden because he worshipped Kojiki Oden. Later, one day, Yamato finally stopped worshipping Kojiki Oden. But every day he clamored to go out to sea to follow the saint and become a legend. How could Kaido allow this to happen, so Yamato was locked up again? Jin bit the bullet and argued, maybe. Master Yamato's way of filial piety is different. Kaido. More than different. That's simply filial piety to death. After leaving Alabasta, the Straw Hat Pirates continued their adventure. On the Mary. Wasn't the treasure map what you gave Waiwei in the end? Nami looked at Robin with a suspicious look. Looking at Robin who was silent, Nami said angrily, okay. You are a traitor who actually colluded with outsiders to eat the treasure alone. Robin. Robin suddenly felt that it might not be the right choice to rush on the ship. Thinking of this, Robin glanced at Zoro who was doing push-ups crazily, and then glanced at Sanji who was looking at this side with a squinting look. And the reindeer doctor, the captain who looked very stupid. Robin thought silently in his heart, it's better to be stupid. Only such a fool will not betray me, right? Robin looked at Crocodile who was lying on the beach chair reading a newspaper. Advertisement. Sand Crocodile, why did you also get on the boat? Crocodile closed the newspaper and said nonchalantly, I just took a ride. After all, you don't want me to stay in Alabasta, right? And do you talk to your former boss in such a tone? His Shishibukai title has been revoked, and even his subordinates have been arrested or left. In order to make a comeback, Crocodile decided to go to New World to recruit crew members. But because of a slight reason in Alabasta, he certainly couldn't rob there, so Crocodile had to take a ride. Robin said expressionlessly, you also said it was the former boss. Boom. A giant suddenly fell from the sky and hit the sea in front. The huge waves were set off, and the people who were caught off guard by this sudden change. Crocodile got up from the ground and asked gloomily, what's going on? Sea Kings. Nami, who was in charge of the helm, shook her head and explained, no. It seems that something fell from the sky. As soon as Nami finished speaking, a terrifying cold air swept over, and everyone on the Straw Hat Pirates shuddered. The clear sea suddenly froze, and even filled with white cold mist. Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels hitting the ice surface came from far away, and everyone could see a figure with a voluptuous figure that was not like a picture slowly approaching this side in the hazy white mist. Everyone stared at the mysterious existence who was not sure whether it was an enemy or a friend. Seeing this, Nick Robin quickly activated the power of the flower fruit to confirm the other party's appearance. Advertisement. Albia. Nico Albia. As if seeing something terrifying, Robin retracted the fruit power or couldn't help but take a step back. How is it possible? My mother died a long time ago, how could I see her here? Robin muttered to himself in disbelief. Luffy, clenching his fists, couldn't wait to ask, is it an enemy? Robin shook his head, and then looked at the woman who was getting closer and closer to the beauty. Nicole Albia, is it you? Robin thought with a slight tremor. The mysterious woman with ice blue hair, wearing a uniform that looked a bit like a marine, laughed softly, haha. Little Robin, except for the different hair color, you and your mother are really alike. Robin looked at the mysterious woman in front of him in disbelief and asked, you, are? Me? According to seniority, I should be considered your aunt. The mysterious woman introduced herself. Crocodile couldn't help but look at Robin after hearing this. Every cell in his body was frantically warning him to stay away from this woman. The other party was clearly standing there, but he couldn't feel any trace of her existence. And the vague sense of oppression made Crocodile realize that the other party was definitely not weaker than himself. You have such a great relative, do you need to come to me to work for me and seek shelter? Crocodile complained in his heart. Chapter 39, Robin's Aunt Ace. Who are you? Robin looked at the woman who looked at least 70% like her mother. Ace introduced himself very seriously, Ace. Now I'm Ace. As for my original name? Nicole. Oh Aaliyah, but I haven't used this name for at least 30 years. Nicole. Oh Aaliyah. Robin's eyes were a little dazed when he heard this name. He vaguely remembered that his mother did mention this name. Advertisement. I remember it. When she met her mother for the last time, she said, Robin, go find someone named Wu Ming, he can protect you, and tell Oh Aaliyah that I don't regret it. Robin looked at Ace nervously and asked, where have you been all these years? What do you want to do with me? Robin didn't believe in family affection, or to be more precise, she didn't believe in the unattainable family affection. She didn't dare to guarantee that the woman who claimed to be her aunt would capture her in exchange for the bounty. I just pass by occasionally. As for where I've been these years, I'm practicing in seclusion. Ace said as he boarded the Mary. Ace squinted his eyes and looked at the Straw Hat crew and asked, you seem to be very unwelcome to me. Nami directly expressed her displeasure. Angrily, Nami said, who would welcome a woman of unknown origin like you? Ace commented coldly, is this the companion you are looking for? She's quite spirited, but lacks a little education, the education that the weak should respect the strong. Zoro, who looked unhappy, said with a fierce fighting spirit, who are you talking about who lacks education? Looking at the sword hanging on your waist, you are also a swordsman, right? Let's have a fight. This is the first time I've seen a female swordsman like you. Ace tilted his head and asked, are you the Zoro with a sword in your mouth? I heard Kuina mention you. Do you want to be the world's #1 swordsman? Ace said, slowly pulling out the rapier hanging on his waist. Ace was speaking in a very cold tone, and said very politely. There is nothing good to give you for the first meeting, so I will give you a defeat. Crocodile silently stepped aside when he saw this. He certainly liked the fact that there was a kid who didn't know how to live or die and was willing to test this mysterious strong man. as Zoro's companions, Luffy and others certainly knew what Zoro was pursuing. Advertisement. Everyone silently made enough space, including Robin. Faced with the unknown family affection and the companions of his own choice, Robin undoubtedly chose the latter. Zoro looked at Ace with excitement. This was the first time he met a female swordsman who was stronger than himself. This time he wanted to see how far the female swordsman could go on behalf of Kuina. As for whether it was a bit bad to cut women? Sorry. Zoro only had swordsmen in his eyes, not men and women. Three-sword style demon slash. Facing Zoro's three-sword style, Ace coldly clicked the channel. Is it the iron slashing realm? Not bad. Crack. Zoro went up, and Zoro fell again. Zoro fell to the ground with blood splattered on his chest and his face was full of unwillingness. So strong. Zoro whispered with unwillingness. Before losing consciousness completely, Zoro thought, Kuina, did you see it? A female swordsman can be so strong. Just when the battle ended, Crocodile next to him took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. Crocodile shouted excitedly. Freeze. A gust of cold air blew, and Crocodile was instantly frozen. Crocodile, who was still smiling excitedly, was frozen in place. Although he was frozen, he did not lose consciousness. Crocodile in the ice ball had a look of disbelief in his eyes. A person with special abilities? But how could a person with special abilities touch the sea surface? Crocodile was full of doubts at this moment. Advertisement. Ace did not kill him. After all, this was his niece's ship, so he had to give her some face. Robin, your crew seems a little rude. Ace looked at Robin meaningfully and said. Robin. Robin replied coldly, he is just my former boss, not my companion. Really? For the sake of his protection of you, should I forgive him once? Ace had obviously heard of Crocodile. After Ace finished speaking, he snapped his fingers lightly, and the ice ball shattered instantly. After Crocodile regained its freedom, it lay weakly on the deck. At this time, Luffy realized that Ace and Robin were not as close as he imagined, and stood silently in front of Robin. Luffy asked with a serious face, Auntie. What do you want to do? This was a rare serious expression of Luffy, and Nami next to him looked at Luffy with worry. Ace explained casually, just passing by, and by the way, I came to see my useless niece. Robin looked at Ace in front of him with complicated eyes and said, you seem to be very familiar with me, but I have never seen you. Ace said, not very familiar, I just came out of retreat not long ago, and by the way, I asked my subordinates to understand your situation in recent years. I am very sorry for the death of your mother. If I hadn't retreated, she would not have died. Robin listened and remembered her mother's advice to her. Robin said seriously, my mother said she doesn't regret it. Really? That's really stupid. Ace curled his lips. Looking at Ace who didn't care, Robin couldn't help asking, are there any misunderstandings or conflicts between you and my mother? Ace said coldly, there is no bloody misunderstanding. She simply chose the mission and I chose power. When the man came to O'Hara, the two sisters fell in love with him. The elder sister who pursued the mission did not follow the man, but she who pursued power and had eyes for the man chose to leave O'Hara with the man. I originally wanted to take in Robin's mother, but considering that it was too beastly to take in her own daughter, I got Ace to fill the gap. Chapter 40, The Straw Hat Pirates are shocked to hear about the Imperial weapon. Mission. Hearing this word, Robin smiled bitterly. Then is the history of the Void Century really that important? Is it really worth so many people sacrificing? You are right. Robin looked at Ace deeply. Advertisement. After wandering on the sea for so long, jumping back and forth between so many forces, Robin, who was frightened every day when he was weak, knew too well the importance of strength. Crocodile, lying weakly on the ground, roared in disbelief, woman. You are obviously a person with special abilities, why can you swim in the sea? Ace, who was interrupted, looked at Crocodile in surprise, as if he had just discovered that there was such a person next to him. In addition to anger, Crocodile also felt unwilling. Talk about Shishibukai himself. Although it is in the past tense, why was he killed in seconds by a woman when he met her? It must be because this woman's devil fruit has no side effects. Yes. It must be because of this. Crocodile kept self-hypnosis in his heart, just unwilling to admit that he was killed in seconds by a woman he just met. Ace, with his arms crossed, jokingly asked back, who told you that I have the power of demon fruit? Hearing this, Crocodile asked in disbelief, aren't you a user of the cold fruit? Me? Cold fruit? Ace couldn't help but chuckle. Advertisement. Isn't it? You are Robin's aunt, you know Hyuxia characters, you got the treasure left by the saint, and then found a way to be immune to the side effects of devil fruit, am I right? Crocodile asked in a positive tone. Even if the owner of the diary came today, he would say that being a woman must have got the secret treasure left by the owner of the diary. Saint. Hearing this familiar title, Ace nodded in sudden realization, and then said, I think I know what's going on, but I haven't eaten devil fruit. The saint you mentioned used other methods to give me abilities similar to devil fruit. Robin also looked at his aunt in surprise, and then guessed, isn't it eating devil fruit? Is it the sun disk? Sun disk? Are you talking about the Ascenders? Ace narrowed his eyes and looked at Robin. It seems that you have found something extraordinary in Alabasta. Ace looked at the Straw Hat crew, and there was already some appreciation in his eyes. Under Wu Ming's Great Destiny technique, only the people of Destiny have the possibility of discovering the secret treasures or knowledge he left behind. What is the people of Destiny? That is, only those who are worthy of Wu Ming, the chess player, to personally guide and command are qualified to be called the people of Destiny. As for the non-people of Destiny, such people are consumables that are not worth mentioning in the eyes of Ace. Having followed Wu Ming for a while and seen too much darkness in this world, Ace knew too well how cheap worthless people were in this world. Seeing Ace's reaction, Robin took the opportunity to test him. From what you said, your ability does not come from the sun disk. Ace nodded as a matter of course, Alabasta is Sataka's territory. Without special reasons, I will not go to Alabasta. Wu Ming's layout started 300 years ago. In order to prevent the various chess pieces from affecting each other, those who are close to Wu Ming generally do not contact those people of Destiny, Wu Ming's chess pieces, at will. Crocodile, with a cunning look in his eyes, took the opportunity to ask, then what is your ability? Ace said, my ability comes from the Imperial equipment. As for what the Imperial equipment is, you can find the answer yourself. If you are lucky, you may be able to obtain 1 or 2 Imperial equipment. By the way, Imperial equipment is a very special weapon. Some of them are no less than the supreme sword for swordsmen. You can go and look for them when the time comes. Ace suggested again. Advertisement. Ace asked, okay, Robin, do you want to leave with me? With my current strength, I can protect you and let you sail freely on this sea. Robin was a little moved, and then he couldn't help but look at Luffy. Thinking of Luffy's back blocking in front of him without hesitation, Robin shook his head firmly, my choice is the same as my mother. I want to inherit her mission and pursue the truth of history. Ace shook his head helplessly and sighed, it seems that you are as stubborn as your mother. In this case, then you can do what you want. Although your companions are quite rude, I will give you a gift before you leave. After Ace finished speaking, the momentum on his body pressed down on the surroundings. The invisible oppressive force was like a substance, making all conscious people present feel like they were facing a great enemy. The weak, such as Nami, Chopper and Usopp, were stunned by this terrifying conqueror's haki. Experience your own insignificance. The new world is very dangerous. Ace has disappeared, but his words are still echoing in the ears of the Straw Hats. Nami. Chopper. Luffy and Sanji, who were still awake, looked at Nami lying on the deck with grief and anger. Straw Hat. Stop howling. Crocodile explained weakly, your companions are fine. They were just knocked unconscious by that woman's conqueror's haki. In the new world, trash like your 3 companions don't even have the qualifications to stand in front of the real king. This conqueror's haki is even stronger than Whitebeard's. A gloomy look flashed across Crocodile's face, and Crocodile was also shocked by his own thoughts. How is it possible? Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world. How can a mere woman compare to Whitebeard? Crocodile quickly stopped his crazy and unrealistic speculation. Chapter 41, this is part of the plan. Haki? I seem to have heard of this name. Luffy looked at Crocodile thoughtfully. Today, Ace gave them a very strong sense of oppression, and the difference between the sun and the moon and the firefly was visible to the naked eye. Crocodile lit a cigar for himself again and said arrogantly, don't ask Lao Zi, Lao Zi is only interested in the Imperial equipment that the woman mentioned now. Robin sighed sincerely, the Imperial equipment was also left by that saint. It's incredible. Even Vegapunk wouldn't have such amazing wisdom, right? Sanji looked at the direction where Ace left and asked, but did that woman really just pass by just now? Advertisement. Robin looked at the still frozen sea surface and said, such a strong man should not have any need to lie to us. Crocodile gritted his teeth and said, come here to give us a warning, that woman is really arrogant. Sanji denied without giving face, you are not in the same group with us. But why did you sneak attack her just now? Sanji looked at Crocodile curiously. Crocodile said seriously, the opponent's strength is not weaker than mine. If the opponent has ill intentions towards me, the time I took action just now is the best time. Sanji, eliminate potential crises in advance? Aren't you worried about your own misjudgment? What if the other party is a good person? Crocodile sneered, and then replied coldly, as long as she is dead, I have the final say on good and bad people. Sanji nodded, and then looked at Crocodile deeply. This is a real pirate, Luffy. No, our captain can only be regarded as an adventurer at best. But what if you encounter the situation just now? The other party is stronger than you and has no ill intentions towards you. Sanji continued to argue. Then accept your fate. On this sea, sometimes you have to accept your fate, and then think of other ways. After Crocodile finished speaking, he left the deck without looking back. It was because he accepted his fate and knew that no matter how hard he tried to become stronger, he could never be a match for Whitebeard, so he pursued the illusory Pluton. Advertisement. In other words, he lost all his spirit when fighting Whitebeard. West Blue. The old and dying Hanfeng was in the yard. Under the shade of the big tree, he looked at the children chasing and playing in the yard with a smile on his face. After his heart was replaced, he no longer practiced the ice-breathing method. His strength was declining every day, but his human perception and emotions were returning every day. Looking at such a warm scene, Hanfeng felt that he had no regrets in his life. He could no longer remember which generation these children were his great-great-grandchildren, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that the family was prosperous and they were no longer living as slaves. Caw-caw. The small door of the yard was pushed open, and a tall figure walked in from outside. The first thing Kuzan saw when he entered the yard was Hanfeng lying on the recliner. The little radishes playing in the yard returned excitedly when they saw the newcomer. Uncle Kuzan, why are you back today? Uncle Kuzan. I want to be a marine, take me to be a marine. Uncle Kuzan, did you bring any gifts back? As soon as he entered the yard, Kuzan was surrounded by a group of little kids, and then like a group of ducks, he kept telling them what he wanted. Some of these kids were his eldest brother's children, and some were his cousin's children. Since they often didn't come home, Kuzan couldn't recognize every one of them. Kuzan tried to speak in a gentle tone, be good, go play somewhere else first, uncle has something to do. The little kids were also very obedient, and they all left the yard in a swarm. Kuzan said in a complicated tone, you are really my ancestor. Advertisement. Of course. Hanfeng nodded as a matter of course. Kuzan frowned and asked, your current state is not right, and your strength is dropping too fast, isn't it? Hanfeng shook his hand casually and comforted him, this is the price of strength. For someone like me with mediocre talent, if I just rely on time to practice, I can't reach the admiral level even if I practice for 1,000 years. Kuzan continued to ask, is it because of the heart? Hanfeng shook his head and explained, the heart is the source of the ice-breathing method, and more importantly, it's because I don't want to continue living. The highest level of ice-breathing method is to condense an ice heart, which is the source of power and the core of power. Hanfeng continued to explain. Kuzan nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, so you gave me the ice heart, which is equivalent to transferring the power of 600 years of practice to me. Hanfeng admitted, almost, but it still requires a process of adaptation. But I don't know how to breathe ice. Kuzan frowned and retorted. Hanfeng continued to explain with a kind smile on his face, the ice heart will adapt to you, and then you will be able to instinctively operate the ice-breathing method that is most suitable for your practice. You came back not just because of the ice heart, right? Hanfeng asked in an affirmative tone. Kuzan did not hide his purpose, and directly tested, is the notebook you left for me true? Of course it is true, but the question is, are you really ready? Do you have that awareness? Hanfeng asked meaningfully. Seeing Hanfeng nodded in acknowledgement, Kuzan asked again, is the person you follow still alive now? Hanfeng nodded in acknowledgement, of course, the saints are immortal, I am still alive, and the saints are of course still here. Seeing this, Kuzan finally expressed the worries that had been accumulating in his heart, then I took away the military power of 200,000 troops and went to do my own thing. Are you sure that the family will not be implicated by me? Hanfeng smiled meaningfully, then shook his head and said, no. Because this is part of the plan. Chapter 42, Kuzan, I'm sorry Marshal, they gave too much. Kuzan remained silent. Part of the plan? Why does the mastermind trust me so much? Thinking of this, Kuzan couldn't help asking, is there no bottom line? Hearing this, Hanfeng warned him very seriously, don't forget your birth. We can't work for the world government even if we die. If you dare to take the Ice Legion to join the world government, you will definitely be the first to die. Advertisement. People can't forget their roots. This is a sentence that the saints often taught him. Hanfeng deeply agrees with this sentence. Kuzan nodded thoughtfully. He seemed to know why the mastermind trusted him so much. With 200,000 troops in hand, even if he did nothing, as long as he didn't join the world government, he would be the one the world government wanted to eliminate the most, and even the New World 4 emperors would have to be behind him. The only one who could be compared with him was probably the dragon of the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, Kuzan was relieved. Unless he can ignore the 200,000 troops, no matter what he chooses, he can only become that person's pawn to fight against the world government. Quzhan, who had already made up his mind, looked at Han Feng seriously and asked word by word, what if I want to lead them to establish a new marine? Han Feng smiled and said directly, then I suggest you start with West Blue, after all, this is our base. The expected opposition did not appear, and Han Feng gave him advice, which means that the person behind the scenes is actually very happy to see the birth of the new marine. The birth of the new marine is also a provocation and blow to the marine. Advertisement. Then we will use East Blue as the starting point and radiate to the other 4 seas. I can't guarantee the others. In West Blue, unless the person behind the world government takes action, West Blue will be overturned in the thought of the Ice Legion. Han Feng promised again. Looking at Han Feng who gave him advice, Quzhan exhaled heavily. How should I take over the Ice Legion? Quzhan asked. Han Feng did not answer directly, but pointed to the black pager on the coffee table next to him. Han Feng explained, this thing is the communicator of the Frost Legion, similar to the Den Den Mushi. The advantage is that it can avoid being monitored by the world government. The disadvantage is that every word said in the pager will be recorded at the main station. Technological creation. Quzhan looked at the communicator on the coffee table thoughtfully. Quzhan picked up the communicator, curiously checked it, and then commented, this thing is quite interesting. It seems that there are still many excellent scientists in the sea. Han Feng sneered, this is an invention that is not worth mentioning among the thousands of inventions of the saints. Here you go. Han Feng took out another recording pointer and gave it to Quzhan. This is the permanent recording pointer of Frost Island. When you go there, you can use the communicator to contact the Frost Legion scattered in West Blue. The Legion soldiers who receive the information from the communicator will gather there. Han Feng explained. Thank you. Quzhan thanked the pointer. Quzhan turned around and walked away with the pointer. When he reached the door, Quzhan warned, no matter what the person behind the scenes wants to do, the new marine only wants to do one thing, that is, to suppress all criminals on the sea. I am not interested in power struggles. Han Feng smiled with relief, of course, continue to pursue your justice. Quzhan nodded silently. Advertisement. As Quzhan's footsteps gradually faded away, the temperature in the yard suddenly dropped several degrees, and a white-haired old woman suddenly appeared in the yard. The old woman looked at the half-open door of the yard with some concern and asked, can the child fulfill his destiny? Of course. Quzhan is the most talented descendant of our Hanfen family in 300 years, and Hanfen glanced at the sunny sky, and then said with a look of longing, the saint will not be wrong. No matter what choice Quzhan makes, he will fulfill the destiny that the saint has already arranged for him. The old woman sighed, yes. 300 years of grace, we owe the saint too much, I just hope that Quzhan will not disappoint the saint. The old woman suddenly changed the subject and complained, you conscienceless, have you really decided to leave? Hanfen apologized embarrassedly, it's time to go, but it's hard for you to stay in this world. Go to hell. You are tired of living, and so am I. The old woman tapped Hanfen gently with her cane, and then suddenly asked vigilantly, UBD, you won't be in a hurry to go Rukanga, are you looking for your old lover? Han Feng jumped up from his chair at a speed that an old man shouldn't have, and righteously scolded, slander. Blatant slander. You are my only wife, where did you come from? Han Feng explained, didn't the higher UPS recently advocate going to the underworld for large-scale development? I thought you might need me more there. False. The old woman quickly pinched Han Feng's mouth, looked around carefully, and scanned with her sight and hearing color to find that there was indeed no one, and then the old woman breathed a sigh of relief. The old woman gnashed her teeth and scolded, why are you so loud, old BD? What if someone hears it? This is top secret. Hee. Am I not too excited? Han Feng smiled awkwardly, then quickly changed the subject and asked, how is the little girl you observed? The old woman curled her lips and couldn't help complaining, that girl is not strong enough, and a good fruit was wasted in vain. But speaking of it, devil fruit is really unreasonable, and it's inexplicable to pick the host. Devil fruit chooses its host. Who can predict fate except saints? Han Feng comforted. The old woman complained, Snow fruit was played by that girl like a Zoan fantasy beast. My wife feels like a cardiac arrest every time she sees it. Chapter 43, The Time Traveler's Diary obtained by Kizaru. New book, please give me all the data. Those who practiced the ice-breathing technique from the Tajira wolf have been pursuing devil fruits related to coldness all their lives. Because devil fruits related to coldness are really helpful to the ice-breathing technique, and the most important thing is that as long as you eat devil fruits related to coldness, you will be immune to the side effects of the ice-breathing technique. You should know that the people who came from the Tajira wolf have developed more than 400 families. Why don't the descendants of these families practice the ice-breathing technique? It's because they are afraid of side effects, but if there is a devil fruit related to coldness, it will be different. For example, Monet, the user of the snow fruit, if it weren't for the saint saying that Monet had a destiny, Monet would have died in an accident long ago. Advertisement. Han Feng said with some relief in his tone, I heard that the Ice Stream clan discovered the cold fruit, and the Snowfield clan even discovered the Zoan fantasy beast snowman fruit. Fortunately, Kuzan, the younger generation, is doing well. The old woman asked in surprise, it seems that the Snowfield twins have joined the Frost Legion. Yes. The deputy commander of the Iceberg Legion, the two children seem to be only 12 years old this year. Han Feng nodded with some envy. After Kuzan left the family residence, he rode his bicycle alone towards the north. The burning justice is reviving. Naval Headquarters. Jun, who was standing at the dock, looked up and muttered to himself, Aokiji Admiral should not come back, right? How scary, I seem to have heard something terrible. A very weird voice came from the side. Kizaru turned into a golden light and fell beside Jun. Jun asked in surprise, Kizaru Admiral? Why are you here? As for what Kizaru just said, Jun pretended not to hear it. Fortunately, Borsellino did not intend to explore it, but took out a small notebook from his pocket with a smile. This is a Hyuxia character notebook that I found recently. Can you help me translate it? Borsellino looked at Jun expectantly. Jun looked at the old notebook in Kizaru's hand. It can be clearly seen from the thickness and slope that this is not a complete notebook. No problem. Jun took the notebook and opened it and said. Do you believe in light? Kizaru, who thought he was asking him, nodded as a matter of course I do. I am a flash man who ate sparkling fruit. Light is my best weapon. Advertisement. Jun's mouth twitched slightly, and then explained, I am translating. The first page of this notebook is this paragraph. Kizaru. I believe it. Kizaru. Jun Vice Admiral, is this also a translation? Kizaru asked speechlessly. Jun nodded as a matter of course, and said, the first page of this notebook says do you believe in light? The second page says I believe. Kizaru asked with a frivolous face, it seems that the owner of this diary worships light very much. Is it because sparkling fruit is very strong? Jun did not speak, but continued to translate. When you can use your body to launch an attack at the same speed as the speed of light without your body collapsing, theoretically, you are already invincible, at least in this sea. Kizaru touched his cheeks with both hands, and said modestly with a shy face, how terrible this person is, too much praise. I am not invincible, but if you count running away, then I am indeed invincible. Jun. Ignoring the unserious Kizaru, Jun continued to translate. Theoretically, among the three marine admirals, Kizaru Borsellino is the one who wastes the most fruit. After translating to this point, Jun, who was afraid that the other party would misunderstand, emphasized, this is written by the owner of the notebook. Kizaru was not angry, but looked at the notebook in Jun's hand seriously and said, next, please translate it well, don't care about my feelings. Advertisement. Intuition told him that the content recorded in this notebook was related to him. Thinking of this, Borsellino also put away the carelessness on his face. Looking at Borsellino's focused expression, Jun nodded and continued to translate. I didn't expect that the ability of Logia sparkling fruit could be discovered in advance on the sea, but what's interesting is that this person is actually going to join the marine. It would be a waste to give such good materials to the world government, so I tied him up. It's my first time tying someone up, and I'm not very skilled. I think I'll get used to it in the future, and such a good talent should contribute to the progress of the world. Borsellino asked, how old is this notebook? Jun Vice Admiral can tell. At least 200 years ago, A&D. Jun glanced at the smallest line of words in the lower right corner of the notebook cover, and explained with a slight smile, this should be a diary from 230 years ago, and it's an experimental log. Borsellino asked seriously, is it the same person? Although I don't want to admit it, this is indeed the time traveler. Jun nodded helplessly. 200 years ago, there was a sparkling fruit user who wanted to join the marine, but this guy got the better of him? It seems that he still wants to study that user? Thinking of this, Borsellino suddenly felt a chill on his back. The owner of the diary was obviously determined to be an enemy of the world government, and the other party had once studied sparkling fruit. If he met him in the future, wouldn't he be defeated? And maybe he wouldn't even have a chance to escape? Thinking of this, Borsellino became anxious. He was eager to know what the owner of the diary had researched. The ability of sparkling fruit to escape is indeed first class, but the problem is that nothing is absolute. Chapter 44, Incredible Sparkling Fruit. Jun continued to translate. I misunderstood Kizaru. After a brief study of the sparkling fruit ability users, I discovered an embarrassing fact, that is, when light becomes tangible and material, it loses the speed of light. Kizaru in the plot makes light tangible and material, and then releases it to cause damage, which can also explain why Kizaru's attack speed is so slow. Sure enough, Even when science faces devil fruit, science will become weak. Hearing this translation, Borsellino breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Is this normal? I am a sparkling fruit ability user, how can I not know how to develop sparkling fruit? Borsellino thought to himself. Borsellino, no one knows sparkling fruit better than me. Even the owner of the diary can make mistakes sometimes. Borsellino nodded with emotion in his heart, indicating Jun to continue translating. Normally, light is unstable, because even if it is a wave, it is also a particle. Theoretically, after entering the elemental state, the sparkling fruits ability user should also have this characteristic. But I studied this sparkling fruits ability user and found that he does not have this characteristic, and the structure of his light is very stable, and does not show the particle state of the wave. This is unscientific. It even violates physics. Oh. I remember, this is the world of pirates, so it's okay. Borsellino looked at Jun with a confused face. He couldn't say that he didn't understand this translation, but he could only say that he had no idea what the owner of the diary was saying. Borsellino asked in confusion, are you sure you didn't translate it wrong? Why is his explanation of light different from what I understand? Jun comforted him seriously, the owner of the diary is not from this world, it's normal for you two to have different ideas. Advertisement. Borsellino nodded, accepting this statement. The gap between people is huge, not to mention that they are from two different worlds. Really people from two different worlds. Just as Jun said, the time traveler came from another world, and it was normal for the two to have different development directions in the devil fruit. Take the meatball fruit as an example. Some people play it as a rule system, while others play it as a simple ability to add fat to themselves. Continue translating. I want to know what the owner of the diary thinks of sparkling fruit. Borsellino said. Jun nodded and continued to translate. But one thing has not changed, that is, light is still an energy substance. Speaking of energy substances combined with light, I suddenly have a bold idea in my mind. Kizaru. Here it comes. It comes. It comes after all. That familiar bold idea is here. Those who have read the previous notes know that when the owner of the diary has a bold idea, it means that a creation that can shatter people's three views is about to be born. The first time was the six-story immortal thief, the second time was the ice-breathing method, what will the third time be? And it is still aimed at the development of sparkling fruit. Kizaru looked at Jun with great anticipation. To be honest, any scraps of the diary owner could be a treasure to him, after all, he really has sparkling fruit now. If it was just about the development of sparkling fruit, he could almost perfectly replicate it, even as long as there was a direction. Unlike the excited Kizaru, Jun was much calmer, because he could clearly feel that several pages behind this page were torn. Advertisement. Kizaru Admiral's expectations are doomed to fail. Jun thought to himself. Successful, after letting sparkling fruit enter the elemental state, I forcibly took out some light energy particles from him. The most incredible thing is that this kind of particle is a very stable existence as an energy source. What does this mean? It means that with my heaven-defying understanding, I will bring a new race to the sea. A brand new race that is even qualified to be called God. Ah! After hearing this translation, Borsellino was like constipated, and the facial features on his face were twisted together. I came to listen to you talk about the development of sparkling fruit's abilities, why did you inexplicably talk about a brand new race? Do all of you otherworld people have such a wacky mind? Borsellino was completely numb. Borsellino asked depressedly, Jun, are you sure you didn't miss anything in the middle? Jun nodded, and then explained, there should be some content in the middle, but it seems to have been torn off. After Jun finished speaking, he showed Borsellino the torn pages. Borsellino could only accept this fact depressedly. Kizaru Admiral, I think we should be concerned about the race that can be called God now. You know, he was born from your sparkling fruit. Borsellino reminded. Jun Vice Admiral. Borsellino looked at Jun with a complicated look, and then sighed, although I have sparkling fruit, I don't have the divine talent of that time traveler. Now I can't even develop devil fruit, and you still expect me to do scientific research? Jun, who understood the hidden meaning of Kizaru's words, smiled sheepishly and said, okay, I'll continue translating. Chapter 45, God's Talent. Damn it. Failed. Speechless. Failed again. Today is another day of failure. Jun had a dark face and posted several pages in a row before seeing new content. Even through the diary, Borsellino could hear that the owner of the diary was full of resentment. Advertisement. Borsellino gloated, it seems that the progress of the diary owner's new race creation is not very good. Did it fail? Jun did not speak because she wanted to translate the new content. After failing more than 100 times, I suddenly found a very serious problem, that is, with a normal human body, is it not enough to carry light energy particles? So should I try other races? Let's try it. It's a bit difficult to collect some special races without attracting the attention of the world government, but the difficulty is not great. Long-handed tribe, failed. Long-legged tribe, failed. Mermaid tribe, failed. Mouth tribe, failed. Fur tribe, half successful. Giant tribe, more successful than half successful. At this moment, Borsellino's face no longer had the gloating look just now. Borsellino said solemnly, the owner of this diary has developed a powerful force hidden in the dark at this time, or even multiple. Advertisement. Jun may not have found the key point when translating. But as a Marine Admiral, although he usually likes to slack off, it does not mean that Kizaru is not a qualified Marine Admiral. Jun only saw the constant failures of the diary owner, but Borsellino saw more. What can support the diary owner to fail so many times and continue the research is immeasurable wealth. What can support the owner of the diary to collect so many rare races is immeasurable huge power. What's more terrifying is that if it weren't for the appearance of the diary, the world government might have been kept in the dark and then inexplicably overthrown one day. Kizaru even suspected that the appearance of the diary might be due to the time being up, and the owner of the diary deliberately leaked it. The owner of the diary is so scary. Borsellino murmured to himself in a low voice, this time no longer sarcastic, but sincere worry. The reason why the fur tribe can succeed may be because they rely on their bodies to emit static electricity all year round, which makes their body cells more tolerant than ordinary people. But what about the giants? However, objectively speaking, the racial ability of the giants is indeed stronger than that of ordinary people, with a lifespan that exceeds 3 times that of humans, and their height can even reach 12 meters after adulthood. In order to support such a huge body, the consumption of the giants will be stronger than that of ordinary people, and the strength of the cells will be the same. What is really incredible is that the giants are more adapted to light energy particles than the furs. It seems that my plan to create a giant of light will fall on the giants. After translating to this point, Jun suddenly realized, so that's it. The owner of this diary wants to use light energy particles to strengthen the human body so that humans can gain the power of light. Borsellino frowned and thought. It's broken. My sparkling fruit seems to be everywhere. If the plan of the owner of the diary is really successful, does it mean that every light giant has a sparkling fruit? If that's the case, isn't it too outrageous? Advertisement. Borsellino sincerely praised, this is the talent of God. It's really not something that ordinary people like me can figure out. Borsellino urged, what's next? Has the light giant clan been born? Jun could only bury his head and continue translating. After confirming the research direction, everything became much smoother. When the carrier that can carry light energy particles is found, the next thing to solve is the problem of light energy conversion. Demon fruit power can be transformed between elements and normal bodies. As long as I can explore the secret, the light giant clan can be officially born. Devil fruit. It's really a miracle of the world. No wonder the technology in this world is so crooked. With a miracle like devil fruit, it seems that no matter what happens, it's not too outrageous. Element transformation? Such an ordinary ability actually hides such important knowledge and secrets. Borsellino rubbed his chin with his hand. Failed again, the light energy particles are too violent and unstable, but as a user of the earth fruit, I can turn into rocks, soil, and even sand when I transform into elements. These substances seem to be more stable than light energy particles. Maybe I should change direction and study myself by the way? Jun. Borsellino. Both of them were shocked after hearing this translation. Crazy. Too crazy. The owner of this diary is simply too crazy. It's understandable to study others, but this crazy guy doesn't even let himself go. And the user of the earth fruit. Jun, have you heard of such an outrageous devil fruit? Borsellino asked. Jun analyzed seriously, this kind of fruit should not have been born in the sea, but this fruit should be a higher level fruit of sand fruit. Borsellino nodded in agreement. Being able to transform into 3 elements at the same time, does that mean that the other party can at least control sand, rocks, and soil at will? Such an outrageous composite fruit is simply unheard of and unseen. Strictly speaking, Akainu's lava fruit is actually a composite fruit, but Akainu can never decompose the power of lava into fire and earth. Chapter 46, The Origin of the Kingdom of Light. The owner of this diary has become a person with special abilities. I don't know when he became one. Borsellino sighed. There are so many things that could happen in such a long time, nearly 80 years apart. Jun comforted, this is a problem that the world government should worry about. Kizaru shrugged his shoulders in disapproval. Jun's words were correct. Borsellino, who was doing nothing, nodded in agreement, I am just a marine admiral who gets paid. This kind of problem really has nothing to do with me. Advertisement. Borsellino said, continue translating. I am too interested in the race of the light giant. Jun nodded and continued translating. Genetic modification failed. The research from the cell aspect is wrong, or the research from the genetic modification aspect is wrong. A cell being able to withstand light particles and the whole body being able to have light particles are two different concepts, not to mention the conversion problem. Failed again. Jun did not find it strange. After all, this experiment sounded very bold and incredible. If this experiment really succeeded, giants who ate sparkling fruit, and in batches. This scene is creepy just thinking about it. Since genetic modification doesn't work, then start from other aspects. Can I create a pure source of light, and then use the radiation energy of the source of light to upgrade the giants to the direction of light giants? Although passive evolution and active evolution are both evolution under artificial intervention, the latter is no longer feasible. Advertisement. Giant source of light. Borsellino silently memorized this name in his heart. And Jun continued to turn the pages. After skipping a lot of meaningless content, Jun finally found what he wanted. Using the awakener of sparkling fruit as the main consumable, I finally got the source of light I wanted. If this thing is absorbed by the ability of sparkling fruit, it will make the sparkling fruit ability user have the characteristics of a psychic fruit ability user. However, sparkling fruit should have been reborn now, and then discovered and eaten by Kizaru 200 years later. The combination of Logia Devil Fruit and Paramecia Devil Fruit, this is the miracle of light, the source of light. After listening to this translation, Borsellino's breathing became rapid. Sure enough. Whenever the words "I have a bold idea" appear in the diary, the value of this diary will increase countless dimensions. The miracle of light, the source of light. Jun complained, but psychic type should not be able to beat Logia, right? No, that's not the way to compare. Borsellino shook his head and explained, if Logia Devil Fruit is the power of law, then psychic type Devil Fruit is the power of rules. Many Paramecia evil ability users have the ability to subvert rules, such as Tyrant Bear, one of the Shishibukai, whose meatball fruit has the ability to subvert rules. Looking at Jun, who looked confused, Borsellino slowly stretched out his right hand and said, "Look. This is the power of my ability to control light. If my sparkling fruit is Paramecia Devil Fruit, then I can kill people with my eyes, because eyes are also light." Borsellino sincerely requested, "Anyway, please tell me where this source of light is. It is very useful to me." Advertisement. Borsellino is still a little confident in his own strength. As long as he knows where the source of light is, even if he can't rob it, he can steal it himself, right? As a sparkling fruit ability user, it is too easy to escape after stealing something. After arriving at the new island, I named it M78, and then started this huge project that may last for hundreds of years. I will build a plasma spark tower on this island. The plasma spark tower with the source of light as the core will bring the light of evolution to the world when it flashes. But before that, I have to collect more giant children to this island. After all, this will be the country of light that I built with my own hands. The geographical advantage of being in the windless zone means that the country of light does not have to worry about being harassed by the city and county governments within 200 years. In addition, the country is closed to the outside world, and I believe that the world government should not pay attention to this island. Windless zone? This is really troublesome. Borsellino silently memorized this location in his heart. However, the windless zone is not an accurate geographical name. The area it covers is too large. If you want to find an island in the windless zone, the difficulty is actually no less than finding a needle in a haystack. What's more, the calm zone is the nightmare of all ships, and he is the demon fruit power. If he rashly enters the calm zone, Borsellino feels that the chance of his death at the bottom of the sea is greater than the chance of finding the island. Kizaru Admiral, the notebook has been translated. Jun returned the notebook to Kizaru and asked curiously, "Kizaru Admiral, where did you get this notebook? The content of this notebook is quite suitable for you, but I feel that this is too coincidental, as if this diary was prepared for you." Borsellino explained, "This is what my grandfather left behind. My grandfather is an adventurer, and this notebook is also of archaeological value. After all, it is something from more than 200 years ago, and there is a kind of text recorded on it, so this notebook has been kept by my family. I only recently learned that the text on it is called Hyuxia characters, so I went back to my hometown and brought this notebook to you for translation." Jun nodded, but did not really believe what Kizaru said. Jun did not believe that this notebook was accidentally obtained by Kizaru's ancestor. If nothing unexpected happens, Admiral Kizaru may be the second Aokiji. Thinking of this, Jun already felt a little sympathetic to Marshal Sengoku. Chapter 47, King Kong and Skull Island. But what does all this have to do with her Jun? She is just a small marine vice admiral. Should I report this to Marshal Sengoku? I am so confused. Kizaru shook his head and went to the office of the marine marshal. Compared to the careless garb, Kizaru was more polite when entering the marshal's office. "Marshal Sengoku," Kizaru reports. Sengoku's voice came from the office, "Come in." Advertisement. Sengoku squinted at Kizaru, revealing a bit of danger in his eyes. If I remember correctly, you should not have a leave, right? Kizuru dared to ask for leave, and he, Sengoku, dared to take action. No. Kizuru shook his head and explained, it's like this, I picked up a diary, and it seems to be about Hyuxia characters. After Kizuru finished speaking, he put the diary on the desk. Picked it up. Sengoku looked at Kizuru with an expression of you are teasing me. Can you be more perfunctory? This thing is hard to come by at the world government, but you just picked it up casually too. Speechless in his heart, Sengoku asked, you should have looked for Jun, right? Kizuru nodded and admitted, I did look for Jun Vice Admiral, and I asked him to translate the content on it. The content is roughly. Kizuru relied on his excellent memory to describe what Jun translated. Earth fruit. Sengoku was silent and tapped the table with his hand. The source of light and plasma spark tower, etc., Sengoku is not interested in these. As for the light giant. Advertisement. If the owner of the diary really created such a race, the world would have been turned upside down by now. The giants who ate sparkling fruit can also be mass-produced. With the combination of these two, with the current strength of the world government, it is estimated that they can't resist them. Why is there no record of the earth fruit in the devil fruit encyclopedia? A newly born devil fruit? Or did the other party mistake the rock fruit for the earth fruit? And more importantly, being able to perform 3 elements at the same time and control 3 natural elements, this devil fruit has clearly exceeded the standard. 3 fruits. Sengoku quickly put this absurd idea behind him and asked, you report this matter, do you want to use the power of the world government to search for the island where the source of light may exist in the windless zone? Kizuru nodded, the calm belt is too big, I can't search it all by myself in my lifetime, but the world government is different. I will report this matter, as for how much strength it will have, it depends on the world government's intention. After Sengoku finished speaking, he added. Don't mention taking leave, Garp and Aokiji have both taken leave. If you take leave too, then the naval headquarters will only have 2 admiral combat forces. Ah. I can understand Aokiji taking sick leave, why can old man Garp also take leave? Didn't he just take leave? Kizuru looked depressed, thinking that Garp's current vacation was just taking his leave. For someone who likes to slack off, having his vacation taken away is worse than being confronted by a minotaur. Sengoku explained, I heard that his father left a treasure, which contains a devil fruit that is very suitable for him. What? Mr. Garp is going to eat devil fruit? Kizuru looked at Sengoku in disbelief. Kizuru couldn't help but complain, is Mr. Garp trying to have a second spring? Kizuru returned to his office with mixed emotions, and then lay directly on the sofa to start working. He was responsible for emergency tasks. If he didn't go out to sea, he would usually be playing around at the naval headquarters. East Blue. Garp ordered with high spirits, is that the island? Pull the warship over. Boom. A huge rock suddenly flew out from the island and hit the front of the warship heavily. Advertisement. A nearly 50-meter tall behemoth warned in a low voice, Marine. This island is not the place for you. Garp looked at the behemoth in front of him in surprise, and then asked tentatively, this, a talking gorilla? A mythical beast. It's a titan. After the behemoth finished speaking, its body quickly shrank into a 4-meter tall bald man, and then jumped onto the deck of the warship on moonwalk. Bogart next to Garp questioned, Titan species? As far as I know, Zoan devil fruit does not have this category of Titan species. The bald man was not angry, but explained confidently, it didn't exist before, but it exists now. The bald man emphasized again, leave here, this island does not welcome any outsiders, whether it is a pirate or a marine. Garp also emphasized, what a strong physique, my name is Garp, my father probably left me something on this island, so I have to go up and find it. Hearing this, the bald man's pupil shrank, and then he asked thoughtfully, you can call me King Kong, who is your father? Garp, it seems to be Wu Ming. King Kong suddenly realized, it turns out that he is a descendant of the saint. He did leave some things here. Seeing King Kong's reaction, Garp knew that things were stable, at least he did not come to the wrong place this time. King Kong said again, you can go to the island, but they can't. This island does not welcome outsiders. This time King Kong's tone became much kinder, and even made Garp feel a little cordial. Garp asked, can I take my Bogart with me? He is my right-hand man. Kong glanced at Bogart next to him, then nodded, if there is only one person, it is not impossible. In this way, under the leadership of King Kong, Garp and Bogart boarded the island that looks a bit like a skull. The name of this island is Skull Island. Without the guidance of the map, outsiders will never find this island in their lifetime. King Kong, who was walking in front, introduced it to the two. Bogart nodded in agreement and said with emotion, this location is indeed quite remote, and the environment is also very extreme. If there were no map guidance and reminders, our warship would have capsized long ago. Chapter 48, the special talent of the IWI people. Advertisement. Of course, this island is isolated from the world, and it's difficult for us to get out. In the past 200 years, only one guy named Machi has left here, but that was many years ago. King Kong said with a smile. Machi. Bogart raised his eyebrows, and then said to himself in confusion, I always feel like I've heard this name somewhere. The name that made him feel familiar was not Marine, so it could only be a pirate. As the three of them officially entered the jungle, Bogart discovered the difference between this island and other islands. The plants on this island are larger than those on other islands, and the various insects and animals in it are much larger than those in other places. Bogart whispered to Garp, the environment of the island is so strange. Garp nodded. This island really exudes a kind of weirdness from the inside out. The ridiculously strong guardian, this guardian named King Kong, even if his strength is not at the admiral level, at least it is at the quasi-admiral level. And the plants on this island, these plants look out of place with other plants on East Blue, not to mention those animals and insects. Crack! A huge insect suddenly emerged from the dense forest. It was a huge insect that looked a bit like a stick insect. The insect's hunting target was not other insects, but the three humans. Looking for death. Advertisement. King Kong roared angrily, and then punched the insect on the head. The faintly visible black armament haki made Garp realize that the people on this island also mastered haki. Crack! Green blood splashed, and King Kong shook his hand with impatience. King Kong apologized embarrassedly, sorry, let the two of you introduce it. As you can see, this island is a bit dangerous. Garp smiled indifferently, and Bogart did not take the danger just now to heart. After all, neither of them was an ordinary person. In this isolated and dangerous jungle, countless strange creatures are hidden. If necessary, I suggest that you keep the observation haki turned on. King Kong suggested. In order to make the two realize the seriousness of the matter, King Kong added, because there are many poisonous creatures living in this jungle, the poison of some creatures is the most deadly. Hearing this, Garp and Bogart looked at each other, and then silently opened observation haki. To be able to survive in such an environment, the IWI people may be stronger than imagined. Thinking of this, Bogart was also relieved in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't force his way in just now, otherwise they would suffer heavy losses again this time. After walking for nearly half an hour, the group of people saw a village that looked like primitive people. At the entrance of the village stood a huge stone tablet, on which were engraved the Hyuxia characters that world government was obsessed with. The moment he saw the village again, Garp was attracted by the huge stone tablet. Even Bogart next to him inevitably turned his eyes to the stone tablet. The stone tablet recording Hyuxia characters, the research value is self-evident. Seeing that both of them were attracted by the stone tablet, King Kong explained casually, this is a stone tablet set up by our ancestors. The content is roughly about the origin of our IWI tribe and some deeds of that adult. Can you help translate it? Garp rubbed his chin with his hand and asked with interest. No problem, after all, it's not a secret. King Kong nodded, and then began to translate the content for the two. We begged for freedom in slavery, so the saint brought us freedom. We prayed for a place to stay in exile, so the saint gave us Skull Island. We prayed for a place to stay in danger, so the saint gave us King Kong. Advertisement. We sought a future in confusion, so the saint gave us a mission. Slavery. Garp looked at King Kong thoughtfully. King Kong had nothing to hide about the tragic past of his tribe, and said directly, 200 years ago, our ancestors were actually a group of slaves, slaves of the evil race Celestial Dragons, and it was the saints who saved us. Celestial Dragons, evil race. Hearing this wonderful combination, Bogart's mouth twitched slightly. Fortunately, the IWI tribe is isolated from the world, but it is precisely because of the IWI tribe's isolation that they think Celestial Dragons are an evil race. After all, on the sea, even pirates dare not call Celestial Dragons an evil race, after all, they are descendants of God. The slaves 200 years ago survived in this place called Skull Island. The environment of this place is quite harsh and is not suitable for human survival at all. Bogart was thoughtful. Then the key point is the mission. What is the mission of the IWI tribe on this island? It can't be to wait for the arrival of Chief Garp, right? After all, no matter how powerful the time traveler 200 years ago was, he couldn't predict that he would have a son named Garp 200 years later, right? At this time, King Kong suddenly said, our mission is to guard the entrance to the inner world. This is not a secret. After all, the treasure left by the adults is in the inner world. Bogart's pupils shrank when he heard this, and then he looked at King Kong with some fear. At this moment, King Kong's simple smile was extremely gloomy in Bogart's eyes. Chapter 49, Aokiji vs the Snowfield Twins. How could it be? Bogart's face was full of disbelief and horror. King Kong explained honestly, this is a special talent of our IWI people. Our observation haki can read other people's hearts. It turns out that it is a special observation haki gifted person. Bogart suddenly realized and breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Wait. Bogart suddenly realized the key point of the matter. What did he just say? Is this the racial talent of the IWI people? The owner of observation haki who can see through other people's hearts? Born with observation haki? No. The IWI people were just a group of ordinary people 200 years ago, but they became the so-called IWI people after they moved to this island. How could such a race have special talents? King Kong explained kindly, it's the saint. The saint gave us a special mission and also gave us special talents. Bogart, who was red again, didn't dare to have any other thoughts in his heart. After all, there was a mind reader next to him, which made people quite uncomfortable. But why didn't Vice Admiral Garp have his mind read? Bogart couldn't help but glance at the calm Garp. Garp calmly explained, observation haki can block observation haki. Although my observation haki has not reached the level of observation killing, it can still block others from exploring my mind. Congo also added, observation haki does have this ability. Most of us IWI people can master this kind of observation haki that blocks other people's mental exploration. After all, we usually communicate with our minds. Bogart. So I am the only real invisible person? Looking at the village in front of him, Bogart suddenly didn't want to go in, because the IWI people realized that they seemed to be the only one without clothes. But Bogart, who was very curious about the secrets inside, finally went in. After entering the village, Bogart frowned instinctively. Backward. Too backward. This village is like a primitive tribe. Not to mention the traces of civilization, there are no traces of industrial tools here. Even if there are, they are the kind of simple wooden tools that are particularly backward. Advertisement. We IWI are isolated from the world, and it is normal that our technology is backward, right? King Kong explained beside him. Considering the special environmental problems of Skull Island, Bogart also nodded. In such an environment, it is already very difficult to survive, and it is really a pipe dream to develop people's livelihood technology. King Kong said with a smile on his face, and we like our current life very much. I have never seen the prosperity of the outside world, so I will not be dazzled by the prosperity of the outside world. It is normal for a group of ordinary people to be easily satisfied. Ambitious people have left the island long ago. For example, the young man named Monkey was curious about the world outside the island, so he resolutely decided to go to see. Let's go to build the village chief first. King Kong led the way again. Soon Garp and his party met the village chief mentioned by King Kong, who was a white-haired old man with various tattoos on his face. After seeing Garp and others, he was also very happy and even entertained everyone enthusiastically. At the dinner table, Bogart looked at the primitive delicacies on the table and lost his appetite instantly, but Garp next to him was eating happily. This is a world where you can convert your appetite into strength. One of the main reasons why Garp is so strong is that he can eat. West Blue Frost Island. Ice cube burst pheasant mouth. Snowball shooting. Ice and snowballs collided in mid-air, and the two objects with obviously different masses shattered after the collision. Ha ha ha. I finally met an interesting opponent, Willump. Let's roll too. The biggest snowball in history. A huge snowball grew bigger and bigger under the push of the Snowfield twins, and soon a behemoth with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared in front of Aokiji. What a mess. Aokiji sighed depressedly. Frozen time capsule. Kyuzan released a cold air shock wave from a long distance. Advertisement. The moment they received the cold air, the Snowfield twins were instantly frozen, but after being frozen, the ice was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this familiar scene, Kyuzan's pupils shrank. He was too familiar with this scene. The cold wind before. No, now it should be called the ancestor. The ancestor used this trick to absorb its freezing ability before. Kyuzan said coldly, ice breathing. Nunu explained proudly, no. This is the improved frost breathing method, which is a gift unique to our blood twins. Kyuzan smiled knowingly at Nunu, who seemed to be showing off his favorite toy. Nunu is less than 12 years old this year, and his strength is close to that of a quasi-admiral. This talent can be described as outrageous in the entire ocean. No more fighting, we restrain each other, and it's meaningless to fight anymore. Kyuzan waved his hand helplessly, indicating a truce. That won't do. We have the ability to control ice and snow. Nunu, who was very competitive, shook his head. Willump. Devour. Willump came to Kyuzan at an extremely fast speed, then opened his bloody mouth and bit him viciously. Boom. Willump flew backwards at an extremely fast speed, and Kyuzan, whose right hand was covered with black armament haki, said, I am not just a frozen fruit ability user. After saying this, Kyuzan waved his right fist covered with black armament haki. Nunu, Willump hurts. Willump looked at Nunu with tears in his eyes. Nunu pouted his lips, then said unhappily, then forget it today, we're tied. Due to their relatively young age, the Snowfield twins have not officially started to train their bodies, nor have they mastered armament haki. Knowing this, Nunu did not continue to be stubborn. Seeing that the deputy leader finally gave in, Kuzan also breathed a sigh of relief. Now my 200,000 troops should be stable, right? What should the new marine be called? Thinking of this, Kuzan couldn't help but curl up his lips slightly. My burning justice will finally begin to burn. Chapter 50, New Marine starts. Frost Corps Command Room. As the Frost Corps arrived from all over West Blue, Aokiji's face became more and more joyful. The Frost Corps' military ranks were based on a decimal system, ranging from decapitation to 10,000-man commander. 20 10,000-man commanders gathered in the command room and waited for Kuzan to speak. Marine Admiral Aokiji, of course they were familiar with him, after all, Kuzan was from West Blue. Advertisement. A captain said with joy on his face, before, I was wondering why Admiral Aokiji, as a frozen fruit user and from West Blue, was not a member of our Frost Corps. I didn't expect that Admiral Aokiji would become the leader of our Frost Corps. Another captain agreed and said, yes. But this is reasonable. How could a frozen fruit user from West Blue not be a member of the Glacier Corps? When saying this, the captain's tone was extremely confident, full of pride in his origin, as if he was saying that talents like Aokiji were born to be members of their Frost Corps. Kuzan looked at the people in the conference room and breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that this group of people would be unruly and some would not obey him. But now it seems that I thought too much. Thinking of this, Kuzan asked nervously, everyone. I want to use the Frost Legion to establish a new marine. What do you think about this? As the strongest captain of 10,000 men, Han Mang stood up and explained, we can't leave West Blue. The establishment of the Iceberg Legion is to protect the families behind the Frost Legion. This is not that he has any opinion on Kuzan. Han Mang actually agrees with Kuzan becoming the leader of the Frost Legion. After all, the Frozen Fruit Ability people and the Frost Legion are too compatible. The Frozen Fruit Ability people are simply born leaders of the Ice Legion. As the saying goes, everything can't be forgotten. The roots of the Frost Legion are the 400 families behind them. The purpose of the Ice Legion's existence is to protect the 400 families behind them, and then to overthrow the world government, and all of Aokiji's orders must be ranked third. Kuzan frowned when he heard this, but Kuzan was not surprised. After all, he was not prepared to extend his tentacles to other seas from the beginning. Advertisement. Kuzan explained, it is to protect the entire West Blue, or to be more precise, to control the entire West Blue. The Frost Legion has the support of the 400 families, so he doesn't need to worry about supply consumption, but once the new marine is established, it will be different. The new marine cannot rely on the 200,000 Frost Legion alone. It will definitely need to recruit people in the future. As the number of people increases, the 400 families behind the Frost Legion alone will definitely not be able to support the new marine. At the beginning, the 400 families may be able to help, but as the new marine expands, this problem will become more and more difficult to solve. So the best way at present is to let the new marine manage the entire West Blue, and then use the financial resources of the entire West Blue to support the new marine. When the resources of the new marine are sufficient, it will be good to extend its tentacles to other seas. A captain of 10,000 men whispered, control West Blue? Someone proposed this suggestion 100 years ago, but it was stopped by the saint. No matter who controls the Frost Legion, ambition will rise involuntarily in their hearts, but these people were extinguished when their ambitions just showed signs. Kuzan said, the Lord should allow us to proceed. Really? The entire conference room exploded instantly. After hiding their identities for so many years, the Frost Legion is finally going to be revealed to the world. Han Mang couldn't wait to say, if that Lord allows, then we can fully support you. Okay, my arrangement is this, the Frost Legion will take over all the marine stations in West Blue in groups. It would be even better if we can attract marines to join our new marine while taking over the marine stations. After Kuzan finished speaking, he looked at everyone nervously. West Blue is very big, and Marine's influence in West Blue is also very large, but compared with the Frost Legion, it is a dwarf compared to a giant, and the two are not even on the same level. A captain asked, what about the rest of the people? Kuzan had already made arrangements for this matter, and directly arranged, the extra people will go to those non-member states and invite those islands of non-member states to accept the protection of the new marine. What if the kings don't cooperate? Advertisement. Kuzan said coldly, if they don't want to leave with dignity, let them leave with dignity. The interests of the king are different from those of ordinary people. In Kuzan's new marine blueprint, the only role of the king is to manage the country, not to protect the country, and the king is not indispensable. Kuzan, my plan is this, we will accept all the marine stations first, and then impose taxes on everyone in West Blue. The name is protection tax. It doesn't need to be too much. 5% of the taxpayer's annual income is enough. A captain couldn't help but complain, why does this sound a bit like the protection fee of the gang? Kyuzen's face darkened when he heard this. This is indeed protection money, so there is nothing wrong with people complaining. As a price, we will comprehensively maintain the peace of people in various countries and regions. All crimes are within the scope of our new marine. Whether it is gangs or pirates, as long as they dare to attack civilians, we will never tolerate it. This is more conscientious than gangs. A captain complained again. The new marine is now in the stage of crossing the river by feeling the stones. Kyuzen has only thought of so much. As for the details, we can only wait and improve them slowly in the future. Kyuzen added, as for the welfare of the new marine, follow the marine. Marine is actually a high-paying profession, and even a regular profession. Although the benefits of marine are not as outrageous as the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, there are still basic disability allowances, pensions, monthly salaries, etc., and even officers have pensions. Many prominent marines join marine to implement their own justice, but that is the pursuit of real big men. The reason why ordinary people are willing to join marine is actually just the benefits of marine. Kyuzen also knows this, so he chose to copy marine directly. But this cannot be copied completely, such as the salary issue of marine. The salary of marine is paid by world government, but no one in the new marine pays them. To be precise, the new marine has no source of money. It is precisely because of this that Kyuzen thought of collecting protection fees. After all, maintaining justice also requires food. Chapter 51, Kyuzen, Marshal, please don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid the Saint will misunderstand me. The plan is good, but the Frost Legion doesn't have many high-end combat forces. If world conquest is determined to defeat the new marine, how should we deal with it then? Han Mang expressed another concern. Everyone who heard this once again turned their attention to Kyuzen. 200,000 colonel-level combat forces sound very impressive. Even when facing admiral-level strongmen, 200,000 troops can kill several of them. But the problem is that the price is too high. The Frost Legion doesn't want to bear it, let alone bear it. Advertisement. Again, they can sacrifice 1,000 lives for the Saint, but few are willing to fight for Kyuzen. Kyuzen also saw this. Just when Kyuzen didn't know how to fool him, Nunu raised his hand and said, I have a way to solve this problem. My grandfather said that if the Frost Legion really faces the stranglehold of the world government, the Saint will protect the entire West Blue and prevent the high-end combat power of world conquest from entering West Blue. After hearing this, no one in the meeting room spoke up to object. At this moment, even the most dull people could realize that Kyuzen's establishment of a new marine was also part of the Saint's plan. Will there be a stronger existence to take action? It seems that this is a sure thing. Kyuzen quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He never doubted the power of the Saint. If the superficial power of the world government was the only factor, the bridge guard of the Tequila Wolf could have swept the world conquest. Since that person said so, it proves that West Blue will become the sphere of influence of the new marine. Kyuzen pleaded sincerely, then, let's officially start the plan. Everyone, do your job, prepare to take over all the marine military bases in West Blue, and try not to cause unnecessary sacrifices if you can avoid casualties. Yes. The 20 captains responded in unison. After all the captains left, Kyuzen took out the Den Mushi. Kyuzen looked at the Den Mushi in his hand, which represented Marine Admiral Aokiji, with deep affection and complexity. Alas! Advertisement. People with different ideologies cannot work together. After sighing again, Kyuzen silently contacted the naval headquarters. After a moment, the call was connected. This is Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku's slightly tired voice came from the Den Mushi. After a moment of silence, Kyuzen said, Marshal Sengoku, I'm Kyuzen. After hearing that it was Aokiji, Sengoku hurriedly asked, Aokiji. Have you inherited the inheritance? When will you return to naval headquarters? After another short silence, Kyuzen said in a low voice, Marshal, I may not be able to go back. Sengoku. What? You guys don't want to take a vacation? Sengoku roared angrily. At this moment, Sengoku has not realized the seriousness of the matter. After all, it is not the first time that Kyuzen has skipped work. No. I mean I want to quit Marine. Do you understand? Marshal Sengoku. Kyuzen's words this time are extremely firm. What? You want to quit Marine? Sengoku's voice is several decibels higher. The current Marine can't bear my justice at all. Indiscriminately attack innocent civilians, launch a buster call on the world's largest library, and clean up the celestial dragons participating in the hunting sport. Can such a Marine have justice? I can burn my life for justice, but I don't want to burn myself for celestial dragons. Aokiji seriously expressed his disappointment in Marine and his disgust for celestial dragons. These words have been in his heart for all these years and he dared not say them out, and today he can finally speak them out. Sengoku finally panicked after hearing the seriousness in Kyuzen's words. Advertisement. Sengoku advised earnestly, Aokiji, you should know that the main purpose of Marine is to maintain the order of the sea. You should know the importance of order. Without order, ordinary people will only live a worse life. Kyuzen retorted angrily, then such order is too bad. The depressed Sengoku sighed, Aokiji, no matter how bad the order is, it is better than no order. No. I will maintain a new order. I will quit Marine and establish a new Marine, and then take over all the military bases of Marine in West Blue. I hope Marshal Sengoku can convince the Marines of West Blue not to make unnecessary resistance. Sengoku. You want to create a new Marine after you quit Marine? Sengoku roared angrily on the other end of the Den Mushi. At this moment, Sengoku finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Kyuzen is not going to quit Marine, this guy clearly wants to rebel against Marine and set up his own business. Is Kyuzen crazy? Create a new Marine? Do you have people? Do you have money? You have nothing, what's the point of building a new Marine? And if you build a new Marine, what will happen to the Marine? Will the world government allow the emergence of a new Marine? And West Blue is the backyard of the world government, will they give it to you? Naive, Kyuzen, the youngest Marine Admiral, is still too naive, without any political mind, not even a little strategic awareness. Kyuzen, do you know how naive your words are? Do you know how much turmoil you will bring to the world? Do you know how many casualties West Blue will suffer because of you? Marshal Sengoku asked directly. Aokiji assured, sacrifice is inevitable, the new Marine is ready to burn everything for justice. I think Marine must be ready to burn himself for justice. I promise that my fight with the Shijian government will not affect civilians. Aokiji, you think everything is too simple. Come back and talk to me. I know you are disappointed with Marine, but... Sengoku was interrupted by Kyuzen before he finished speaking, since I called you, it proves that I have made up my mind and I will not come back. Kyuzen paused for a moment after speaking, and then added, Marshal Sengoku, don't contact me in the future. I am afraid that the saint will misunderstand. Chapter 52, the first Marine Admiral to defect in 800 years. Sengoku. Looking at the hung-up call, Sengoku's face also became extremely interesting. At first, it was livid, then it was pale, and finally it was red. At the beginning, his face was livid because Kyuzen actually hung up the phone. In the middle, his face was pale because during his tenure as Admiral, the first Marine Admiral who defected in 800 years was born, which would be one of the biggest black spots in his career. At the end, his face was red, that was purely because he was angry. Advertisement. What do you mean don't contact me in the future, afraid that the saint will misunderstand? Of course he knows the title of saint. After all, the whole world is watching the uproar now. Sengoku's face was gloomy. Sengoku forcibly suppressed his anger and convened a high-level meeting of Marines. After all the high-level Marines of the naval headquarters arrived, the meeting officially began. Today's meeting room is particularly quiet, one because the most jumpy Garp is not there, and the other because everyone can see that Marshal Sengoku is obviously in a bad mood at the moment. Sengoku said with a heavy face, everyone, I have a very sad news to tell you. Speaking of this, Sengoku was silent for a while. He really didn't have the courage to say the Admiral's defection. Seeing Sengoku's reaction, all the Vice Admirals in the conference room couldn't help but wonder what happened. Is it that a Vice Admiral died? But it shouldn't be such a big reaction. Is it that Vice Admiral Garp had an accident? Or did Admiral Aokiji die? Advertisement. Just when everyone was guessing, Sengoku finally said, Marine Admiral Aokiji just defected. After saying this, Sengoku collapsed on the chair as if he had used up all his strength. As soon as he said this, everyone in the conference room changed their faces. You know, that's the Marine Admiral. In the Marine, he is truly second to none and above 10,000 people. There has never been a Marine Admiral defecting in history, and the reason is very simple. Marine Admirals have great power and high autonomy. Even if Marine Admirals are dissatisfied with Marine, there is no need to judge Marine. Even the Marine Staff Officer Tsuru, who is always calm and composed, lost his composure after hearing the news. Tsuru asked nervously, does the world government know about this? Sengoku said with a bit of fatigue in his tone, I haven't reported this matter yet. Tsuru couldn't help asking, what happened? Why did Aokiji defect? Everyone in the conference room also looked at Sengoku curiously. They were also curious about what happened that made the Marine Admiral defect. Sengoku explained, Kyuzen just called me and told me that he was going to quit Marine and set up a new Marine to practice his own justice. Hearing this, Tsuru's face flashed with astonishment. After hearing the news of Marine Admiral's defection, Tsuru thought of many reasons for Kyuzen's defection. For example, killing Tianlong or doing something that angered the heavens and people and was known by others. But she never expected that Kyuzen would quit the marine for such a ridiculous reason. Crane angrily scolded, "Establish a new marine? What is Kyuzen doing? Are you playing house?" Advertisement. If the new marine is so easy to establish, why would it be your turn, Kyuzen? Who can stand at the top of the marine doesn't have justice to implement, who doesn't dislike celestial dragons? Who is unhappy with the world government? Doesn't he know that it is the marine that needs the world government, not the world government that needs the marine? Crane sighed. Crane, who really couldn't accept Kyuzen's quitting the marine for such a ridiculous reason, said, "No. I'll ask Kyuzen in person." Krazer felt that as long as he explained how difficult it was to establish a new marine and how much the monthly expenses of the naval headquarters were, and made Kyuzen realize that this was not playing house and that the new marine was not so easy to establish, there might be a chance to win Kyuzen back. After all, Sengoku hasn't reported the matter to the world government yet, so everything is still in time. Seeing Tsuru taking out the Den Mushi, Sengoku opened his mouth, but in the end did not stop Tsuru's move. Sengoku also had a glimmer of hope and expectation in his heart, hoping that Tsuru could persuade Kyuzen to return to marine. Soon the call was connected. "Tsuru, Vice Admiral? What do you want to talk to me about?" "I've already said that I have quit marine." Kyuzen's careless tone came from the phone. Before Tsuru could speak, Akainu next to him couldn't help but curse angrily, "Kyuzen! You damn traitor, the shame of marine! Hurry and return to marine!" Aokiji took the Den Mushi out far away with a look of disgust, and waited until Akainu had vented almost enough before Aokiji brought the Den Mushi to his ear. Crane sincerely advised, "Aokiji, go back to marine. Without sufficient financial support, even if you set up a new marine, it will only be a pirate named after the new marine. You know that the monthly opening of marine is..." Crane was interrupted by Aokiji before he finished speaking, "Crawl Vice Admiral, I have 200,000 troops." "What?" Hearing this number, Crane, who was originally planning to persuade Aokiji, stood up from his chair. Crane couldn't help asking, "Aokiji, what did you just say? Say it again? How many troops do you have?" Aokiji emphasized again, "I have 200,000 troops." After getting Aokiji's confirmation, Crane's face instantly became extremely wonderful, and even Sengoku and others beside him were shocked, but more of them were still in disbelief. 200,000. Not 20. Not 20,000. That's 200,000. You should know that Marine only had 3 million Marines at its peak, and now Marine is less than 1.2 million. The reason why the Marines can afford to support so many soldiers is because they have the support of the world government and more than 170 member states. But how can you, Kyuzen? Even if your family is rich, you can't support an army of 200,000 people, right? After all, your family doesn't have a throne waiting for you to inherit. Chapter 53, Multiple Coincidences Lead to Terrifying Thoughts 1. Advertisement. Crane asked in disbelief, "Aokiji, you are kidding, right?" "I am more serious than ever. The Frost Legion has 200,000 colonel-level combat power. In terms of mid-level combat power, the new Marine can completely crush the current Marine. I am not bragging, I just want to warn you and Marshal Sengoku that I hope to be able to take over all the Marine stations in West Blue stably, and I don't want a bloody conflict to break out." Kyuzen said very sincerely and hung up the Den Mushi directly. Hearing the busy tone of Den Mushi, Crane put away the Den Mushi and looked at everyone in confusion. "It's fake, right? Admiral Aokiji is not a prince of any country, how could he quietly bring out 200,000 troops?" "That's right, and it's 200,000 colonel-level combat power. We Marine can't even put together such a luxurious lineup. How can Admiral Aokiji do it?" Akainu roared angrily, "If it were me, I should send someone to wipe out the traitor immediately. What new Marine? This is a betrayal of Marine. Sengoku, what do you think about this? How true is Kyuzen's words?" Crane turned his eyes to Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku was silent after hearing this. He was also thinking whether what Kyuzen said was true. If it's fake, it's okay. If it's true, then it's a big problem. Just when everyone was skeptical, Jun said awkwardly, "Sister Tsuru, I think what Kyuzen said might be true." Seeing that it was her good sister Jun, Tsuru frowned and asked, "Why? That?" Jun was a little entangled in whether she should tell that thing. Advertisement. Tsuru reminded her very seriously, "Jun, if you know something, tell it, now the information is very important." Hearing this, Jun finally stopped hesitating. "It's like this, I know the Frost Legion that Kyuzen mentioned. When we failed to perform Buster Call in the Tagela Wolf, a man named Hanfin found me and gave me a notebook and asked me to pass it to Admiral Aokiji." Akainu asked with great dissatisfaction, "You have had contact with that group of people?" And they gave you a notebook? Such an important thing, why didn't you report it? Crane glared at Akainu and scolded, Akainu, shut up first. Let Jun finish his words. Jun nodded and continued, through that notebook, Admiral Aokiji knew his identity and background, as well as the terrorist forces behind his family. Crane, who is familiar with the background of all the high-level Marines, frowned and asked, Identity? What identity can Aokiji have? Isn't he the son of a wealthy businessman in West Blue? There are at least 8,000 such wealthy businessmen in the entire West Blue. What kind of background is this? No. Jun shook his head and explained, remember the first document on Hyuxia characters we obtained. What do you mean? Sengoku looked at Jun in confusion. Why was he involved in other things? Isn't the most important thing now Aokiji's background? Jun said, 600 slaves followed the saint for their descendants and practiced ice breathing. More than 400 descendants of followers settled in West Blue. Aokiji Admiral is the descendant of that group of people, and it was his ancestor Hanfen who fought against Aokiji in the Buster Call operation. Akainu suddenly asked, wait. You said that the enemy who almost killed Aokiji was his ancestor. Jun nodded. Akainu just felt it was ridiculous at the moment. Akainu questioned, the one called Hanfen went for Aokiji's heart, it doesn't look like he was teaching his unfilial descendants a lesson. To be honest, with Aokiji's injury at that time, if it was him, he would have died long ago. Facing Akainu's doubts, Jun calmly explained, I only learned about this later. It is said that the source of ice breathing is the heart. The old man named Hanfen wanted to replace his heart with Aokiji's. Wait. Jun, don't say anything, let me calm down. He Sheng interrupted Jun. Crane, whose brain was working at high speed, began to sort out the causes and consequences of this series of events. Advertisement. It was Sengoku who decided the candidate for Buster Call, and Aokiji happened to be a descendant of the Tagela wolf, and his enemy happened to be waiting for his ancestor Hanfen there. And Jun happened to be able to translate Hyuxia characters. Is this series of coincidences really a coincidence? In the dark, Crane saw a pair of invisible big hands manipulating everything behind the scenes. And Aokiji and even Marine Marshal Sengoku are just chess pieces on the chessboard of the manipulator behind the scenes. Crane's back was covered with cold sweat when he thought of this. Tsuru continued to ask, Jun, what's the matter with the 200,000 troops? Jun explained, it is said that the 200,000 troops were spontaneously formed by the descendants of the 600 slaves to protect their families. It was jointly funded by 400 families and was called the Frost Legion. 400 families with a 300-year heritage, a family alliance with such a foundation is enough to support 200,000 troops. This is reasonable. Tsuru nodded. After this doubt was solved, Tsuru asked again, then how did Aokiji become the master of that legion? Jun said, it's because of the frozen fruit. It is said that the only requirement to become the leader of the Frost Legion is to be a frozen fruit ability user. Another coincidence. Tsuru and Sengoku frowned at the same time. Aokiji's devil fruit was obtained after he joined Marine, and it can be said to be a coincidence. There is absolutely no help behind it. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Tsuru and Sengoku looked at each other, and both saw confusion and doubt in each other's eyes. Chapter 54, the man who had been planning for 300 years finally made a move. It is certain that Aokiji did not know the so-called saint before. Aokiji was able to obtain the frozen fruit and even become a marine admiral, all thanks to his own efforts and luck. If you really say that Aokiji is an undercover sent to the marine by the time traveler, it is a bit unreasonable. After all, Aokiji did not know his identity before. But is all this a coincidence? That is too much of a coincidence, right? Advertisement. As for the undercover? If there is an undercover among the 3 marine admirals, it must be Kizaru, not the lazy Aokiji. Although Aokiji is usually a little lazy, he is not vague when the world government and the marshal issue orders, but Kizaru is different. That guy is a typical person who does not work and does not make any effort. Sengoku said with regret, it seems that Kyuzan is determined to go all the way, I can only report this matter to the 5 stars. This time, Crane did not speak for Kyuzan again. He asked, has the world government approved the military funds? He asked this because he was afraid that the world government would use this incident as an excuse to deduct Marine's military funds. Sengoku comforted him, it was approved early this morning. Kyuzan's matter should not affect the military expenditure of the Marine. Sengoku suddenly turned his attention to Kizaru who was cutting his nails next to him. Sengoku ordered in an unquestionable tone, Kizaru, you are ready to attack at any time. If Aokiji really attacks the Marine of West Blue, then you will lead the Marine to stop it. Knowing how hard this bone is to chew, Kizaru retorted without thinking, Aokiji's ability is terrible, why not let Akainu go? His ability should be more restrained against Aokiji, right? Advertisement. Sengoku's face darkened, and then he had to explain, you are faster and can provide support at any time. Akainu gritted his teeth and recommended himself, leave Aokiji to me, I want to deal with this traitor myself. What Akainu hated most in his life was pirates, and what he hated most was traitors. There is not much comradeship between the three admirals, so Akainu really wants to kill Aokiji. Sengoku shook his head and refused, no. You must stay at the naval headquarters during this period until Garp comes back. Speaking of Garp, Sengoku suddenly felt a little flustered. Aokiji said that there was property to inherit at home, so he set up a new marine. Garp, that unreliable guy, also said that there was inheritance at home, would he set up a new world government? Thinking of this, Sengoku was even more panicked. You have to know that Garp has a precedent. He taught his son to be a revolutionary army, and then his grandson was a pirate. As a marine, how much integrity Garp has, Sengoku really can't guarantee this. After all, everything is just a matter of precaution. With Aokiji's precedent in front of him, Sengoku was really afraid that Garp would also defect. After the meeting, Tsuru and Sengoku came to the office in silence. Some things were not convenient to say in the meeting room just now. Tsuru, what do you think about this matter? Sengoku asked tiredly. Advertisement. Aokiji, as the first Marine Admiral to defect in 800 years, you, as the Admiral, must bear the main responsibility, not to mention that Kyuzan is going to create a new Marine. I am afraid that the world government will hold you accountable and even remove you from the position of Marine Admiral. Crane said worriedly. Sengoku's face was full of fatigue after hearing this. After gently pinching the bridge of his nose, Sengoku said with a bitter face, after such a big thing, I don't have the face to continue to occupy the position of Marine Admiral. It's good to retire early. After all, I am old. Alas. Crane also sighed. Of course, she could hear the bitterness in Sengoku's tone, but the officialdom is so cruel. At this time, Sengoku looked at he seriously and said, I'm worried about the mastermind behind all this. He raised his eyebrows and asked, are you talking about that time traveler? Sengoku nodded and said, yes, it has been planned for 300 years, and now it seems that the time traveler can't bear it anymore. He looked out the window with melancholy and sighed, yes. The person who has been planning for 300 years has begun to move, and the world of great strife is about to begin. No one would underestimate the time traveler, who was able to hide in the dark for 300 years just to overthrow the world government. The most terrifying thing is that the time traveler also has a divine talent that ordinary people can't match. No one knows how terrible it will be after the terrorist crisis that has been nurtured for 300 years breaks out. Sengoku complained with a depressed face, I thought the other party would target the world government, but I really didn't expect that the first victim of this incident would be our marine. Although it seems that Aokiji established a new marine, they both know that this is just the first step for the mastermind to start walking towards this stage called the world. After the two chatted for a while, Tsuru asked again, Garp has been gone for several days, what's going on with him? Speaking of Garp, Sengoku complained with resentment, I don't know where the old guy went to East Blue, and I can't contact him by phone. If there was no problem with his life paper, I would have suspected that he died in a corner of East Blue. Tsuru couldn't help asking, is Garp really going to eat the devil fruit? He's almost 80. Recently, this gossip has spread throughout the naval headquarters. As a marine hero, Garp is going to use the devil fruit at the age of nearly 80. This is quite explosive news. Sengoku said with envy, I heard that it is a devil fruit without side effects. Let alone Garp, if I hadn't eaten the great Buddha fruit, I would also like to eat the devil fruit without side effects. Devil fruit without side effects. Tsuru frowned, feeling that this was a bit unreliable, and asked worriedly, did Garp say this himself? Wouldn't the old guy be fooled? Can a devil fruit without side effects still be called a devil fruit? It should be called the fruit of God. It is not an exaggeration to say that the devil fruit without the curse of the sea is a gift from God. Chapter 55, The Background of World Government. Moreover, Garp was notoriously unreliable, and Tsuru was really worried that Garp would be cheated. Sengoku hurriedly comforted him, Garp went with Bogart, so there shouldn't be any accidents. At this moment, Sengoku also realized that what he was worried about was not the same problem as Tsuru. Moreover, Garp had seen too much darkness in the world government. If Garp really wanted to betray Marine, he would have done it long ago, and it would not be possible to wait until he was nearly 80 years old. After comforting himself in his heart, Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi and prepared to report to the 5 stars about the defection of Marine Admiral Aokiji. Advertisement. Red line. Marie joys between power. After hanging up the Den Mushi with Sengoku with a sullen face, Izambaran v Nasujiro looked at the other 4 people. After a moment of silence, Jagaluja Satan said, the defection of Marine Admiral Aokiji is not only a blow to Marine's face. Marine is a knife for world conquest. This knife cannot be too sharp, otherwise it will hurt itself. But this knife cannot be too blunt, because it will lose its deterrent effect. Marine Admiral defected, which is something that has never happened since the establishment of world government. This is a shame for Marine, but for world government, isn't it? Saint Jagaluja Satan, who had white curly hair, reminded, I think we should pay more attention to the new Marine and the so-called Saint. Saint Marcus Maz said with a gloomy face, the Traverser is an immortal. He has laid out a full 300 plans to overthrow the world government. The most terrifying thing is that we don't know how many plans he has laid in secret. Aokiji is obviously a chess piece, the first step of the Traverser to attack the world government. If it is not handled well, the majesty of the world government will suffer an unprecedented blow. Saint Shepherd 10 Peter, the god of agriculture, also said what he was most worried about. Once the new Marine is successfully established, it means that the world government will lose control of West Blue. Why can the world government stand firm? That's because there are more than 170 countries behind the world government, and most of these more than 170 countries are from the four seas. Although West Blue is the sea area with the fewest member countries, there are more than 20 countries from West Blue. Once the new Marine takes over West Blue, it means that the world government will lose 20 member countries. Using the simplest example of money, once the new Marine succeeds, the world government will lose at least hundreds of billions of Baileys every year, not including various resources. Advertisement. This is what they don't want to see anyway. Aokiji's new Marine has violated the bottom line of the world government. Topman Voculi Saint added, moreover, once the new Marine is successfully established, it will inevitably arouse the ambitions of some lunatics. What if they follow Aokiji's example and also build a new Marine? You should know that there are no fewer Marines who have opinions about celestial dragons, and some even hate the world government. What if these people see Aokiji succeed and have their own ideas? Marcus Maz Saint asked, do you want to dispatch the Knights of God? Shepherd 10 Pit Saint, the god of agriculture, changed his face and shook his head directly in opposition, no need, the mere Marine Admiral is not worth dispatching the Knights of God. How can something like a trump card be played so quickly? This is like playing landlord. When someone just throws out a 3 to test you, you throw out 4 2s. How can you play cards like this? Topman Voculi Saint suggested, let's do this. Let our secret service cooperate with Marine. Cypherpole will send out 2 admiral forces to secretly cooperate with Marine. Even if there is any change, it can be saved in time. Marcus Maz Saint nodded, okay, anyway, those old guys are dying soon. It is their honor to shine for the world government. Advertisement. The old guys mentioned by Marcus Maz Saint are the old people of Cypherpole. The brainwashed agents have absolute loyalty to the world government. Although most agents are consumables, there are also some geniuses who survived in that cruel environment. After aging, the agents are no longer suitable for spy work and will be in a semi-retired state. The world government is big and has a lot of pensions. Those who can survive to retirement are either strong or have outstanding spy talents. These are all talents. Even if the world government is stupid, it will not consume them casually. Shepherd 10 Pit Saint, the god of agriculture, nodded and agreed, well, Cypherpole is getting weaker and weaker, and we will face more and more crises. It's time for Cypherpole to expand. Let's do it. Just like that, the 5 treasures of the world government quickly decided on the handling of the new Marine incident. And the order Sengoku received was also very simple. Dispatch the Marine Admiral to cooperate with the world government to capture Aokiji, and then bring him back to be publicly executed in front of the world. Chapter 56, The Revolutionary Army and the New Marine. When Sengoku received this order, he was completely paralyzed. Marines were already short of people, and they had to send Marine Admirals to capture the defected Marine Admirals. If only Akainu was sent, it would definitely not be enough, and both Admirals had to be sent. But the problem came again, what if the naval headquarters without Admirals was attacked? You know, Garp can't be contacted now. You guys gave the order as soon as you said it, but can you consider the life and death of the Marines? Sengoku, who had already scolded the 5 elders in his heart, had to bite the bullet and accept the order. Although he was very dissatisfied with the order issued by the 5 elders, Sengoku still had to call Akainu and Crane. Advertisement. Hearing the marshal's call, Akainu rushed to the office as soon as possible. Compared with the other 2 admirals, Akainu is a perfect Marine except for his extreme personality. Looking at Akainu in front of him, Sengoku said with relief, the order from the 5 elders has come down. You will take the fleet to meet up with Kizaru later and make sure to arrest Aokiji. Tsuru, who just walked in, did not comment on the order of the 5 elders after hearing this, but asked another question. Where is the wanted order for Kyuzan? What does the world government say? Sengoku explained, the world government obviously wants to conceal this matter first, after all, the defection of Marine Admiral has a very bad impact. Tsuru nodded. There is nothing wrong with the 5 elders' approach. The defection of Marine Admiral has a very bad impact. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Come in. Sengoku said in a deep voice. The clerk who came in reported, Marshal Sengoku, West Blue 112 branch reported that a group of people who claim to be new Marines came over there and want to take over the 112 branch, and also said that it was the order of Admiral Aokiji. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Marshal, West Blue 14 branch reported that a group of people came over there. Advertisement. Marshal, West Blue 15. In less than a few minutes, the Marine Marshal's office was crowded with clerks, and the things they reported were all about the new Marine. Sengoku, who felt overwhelmed, ordered depressedly, I will leave the crane matter to you, and then send it to my office after the statistics are completed. Sengoku sent away the clerk who came to report. Seeing this, Akainu left Sengoku's office without looking back. Akainu didn't care much about these things. In Akainu's view, as long as they solved the culprit, all other problems would be solved. Crane asked worriedly, what should we do now? If the Marines of West Blue rebel, the news of Aokiji's defection can't be concealed. Sengoku also looked tangled. As Crane said, this matter is really tricky. First of all, Kyuzan issued the order in the name of Marine Admiral Aokiji. Those low-level soldiers may not understand what Marine and New Marine are, but they definitely know the position of Marine Admiral. If they ordered a rebellion at this time, it would confirm the news that Aokiji defected from the Marine. As long as they dared to issue such an order, the next second this matter would be known to the whole world. If they did not order a rebellion, it would be possible for the new Marine to take over the entire West Blue in a short time without casualties. Wouldn't that be a bargain for Kyuzan, the traitor? Crane sighed, and then said helplessly, let's stabilize them first and wait for the results from Akainu and the others. Sengoku nodded depressedly, this is the only way now. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, damn it. I was tricked by that BD Kyuzan. Alas. Marine Admiral defected, who would have thought of such a thing? Crane sighed depressedly. Crane reminded again, it's better to deal with this matter as soon as possible. After all, there must be undercovers from other forces in the top of Marine. We won't be busy for long. No matter how powerful an organization is, there will be worms, and Marine is no exception. It is no secret that there are spies from other forces in the top of Marine. Advertisement. Sengoku can only pray, it's better to keep it a secret for a day. Sengoku thought he could keep it a secret for a while, but what he didn't know was that someone knew the news after he finished the meeting. A secret base in New World. Long, who had just received the news, laughed with gloating, Marine Admiral Aokiji actually defected, and is planning to create a new Marine? Interesting. Sabo, what do you think about this? Sabo smiled confidently. He knew that this was a test from the teacher, but Sabo was confident that he would not let the teacher down. Sabo replied, we can cooperate. The new Marine will definitely need allies, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Long also smiled. Long was very satisfied with Sabo's answer, and even more satisfied with the results of his teaching. At this time, Sabo asked again, teacher, about the Hyuxia characters. Long smiled and asked back, what do you want to ask? Is it the Hyuxia characters themselves, or the meaning behind them? Sabo said, I want to know about the time traveler. He started planning to overthrow the world government 300 years ago. Why have we never heard of such a force in the Revolutionary Army over the years? Long smiled meaningfully after hearing this, no. You actually heard of it. Do you remember what our people reported before? Sabo suddenly realized, the shadow of the Tajira wolf. Long nodded. His men had reported the Tajira wolf bridge before, saying that there was an unknown shadow that had been shrouding the Tajira wolf and had been affecting it. And Long paused here, and then continued, although there is no direct evidence to prove that the Imperial equipment is related to the time traveler, the Imperial equipment is definitely related to the Hyuxia characters. Sabo nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. Chapter 57, The Imperial Weapon of Betty, the user of the encouragement fruit. At this time, Long continued, and the so-called new Marine is actually the work of that person. It has been planned for 300 years. That person should start. Sabo realized that he had missed a lot of important information and smiled bitterly, sorry, I always disappoint you. It's my negligence. Just then, Balo Betty, who had been silent, suddenly asked, Boss, I want to go to West Blue. Balo Betty. The Paramecia encouragement fruit ability can awaken the power hidden in people's hearts by waving flags and shouting. Advertisement. It can also make people who are oppressed but have no courage to resist muster the courage to resist, and even make the encouraged people have a constant flow of power. Balo Betty is definitely one of the core souls of the Revolutionary Army. After all, the encouragement fruit is very important to the Revolutionary Army. Long glanced at Balo Betty, and then looked at the flute in Betty's hand thoughtfully. Long asked, do you want to help? Yes, after all, he gave me such an important thing, I have to give back, right? Balo Betty smiled brightly, then lowered her head and looked at the flute in her hand. This flute is not an ordinary flute, but the legendary imperial weapon, military music dream. The imperial flute can freely manipulate the emotions of the audience. Although it is known for boosting morale on the battlefield, it can actually manipulate dozens of emotions, but if you listen to it repeatedly, you will develop resistance to the song. The secret technique is to use the performance to strengthen your self-summoning demons. The encouragement fruit is combined with the imperial flute military music dream. Betty is even called the queen of the army by her companions. As long as she is there, no matter how weak the people in that place are, they can be quickly transformed into an iron-blooded army. Long, who didn't want Betty to get involved in the affairs of the new Marine and West Blue, said, "You probably can't help much." On the surface, the West Blue matter is an internal struggle of the Marine, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that it is the first game between the Time Traveler and the world government. In this game, only the strongest are qualified to become flags, and your strength. Long almost said that your strength is too weak, so you'd better not get involved. Betty certainly understood what Long meant. Betty pouted and assured, "Don't worry, I'll just go and see if there's anything I can help with. If not, I'll develop the Revolutionary Army in West Blue." Advertisement. Seeing that Betty was determined to get involved in the affairs of West Blue, Long asked again, "Are you really going?" Betty nodded firmly. "Okay." Long finally agreed. After all, he couldn't forcibly stop Betty, after all, she was the mascot of the Revolutionary Army. To put it bluntly, the Revolutionary Army can lose Long's combat power, but it can never lose Betty. Sabo didn't express his opinion next to him, but looked at the flute in Betty's hand with envy. After the two of them had a conclusion, Sabo said with emotion, "I heard that there are 48 kinds of imperial tools in the world, and I don't know where the other 47 are. The power of the flute imperial tool is no less than that of the fruit of encouragement." Hearing this, Long sighed and said, "I have seen an imperial tool user before. She is an impressive existence. She calls herself a killer of ability users, and the imperial tool she controls can control the sea water." An imperial tool that controls the sea water? No wonder he dares to call himself a killer of ability users, and no wonder the teacher is impressed by him. Sabo suddenly realized, and his evaluation of the imperial tools in his heart went up a level. After all, Long himself is a fruit ability. If he encounters such an enemy in the sea, the end is likely to be buried in the sea. How can this not be impressive? Sabo realized that the imperial tools were more terrible than he thought, and his face changed, and then he asked nervously, "There are people in the Marine who can write Hyuxia characters. Maybe the world government has discovered the existence of the imperial tools and may even have started looking for them. Speaking of Hyuxia characters, I remember that Betty seems to know Hyuxia characters, right?" Long asked. Betty smiled shyly, then said awkwardly, "I know a little, but not much. I didn't learn it well when he taught me. I'm only half-baked." Long said, "It's okay. Our people found a notebook with Hyuxia characters on the Grand Line. I'll trouble you to translate it when the time comes." Betty nodded, "Okay, I'll try my best." Long ordered again, "Sabo, you and Betty go to West Blue together, and contact Aokiji by the way, and ask him if he wants to cooperate." "Ah. I'm going to." Sabo pointed at himself depressedly, looking very reluctant. Knowing that he had no choice, Sabo asked depressedly, "When do we leave?" "Long, it's better to be now." East Blue. Skull Island. Advertisement. Bogart pointed at the bottomless pit in front of him excitedly, and asked with saliva flying, "Are you sure this is the entrance to the inner world you mentioned?" King Kong nodded with great certainty. "Bogart, and then we have to jump from here." King Kong nodded again, indicating that this is the thing. Bogart said with a look of, "Are you kidding me? If we jump from here, will we still be alive? We are here to find treasure, not to die." King Kong assured, "Of course. I go to the center of the earth once a year, and I am familiar with this place." Bogart said, "I don't believe it, unless you jump first." "Okay." King Kong jumped in directly after he finished speaking. Bogart was numb when he saw that King Kong actually jumped down. Bogart, who came to his senses, lost his emotional control and cursed, "A hole. You really jumped?" Bogart, stunned, looked at Garp next to him dryly. "Sir, he seems to have jumped down." Garp nodded seriously and said, "I saw it." Bogart asked confusedly, "Then should we jump?" "Of course." Garp jumped in after he finished speaking. Chapter 58, Garp, remember to call me stepmother. Advertisement. Seeing Garp actually jumping down, Bogart was completely dumbfounded. Garp jumped so decisively that he didn't even have time to stop him. "What should I do? Should I jump? But this will really kill me." Bogart collapsed and looked at the bottomless pit in front of him. "Forget it, I'll die if I die. I'll just die with my boss." Bogart gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and then jumped with all his strength. Ah! Garp on the shore laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Bogart, I thought you didn't dare to jump. Bogart. King Kong also smiled and teased, how are you not broken into pieces? Bogart, who was teased, asked curiously after getting ashore, it's incredible, what's the principle? King Kong shook his head, I don't know, I only know that the inner world was created by saints. Looking at the ring around him that was completely different from the ground, Bogart exclaimed sincerely, is this another world? They were in a strange cave at the moment. Inside the cave, huge stalagmites and stalactites formed a natural wonder, as if it was a towering building in another world. Advertisement. In this deep space, Boga discovered that the pond he was just in was actually an underground lake. The lake water showed a strange fluorescent blue, rippling gently, reflecting the faint light emitted by microorganisms above his head, creating a dreamlike scene. What is even more surprising is that there is an ecosystem on the shore of this lake in the center of the earth. Some microorganisms, strange plants, and unknown biological forms that have adapted to extreme environments thrive in this isolated environment. Bogart even saw a creature similar to a giant worm slowly sliding across the lake, leaving a trail of light, and plants that look like ferns but emit faint light. They use geothermal energy to photosynthesize in an environment without the sun. Seeing Bogart's face full of amazement at this world, King Kong smiled with satisfaction, and then urged, let's go, this is just the entrance, you will be more surprised when you get outside. King Kong led the way in front, and Bogart was attracted by the environment on both sides of the passage. The cave wall is inlaid with strange glowing minerals, which emit blue or emerald green light, like stars in the night sky, illuminating this hidden world. The air is filled with a faint smell of sulfur, accompanied by the rising of geothermal steam, creating a mysterious and slightly depressing atmosphere. After the three of them left the cave, the inner world appeared for the first time and Bogart and Garp and the other two outsiders showed up in front of each other. The terrain inside the inner world of the earth is varied. There are vast underground lakes, the lake surface is as calm as a mirror, reflecting the faint light emitted by the strange creatures around. There are also boiling lava rivers, and the hot magma is rolling, showing the restlessness deep in the earth. In this unique ecosystem, there are some plants that they have never seen on the ground. They have adapted to the environment without sunlight and survive by absorbing geothermal energy and surrounding minerals. Some can even emit soft light, adding a touch of vitality to this dark world. Garp said sincerely, it's an incredible miracle. No wonder so many people yearn for the sea. Only the sea can accommodate so many miracles. Bogart nodded with a complicated expression. Yes. Some natural wonders are something Marine will never see in his life. I feel that my life is worth it to be able to see such a wonderful world. King Kong. King Kong, who could not empathize with the two, comforted them, don't be so pessimistic. Even the adventurers you mentioned could not have seen the inner world of the earth. After all, this is a miracle left by the saints. You are the first group of outsiders to come here. Advertisement. Then I am really honored. Garp echoed speechlessly. This is obviously something left by his father, but he became an outsider here. That unreliable BD father. King Kong urged, let's go, I'll take you to see our chief. By the way. King Kong suddenly stopped, and then looked at Garp with some entanglement. After hesitating for a moment, King Kong still said, our chief is an immortal. She has lived for almost 200 years. Remember to be respectful when you see her, especially old man Garp. Remember to call her when you see her. Bogart asked, then how should we call your chief? King Kong glanced at Bogart, and Shuakao perfunctorily said, it doesn't matter what you say, just use a respectful title. After perfunctorily dealing with Bogart, King Kong then reminded, old man Garp, you have to call the clan leader young mother or auntie. This will bring you closer to the clan leader and help you get the treasure left by the saint. Garp? Garp slowly typed 3 question marks. He looked at King Kong with a confused face. What did you just tell me to call her? Chapter 59, The Queen of the Underworld. The bald man King Kong said meaningfully, ahem, I can't say much about this matter. I can only say that those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand will not understand it. It's useless to explain more. Garp. Garp also roughly understood what King Kong meant. It seems that the chief of the IWI tribe has an affair with his father. Garp curled his lips, but did not express any opinion. Advertisement. Since he knew that his father might have an affair with Jun, his acceptance of these things has increased a lot. In his mind, the image of his father as an LSP is already very deep. Isn't it normal to meet a woman who has an affair with his father on the sea? Under the leadership of King Kong, the group crossed a bone bridge made of the cervical vertebrae of a huge skeleton, and after passing through the dense jungle, they finally arrived at the IWI tribe in the inner world. 2 IWI warriors had been waiting at the entrance. After seeing the 3 people, one of them said, please follow me. Garp was not surprised by this matter. After all, observation haki was originally arranged, and coupled with the special telepathic communication of the IWI people, it was not surprising that the other party knew about their arrival in advance. Is it a short-distance communication skill based on the special observation haki? Bogart was also thoughtful. Garp also whispered in admiration, observation haki can only be used in this way? It's so interesting. Under the guidance of the two IWI warriors, Garp finally saw the female chief mentioned by King Kong. Compared with the female chief, Bogart felt that the one in front of him was more like a queen. In the brilliant and dazzling hall built with special minerals, there sat a peerless woman. Advertisement. She had an outstanding figure, like a swan standing tall in the morning light, tall and well-proportioned, showing an extraordinary and noble temperament. This queen-like woman has a stunning face, and her facial features seem to be carefully outlined by the finest brush, and every part is a perfect combination of nature and art. After seeing Garp coming, the matriarch stood up from the throne. Her hair was like flowing black gold, falling smoothly to her waist. She wore a crown inlaid with gems on her forehead, which not only demonstrated her supreme authority, but also set off her incomparable beauty. Every step she took, shining in the light, her skirt was light, like ripples on the water, with both the majesty of a queen and the softness of a woman. Garp finally realized one thing: you can doubt your father's integrity, but you must never doubt his aesthetics. Vice Admiral Garp's father is really a person who walks at the forefront of aesthetics. Bogart instinctively prostrated himself on the ground and greeted respectfully, "Meet the Queen of the Earth Center." "Meet the little Queen of the Earth Center." Garp also bowed, but only bowed slightly, not bowing like Bogart. Originally, he wanted to call her young mother, but looking at the other person's face that was much younger than his, Garp found that he really couldn't call her. There was no way, Garp still had to have some integrity. "Queen of the Earth Center? Not a bad name, but if you want to call me Queen, I would rather hear you call me Queen of the Void." The woman nodded contemptuously, then looked at Garp with complicated eyes, and after a moment, the woman murmured, "You two don't look alike at all." Garp didn't have any opinion on this. After all, Garp also felt from the bottom of his heart that he and that BD father should not look alike. "My name is Belvis." Belvis introduced himself. At this time, the maid next to Belvis stood up and introduced proudly, "People on the earth, the one standing in front of you now is the master of the inner world, the beloved of the saint, the master of the IVI tribe, the controller of the Titan beast, and the supervisor of the void. Garp. Bogart." Advertisement. When they just came in, they also took a rough look at the population of the IVI tribe. Compared with the IVI people on the island, there are more IVI people in the inner world. According to preliminary estimates, there are at least 200,000 people. Such a population can indeed be called a small country. Bogart couldn't help thinking, how many slaves did that person bring here back then? Belvis said coldly, 20,000 people, some of whom are slaves of celestial dragons, and some are from Tequila wolves. Belvis has always cared about the past of his own tribe, otherwise he would not have brought the IVI tribe to live in the inner world. Bogart, who realized that he was read by his mind again, shrank his neck nervously. Even Garp looked at Belvis nervously. This was the most terrifying person he had ever faced. Even Rox, the former overlord of the sea, was slightly inferior to the queen in front of him. Belvis felt a sense of oppression that made people breathless just standing there, and the stronger the person, the more obvious this sense of oppression could be felt. Belvis joked, "Rox, I have heard of this name. It seems to be a little guy 30 years ago? It is said that he caused a lot of trouble to your marine, but you played a not-so-glorious role in it." Hearing this, Garp's face changed again, and even Bogart next to him looked at Garp in horror. With Garp's strength, he could be read by the other party, so how strong was this queen? Garp was not surprised that the queen called Rox a little guy, and even thought it was reasonable. After all, the person in front of him was a terrifying existence who had lived from 200 years ago to the present. This was also the first time they saw an immortal in the real world. Boring. Belvis curled her lips, feeling somewhat dull. She originally wanted to see how good her man's offspring would be. But now it seems that it is just like that. At the age of nearly 80, he has the strength of an admiral. Such strength is definitely a well-deserved strong man on the sea, and it is the kind that touches the ceiling. But after witnessing the brilliance of the sun, Belvis's vision has long been high. In her eyes, Garp is the kind of person who has some strength but not much. Chapter 60, Zoan Titan Godzilla Form. Advertisement. If this person is not the descendant of that person, then there is absolutely nothing to say, but the problem is that Garp is the descendant of that person. But... Belvis looked at Garp with a complicated look. "Without any help from your father, it is already very good that you can achieve today's achievements and strength. You are indeed qualified to obtain his treasure." Belvis did not make things difficult for Garp in the end. It is normal for a rich second generation to make 100 million, but it is amazing for a rich second generation to make 100 million incognito. And Garp belongs to the rich second generation who hides his identity. With the ability to read minds, she knows clearly how cruel her man is. Others' free range may be just talk, but Garp's is not. He was really free range, and he didn't even know his identity before this month. In the face of Belvis's praise, Garp just smiled indifferently. Garp is not disgusted with his life experience, and can even be said to be indifferent. After all, he has never thought that his will change because of his identity. Your father is the biggest rebel leader in the world, and so is your son. Your grandson will probably become the biggest pirate. It's interesting that you, as a grandfather, are a marine loyal to the world government. Belvis joked. Garp, who didn't care, sighed. It seems that although Her Majesty has lived in the center of the earth for a long time, she also knows a lot about things on the sea. Advertisement. So what if the son is a rebel leader wanted by the world government? So what if the father is the biggest anti-government activist? So what if the grandson will become the biggest pirate? I, Garp, will always be marine. Belvis looked at Garp deeply and sighed sincerely. Your temper is very similar to your father's. Garp shrugged and didn't reply this time. Let's go, I'll take you to get the treasure left by that BD. You have been wronged all these years. Belvis said and led the way in front. Under Belvis's leadership, several people came to the foot of a mountain. That's... Bogart suddenly looked at the snow not far away in horror. The environment in the inner world is very strange. Sometimes, the environment and temperature are very different even though the distance is only a few miles. There is a snowy field in the distance, but the mountain in front of them is a barren mountain without any trace of ice and snow. The reason why Bogart was so frightened was that there was a huge monster on the ground over there. Belvis glanced at the white giant not far away, and then slowed down and said lightly, it's called the Snow Demon, a poor man who failed to awaken because of arrogance. Bogart. The upright height can reach 162 meters, and the tail length is an astonishing 250 meters. You tell me this is a poor man? As a professional marine adjutant, Bogart just guaranteed that his eyes are rulers. The oppression given to him by the giant beast in front of him is no less than that of Garp, and because of the size, the oppression given to him by the beast in front of him is said to be even greater. In other words, the strength of this giant beast doctor in front of him is at least admiral level. Belvis explained with deep affection and complexity, he is my cousin, a Zoan Titan Snow Devil Fruit user 200 years ago. Due to the special nature of the Titan fruit, he failed to awaken the fruit when he tried, and then completely transformed from a human to a Titan beast. After that, Belvis advised, the devil fruit your father left for you is also a Titan devil fruit. In the past 300 years, only King Kong has successfully awakened after eating the Titan devil fruit. Are you sure you still want that devil fruit? Garp asked doubtfully, what exactly is the Titan devil? I have only heard of the fantasy devil fruit. The Titan devil is a special Zoan devil fruit created by your father. It can actually be called the fantasy devil fruit. Belvis added after explaining. But your father thinks the name of the Titan devil is better, and the Titan devil is indeed different from the ordinary fantasy devil fruit. Garp asked curiously, what is the difference? Belvis looked meaningfully at Garp. Garp said, the Titans are not cursed by the world, but are favored by the world. Advertisement. The clever Bogart asked, isn't the failure of awakening a curse? Belvis shook his head and explained mysteriously, no. This just shows that the Titans are favored by the world, because the world is also promoting the emergence of the Titans. The world is also promoting the emergence of the Titans? Bogart looked at the monsters not far away with a sense of awe. Belvis looked at Garp and explained, your father once said that the Titans will become the defenders of nature in 1,000 years. Garp answered seriously, I still want to see what my father left for me before making a decision. I hope you won't regret it. Belvis sighed, and then took the two into the cave. This mountain is called the Titan Holy Mountain. On this square are engraved all the Titans in the world and all the Titan devil fruits that have appeared in the world. Come with me. Belvis took Garp to a huge mural. Belvis pointed to the black devil fruit in the box and said, this is the devil fruit your father left for you, the Zoan Titan Godzilla-shaped fruit. Chapter 61, Devil Fruit that can destroy the world. Advertisement. Garp looked at the huge mural behind devil fruit with a complicated look. After hesitating for a moment, Garp asked, is that the Titan Godzilla? Purvis nodded, this is Godzilla, the king of the monsters among the Titans, and the strongest Titan. The mural depicts a huge lizard-like monster with grey skin, a dorsal fin like a blade, strong limbs and especially the hind legs that are like dinosaur legs. Next to this mural is a monster that looks very similar to Godzilla, but with a dark red body, as if magma is flowing in its body. Purvis explained, that is the form of Godzilla after his first awakening. Your father named it Red Lotus Godzilla. Garp nodded, and then put the papaya on another picture. The picture is still a giant beast. It looks more like Godzilla, but its body color is relatively green. It has yellow horns on its head, teeth at the corners of its mouth, huge crystals on its shoulders, crystallized at the end of its tail, and muscles and internal organs protruding from its abdomen. Space Godzilla is a form of Godzilla that only exists in your father's concept. If you are lucky enough to finally awaken, this will be Godzilla's final form. Belvis took the initiative to speak. The last picture is still a Godzilla, but this time Godzilla is stronger, not as slender as in the first picture, but looks even bigger. Planet Godzilla is also one of Godzilla's final forms. If you can finally awaken and be normal, this should be Godzilla's final form. At the same time, Belvis paused slightly here, and then said solemnly, "Your father said that once Godzilla awakens to his final form, the whole world will be affected by it, and even destroyed. Even if you do nothing." Advertisement. Hearing that the world can be destroyed just by awakening, Garp obviously didn't believe it. After all, although the devil fruit is magical, it is not so outrageous. Why? Garp looked at Belvis depressedly. Looking at the mighty beast in the mural, he loved it from the bottom of his heart. Godzilla is too strong, it is simply a dream beast. Belvis explained, because the main ability of planet Godzilla is to change the environment of the planet. This is an invisible change that you cannot control. So, are you really determined to eat this fruit? You know, when you eat the Godzilla fruit, it means that you will bear the destiny of Godzilla. Garp grinned and said confidently, "Of course. I don't feel safe leaving such an amazing fruit to others." After Garp finished speaking, he picked up the devil fruit on the table and ate it in one bite. After eating it with relish, Garp wiped his mouth and commented, "I heard that devil fruit is very unpalatable, but why do I feel that this fruit tastes pretty good?" Belvis smiled mysteriously, "Because it is not cursed." Garp laughed heartily, "That's great, I have always been reluctant to eat devil fruit before, just because I heard that this thing is too unpalatable, and I heard that it tastes like shit." Looking at Garp who actually ate the devil fruit directly, Belvis was stunned for a moment, and a playful smile slipped across the corner of his mouth. Advertisement. As if thinking of something interesting, Belvis said with a smile, "Do you know that this fruit is a choice for you?" "What choice?" Garp looked at Belvis in confusion. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that the smile of the woman in front of him was chilling. Belvis congratulated maliciously, "Your choice of joining or not, congratulations, from today on your fate will be controlled." "What do you mean?" Garp looked a little ugly when he heard this. Belvis didn't explain to Garp this time, but reminded, "Just like the Nika fruit eaten by your grandson." Garp muttered in confusion, "What Nika fruit? My grandson Luffy didn't eat rubber fruit." "You will know later, come with me, your father has something for you." Soon he stopped in front of a glass cabinet, and in the glass cabinet was a set of armor, a full body armor. Taigu, haunted by demons, one of the 48 Taigu your father made, each of which is equivalent to a paramecia devil fruit. The one in front of you is one of the strongest of the 48 regions, the armored Taigu made of the ferocious Sea King's Tyrande. After calling, the solid armor will automatically fly out and enhance the ability of the wearer. The Taigu boasts of its iron wall-like defense, but it is a great burden on the wearer, and ordinary people will die if they wear it. The hiding ability is to stimulate the biological characteristics of the material, and it becomes transparent for a short time. As long as the user is skilled, it can also hide his own breath. This Taigu also has the ability to continuously evolve. Chapter 62, Garp invites you to a fight. Garp questioned, "Isn't this a weapon that has eaten the devil fruit? Won't he have the side effect of being afraid of sea water?" The world government has already developed weapons with the power of the devil fruit. Although it cannot be mass-produced, it is not a rare thing. Belvis shook his head, "I have said that the only limitation of the devil legend is the physical fitness of the user." Garp was even more upset when he heard that there was no limit. "I am not used to wearing armor." Garp complained depressedly. Such a good thing was obviously given to him but it was useless. This was too uncomfortable. Advertisement. Bogart, who was next to him, looked at the evil spirits in the glass cover with shining eyes. After hearing what his boss said, Bogart looked at Garp with a look of regret. "My boss. You can take it back if you don't like it. This is a weapon comparable to the devil fruit. If you don't want it, you can give it to me." Bogart complained crazily in his heart, completely forgetting that there was a mind reader beside him. Belvis explained, "It's mainly because you came 40 years late. This armor is more suitable for you in your prime, not for you now. Since you don't want it, this armor will be given to your son Long. After all, this is what your father left to your lineage. Don't try to give it to others if you don't want that person to die because of this imperial weapon." Belvis warned. Hearing this, Bogart's heart instantly sank. Bogart, who had been thinking if you don't want it, you can give it to me, calmed down instantly and no longer had any thoughts about this armor in his heart. Hearing this, Garp was not happy, and then said without hesitation, "Then give it to me, that unfilial son is not worthy. It's really fatherly love and filial son. Belvis smiled and praised, not knowing whether he was mocking or praising. Garp curled his lips and did not refute. As a person who is quite knowledgeable, Garp actually knows how failed his education is. Although he always talks about loving education, only he knows that he is a loser whether he is a father or a grandfather. Advertisement. His son, who was once a Marine Vice Admiral, has become the biggest rebel leader in public. His adopted grandson went to sea to become a pirate, and now his own grandson has also become a pirate, and is even aiming for the Pirate King. The only person who can help him in educating his offspring is probably Kaido next door. Garp asked curiously, is there nothing else? For example, wealth. It's not that he is greedy for money, but it's a bit strange to have no treasure in the treasure. Belvis looked at Garp in surprise. You want gold, silver, and jewelry? Garp nodded. There are gold, silver, and jewelry in the inner world. You can go and pick them up. Take as much as you can pick up. Belvis said casually. The most abundant thing in the inner world is gold. Here, gold is no different from stones on the roadside. Garp. Bogart, if you like gold, you can take some away, and take some for me as well. Garp said to the adjutant next to him. Garp asked again, didn't my father leave anything else? For example, the cultivation method. Ever since he knew that the time traveler was his father, Garp was most interested in the cultivation method. After all, devil fruit is common, but that unique cultivation method does not belong to this world. Cultivation method. Belvis looked at Garp in surprise, and then asked in surprise, you don't have a cultivation method? Garp nodded depressedly. Advertisement. Belvis spread his hands and said with regret, it's a pity that your father didn't leave you a cultivation method. After searching for a while, Belvis, who figured out the key point, said meaningfully, it seems that the path your father arranged for you is not in the present world, otherwise it would be impossible for you to grow old like this. Garp didn't understand what Belvis meant, but it didn't stop him from asking shamelessly, then can you give me your... No. Belvis refused directly. Perhaps he felt that his direct refusal was too unkind. After all, Garp was his stepson after all. Belvis explained, I practice the void method, which is special and only suitable for me, you can't practice it. Void method? What a weird name, it fits my BD father's naming style. Garp complained. Garp is not a filial person. Since he has nothing to ask of Belvis, he can be a little arrogant next time. It's not easy to meet a super strong man like Belvis. Garp took the initiative to ask, I feel you are very strong, do you want to fight? You want to fight with me? Belvis looked at Garp with interest. Belvis said, I haven't fought anyone for more than 100 years. Garp said arrogantly, it's okay, I'll let you go. Belvis joked, no, I mean I'm afraid I won't be too careful and accidentally kill you. I'm very tough, I won't blame you even if I die accidentally. Garp said and looked at Belvis with burning eyes. Since you ask me to do so, I'll agree with reluctance. Belvis nodded, then warned, don't blame me if you die. It's hard to control the strength to step over an ant without hurting its life. Garp, who was full of fighting spirit, was eager to try. Ant? I haven't heard such a contemptuous name for a long time. I hope your strength is as strong as your mouth. Let's go outside. Belvis didn't say much nonsense and walked out directly. Chapter 63, Garp, the user of Godzilla's fruit ability. Bogart looked at Garp who followed him out with concern. He felt that Garp's invitation to fight was too unwise. After all, this was someone else's territory. If he lost, it would be fine. But if he won, what would happen if someone came to settle accounts with him later? What's more, Garp came to inherit his father's inheritance. As Garp's stepmother, how could Belvis have a good impression of Garp, who wanted to branch out the house property? Thinking a lot, Bogart looked at the square behind him reluctantly, and then followed him out depressed. After leaving the holy mountain, the two came to the habitat of the snow demon. The dozing snow demon felt a stranger approaching, and curiously opened his eyes that looked like lanterns. After seeing Belvis, the snow demon closed his eyes again. Advertisement. Although the snow demon had failed to awaken, it had not completely lost its human consciousness. Thanks to Wu Ming, otherwise the snow demons would now be 10 beasts without any wisdom. How are you going to fight? Belvis asked curiously. Carl asked arrogantly, are you demon fruit power? Belvis nodded. Let's have a normal fight, and then use the power of the devil fruit to spar. Garp said. Belvis nodded. Then take my iron fist first. Before Garp finished speaking, he rushed in front of Belvis in an instant. The fist as big as a shot put emitted a black arc of light. With the armament haki covering it, the power of Garp's attack can be imagined. Pa! Belvis stretched out his right hand and easily caught Garp's fist. Belvis was covered with a layer of Lavender Conqueror's haki. Garp's face changed when his fist was blocked, and then he quickly pulled away to distance the two. What's going on? Garp looked at his fist in confusion. During the contact just now, he felt that Belvis's armament haki actually penetrated into his fist bone. But how is this possible? His right arm was clearly covered with a layer of armament haki. How could this woman's armament haki penetrate my armament haki? And this woman's armament haki is actually lavender. Garp looked at Belvis thoughtfully. Belvis saw the doubt in Garp's heart and explained like a coach, the internal destruction of armament haki, plus a little bit of the penetration characteristics of the void force. Garp nodded, and his face became more serious than ever. The brief fight just now has probably explored Belvis's strength. Belvis may be stronger than him, but I don't know how much stronger. Fist-bone collision. Garp was ruthless, then jumped high and hit Belvis like a meteor. Belvis's evaluation of this move was, the stupidest move, the one without a doubt. Belvis disappeared from the spot in an instant, and a sharp whip kick swept Garp's abdomen. Garp's whole body shot out like a cannonball, and then hit the ice rock not far away. Garp climbed up with his hands on his abdomen and murmured in a low voice, "Such a fast speed, my observation haki didn't even catch it. Come again." As a tough guy, Garp certainly couldn't be knocked down by one move. Enduring the pain in his abdomen, Garp launched another attack. Fist bone penetrated. Garp's whole body was like an arrow shot from a string, rushing straight towards Belvis. This time, the conquerors on Garp's fist was more solid and heavier. That's more like it. Belvis was also a little excited to watch this scene. She almost became a slave and knew the importance of strength better than anyone else. Because of her desire for power, her undisguised ambition and her beautiful appearance, Belvis became one of the most envied women in that group of people. She became the woman of a saint and successfully gained power, but Belvis did not become complacent because of this, but kept practicing seriously. In the past 200 years, Belvis can proudly say that she has spent at least 100 years on practice. If that man appeared in front of him again, Belvis would definitely say without hesitation, "I, Belvis, am no longer a burden." Belvis also longed for a powerful enemy to verify his strength, but for that opportunity, he had never shown it to the world. Now that Garp took the initiative to come to him, Belvis was actually more excited than Garp. Void Torrent Fist. As if teleporting, Belvis instantly stopped Garp who was charging. Boom. A terrifying sonic boom sounded, and the snow demon who had closed his eyes and was about to rest was also awakened by the terrifying collision. The snow demon looked at Belvis and Garp in confusion, and saw that the two were actually fighting, and the snow demon watched with interest. Bogart was pushed back several steps by the shock wave of the collision of the two moves, and looked at Garp who actually flew backwards in disbelief. Oh my god! Vice Admiral's fist was actually caught by someone, and the one who lost the punching competition was Vice Admiral. Looking at Belvis's sexy but not strong body, Bogart became confused about the human species. How could such a thin body burst out with enough power to defeat Vice Admiral Garp? Pushing away the broken ice on his body, Garp complained in a low voice, "I was really crushed, worthy of being an old monster who has practiced for 200 years. But this fist is really powerful." Garp commented with a wild laugh. Belvius also looked down at his fist and thought to himself, "My strength is probably twice that of Garp. Such strength should be second only to the one behind the world government on the sea, right?" Belvius has heard of Garp's strength, Admiral level, equivalent to the top combat power of the world government. And her current strength is twice that of Garp, and this is without using the devil fruit. Belvis is not very relieved in her heart after all, only she knows how much she has paid in the past 200 years. If Garp has also practiced martial arts, then she will definitely lose now. Thinking of this, Belvis took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to try the power of the devil fruit? To be honest, I am quite curious about how strong the Godzilla fruit is." Belvius took the initiative to give him a way out, so Garp didn't hold on. Advertisement. I'd love to have it. Garp's whole body began to swell up after he finished speaking. Roar. A huge roar sounded, and a nearly 100-meter-long beast stood on the snow. Even the snow demon watching the show nearby looked at Godzilla in surprise. The body shape of the snow demon was actually very similar to Godzilla, the main difference was the color. Is this the ability of the Godzilla fruit? This feeling. No wonder Zoan devil fruit is the devil fruit that increases physical strength the most. Godzilla like Garp couldn't help but admire. Belvius looked at the titan beast in front of him with a trance. Is this the king of monsters you mentioned? Belvius whispered softly. But, it doesn't seem to be that great. It seems that in his heart, I am more important than his son. Thinking of this, Belvius' heart suddenly felt sweet. My throat feels a little itchy. Garp was still not used to his new form, but he still roared excitedly, "Come on! Queen of the Void, let me see your ability." Of course. Belvis smiled evilly and spread his wings. At this moment, the light was blocked and the world was shrouded in purple shadows. Garp in Godzilla form looked up at the terrifying beast in front of him in surprise. It was a terrifying beast that looked like a manta ray. When its wings were spread, it seemed that it could cover the sky. How to describe the monster in front of him? Evil? Powerful? Or noble? Or greedy? Bogart whispered in a trembling voice, just looking at it gives people a sense of evil and horror. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Garp in Godzilla form almost instinctively used atomic breath, because at the moment when the Queen of the Void appeared, the instinct of the creature was constantly stimulating Garp to react. This is the performance of the creature after encountering a natural enemy. Light blue rays gushed out. Belvis faced Garp's attack and just stretched his wings, then slowly closed them together, and finally formed a piercing. The Imperial Front. After the cutting storm surrounded itself, Garp's atomic breath was instantly blocked outside, and the cutting storms continued to blow on Garp's body. In less than a moment, Garp stopped panting, and at this moment, his body was covered with dense scars. I really shouldn't have expected too much from you. You are not familiar with your abilities. Belvis sighed. Go to the abyss. The Void Queen used her tail covered with Conqueror's haki to hit Garp in Godzilla form. Boom. The ground cracked. Garp, who didn't have time to dodge, was hit and lost consciousness on the spot. The snow demon watching the battle nearby looked at the unconscious Garp with some pity. Why did this unfortunate child do this? Isn't he just looking for trouble? How powerful is Belvis? He was able to crush it 100 years ago. It feels good. After beating Garp, Belvis shouted in comfort. Looking at the unconscious Garp, the cautious bot hesitated to speak. Belvis comforted him, don't worry, I held back at last. With his recovery ability, he will be fine after a big meal and a few days of rest after waking up. Bogart thanked him flatteringly, thank you, Queen, for showing mercy. You don't have to do this. After all, he is that person's child. I can't really kill him, right? Belvis said casually. After Belvis finished speaking, he drove them away directly. Okay, take him away. You are not suitable to stay in the inner world for a long time, and you have given him everything that should be given to it. Okay. Bogart nodded quickly, then quickly carried the unconscious Garp on his back, and by the way, he found the gold in the gravel and stuffed it into his pocket. As a professional adjutant, the superior's orders must not be forgotten. Seeing this scene, Belvis's mouth twitched slightly. Is this kid crazy because of poverty? Belvis complained in his heart. West Blue. 40 warships, led by 2 marine admirals, set out towards West Blue in a mighty manner. This lineup is almost the same as the last buster call. Kizaru, who was sitting on the sofa and trimming his nails with his fingernails, asked casually, we are so high profile, what if Jozan runs away after receiving the news? Akainu said confidently, no. He dared to set up a new marine, which means he has nowhere to escape. As the saying goes, the monk can run away but the temple cannot. If Kuzan dares to run away, we will clear the Frost Legion one military base at a time. An agent took out a document and handed it to Akainu. This is the information you want. After taking a look at the information, Akainu frowned and roared angrily, what does Kuzan mean? Are you going to ignore me? Hearing this, Kizaru curiously snatched the information from Akainu's hand. Marine trader Kuzan is still in the West Blue receiving military base at this moment? He has no idea about the marine attack? So arrogant? So scary. Kizaru exclaimed sincerely. The arrogance is really too arrogant. As Akainu complained, it is clearly ignoring them. Akainu frowned and roared, is he really so confident? Kizaru sarcastically said in a yin-yang tone, maybe the person behind him gave him that kind of confidence. Advertisement. Hearing this, Akainu's face flashed a gloomy look, which was what he least wanted to see and what he was most worried about. The man who had been secretly planning for 300 years and was determined to overthrow the world government, who knows how much terrifying power he had accumulated in the past 300 years. The group of old men guarding the bridge of the Tequila Wolf should not have made any moves, right? Akainu asked a little worriedly. The agent next to him quickly assured, don't worry, our agents have already kept a close eye on the Tequila Wolf, and the old guys there will definitely not come to West Blue during this time period. Hearing this, Akainu breathed a sigh of relief. After experiencing that failure, he is now most at ease with those old guys. While the two were talking, Kizaru suddenly looked into the distance with a serious expression. Kizaru pushed the sunglasses on his nose and stared at the sea level with sharp eyes. Kizaru nervously reminded, it seems that a giant has come. I saw it. Akainu replied with a dark face. Blue fins, so huge. Akainu whispered, Sea Kings. Just when the two were still guessing whether the giant beast was Sea Kings, the unknown giant beast finally surfaced from the sea level, and the surging waves were also set off with the appearance of the giant beast. It was a giant beast that looked like a dinosaur, a bit like a giant lizard, but the skin was grey. Kizaru reminded with a serious expression, it seems that the person coming is not good. Nonsense, I have seen it. Akainu's face turned black. Look. The mouth of the giant beast seems to be glowing. Asterisk 11. Not good. Seeing this scene, Akainu's face changed. Everyone, Turn the rudder. Quick! He's going to attack. Boom! Too late. The terrifying atomic breath gushed out. This mysterious beast, Wang Li Zhao, is Godzilla. The explosions continued, and the warships that Shinfan's atomic breath had passed through were instantly torn in half. After doing all this, Godzilla just roared softly, then turned around and plunged into the seabed. Its mission is complete. After the huge waves subsided, Akainu, who was holding the handrail on the deck with pale hands, roared with a sullen face on the phone, "Everyone report the losses to me. Report to Admiral." Currently, only the last 3 warships are intact. Except for the main ship, the other warships seem to have sunk to the bottom of the sea. Listening to the voice coming from the phone, Akainu angrily crushed Feng's den mushi. "Ah! Damn Sea Kings!" Akainu roared angrily with red eyes. Even Kizaru's face was no longer carefree. All this happened too quickly. The strange giant beast suddenly appeared and then suddenly attacked. The whole process did not even last 3 minutes. When they came to their senses, the damned giant beast was gone. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, "This is definitely not an ordinary Sea King's attack. Ordinary Sea Kings can't spit out rays from their mouths." Kizaru said with a dark face. "Isn't this nonsense? Sea Kings don't have the ability to spit out strange rays that can instantly destroy warships. Kizaru thinks that the ray attack is much stronger than his own." At this time, an old voice sounded. "It's not a ray attack, but an energy attack." After seeing the old man, the world agent next to him greeted with a pale face, "Hello, sir." Looking at the old man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Akainu asked with a dark face, "Are you also an agent of the world government?" The old man nodded. "It was the 5 elders who asked us to help you secretly. At first we thought the enemy's backup might be an admiral-level warrior, but we didn't expect that." A long-haired old man stepped on the mooncloth and stopped on the deck. The wet-haired old man said, "The giant beast has dived into the deep sea, and I didn't catch up." Another admiral. Chapter 64, Garp, I attacked Akainu Kizaru. Kizaru looked at the old man with long hair calmly. He didn't expect that the world government secretly sent 2 admiral-level strong men. The old man glanced at Kizaru and Akainu next to him, and then asked, "Could it be the legendary Poseidon?" The old man with long hair shook his head, "It shouldn't be Poseidon. According to records, Poseidon has the ability to control Sea Kings, not Poseidon with special abilities." Listening to the conversation between the 2 old men, Akainu's face was as gloomy as ink. He didn't care about Poseidon. He cared about the damage caused to Marine by the dam monster and the meaning behind this monster. "You know, this is a world dominated by the sea. What does it mean to be able to enter the deep sea and attack such a terrible monster? It means the right to navigate the sea." Advertisement. What's more terrible now is that such a monster is the enemy of Marine. The fleet led by 2 admirals can be beaten like this by this monster, so what if it targets other sea monsters? At this time, Kizaru asked leisurely, "Then do we still need to capture the defected Admiral Kuzan now?" Akainu said solemnly, "Of course. Even if there are only 3 ships, we can capture Kuzan." The 2 old men next to him also nodded. "It is indeed enough to capture 3 ships of Marine Admiral." Kizaru whispered, "What if the monster is?" Akainu. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Kizaru did not feel embarrassed, but explained seriously, "Let me say first, I can't stop the monster's attack." After a moment of silence, Akainu said depressedly, "Me too. The monster's attack is a continuous attack, and it is also a range attack. Kizaru can run away at that time, but he may not be able to run away, after all, they are now on the sea." Although there is no direct evidence to prove that the monster is Kuzan's helper, everyone with a discerning eye knows that the monster is definitely on Kuzan's side. As for whether it may be a coincidence? Don't be funny. There may be many coincidences in the world, but this time it is definitely not. The long-haired old man cursed with a gloomy face, "Damn otherworld people." They also knew about the time traveler, and they also knew that the time traveler had been secretly planning for 300 years to overthrow the world government. You can guess who was responsible for this monster attack with your toes. That is why they are so angry. According to the prophecy left by the sages, the threat to the world government should be Joy Boy who ate the Nika fruit. But a person who does not belong to this world came to this world. Such a person is beyond destiny. He may overthrow the world government or fail. And the other party has been secretly planning for 300 years. You must know that the world government is only 800 years old, and it has never known that such a person exists. Finally, the short-haired old man said depressedly, "Report this matter to Lord 5 Elders." The agent next to him hurriedly explained, "I have just reported the situation here." The long-haired old man asked, "What did Lord 5 Elders say?" Lord 5 Elders means to pretend to retreat first, and then secretly arrest Kuzan. Don't make a big fuss this time. Lord 5 Elders also said that the process is not important, what is important is the result. Kuzan must be publicly executed. Damn it. After hearing this, Akainu punched the deck, but did not refute it. This time they are too high profile, otherwise they would not be attacked so easily. But the question is, when did they Marine, world government, need to rely on Loki to capture the enemy? As the master of the world, they actually have to be humble? Is there any justice? Is there any law? It's really terrible. But there will be headlines tomorrow. Morgans happily put away the camera. About a day ago, a mysterious being suddenly gave him a message, saying that there was big news in the sea area of West Blue. As the king of news, Morgans flew directly to West Blue after receiving the news. As for why he was so decisive? What a joke. People could send the news to his pillow silently, how could he not believe it? Dare he not believe it? Then the terrifying existence would not joke with him about such a thing, right? That's totally unnecessary. But which one should be the headline tomorrow? Marine Admiral Kuzan defected? Or Marine failed to capture the traitor and was instead taught a lesson by the terrifying monster? This is really annoying. Morgans thought distressedly while flying. Marine failed again. When receiving this news, Sengoku acted unusually calm, as if he had been prepared. In fact, this was the case. Unlike the last buster call, Sengoku did have some preparation this time. After hanging up the Den Mushi calmly, Zhangguo called Marine Chief of Staff Crane. After arriving at the office, Crane asked in an affirmative tone, failed. Sengoku nodded silently, and then added, and the news of Kuzan's defection may have been leaked. Advertisement. His face changed, and he said in a low voice, this is really. What does it mean when misfortunes never come alone? What does it mean when it rains it pours? This is it. Sengoku said, the world government wants us to make a bigger news. Dav? Crane asked curiously, what big news? Sengoku said, let Marine conduct a worldwide conscription. And expand the number of admirals to 4. Hearing this, Crane's face changed, and then he exclaimed in disbelief, what? Are those 5 treasures of the world government crazy? In order to balance and suppress the naval headquarters, the number of Marine admirals has always been limited to 3, and the purpose is to form a 3-legged situation within the Marine. As a result, the world government does not suppress Marine now? After being shocked, Crane said with joy, it seems that our Marine is about to usher in the peak. Kuzan betrayed well. Tay. Although this is a very happy thing, why do you say it so disgustingly? The day after Marine failed. This day is definitely a day that will go down in history, because there are too many explosive news today. Shocking. The first Marine Admiral who defected in 800 years was born. Marine Admiral defected to form a new Marine. Horror. Marine encounters a terrifying monster and suffers heavy losses. Marine recruits soldiers from all over the world. Marine Admiral will be expanded to 4 positions. Any of these 3 pieces of news is a hot topic. Marine Admiral defected, that was the first case in 800 years, not to mention what new Marine Kuzan wants to do. And the third piece of news also came with a photo and a bounty of 1.3 billion. Wanted, Dinosaur Sea Kings. Bounty, Bailey. Requirement, no matter life or death. As for the final Marine recruitment, let alone. It is not surprising that Marine recruits soldiers from all over the world. After all, such things happen every few decades. What really shocked the world is the expansion of the position of Marine Admiral. You should know that since ancient times, there have been only 3 Marine Admirals, but today the position of Marine Admiral has become 4. This alone is enough to make the whole world boil. Many people even speculate that the 4 Marine Admirals are the counterparts of the New World 4 Emperors, and there are even rumors that the sea is ready to officially take action against the New World 4 Emperors. New World Ghost Island. Kaido laughed excitedly while looking at the news in his hand, ah ha 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 ha. 4 Marine Admirals? Is the world government going to take action? Boss, I think your focus should be on this wanted order. Jin said as he took out Godzilla's wanted order. Kaido looked at Jin in confusion. What wanted order is more important than the Marine wanting to expand the number of admirals to 4? However, after seeing Godzilla on the wanted poster, Kaido realized that he was careless. This wanted poster is more important than the news just now. Kaido's eyes were shining as if he saw his dream lover. Is this Godzilla, the king of monsters? Kaido murmured infatuatedly. Jin said with certainty, this is definitely the Godzilla, the king of monsters we saw in that ruins. Excited Kaido picked up the news just now and read it again. It destroyed 40 warships with 1 strike, and it was led by 2 admirals. It is worthy of being a titan. Our pursuit is indeed correct. There are really titans in the world. Woo 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 woo. Kaido was as excited as a child, and even cried with his face up at the end. Jin, who thought Godzilla was a demon fruit power, pointed at the newspaper excitedly and emphasized, see. He walked from the bottom of the sea, he is really not afraid of the sea water. God. He is really not afraid of the sea water. Kaido cried and responded, yes. Zoan Devil Fruit has no weaknesses, why is it not my subordinate? After the excitement, Kaido ordered very seriously, tell the clown to use his connections to expand the search range and find the legendary Skull Island. Jin nodded, don't worry, I have already told Heavenly Yaksha. Grand Line Dressrosa. Doflamingo looked at the news in his hand depressedly and complained, Titan. Kaido, the madman, is looking for something that actually exists. Isn't this too outrageous? He knew about the defection of Marine Admiral, and he also expected the expansion of Marine. After all, Marine's two major operations failed in succession. If they don't find a way to regain their face, then it will not only be Marine who will be embarrassed. No. Strictly speaking, the world government has already lost face, and now it is just trying to save face. After all, Kuzan is blatantly making a new Marine. What really surprised Doflamingo was that the Titans actually existed. He always thought that Kaido was crazy about Zoan Devil Fruit and had pain syndrome, so he invented the so-called Titans. Skull Island? If it is really found. Doflamingo's eyes flashed with a strange light. Advertisement. As a former celestial dragons, how could Doflamingo succumb to a pirate? If Skull Island is really found, he will definitely take it for himself, and even kill it. Ah! Irresponsible BD Dad. You really deserve to die. Is this also part of your plan? You can't be so deceiving, right? Garp grabbed the newspaper in his hand and cursed loudly with a face full of grief and anger. Bogart beside him also had a frozen face, and his mouth twitched slightly. He was very restrained and did not curse with Garp. Garp's father. It's really hard to describe. Bogart shook his head. People can't empathize with each other, but Bogart now understands Garp's rebellion. Garp had just eaten the Godzilla fruit, and Godzilla attacked Marine right after that, and it happened in West Blue. The most important thing is that it was not an ordinary attack. Not to mention the damage caused, the impact alone was enough to make Garp, a Marine hero, unable to take care of himself. It is well known that Devil Fruit is unique. Even if it is the same type, the color and so on are slightly different. B. Looking at the photo of Godzilla in the newspaper, Bogart fell into deep thought. The Godzilla in the newspaper can't be said to be a little similar to Garp's Godzilla form, it can only be said to be exactly the same. If Garp hadn't been by his side, he would not doubt whether the file incident was Garp's fault. Bogart whispered, Vice Admiral Garp, I think you should not reveal your fruit ability in the future. Garp nodded depressedly. With Kuzan, the defected admiral, in front, it seems that it is not unacceptable for Marine heroes to betray Marine. If his devil fruit ability is exposed at that time, it will really be a mess. Garp asked depressedly, so what do you think my irresponsible father means? Bogart said cautiously, maybe they don't want you to help the world government. Garp denied, I have never been loyal to the world government, I am a Marine. Bogart. Bogart reminded slowly, Mr. Garp, do you think it is possible that Marine is working for the world government? Garp. You reminded me very well, don't say it next time. Garp said with a dark face. Garp asked, then how can I explain to Sengoku when I go back? Bogart said, you can explain the situation to Marshal Sengoku, and Marshal Sengoku will definitely believe you. Ah. Let's talk about it later. Garp nodded. Just as the two were talking, a terrifying cold air suddenly hit, and the sea surface froze instantly, and also froze the marine warship. There is a strong man. Garp looked into the distance seriously. The tapping sound came from far away, that was the sound of high heels hitting the ice surface. At this time, the Marines on the warship finally saw the culprit who froze the entire sea. Garp exclaimed, this is frozen fruit? Could it be Kuzan? Bogart looked at Ace, and then said speechlessly, Lord Garp, that's a woman. Garp shouted in surprise again, so Kuzan was killed? His frozen fruit was reborn. 10. This time Bogart did not refute, because the blue-haired woman in front of him did use the freezing ability. After jumping onto the deck, Ace asked, you are the Marine hero Garp, right? The vigilant Bogart asked, who are you? Why do you have the ability of frozen fruit? Ace did not hide it, but explained generously, this is not the ability of frozen fruit, this is the ability of the Imperial Equipment. Imperial Equipment? Hearing this familiar name, Garp narrowed his eyes. He thought of being haunted by evil spirits. Thinking of this, Garp couldn't help but look at the rapier hanging on Ace's waist. Is it that sword? Garp thought in his heart. After putting away his doubts, Garp gritted his teeth and asked, so you are my BD father's man? Ace said seriously, I occasionally get the demon god's appearance and the essence of the devil. This is a lie. Ace is not a strong man with mental cleanliness. He can easily lie. Garp nodded, accepting Ace's explanation. Then what is your purpose in coming to me? Of course I came to be a Marine. But I only want to be a Marine Admiral. This. Opportunity has come. Ace said, holding up the newspaper in his hand. Garp nodded in sudden realization, and then hit him bluntly, is it for the position of Marine Admiral? But Marine should not want a strong man like you with unknown origins. Ace nodded, and then said as a matter of course, so I came to you. Garp. So I brought an extra chip. After Ace finished speaking, he took out a notebook from his pocket. Ace joked, the world government should be looking for this kind of diary all over the world, right? I happen to have one in my hand, I wonder if this diary can attract the world government. Looking at the thick notebook in Ace's hand, Garp was silent. Chapter 65, the most versatile and strongest admiral in history. Ace. With the integrity of the world government, if Ace has such a bargaining chip, then the matter of unknown origin can indeed be ignored. Ace's pocket was like a treasure bag. She took out another certificate from her pocket and said, and I am not a person of unknown origin. Garp took the information from Ace with doubt. Ace, from the windmill village of East Blue Goa Kingdom. He was abducted when he was a child. After escaping, he accidentally discovered the treasure left by a strong man. Advertisement. He lived on a deserted island for nearly 20 years. He returned to his hometown not long ago. Looking at the certificate in his hand, Garp seemed to understand why this woman came to him. But at the same time, the identity of this woman became more and more doubtful. What to do? Should I refuse? Garp looked at Ace entangledly. There was one thing that could not be denied, that is, the woman in front of him was indeed very strong. If she could join Marine, it would greatly enhance the strength of Marine. But the other party's identity was very suspicious. Maybe she was an undercover agent of other forces, or even that BD father's man. After a moment, Garp nodded, okay, I won't go back to Windmill Village. Anyway, my BD grandson is not there. There is a reason why Garp gave in. As I said before, what does Ace have a purpose against the world government have to do with Marine? Between his father and the world government, Garp decided not to help either. Although the worst order is better than no order, what if his father succeeds? After all, it has been planned for 300 years. A wise choice. Ace smiled with relief. Bogart asked vigilantly, Lord Garp, are you sure you want this woman of unknown origin on board? What else can I do? I am injured now and can't beat him. Garp rolled his eyes at his adjutant speechlessly, and if nothing unexpected happens, Ace will soon be a Marine Admiral, and he is not a person of unknown origin. Garp's warship continued to sail. Garp had just left East Blue when the naval headquarters called. Sengoku's exasperated voice came from the phone. Garp. I finally got in touch with your old BD. Haha. Garp hurriedly explained, Sengoku, don't get excited, the place I went to is a bit special, and the phone was affected, so I couldn't contact the outside world, A&D. I recruited a strong man for the Marine, an excellent seed who can compete for the Marine Admiral. Compete for Admiral? Garp, don't fool me. Sengoku doubted. What is the strength of Marine Admiral? That is the strength standing on the top of the sea. It is not a piece of cake. You Garp can find an Admiral-level strongman when you go out for a vacation? Garp said confidently, you will know when the time comes. Anyway, you will definitely be surprised. Although he had not fought with Ace, Garp could feel that Ace's strength was definitely not inferior to his. It is no exaggeration to say that Ace's strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the women he had seen. Well. The first one is Belvis. When thinking of Belvis's extremely terrifying going to the abyss, Garp felt a dull pain in his head. Others don't know, but how could he not know how terrifying his physical fitness was in Godzilla form? But even under such a terrifying increase, he was killed in 1 second by someone else's move. The horror of that attack could not be described in words. This is why he accepted Ace. Belvis and the old man guarding the bridge made him see his father's background and made his heart lean towards Wu Ming, but Garp himself did not realize that he had already. He just sat on the wrong side. West Blue. As the famous birthplace of the Mafia, West Blue is actually much more chaotic than East Blue. Although there are so many villains in East Blue in the plot, it is different from West Blue. Compared to Blue, it is really a small witch compared to a big witch. However, pirates are the main theme on the sea. Even though West Blue is the birthplace of the Mafia, it still adheres to the tradition that being a pirate is worse than being a gangster. Those who are good at gangsterism have become pirates, while those who are not so good at gangsterism have stayed in West Blue and continued to harm the local people. This has made West Blue the most chaotic sea among the 4 seas. It took Kuzan only 2 days to let the Frost Legion take over the entire West Blue Marine, and even half of the Marines in each base chose to join the new Marine. This is good news for the new Marine. The number of Marines in West Blue is about 400,000. With the addition of the 200,000 Frost Legion, the Marine force in West Blue has not actually decreased but has been strengthened. However, facing the chaotic West Blue, Wuzan is not the first 1 or 2 days. When he was a Marine Admiral before, he had not dealt with similar things. Looking at the report in his hand, Kuzan was silent. The source of chaos in West Blue is the Mafia, but these Mafia collude with the king and nobles, corrupt the marine, and even have a relationship with the celestial dragons. Its complexity is even more outrageous than the marine. If we touch the Mafia, first of all, the nobles of the kingdom will not be happy, because many of the Mafias are the gloves of those nobles. As for marine and celestial dragons, this is actually the easiest to solve, because now the entire West Blue is under the control of the new marine. Just when Kuzan was worried about how to deal with these people, a young and high-spirited voice sounded in the room. Advertisement. Want to cooperate? Marshal New Marine. Looking at the uninvited guest in the room, Kuzan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you, the staff officer of the Revolutionary Army?" As one of the high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo's bounty is not high, but it is enough to catch the Admiral's eye. Sabo said, "Yes. I know you want to clean up West Blue, and our Revolutionary Army can help you." Kuzan frowned and refused, "No, I don't want to clean up the Mafia and then come to the Revolutionary Army." Sabo advised, "Don't be so decisive, after all, we are on the side of the civilians. I'm not interested in who rules the world, the new Marine just wants to maintain order." Kuzan said firmly. Sabo. Sabo looked at Kuzan in confusion, "You just want to maintain order? And you don't want to rule the world? What kind of an ultimate worker is this?" At this moment, Sabo suddenly understood why the saint would let this guy become the marshal of the new Marine. Who wouldn't want to use such a useful chess piece? Thinking of this, Sabo nodded, and then turned and left without hesitation. There is no way, the Revolutionary Army dares to fool Kuzan but dare not fool that person. Kuzan joked and looked at Sabo's back. This is a game between the world government and the saint. The Revolutionary Army has no hope from the beginning. If the world government loses, then the new order must be formulated by the saint, and if the saint loses, the Revolutionary Army will not be able to benefit from it, because they don't have that strength. I, Kuzan, still have some political acumen. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in the depths of Kuzan's eyes. Seeing Sabo come out so quickly, Betty said, "He refused." "Yes." Sabo nodded. Betty comforted him, "It's expected. With such a terrifying existence backing them up, if Kuzan Laozi hadn't been caught in a door before, it would be impossible for the Revolutionary Army to take advantage of this." 2 days later. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku Yuangzai office. Sengoku held Ace's resume in his hand, then looked at Ace in front of him seriously and asked, "Are you Ace? Good fellow, are you talking nonsense?" Ace tilted his head and looked at Sengoku in confusion, and then sarcastically said, "If you have Alzheimer's disease, please leave immediately. I don't want my superior to be an idiot." Sengoku. Good fellow. Sengoku said in his heart, "Good fellow, he hasn't even joined the company, and he hasn't even become an admiral, but he is so arrogant. If he successfully joins the company and becomes an admiral in the future, won't he be very lucky? The information says that you have obtained something called an imperial weapon? Is it the sword in your hand?" Sengoku asked curiously. "This is my bargaining chip. The questions you want to ask are on it. I don't have time to play this recruitment game with you." Ace threw the notebook directly on Marshal Sengoku's desk. Ace confidently said sarcastically, "As for the strength issue, I heard that there are 2 admirals in the marine now. You can let them go together and see if they are my opponents." So arrogant? Even the crane who had been sipping tea not far away put down the cup in his hand, and then looked at the extremely arrogant woman in front of him in surprise. Strong, this woman is too strong. No wonder she dared to speak arrogantly, saying that she wanted to be a marine but only wanted to be a marine admiral, so she has never joined the marine. DAUF. After taking a deep breath, Sengoku picked up the notebook on the table and said, "As long as you are strong enough, you will be the 3rd Marine Admiral." Hearing this, Ace nodded with satisfaction. "So what about the next assessment?" Ace asked. "You can choose a Marine Admiral as your opponent, you just need to defeat or tie the opponent." Sengoku said. Ace said, "Then let's go with Red Dog. Monkey is too fast, and it's a bit troublesome to deal with him, after all, he can run." Red Dog and Monkey? Hearing Ace's name for the 2 admirals, Sengoku's mouth twitched slightly. Although the title of Marine Admiral is indeed named after animals, your name is somewhat problematic. And are you sure you want to be so arrogant? Akainu's fruit ability can restrain you. Sengoku kindly reminded, "Are you sure you want to choose Akainu Admiral? If the information is correct, you should be a person with the ability to freeze." 0 Please give me flowers. Ace glanced at Sengoku, then sneered, "Why do you think that high temperature can restrain low temperature?" Sengoku. Advertisement. Just be happy, I'll call Akainu now. Sengoku didn't persuade him, after all, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost with good words. And Sengoku also thought it was good to let this arrogant woman suffer a blow, so that she wouldn't be floating around and lost her way. Sengoku reminded worriedly, if you lose, you can only become a marine vice admiral, and you can't leave then. Ace said confidently, if it's because of strength, I'm willing to be a marine soldier. Soon Akainu came, and then left the naval headquarters with Ace. Akainu's face was not very good, obviously targeting Ace. Both of them are those with large-scale attack abilities. If they fight in the naval headquarters, the entire naval headquarters will probably have to be rebuilt. Before the two sides started fighting, Akainu took the lead in spraying, "UBD woman, how dare you choose me as your opponent? You are really ignorant of life and death. You, a guy with unknown origins, are worthy of becoming a marine admiral." Akainu has no opinion on women, and no opinion on Ace choosing him as his opponent, but he has reservations about Ace's origins. A guy with an unknown origin and even a suspected fake resume is going to become a marine admiral right from the start? What is the higher UPS trying to do? Are they crazy about marine admirals? What if they recruit another Kyuzan? Akainu has always been opposed to parachuting marine admirals, because these people are too weak-willed and might do something stupid one day. 0. Ace's eyes flickered, and he joked, it seems that as an admiral, you still need some training. You are so arrogant. After Akainu finished speaking, he started directly, starting with an ordinary great eruption. And Ace just took a light stroke with the rapier in his hand, and blocked the great eruption as soon as he reached the ice wall. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Akainu asked curiously, is this the imperial weapon mentioned in your information? A weapon similar to the one that has eaten the devil fruit? Ace said coldly, the name of the sword is Ice Eagle, and as for the imperial weapon? I'll tell you after you defeat me. Okay. Then I'll defeat you first. Akainu said and attacked again. The attacks of the three marine birds are more dependent on the ability of the fruit, but Ace's is not. After practicing the skills, Ace's physique is not inferior to that of the iron balloon-born Big Mom, and the attainments of the armed Haki are not inferior to Garp. With the combination of the two, even without using the ability, Ace can tie with Akainu or even have the upper hand in the battle. Kai, who was watching the battle not far away, exclaimed, this little girl is good, her physical fitness and armed color are very good, even not inferior to me. His swordsmanship is also quite good, at least at the level of a great swordsman. Zephyr also commented on the side. The Marine Admiral selection is so important, so of course Zephyr, who is a Marine instructor, also came. As a staunch supporter of armament Haki supremacy, Zephyr has always been dissatisfied with the three major birds of Marine. The battle has just begun, and the outcome of the battle has already been decided. Garp said, Akainu is going to lose. Sengoku next to him was also silent, Ace's performance was really outstanding. Hawkeye-level swordsmanship, Garp-level armament Haki, Ant-level physical fitness, if coupled with Admiral-level fruit ability Ace may really be the Minister of Marine History. To read cool novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Zephyr whispered excitedly, Marine's most versatile admiral was born. Even Crane, who always keeps his emotions to himself, couldn't help but praise, this time Marine can be said to have picked up a treasure. Kizaru also sighed in a yin and yang tone, young people nowadays are really scary, no wonder they are so arrogant. Jun kept silent while touching the kinpala in his hand. He originally wanted to compete for the position of admiral, but after seeing Ace, Jun was confused. She saw the shadow of that person in Ace's swordsmanship. Others might not know, but Jun, who had been in contact with that person for a period of time and even had a negative relationship with him, knew that Ace must be that person's man. However, Jun did not expose Ace. After all, she was just a part-time worker. Who should she favor between her husband and her boss? Is there any need to say this? Akainu, who had been suppressed and beaten, had a very gloomy face. He did not expect that Ace, this woman, could suppress him before using her ability. Such a strong physical fitness and armament Haki, this is simply a female version of Garp, no. Coupled with this creation technique, this woman is simply a female version of Garp plus a female version of Yingqin. Any of his attacks can be cut off by the opponent's sword energy, and the most fatal thing is that the opponent's physical fitness is obviously stronger than his own. It can't be delayed any longer. Knowing that he would be embarrassed if he continued to delay, Akainu decided to go big. Chapter 66, The Thrilling Attack on Titan Plan. Meteor Volcano. Akainu's fists turned into lava and threw it into the sky, and the lava was assimilated to the ground as it fell. Ace saw Akainu's plan at a glance. The other party's move was nothing more than trying to change the venue. But is this possible? I won't allow this to happen. Advertisement. Freeze the earth. The terrifying cold air permeated, and the entire ground was instantly frozen. The lava that fell on the ice solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye and then was frozen. Sengoku whispered in disbelief, how is it possible? Akainu's lava was frozen. Even Kizaru, who had always been sloppy, looked at this scene seriously, and his eyes became more nervous. What does it mean that Akainu's lava was frozen? This means that in terms of ability development, Ace is actually better than Akainu. But who is Akainu? If we really want to talk about the strength division, Akainu's strength is definitely the strongest among the 3 admirals. Zephyr said with great relief, Marine has really found a treasure this time. Garp whispered, that's not certain. Others may not know, but how can he, who is in cahoots with others, not know? If there was a question about Ace's identity before, it can now be basically confirmed. Ace is definitely the man of that unreliable father. Pay attention, the big one is coming. Ace's mouth corners slightly curled up, smiling evilly. It was obviously a beautiful smile, but Akainu felt a chill in his heart when he saw it. There were not a few people who had the same idea, and those officers who were watching from a distance felt a chill in their hearts. Is Ace terrible? No. To be honest, even the Empress Hancock, who is known as the world's most beautiful woman, can only be said to be as beautiful as Ace. But even such a beautiful woman, when faced with her stunning smile, everyone had no idea in their hearts, but just felt chilled. This is a matter of temperament. Binglan Admiral Army. As soon as Ace finished speaking, a group of ice cavalry appeared on the ground, and their number was even more than 30,000. Charge! The ice cavalry, like a torrent of steel, launched a suicide attack. Because it was covered by the cold air, everyone could only see the shadows inside flickering. 3 minutes later, as the cold air receded, Akainu, whose half-body was frozen, stood there panting. The reason why he could continue to stand there was not because he successfully resisted the Binglan Admiral Army, but because he relied on his excellent physical fitness to bear it. Even so, Akainu at this moment was just relying on his will to hold on. Interesting. It seems that you are a tough guy. Ace looked at Akainu excitedly, with excitement flashing in his eyes. As we all know, Ace likes hard bones the most, because hard bones are more interesting to tame. Just when Ace was about to take action, Sengoku jumped onto the battlefield. Sengoku scolded, enough. Ace, you won this game. Ace paused, and then looked at Sengoku thoughtfully. Sengoku solemnly announced, from today on, you are the 3rd Admiral of Marine, codenamed Binglan Admiral. What a disappointing old man. Ace still chose to stop, after all, she had to take the order of her boss into consideration, after all, he had just joined Marine. Seeing Ace not continuing to take action, Sengoku also quietly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. No one understands the pressure of standing in front of Ace better than him. Looking at the woman in front of him with a face full of hesitation, Sengoku suddenly remembered the other party's information. After being stranded on a deserted island, she has been living by hunting wild animals, and her professional life has lasted for nearly 10 years. This is an extremely bloodthirsty sadistic queen. Seeing Sengoku blocking in front of him, Akainu also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He is not afraid of death, but if he is beaten to death in a sparring match, it would be too unfair to die. Akainu finally fainted. After the doctor carried Akainu away, Sengoku said, as a Marine Admiral, you should also attend the next meeting. Ace nodded without denying. Naval Headquarters Meeting Room. Jun, this is our new notebook, you can translate it. Sengoku handed the notebook to Jun. After Jun took the notebook, he deliberately said, if I guess correctly, Ace also understands Hyuxia characters, right? Ace's mouth curled up slightly, and then sneered disdainfully, you are worthy of me to be your translator. Everyone, what an arrogant woman. Some hot-tempered officers gnashed their teeth and looked at Ace, but no one dared to really stand up and accuse Ace. After all, Akainu, the previous lesson, was still lying in the ward, and no one in the meeting room felt that he was stronger than Akainu. Jun's face darkened, but he still opened the notebook and translated. I don't know why Wu Ming likes this kind of woman. Isn't her character too bad? Jun complained viciously in his heart. Wu Ming, is there a possibility that Ace has another attitude towards me? There is only one person in the world who can enjoy the tenderness of the Super S Queen. The implementation of the Kingdom of Light plan is more difficult than I thought, but in the process of the Kingdom of Light plan, I found a lot of good things. In the essence of the semi-finished light giant, I extracted a special cerebrospinal fluid. I found that this special cerebrospinal fluid can catalyze ordinary people into giants, but the disadvantage is that in this process, the special cerebrospinal fluid will burn the human brain. Even if it becomes a giant, it is a brainless giant. Kizaru, who was originally careless, lit up after hearing this familiar name. Advertisement. Others may not know what the Kingdom of Light plan means, but Kizaru and Sengoku know. Sengoku sighed worriedly, that person who traveled through time is really going to establish a kingdom of God on earth. Sengoku, what is the Kingdom of Light plan? Garp asked carelessly, seeing that Sengoku knew about the Kingdom of Light. Sengoku listened, looked at everyone, and finally chose to announce the secret. Alas, this is an extremely crazy plan. In another notebook, the time traveler caught the sparkling fruit ability user 100 years ago, and then a crazy idea came into being, that is, mass production of giants with sparkling fruit ability. This plan was called the Kingdom of Light plan by the time traveler. Doberman exclaimed, "Isn't this too crazy? Giants with sparkling fruit? And in batches." Fortunately, such a crazy idea didn't succeed without that guy, otherwise it would be unimaginable. Indeed, this plan is too wild and crazy. Everyone in the conference room was amazed and terrified by the Kingdom of Light plan. But more of them were glad that the plan didn't seem to succeed. After seeing this, Ace sneered. Sometimes ignorance is also a kind of happiness. Kizaru and Sengoku looked at each other and chose to remain silent. They didn't dare to talk about the plasma spark tower. He Sheng reminded, "Ahem. Don't be too happy too early, things are not that bad." After hearing this, people suddenly woke up. Yes. Although the Kingdom of Light plan seems to have failed, mass production of giants is also terrifying. Garp, who stuffed senbei into his mouth, comforted him carelessly, "It's okay, didn't he say that the giants he made were all brainless giants? They are just brainless giants, what's there to be afraid of?" After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief again. Indeed, mass production of giants has fatal weaknesses, which is good news. Jun did not comment, but continued to translate. "I decided to do some in-depth research on the Titans, and I named this plan Attack on Titan Plan." Hearing this, Crane's eyebrows jumped. The talent of that time traveler can already be described as divine talent. If the other party studies this aspect in depth, it is possible to obtain some shocking results. In fact, just as Crane expected, the news she least wanted to hear came as promised. Jun quickly turned several pages and continued to translate. "Success. After nearly a year, I finally created the world's first true ancestor Titan, with normal human intelligence, far exceeding the strength and potential of the Titans. Unlike the Titans in this world, the Ancestor Titan is as tall as 240 meters. I named it Ymir Ancestor Titan. 240 meters. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. You know, the tallest humanoid creature still alive is San Juan Wolf, and his body size is less than 180 meters. The size of the original giant who was created was even 80 meters taller than San Juan Wolf who ate the big fruit, which was already the size of a bald sea god." Garp suddenly muttered in a low voice, "Ymir? Why does this name sound so familiar?" Crane introduced in a low voice, "The giant conqueror 200 years ago, who was called the strongest giant of Elbaf by the giants, but didn't he die? It is said that his body was dismembered." Crane had heard of Ymir, a legendary giant who left a deep mark in history books. After all, being a Marine staff officer also requires understanding of history. Elbaf is the world's #1 power, and Ymir has made Elbaf a great ruler of the country again. How could she not be familiar with such a person? Crane suddenly realized, Ymir was created by a time traveler? No wonder his origin is unknown, and many giants even suspect that he is not a giant at all. The name Ymir is very complicated in the beliefs of the giants. There are as many giants who worship him as there are giants who hate him. Although Ymir is powerful, he does not follow the traditions of the giants. Although Ymir makes Elbaf stronger, Elbaf also declines rapidly after his death. 0. If this news gets out, it will be a secret that can shake the entire sea. Kaji sighed in a low voice. Doberman complained, "If Charlotte Linlin knew about this, she would go crazy, right?" Zhang said gloatingly, "It seems that the man has made some plans in Elbaf, but he seems to have failed. No matter what the time traveler has planned in Elbaf, his pawn is dead anyway, and Elbaf is now falling apart. A country is divided into 9 warlord forces, and the whole country is in endless civil strife." Advertisement. Jun listened, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. "It turns out that you haven't always been smooth sailing." Jun sighed in his heart. Sengoku ordered, "Jun, continue translating the following content. I want to know what plans he has in Elbaf." Jun nodded. Ymir, that idiot, actually chose to go to Elbaf because of the so-called sense of identity. But it doesn't matter. The Attack on Titan plan has been studied almost, and it's not bad for Ymir to go to Elbaf. After all, Elbaf is known as the world's most powerful country in later generations, and it may be related to the legendary giant country. It's also good for Ymir to go there." Hearing this translation, Sengoku sighed depressedly, "So it's not the time traveler's plan. I originally thought that the time traveler would also fail, but now it seems that I am wishful thinking." Tsuru shook his head and denied, "No. He is just going with the flow, and it's not wrong to say that it's a plan." Sengoku urged, "Jun, continue to translate the following content." Looking at the results in my hand, an evil idea suddenly surged in my mind. I don't know whether I should carry out this evil plan. What kind of plan can make that time traveler think it is evil? Sengoku looked at Jun nervously. Even Kazan stopped eating senbei and looked at Jun nervously. If the shameless old father calls it evil, it must be something without bottom line. The final result of the giant plan is a virus, which I call the giant virus. Now there is an opportunity to cleanse the world in front of me. How should I choose? As long as I break this virus, it will spread throughout the world within 3 years. By then, 80% of the world's population will be infected and become brainless giants. With the help of the rumbling commander, I can control these giants to attack the red line. Although I don't know what trump card the world government has, in front of endless brainless giants, even the red line can be crushed, right? Sengoku. Tsuru. Both Sengoku and Garp were scared pale after hearing this translation. Garp never thought that his SP father almost destroyed the whole world. No wonder that old BD thought the plan was evil. This is not a question of whether it is evil or not. This is clearly anti-human. Dissatisfied with the rule of the world government, you want to cleanse the whole world? Dad. Can you not be so strong in 1.3? After the shock, there is endless relief. Now they are still alive and well, and the attack on Titan incident has not happened in the world. This is enough to show that the time traveler gave up the plan to cleanse the world. Anyone who hears that their world is almost destroyed will probably be scared to death, not to mention that they are the guardians of order. This matter must be reported to World Conquest. Although we don't know why the time traveler did not use the Titan virus, we must be prepared. Sengoku said firmly. Even if he had a problem with the world government, Garp chose to stand on the side of the world government at this moment. There was no other reason, it was simply because the minister virus was too scary. If there were no countermeasures, it would be like a sword hanging over everyone's head forever, and no one knew when the sword would fall. This kind of life of wandering all day long is something that no normal person would want to live, let alone these marine strongmen. Jun, continue translating the following content. Sengoku said dryly. Jun also nodded. Forget it, although those arrogant dragon pigs are disgusting, we can't let innocent people in the world be implicated because of these things. Let's keep this virus. I hope there won't be a 10-day period in the future when this virus will be used. Seeing that the time traveler really gave up the evil plan, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still a little hesitant. Nothing else, just because the giant virus is still there. Sengoku squinted at Asts and asked, Asts, when you found this diary, did you find anything else? Asts replied lazily, continue to listen to the following content. When the translation is finished, you can ask all the questions at once. Sengoku frowned, and then could only helplessly signal Jun to continue translating. Chapter 67, The Origin of the Imperial Tool. Garp roasted on fire. In fact, it was not only Sengoku who suspected that Asts might have got the Titan virus. Even the other officers in the meeting room looked at Asts with ambiguous eyes. The origin of the notebook in Jun's hand, Sengoku said before the meeting, Asts became so strong because he got the treasure left by the time traveler. God knows if there is a Titan virus in that treasure? After the attack on Titan plan was over, I found that my attainments in biology have improved a lot, so I decided to continue to study in this area. So I thought of the most unique creature in this world, Sea Kings. Sengoku frowned and muttered in confusion, are Sea Kings unique? Advertisement. Crane said, legend has it that Poseidon has the ability to control Sea Kings, and the reason why Poseidon can destroy the world is because he can control Sea Kings. The Sea Kings in the deep sea are all huge monsters. If they all lose control, the world is indeed in danger of overturning. No one dares to underestimate the Sea Kings. The reason why the Windless Zone is called a restricted area is that the Sea Kings have made an indispensable contribution. Sea Kings of a few hundred meters are okay, but those Sea Kings of tens of thousands of meters are really scary. Even the world government doesn't know how big the largest Sea King in the world is. Because Sea Kings are unique creatures, like there is no limit, there is no maximum, only bigger. Sea Kings are very unique. If the Creator set racial restrictions for all races at the beginning of the world, then Sea Kings are an exception. This race has no restrictions. I have never seen such a strange life. Their genes are like a blank piece of paper. I feel like I can paint on it at will. I even suspect that Sea Kings may be a biological weapon, because the genes of Sea Kings are too simple, just like ordinary animals, but this is precisely the most complicated thing about them. What the hell? The officers in the conference room frowned. They are all warriors, and they really don't understand biological genes. Kizaru, who had protected Vegapunk for a period of time, explained, what the time traveler meant was that the genetic structure of the Sea Kings was too simple, and he could even splice or even create mixed Sea Kings at will. The crowd did not understand the deep meaning of Kizaru's words, only Asts looked at Kizaru with some surprise. It seems that there are still smart people in the naval headquarters. Asts thought to himself. 30 I decided to let my men collect the genes of Sea Kings of different forms, and then merge them to create a new generation of Sea Kings. I even thought of the name. These sea kings created by me will be called dangerous species. Kizaru couldn't help but sarcastically said, it's terrible. This time traveler is really afraid of chaos in the world. Does he think the sea is too calm? So he wants to find some fun in this sea. Kizaru really thinks that the time traveler deserves to die. The sea kings in the deep sea have always been the natural enemy of all intelligent life. After all, if the kings riot, the whole world will suffer. As a result, this time traveler actually strengthened this race. If it really goes berserk in the future, it will be the world that will suffer. It's so interesting. These dangerous species did not inherit the infinite growth talent of the sea kings. Their size seems to have been restricted, but some special abilities have also been born. Hearing that the size of those dangerous species was restricted, Kizaru was quietly relieved. Since the genes of these dangerous species can be applied to the bloodline factor of demon fruit power, can I use the bloodline factor of demon fruit power on the dangerous ones? Let these dangerous species have the ability of devil fruit? I succeeded. I created a real high-risk dangerous species, let's call it Tyrande, a dangerous species with adaptability to the environment and the strongest shell. Hearing the name Tyrande, Garp couldn't help but touch the short sword that he had been hiding in his arms. Is this your origin? Haunted by evil spirits? Garp whispered in his heart. Ace looked at Garp meaningfully, and Garp's physical fitness makes the haunting demon suitable for him. TJ. What does my dear mean? He actually sent the haunting demon to Garp? Does he think his son didn't die early enough? Ace thought. The side effects of the haunting demon are undoubtedly fatal. If the old Garp continues to use the haunting demon frequently, Garp will not live long. Thinking of this, Ace looked at Garp with some pity. Feeling Ace's gaze, Garp couldn't help but look at Ace. Garp muttered, what is this woman planning again? After accumulating a lot of resources and applying various bloodline factors, I have created a total of 47 SSS level highest level dangerous species. However, I am not satisfied with the strength of these dangerous species, because the strongest dangerous species is only 3 times the Admiral level. I already have an idea about how to deal with dangerous species, but now I have a more interesting idea. If the genes of giants and dangerous species are combined, will a more terrifying giant beast be born? Crazy. The officers in the office reached a consensus in their hearts in an instant. Not satisfied with the dangerous species that are stronger than the big downgrade, but want to create a stronger giant beast? In this guy's eyes, what is the world government? He couldn't help but complain. Advertisement. Apart from anything else, if the time traveler can really control those 47 dangerous species, although it cannot be said that the world government will be defeated 100%, the world government will probably never dare to go beyond the red line in this lifetime. Even after all this, the time traveler is still not satisfied? The hundreds of Admiral-level strongmen of the Tequila Wolf, plus the 47 dangerous species, this configuration can probably overthrow the entire world government, right? As a result, the time traveler is still not satisfied? Do you have to be so cautious? Even Sengoku had a dark face and did not speak. In fact, his thoughts were similar to Crane's. You had this strength 200 years ago, why didn't you overthrow the world government 200 years ago? You have to drag it until now to put pressure on Marine? The reason why I am not satisfied with the dangerous species is mainly because the lifespan of these creatures is too short, only a few hundred years, and secondly, the intelligence of these dangerous species is too low. Their IQ is actually only slightly higher than that of ordinary beasts. Such intelligence does not match the strength of the dangerous species at all, so the dangerous species can only be regarded as a failure. Sengoku. The officers in the conference room. This is too outrageous. A monster far beyond the Admiral level was judged as a failure by the Traverser. Thinking of this, the Vice Admirals who were not Admiral-level warriors fell into deep thought. When did the qualification line of strength become so high? Kizaru suddenly realized, so that's it, that guy actually wants to create a perfect biological weapon. The Traverser's series of practices and ideas all tell one thing, that is, he wants to create a perfect biological weapon, just like the pacifists that the world government is studying. But to be honest, the pacifism of the world government seems to be incomparable to the dangerous species. If it is according to the requirements of the Traverser, those pacifists are definitely unqualified. After all, pacifists are a group of robots without their own will. According to the Traverser's requirements for wisdom, such robots are garbage. Because the world is different, is the vision different from that of people in our world? Thinking of this, Kizaru couldn't help but look at Ace. Kizaru found that he seemed to have discovered a character flaw of the time traveler, that is, he pursued perfection too much. After destroying all the dangerous species I created, I used the unique organs of the dangerous species in my unique production process to create 48 weapons. I named these weapons Taigu. This is the origin of Taigu. There are weapons created from the main organs of a group of biological weapons that are considered to be failures. Everyone in the office suddenly realized, and then looked at Ace curiously. Those weapons made with the main materials of dangerous species that were considered to be failures, after being turned into weapons, seem to have become more perfect. Let alone, Ace's freezing ability is no less than frozen fruit. Doberman complained, because of his low IQ, he was made into a weapon and given to intelligent people to use. This time traveler is really extreme. Sengoku said with a look of relief, we should be thankful that the time traveler eliminated those so-called dangerous species. If those dangerous species are allowed to reproduce in this world, it will be a real disaster. Garp listened and glanced at his old friend with some pity. He seemed to know what the giant beast that the father who pitted his son was talking about was. Isn't the biological weapon more terrifying than the dangerous species the Titan? Garp didn't know how much the Godzilla in West Blue had evolved, but if that Godzilla had 2 stages of evolution like the Godzilla fruit, then the dangerous species was indeed not worthy of carrying the shoes of the Titan. Tsuru urged, what's next? No more. Jun shook his head, and then showed the half-torn notebook to everyone in the conference room. Jun complained depressedly, this notebook is not complete, and even more than half of it has been torn off. She took over so many notebooks, and only that one can be called complete, and the most damaged one is the current one. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at Ace with suspicious eyes. Ace was the first to touch the notebook. If you think about it in a darker way, Ace does have that motive. Advertisement. Ace warned with a frosty face, don't look at me with that look, I didn't tear the notebook had so many pages when I got it. She was telling the truth, this notebook was really not torn by her. Sengoku took the opportunity to ask, so what else did you find there? Ace explained, there is a farm there. I didn't find any water after I floated to that island, so I wandered around in the jungle and accidentally broke into the farm of the Traverser. My place was abandoned, and then I saw a cup in his base, which was full of red blood. At that time, I was so thirsty that I couldn't stand it, so I drank the blood in the cup. He asked, so the blood in the cup is? Ace nodded and admitted, yes, that's my Taigu magic god appearance devil's essence. Kizaru frowned and said, blood type Taigu? The form of this Taigu is really strange. It is actually taken orally, just like a genetic medicine. Ace also sighed with a regretful tone, the form of the Taigu is determined by the special organs of the dangerous species. There were actually 3 Taigu there at that time. Unfortunately, each person can only use 1 Taigu. When I returned to the island later, the 2 Taigu had been taken away. Sengoku keenly grasped the key information and asked with narrowed eyes, so, there are other Taigu flowing out of this sea? Ace nodded, I think it should be like this. The owner of the diary doesn't seem to care about Taigu. And the current naval headquarters has 2 Taigu. Ace said meaningfully. Hearing this, Sengoku and Garp's faces changed. The reason why Sengoku changed his face was that in addition to Ace, there were actually people in the naval headquarters who had Taigu, and the most important thing was that he, the Marine Marshal, didn't know it. Sengoku's first suspicion was whether the other person with the Imperial tool was the undercover agent of the time traveler. Garp's face changed because he didn't expect that Ace would reveal his past, and at such a critical moment. Isn't this putting him on the spot? Sengoku immediately asked, who has the other Imperial tool? Ace looked at Garp with a smile, and everything was self-explanatory. After enjoying the looks of everyone in the conference room, Garp had to bite the bullet and take out the short sword of 297 in his arms. This is another Imperial weapon. Garp. Sengoku looked at Garp in astonishment, never expecting that it was his old friend who backstabbed him. Such an important thing, Garp didn't tell him? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to rebel? Even Crane looked at Garp in confusion. Out of trust in his comrades, Crane did not speak to question, but waited for Garp's explanation. Garp explained seriously, this is the legacy my father left me. I reported it to you. I wanted to tell you when I came back, but he forgot to report it because of Ace's matter. The legacy your father left you. Sengoku squinted at Garp, his eyes full of suspicion. It seems that Marine Admiral Kuzan defected because he accepted his family's inheritance. Could it be Garp? Sengoku was a little suspicious of Garp, after all, there were precedents. Sengoku asked in a suspicious tone, by the way, didn't you say that your father left you a devil fruit? And it has no side effects, and the name seems to be Titan species. Garp gritted his teeth and said, ahem. I have eaten the devil fruit, but the devil fruit is too special, so I won't show it. If his Godzilla form appears in this situation, it will be a mess. Damn Dad! You deserve to die! Garp roared in his heart. Seeing that Garp was unwilling to reveal his devil fruit ability, Crane quickly stepped forward to change the subject for Garp. Are you sure this is an Imperial weapon? What is the name of this thing? What ability does it have? Hearing Crane's question, Garp quickly explained, the Imperial weapon is haunted by evil spirits and is made of the ferocious dragon-shaped dangerous species Tyrande. After calling, the solid armor will automatically fly out and enhance the ability of the person wearing it. The Imperial equipment boasts of its iron wall-like defense, and its special abilities include invisibility and continuous evolution. Ace suddenly realized, it is an amplification type of Imperial equipment. How did your father get this Imperial equipment? This Imperial equipment is not simple. After all, the material used to make this Imperial equipment comes from Tyrande, which is a dangerous species written in the notebook of the Time Traveler. Ace took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Garp. At this moment, Garp regretted it very much. If he had known that this woman was so deceiving, he would never bring this woman to naval headquarters. This woman is definitely the old man's person. Two bastards teamed up to cheat me, an 80-year-old man. It's too much. Garp complained indignantly in his heart about the inhumanity of Esteth and his father. Garp answered decisively, I don't know. I already have a son who is a rebel leader. If other people knew that his father was the time traveler, it would be really fun. By then, even if I have the identity of a marine hero, the world government will not let me go. Chapter 68, Skull Island revealed. Desperate 5 elders. Everyone looked at the short sword in Garp's hand with envy. It was an imperial weapon with the power of a devil fruit. The most important thing was that it was not afraid of the side effects of seawater, so they didn't have to worry about becoming a landlubber. However, everyone in the conference room just looked at it with envy, and no one dared to ask for the evil spirit. So what if Garp didn't play with the armor? Could they force him? Sengoku didn't want to make the atmosphere in the conference room too awkward, so he asked, Ahem. Let's continue talking about the imperial weapons. Now it is certain that there must be other imperial weapons that have not been discovered in the sea. What do you think about this? Ace sneered, publicly offer a bounty. To put it bluntly, the imperial weapon is just like the supreme sword. As long as you have money, you should be able to buy it. And if the world government knows about it, they will definitely collect it. Advertisement. Having gotten used to the tone of Ace's speech, Sengoku didn't get angry this time, but nodded in agreement. If there are other unowned imperial weapons in the sea, then after the imperial weapons are made public, the most likely to obtain them will definitely be the world government. But by the way, Garp, what's the name of the island you went to? Is there any other imperial tools there? Sengoku asked desperately. Hearing this, Sengoku's face changed, and he casually said, it's called Skull Island, somewhere in East Blue. I forgot the specific route. If you want to know, you can ask the Marines on the ship. Skull Island. Virgo's eyes flashed with a gleam of light after triggering the keyword. Is it the Skull Island that the owner is looking for? Titan Devil Fruit, yes. It must be that Skull Island. Forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Virgo looked at Garp expectantly, waiting for the other party to reveal more information. Garp emphasized very seriously, that island is very dangerous, very, very dangerous. Even if there are imperial weapons on it, it is not something that our Marines can covet. There is no way, we have to emphasize it. Not to mention the King Kong who is comparable to the Admiral class and may even be stronger than the Great Demotion, just say that the Belvis who can beat him is an unsolvable problem. What's more, all the members of the Sovi tribe are warriors, and their high-end combat power is no less than that of the naval headquarters. If the Marines encounter the Skull Island, Garp really doesn't think that the naval headquarters has a chance of winning. The most important thing is that the geographical environment of the Skull Island is too complicated. If you go there, the Den Mushi will be ineffective. If there is no professional map guidance, the Marines who go there may be severely hit by the bad weather there before they reach the Skull Island. Sengoku nodded. Since Garp said so, there must be a reason. The Skull Island must be very dangerous. Garp's strength is unquestionable, not to mention his vision. If he said that the Skull Island is dangerous, that place must be extremely dangerous. Sengoku can understand, but that doesn't mean others can understand. Virgo silently kept these words in mind and decided to contact the Marines on Garp's ship after the meeting, and then find out the specific location of Skull Island. After thinking that things were almost done, Sengoku stood up and announced, Everyone, I have one last announcement. From today on, Ace is the 3rd Marine Admiral of our Marine, codenamed Binglan Admiral. I will announce it to the world after the meeting. Then there is the candidate for the 4th Marine Admiral. If no one can recommend, then the selection can only be conducted at the naval headquarters. All Vice Admirals can participate. After the meeting, Sengoku hurried back to the office, followed by the lazy Garp. Garp was questioned by Sengoku as soon as he entered the office. Garp. What's wrong with your devil fruit? Don't fool me with the excuse that I can't expose my devil fruit. Garp explained depressedly, alas. My devil fruit form is too sensitive. What form? Sengoku looked at Garp curiously. Sengoku came back to his senses and comforted him seriously, it's not a very embarrassing appearance, is it? If it is true, then it really can't be exposed. After all, you are a Marine hero and represent the image of Marine. Garp, Garp realized that Sengoku might have misunderstood and pointed to the news on the table and said, "It's the appearance in the news." Sengoku. He looked down at the newspaper and saw that the news picture on it was the bounty picture. After swallowing, Sengoku asked with difficulty, "Exactly the same?" Garp nodded affirmatively, "Exactly the same." Sengoku felt that his eyes went dark and he almost fainted on the chair. If this matter was exposed, then Garp's reputation as a marine hero would be completely ruined. After all, he could trust Garp, but others might not, especially the world government. After all, Garp didn't like celestial dragons and even publicly insulted celestial dragons for more than a day or two. Tired face Sengoku gritted his teeth and warned, "From now on, just pretend that you have never eaten that damn devil fruit." Got it. Sengoku did not doubt that it was Garp who attacked the marine in West Blue. After all, East Blue was far away from West Blue, and he believed in Garp's integrity. Advertisement. Even if Garp wanted to betray the marine, it would be impossible for him to attack those ordinary marines, and destroy nearly 40 marine warships at one time. By the way, the monster in the news is called Godzilla, a titan monster known as the King of Monsters, and this is not his final form. It is said that the final form of this monster can destroy the entire world. You'd better report this matter to the world government so that they can be prepared, so that they won't be taught a lesson by that monster again. Garp reminded. At this time, Garp also realized how dangerous his cheap father was. First, there was the giant virus that could destroy all mankind, and then there was Godzilla that could destroy the world. This guy can no longer be described as a terrorist, this guy is an anti-human. Sengoku said weakly, "Well, you go down first, I still have to report today's events to the world government." Looking at the old man in such a posture, Garp showed unprecedented concern, "You have to hold on. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you really can't do it, retire early. It's actually pretty good to be a marine vice admiral like me." "Yet." Sengoku nodded, then glanced at Garp, and saw that Garp was secretly taking his senbei again. Sengoku complained speechlessly, "Your concern on the surface is really different from your actual concern." Garp smiled embarrassedly after hearing this. Picked up 2 bags of senbei and stuffed them into his arms, Garp said without looking back, "Ahem. Well, I'm leaving first." After Garp left, Sengoku picked up the phone and contacted the 5 elders. After listening to Sengoku's report, Jigalyasha Satan Saint silently hung up the phone, and then asked in a confused tone, "Marcus Maz Saint, do you think our world government can hold on until Lord Im cleanses the world?" Marcus Maz Saint listened, but did not reply but smoked silently. Today they witnessed the horror of that time traveler again, and even more so the cruelty of that time traveler. They want to destroy all mankind and the world at any time. Such a person actually has the nerve to write in his diary that the world government is too evil? Isn't this the opposite of the heavenly gang? No matter how evil our world government is, it only wants to clean up those rebels who oppose the world government, and what about you? You even want to destroy humanity. Saint Topman Vouchery said with a sinister look on his face, "At all costs, search for that damned time traveler and his forces." Saint Azambaran v. Nasa Shulang gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. If the world does not have the world government, then there is no need for the world to exist." Saint Makasmaz added, "And the giant virus, we must find a way to figure out whether that thing still exists. If he is cleared by then, it will be troublesome to break the giant virus before he dies. As for the titan beast called Godzilla, it should still be in West Blue. Let our people look for it. If we can find it, send someone to destroy it. The key is still the time traveler. That BD was so dangerous 200 years ago. God knows what conspiracy he has now." Saint Topman Vouchery reminded. Izambaran v. Nasujiro, what about the imperial equipment? Jagalusha Satan said, "Let's look for it by the way. I'm quite interested in the production process of the imperial equipment. Let Vegapunk study it. Maybe he can strengthen the pacifist." Compared to the giant virus and the titan, the so-called imperial equipment is not so important. Speaking of the titan, I remembered one thing. Kaido seems to have been looking for the titan. The evil thief seems to know something. Do you think they also have the notebook of the time traveler? Marcus Maz suddenly said. Marcus Maz, now those pirates are not worth mentioning. The most important thing is the time traveler and his subordinates. As for the notebook in Kaido's hand, don't rush it. The world government has never been afraid that its rule will be overthrown by pirates, because pirates are originally the bandits they raise, and the purpose is to force the member countries to hand over the Tianshangjian. Otherwise, with the strength of their world government, defeating the current 4 pirates is actually just a little more troublesome. Topman Volhuli nodded in agreement. What are pirates? Are they also comparable to time travelers? In front of time travelers, even the revolutionary army has to stand back. After the meeting, after getting the information he wanted from the Marines on the Garp ship, Virgo secretly contacted Doflamingo. Skull Island is actually in East Blue? Who would have thought that East Blue, known as the weakest sea, actually hides such a shocking secret? Doflamingo jokingly looked at the Den Mushi in his hand and talked to himself. Advertisement. Pika, send someone to East Blue, go quietly, and then go to this location to find out if Skull Island is there. Doflamingo called his most trusted subordinate. Pika nodded. Thinking of Virgo's reminder, Doflamingo said with some worry, don't go there yourself. I heard it's quite dangerous there. Just find a few loyal cannon fodder to test it out. Yet. Pika nodded again. Looking at Pika's back, Doflamingo shook his head helplessly. Although Pika is loyal, I am too old-fashioned. Doflamingo ordered Toripole not far away. Toripole, send people to the sea to find out about the Imperial equipment. Those Imperial equipment are comparable to Logia Devil Fruit. As an adult, Doflamingo knows that greed should be extreme. It is said that he wants the Titan. He wants the Imperial tool even more. It would be even better if he could get the Titan virus. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's eyes flashed with heat. Doflamingo whispered, so-called time traveler. You must let me watch the collapse of the world government. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed unknowingly. Marine Marshal's office. The 3 existing Marine admirals gathered in the Marine Marshal's office today. Sengoku, the world government has issued an order, and he asked you to secretly capture the Marine rebel Kuzan. After hearing this, Ace directly refused, send someone else to do this, I won't go. Kuzan's ability is similar to mine, and its frozen fruit may be more restrained than mine. Of course, this is a lie. The truth should be that her ability just restrains Kuzan, but the problem is that others don't know. How can she, an undercover agent, not know? Get Zhao Zhao? Kuzan is the person Wu Ming wants to protect, let alone the Marine Admiral. Even if 30 Marine Admirals go, they will return empty-handed. Ace refused this thankless task. An action that is doomed to fail. Maybe you have to compete with your acting skills at that time, which is too challenging. Seeing that Ace refused so decisively, Akainu, who had just recovered from his injury, was a little unhappy. As a soldier, obeying orders is your duty. As a result, you who joined the Marine halfway don't want to make meritorious contributions, and you don't want to learn from Guang Yuan to slack off? Sengoku was speechless, but Ace refused with reason. Sengoku, who didn't want to force Ace, who just joined the Marine, sighed depressedly. Sengoku could only say, in this case, let's leave this matter to you two. The people of the world government will assist you. Akainu nodded and snorted coldly, saying unhappily, there are many new pirates on the Grand Line recently. Binglan Admiral, you go and clean them up? After all, you can't occupy the position of Marine Admiral and do nothing, right? Ace smiled evilly, no problem. I like hunting pirates the most. Looking at the excitement in Ace's eyes, Akainu's view of the woman in front of him changed a lot. From this point of view, at least this woman is not a slacker, and she should be very active in fighting pirates. As for whether Ace fights pirates to satisfy his own hunting desire, does it matter? It doesn't matter at all. For Akainu, as long as you can destroy the pirates, you are a real hero. Sengoku nodded helplessly, okay, let's decide it. After the 3 people left, Sengoku carefully took out a ringing phone. Chapter 69, Sky Island? No. It's the land of the sky. Marshal Sengoku, your guess is correct. The time traveler did stay in Alabasta for a while and left many myths and legends here. Listening to the voice from the phone, Sengoku nodded and asked, what about the Alabasta royal family? Have they obtained the notebook of the time traveler? They should have, and they may have obtained the treasure left by the time traveler, because Princess Vivi of Alabasta is now demon fruit power, and her strength is particularly strong. Hearing this, Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Devil fruit can indeed quickly improve a person's strength, not to mention the devil fruit left by the time traveler. What Sengoku is really curious about is how the Alabasta royal family knows the content of those Hyuxia characters. Advertisement. By the way, Princess Vivi found the treasure with the help of Straw Hat Crew, and there may be people who translate Hyuxia characters in their bed. Marine Undercover added. Sengoku nodded in sudden realization, and then asked, how strong is Princess Vivi now? I feel that the pressure she gives me now is no less than that of Admiral Akainu. As expected. Sengoku sighed. How could the devil fruit left by the time traveler be simple? Sengoku asked, do you think we can convince Princess Vivi to join Marine and become the 4th Admiral of Marine? It's unlikely. Princess Vivi doesn't have a heart for justice. She only wants to protect her own people from beginning to end. Hearing this, Sengoku sighed again. If Vivi is strong enough, she is actually the most suitable to become a Marine Admiral, mainly because she is white enough, unlike Ace. The world government will definitely be happy to accept a princess of a member country as a Marine Admiral. Sengoku said, try to invite her. Marine is really short of people now. Yes. Alabasta. After returning to the palace after obtaining the Sataka fruit, Vivi officially took over the power from her father and became the Queen of Alabasta. Wei Wei looked at the staff member she had just recruited not long ago with a complicated look and said, I didn't expect you to be a marine. We are mainly here to investigate the matter of the sand crocodile. Now Marshal Sengoku asked me to invite you to serve as the Marine Admiral. I wonder if Her Majesty is interested in becoming a Marine Admiral. No need. I won't leave Alabasta. You guys should just give up on this idea. A&D. Wei Wei looked at the person in front of her seriously and said, if there are still blind Shishibukai coming to our country, I will wipe them out without hesitation. You'd better tell 473 your Marshal Sengoku that Alabasta is not afraid of any pirates now. I will tell the Marshal. The invitation failed, and the man was not surprised. After nodding, the undercover left the palace on moonwalk. Looking at the back of the marine undercover leaving, Vivi stared at the outside of the palace in a trance. I don't know where Luffy and the others are now. Grand Line, Sky Island. After Luffy and others were accidentally brought to Sky Island by the upwash current, they were stunned by the scenery in front of them. Endless white clouds, it turns out that Sky Island is real. Nami exclaimed sincerely. Different from the original plot, due to the influence of the time traveler, Luffy and others did not encounter too many things, and directly entered Sky Island because of an accident. A white-haired old woman from the Angel tribe welcomed, Qinghai people, welcome to Sky Island. Chopper looked at the white wings behind the old angel woman in surprise and exclaimed, there are wings. You ignorant Qinghai people. The old woman curled her lips, then took out a book and said, Qinghai people need to register to enter our sky country. Register your name and occupation 10 times. If it were other pirates, the old man would have been robbed by now, but they met Luffy and others who were called pirates but were actually adventure groups. Luffy answered honestly, my name is Monkey.D. Luffy, and I'm a pirate. Hearing this self-introduction, the old woman's eyebrows jumped, and then she looked at Luffy who was laughing foolishly with some surprise. The old woman couldn't help but complain, it's rare to find a pirate as stupid as you. After complaining, the old woman tempted, when you see me, an old woman, carrying so much gold, don't you have the desire to rob? Ah! Luffy looked at the old woman in confusion, and then complained with disdain, why should I rob you? Isn't it yours? This thing can't be eaten. Old woman, the speechless old woman glanced at Nami next to her, and then asked, is this idiot your captain? Nami smiled embarrassedly. As a pirate, Luffy is undoubtedly a failure. But it is precisely because of this that she is willing to follow Luffy. After writing the 3 words adventure group on Luffy's occupation, the wife asked casually, tell your name too. Robin saw this scene and didn't stop it. In his opinion, the Straw Hat Pirates should indeed be called the Adventure Group. My name is Nami. I'm Robin. After all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates had registered, the old woman put away the book and explained, in our sky country, our trading currency is soil. You'd better find out if you have soil on your ship. If not, I advise you to return to Qinghai as soon as possible. Nami, who was the most greedy, looked at the angelic old woman in front of her with a confused face. Soil? Is this the legendary money like dirt? Advertisement. Nami's eyes lit up, and she keenly grasped the business opportunity to get rich and asked, can I exchange the soil for the gold on your body? The old woman nodded without thinking, of course. I will exchange the weight of gold with you for the weight of soil you bring. Hearing this, Nami excitedly grabbed Luffy's neck and urged, look. Luffy, quickly search all the mud on the ship for me, I want to exchange it for gold. The old woman who saw this scene reminded meaningfully, little girl, I think it's best to wait until you are about to leave before exchanging it, after all, gold is not a trading currency here. As the external brain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Robin calmly advised, Nami, calm down, even if you want gold, wait until we are about to leave before exchanging it lest we starve to death on Sky Island at that time. At this time, the excited Nami also calmed down. Okay, let's explore this sky country first. Nami decided. As soon as the voice fell, the originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy, and a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky, and then fell heavily on the face of the Straw Hat crew. A long-eared man with a pair of huge white wings behind him and a very tense tone asked, are you Straw Hat Luffy? Seeing Lai Rang, the old woman hurriedly saluted and said respectfully, meet the Thunder Admiral Army. Luffy frowned and looked at the man in front of him who he didn't know at all and asked, Big Ears, who are you? Why do you know me? Enel introduced himself, I? Enel. The Admiral Army of the Kingdom of the Sky. Then why do you want to see me? Fight. Luffy asked straightforwardly. Enel was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then nodded, about the same. Enel urged, come with me, the king will meet you, and the fight will come later. After Enel finished speaking, he didn't care whether Luffy and others agreed or not, and led the way directly in front. Usopp asked fearfully, "Do you want to follow?" Robin said, "Let's go over and take a look. They seem to know me well. Besides, it's not good for us to refuse the king's invitation." Luffy nodded, and then followed Enel with the crew. After the driver's ship sailed for a while, everyone saw a huge city made of gold. What stands in front of you now is our Sky City. It is also the capital of our country of the sky. How about it? Are you shocked? Qinghai people. Enel boasted proudly. Nami said incoherently, "Yellow, gold walls? No. This is a city built with gold. How happy are the people living in this city?" "Robin, help me, I feel my legs are a little weak," Nami said excitedly. Even Robin, who is used to big scenes, was shocked by the golden city in front of him. This golden city called the Sky City can no longer be described as luxurious. Zoro complained, "You use gold to build the city, aren't you afraid of pirates coming to rob it?" It is true that some pirates from Qinghai have set their sights on the Sky City, but they were all turned to ashes by my thunderbolt. I don't think you would have such an idea, right? Enel warned meaningfully. Before Nami finished speaking, Robin covered her mouth. Nami wants money over life, but they are not. According to the information revealed by Enel, there are many pirates who came to the Sky Country because of the rushing sea current, but those people seem to have left their lives here because of greed. Thunder Fruit ability users. Unlike Luffy and others who have no experience, Robin knows that Thunder Fruit is called the strongest devil fruit in Logia. People who have Thunder Fruit are definitely not something that the current Straw Hat crew can challenge. It was not until they entered the Sky City that the Straw Hat crew realized that the old woman just now was really kind-hearted. It turns out that gold is really worthless here. Even the bricks on the road are made of gold. I feel my feet are burning when I step on it. Nami, who is obsessed with money, muttered. Even Zoro next to him couldn't help but step heavily on the bricks on the ground with his feet. Zoro reminded leisurely, "It's solid, not gold-plated." Nami felt even more floating after hearing this. Nami looked at Enel sincerely and asked, "Can we take a few bricks with us when we leave?" "Golden buns from Qinghai." Enel curled his lips in disdain, and then said, "Since you are the prophet, I will allow you to take as much gold as you can take when you leave." Advertisement. Really? Nami looked at Enel excitedly. "Of course, this is my promise, Enel." Enel raised his chin and said proudly. Enel was obviously very arrogant, but Nami didn't think Enel was arrogant at all, but felt that he was extremely kind. It is the legendary Ping Ei Jinren. Under the leadership of Enel, the Straw Hat crew was brought to the palace. On the throne, Konis looked at Straw Hat Luffy curiously, and then asked curiously, "Are you Straw Hat Luffy?" Luffy nodded, and then asked curiously, "Are you the Queen of the Sky Country?" "No. I am the maid of Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen is in seclusion now, so I will handle state affairs. You can just call me by my name, Konis." Konis explained. Luffy asked frankly, "Then how do you know me?" "I think this is my first time here." Konis explained, "That's because of the prophecy of the saint." Saint. Hearing this familiar name, the Straw Hat crew frowned at the same time. This name of the three is actually not common in the world of pirates. The Straw Hat crew looked at each other and suddenly realized, the owner of the diary. Robin calmly analyzed, "It's normal." The owner of the diary revealed his ability to predict in his previous notes. But people who lived more than 200 years ago knew what happened today. Isn't that too outrageous? And it happened to us. Nami complained. Robin asked, "So what did your saint predict?" Konis said, "He just predicted your arrival and purpose. We have a historical text in the Sky Country. You should come for this, right?" Hearing the words historical text, the calmest Robin was no longer calm. After calming down the excitement in his heart, Robin asked calmly again, "So what is your purpose?" According to the saint's prophecy, Joy Boy, as the Horn of Freedom, needs to go through the test of thunder. Konis explained in a profound way. Luffy scratched his head in confusion and asked in a daze, "Speak more clearly, I don't understand." Enel next to him said, "As long as you defeat me, you can see the historical essays and get the rewards left by the saints." Luffy suddenly realized, "Just defeat Big Ears." "That's fine, we accept it." Enel explained, "No. You must defeat me, this is a trial that belongs to you alone." The heartless Luffy obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, but Robin did. Enel is a Thunder Fruit ability user. Luffy, a newbie who doesn't even have armament haki, is going to hit Enel with his head? That's fine. No. Luffy and Rosen said almost in unison. Luffy looked at Robin depressed. "Robin, haven't you been pursuing the historical text? Why do you refuse?" Luffy asked puzzledly. Looking at Luffy who looked serious and didn't seem to be joking, Robin's heart twitched fiercely. What an idiot. Robin, with a slightly upturned mouth, refused in a cold tone, I am not interested in this historical text. Ah. Why? Luffy was even more confused. He knew that the reason why Robin was willing to join the Straw Hat Pirates was to pursue the historical text. Facing the puzzled people, Robin explained helplessly, because I don't want my captain to die because of a historical text. It was not easy to meet such a stupid captain. Robin really didn't want Luffy to become a consumable. After all, this was the first time she met such an outrageous pirate group like the Straw Hat Pirates in so many years. Enel watched this scene with interest, and then took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. This trial will kill people. Don't expect me to show mercy. If you are like this after eating the Nika fruit, it is better to let the Nika fruit change a host. Luffy didn't understand what Nika was or not. After all, he ate the rubber fruit. Now as the captain, Luffy only wants to realize the dreams of his crew members, even if it means risking his own life. Chapter 70, Rubber Restrains Thunder? Who said that? Are you sure? Enel asked jokingly. Luffy nodded confidently. Then come with me, I have prepared the competition venue for you a long time ago. After Enel finished collecting, he flapped his wings and led the way. Robin saw this scene and wanted to stop it, but was stopped by Zoro next to him. Zoro said firmly, this is the captain's choice, we just have to watch it. Advertisement. At this moment, even Usopp, who was afraid of death, did not shout, but looked at Luffy's back nervously. Konis asked, it seems that you seem to trust your captain very much. Sanji smiled evilly, of course. He is our captain, the man who will become the Pirate King. Konis said, he will die. Zoro, if Luffy dies, we will go to the final island with his dream. Hearing this, Konis looked at the Straw Hat crew deeply and said, no wonder the saint predicted your arrival, you are indeed different from ordinary pirates. Konis looked at the guard next to him and asked, Loki, do you think the Straw Hat boy can win? Don't ask me, since the saint said that the Straw Hat boy is special, then he must be special. Laxian replied expressionlessly. As a pure warrior, Loki actually admires Luffy's courage. Konis listened and said to Robin, come with me, I will take you to see the historical text. Robin said hesitantly, the result of the battle has not come out yet. Konis listened, looked at Robin with some surprise, and then said meaningfully, from the moment your captain agreed, you have completed the test. The trial of thunder is your captain's test, not yours. Robin shook his head again and refused, no. I have to wait for our captain to come back here first. Whatever you want. The rejected Konis curled his lips. Robin repeatedly refused to give face to Konis, and Konis was a little unhappy. Nami didn't seem to worry about Luffy at all. Toshi asked curiously, by the way, is the queen of your sky country very powerful? She actually has so much wealth. Konis raised his chin and said proudly, of course. Our queen is the queen of angels. The absolute ruler standing in the sky. At this time, even Robin asked curiously, what is your queen's name? Konis, Yan. Angel King Yan. Konis' eyes seemed to light up when he mentioned this name. Seeing that Konis seemed quite innocent, Robin took the opportunity to test him, how much do you know about the saint? Konis answered honestly, we only know that the saint is the husband of the Angel King, and then he assisted the Angel King in establishing the kingdom of the sky. Robin, how many years ago? Konis, about 240 years ago. Robin. That guy is really a playboy. The queen of Sataka seemed to be 260 years ago. In 20 years, this guy has a new love, and it is also the queen. Isn't this a queen killer? Robin complained silently in his heart, and at the same time thought of his aunt. Robin guessed, in terms of personality, Ace is also like a sadistic queen. Does that guy like strong women? Thinking of this, Robin seemed to know why his mother didn't follow his uncle at the beginning. Is it because his mother's personality is too good? Just when Robin was still guessing, the battle on Luffy's side had already started. Staring at the roaring thunder in the sky, the Straw Hat crew finally felt a little nervous. No matter how much they believed in Luffy, they could not help but feel fear when facing the magnificent power. Enel is really messing around, I'll go over there and watch. Loki said, then transformed into a green bird and flew away from the palace. Robin was surprised to see the scene and asked, is this devil fruit? Mythical beast. Enel explained with help, yes, Loki's Zoan mythical beast tornado fruit ability user, what you just saw was his spirit beast state. Awesome! Nami exclaimed with some envy. After everyone waited for more than 2 hours, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared, and Enel, who looked a little embarrassed and even a little out of breath, walked in carrying a thing that looked like a humanoid Kurozumi. Enel threw Luffy to the ground and said, what Nika fruit? This is clearly rubber fruit. If it weren't for the high temperature of thunder, I might have fallen into his hands. Rubber fruit restrains thunder fruit? Don't be ridiculous. Although rubber is an insulator, it is not very resistant to high temperatures. Thunder has its own high temperature. Enel said again, I lost this game. I used 10 times more strength than this guy. Advertisement. Luffy. Nami rushed to Luffy, who was thrown to the ground and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. As a sit-up master, even if he was turned into Kurozumi and even had white smoke coming out of his mouth, Luffy still said in a hoarse voice, tell Robin that I won. Looking at Luffy who was about to die, Konis reminded him, your captain needs treatment now, can you get out of the way? Are you a doctor? Nami looked at Konis with suspicion. And Chopper next to him had already started preparing bandages and burn medicine. Compared with Konis who had nothing in his hands, Chopper looked like a serious doctor. Leave it to me. Konis opened his hands. Healing wave. The white light enveloped Luffy. After the white light went up, the originally charred body Luffy miraculously recovered. Okay, your captain's life is saved, and the next step is to hand it over to your ship's doctor. Konis said. Chopper next to him looked at this scene in surprise, and then asked enviously, is this also the ability of the devil fruit? Is it the legendary doctor fruit? Chopper, where is the doctor fruit in the world? This is clearly the healing fruit, Nami refuted seriously. Listening to the conversation between the two, Konis's face darkened, and then explained, I am the user of the attachment cloud fruit, not the healing fruit. And I am the user of the Zoan fruit, which has nothing to do with paramecia. Okay, the maid will take you downstairs to rest later. If you have anything to say, we will talk about it after you wake up. After Konis finished speaking, he called the maids next to him and asked them to take their straw hats and go down to rest for a while. After the straw hat crew left, Enel asked in confusion, I don't feel that there is anything special about this group of people. Why does the saint care about them so much? 11. What kind of existence is the saint? Even an admiral-level strongman like him is like an ant in the eyes of the saint, and why does a rookie like Luffy get the attention of the saint? Loki said, I don't know, but the saint must have a reason for doing this. Konis also put away the innocence on his face at this time, and asked very seriously, Enel, remember the task given to you by the saint? Enel nodded depressedly, and said weakly, I know. If Straw Hat Luffy is fine, I have to get on his ship and then go on an adventure with the Straw Hat crew. What else? Konis stared at Enel sharply. Enel continued, find more work for the world government on the way, and keep an eye on Straw Hat Luffy. If you meet a kid named Momonosuke in the future, give him electrotherapy every day and try to get rid of his lust. Seeing that Enel had not forgotten his mission, Konis nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you guys go down too, I'll go see Her Majesty the Queen. After saying that, Konis turned and headed towards the direction of the harem. After arriving at the door of the Queen's bedroom, Konis respectfully reported, Your Majesty, the Straw Hat Luffy predicted by the saint has arrived in our sky country, and they have just passed the test. Oh? They actually passed the test? A ethereal voice came from the room, and the owner of the voice also had a bit of surprise in his tone. Konis, yes. The person in the room said again, then do as he said, take them to the treasury, and let them choose 3 treasures. Yes. Konis nodded and retreated. East Blue. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Pika gritted his teeth and asked, is this the 6th ship? Yes, all the ships heading to Skull Island have not sent back any news. This is our 6th failure. Lord Pika, do we still need to send ships to Skull Island? Pika shook his head, no, I will report the intelligence here to the head of the family first. After hanging up the call with his subordinates, Ka quickly contacted Doflamingo. After learning the news from Pika, Doflamingo's face was a little gloomy. 6 consecutive failures can only mean one thing, that is, they have not found the right way to go to Skull Island, or they can't get to Skull Island from the sea. But the question is, how did Garp get to Skull Island? Thinking of this, Duo Yonglang Mingo was extremely unwilling. The treasure mountain is clearly in front of him, but he can't get there. This is the most frustrating thing. Do I really have to report this to Kaido? Doflamingo thought unwillingly. Just when Doflamingo was thinking about how to attack Skull Island, Toripole ran in excitedly. Toripole excitedly reported, Master, I found someone who can translate Hyuxia characters. Hearing this, Doflamingo instantly put the matter of Skull Island behind his mind, and asked excitedly, where is the person? Where is he? Toripole whispered tentatively, this. The person who can translate Hyuxia characters made a request, and her identity is a bit special. Advertisement. Hearing this, the joy on Doflamingo's face faded instantly, and he asked expressionlessly, who is it? Toripole said, Rebecca, it seems to be the daughter of Princess Scarlet. Doflamingo asked, what does she want? She asked you to gather all the members of the family, and then take all the members out of Dressrosa, and promise to restore Dressrosa to its original appearance. After saying this, Toripole glanced at Doflamingo cautiously. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Interesting, very interesting. Doflamingo seemed to have heard a great joke when he heard this. After laughing wildly, Doflamingo said in a cold tone, "Tell her that I agreed to her request." Toribel nodded, and then retreated again. After a while, Doflamingo summoned all members of the Donquixote family. All the summoned people were confused. After all, today was not the time for the meeting. "You sit here first, I will announce something soon," Doflamingo said. All the confused people could only sit down and look at Doflamingo curiously. A moment later, Toribel walked in with a nervous pink-haired girl. "Everyone! This girl is called Rebecca, and she just made a deal with me." Doflamingo excitedly pointed at Rebecca and announced. Hearing the name Rebecca, Chen Dazen, eyes. 0. Why is Rebecca here? Isn't this a trap? Violet was anxious. Doflamingo asked jokingly, "Violet, you should be familiar with her, right?" Violet, who was named, froze and then nodded palely. Doflamingo continued, "Rebecca and I have reached a deal. As long as she helps me translate the Huxia characters on the documents, I will return Dressrosa to your family." Hearing this, Violet's heart was agitated, but Violet quickly calmed down. He knew that Doflamingo was a complete villain. How could such a person give up the kingdom that he had finally obtained? But Violet did not dare to expose Violet at this time. She could only pray that she could save her niece's life when Doflamingo regretted it later. "Rebecca, come on. As long as you can translate the above content, I will do as you say." After Doflamingo finished speaking, he threw a large stack of photos to Rebecca. Nervous Rebecca trembled as she picked up the photo and flipped through it. After fiddling with it for a while, Rebecca nodded, "It's done. Do you want to translate it directly next?" Doflamingo said, "Of course. But I have to warn you, if you deliberately translate it wrong, then our deal will be void." Rebecca nodded, and she was excited when she thought that she was about to save Dressrosa. Naive. Violet closed her eyes in pain. Rebecca flipped through a photo of Day. After saying goodbye to Yan, "I continued my adventure," crossed out, "I continued my layout. Drifting aimlessly, I came to Dressrosa, a country that would be destroyed by Doflamingo in the future." Oh. Who is Doflamingo? It has been almost 70 years since I came to this world, and some of my memories are almost blurred. I remember the steps of Doflamingo. There is a saying, I watched too much One Piece, so I learned Mingo's steps, Kizaru's expression, Smoker's smoking, and told everyone to give me face and be my son. So I got Blackbeard's teeth, Shank's arms, Fujitora's teeth, Aokiji's legs, and Whitebeard's fate. Doflamingo. Donquixote family. Rebecca. Rebecca looked at Doflamingo nervously. God, she really translated it word by word. Although she was only half-baked, Rebecca dared to guarantee that her translation was absolutely correct. She really couldn't understand why the diary left by people more than 200 years ago was made to look like it was just written now. "Are you sure you are not kidding me?" Doflamingo looked at Rebecca with a cold look. Rebecca was almost scared to tears by Doflamingo's eyes. Looking at Rebecca, who wanted to cry but had no tears, Doflamingo said in a gloomy tone, "Rebecca, if you just want to anger me, then congratulations, you succeeded." Rebecca nervously assured, I really didn't want you, it's written here, I swear on my family and parents." Chapter 71, Brainwashing Across Time. Ming Ji was shocked. Seeing that Rebecca was almost scared to tears by his people, but still refused to change her words, Doflamingo hesitated in his heart. Could this translation be true? But this is too much, isn't it? You really didn't lie. Doflamingo squinted his eyes and continued to put pressure on Rebecca, then stared at Rebecca, trying to find some flaws on her face. Rebecca nodded heavily, "Really not." Advertisement. Diamante said beside him, "Master, I don't think he is lying. After all, this woman would not say such stupid things at the beginning. Isn't it obvious that she is playing tricks on us?" Violet nodded and said, "Master, I can guarantee with my life that Rebecca was definitely not lying just now." Facing the advice of his subordinates, Doflamingo asked hesitantly, "So, her translation just now was true?" Toribel nodded, "The translation is true." "Then my walking pace is really arrogant?" Doflamingo asked depressedly. Everyone nodded in unison. Doflamingo's walking posture was more than arrogant. Baby 5 said frankly, "More than arrogant, if you were not our boss, I would break your legs and let you experience the feeling of sitting in a wheelchair." Doflamingo. Ahem. Let's talk business. Doflamingo had no choice but to change the subject. As for his arrogant walking posture, he has been walking in this posture for almost his whole life, and it is impossible to change it. Moreover, as a former celestial dragons and now Shishibukai, what's wrong with walking arrogantly? What's wrong? Doflamingo, my walking posture and Kizaru's expression, Smoker's smoking, these are all understandable to me. After all, Marine Admiral Kizaru's expression is indeed a bit wanting to beat him up. As for the 847th smoker, I don't know him. Diamante said, it is probably also arrogant, otherwise the owner of the diary would not have written it specifically. Toribel added, as for the latter part, tell everyone you meet, give me face, be my son, this part is a bit difficult to understand, after all, the owner of the diary did not write a name. Rebecca, who was responsible for translation, felt that she should show her ability, and raised her hand and said, speaking of being my son, this should be Whitebeard, right? It is well known that Whitebeard likes to have a son. Doflamingo nodded and said, this should be the catchphrase of several people, but these are not important, what is important is the latter part. Toribel, so we got Blackbeard's teeth, Shank's arms, Fujitora's teeth, Aokiji's legs, and Whitebeard's fate. Blackbeard's teeth are definitely incomplete. It is said that the arms of the Marine Four Emperors were lost in East Blue. This passage should mean their respective defects. As for Fujitora, it should be the code name of a Marine Admiral, but there is no such Marine Admiral now. This should be the code name of the future Marine Admiral. Master. The owner of this diary can predict today's events 300 years ago, so he can definitely predict things in the distant future. There must be a Marine Admiral named Fujitora in the future. Toribel said excitedly. Is the code name of the future Marine Admiral Fujitora? Doflamingo nodded thoughtfully. Speculating in this direction, Doflamingo asked, since it is a defect, does it mean that the defected Marine Admiral Aokiji will fail in the future? Even lose his legs? Diamante calmly analyzed, it is likely to be like this, because Aokiji's legs are not broken now. It seems that the new Marine failed and his legs were broken. As for the final fate of Whitebeard, it seems that Whitebeard was also beaten to death in the end. I don't know which force killed him. The strongest man in the world was killed. This is really a shocking revelation. After listening to Diamante's analysis, everyone in the conference room was excited. It was just a short translation, and even this short paragraph had some jokes. But the information revealed by this paragraph shocked everyone. The future Marine Admiral is called Fujitora, the new Marine will fail, Aokiji will break his leg, and even Whitebeard will be killed. These are extremely important news, because they involve either the New World Four Emperors or the Marine Admiral. Ah ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew that these contents are worth translating, Rebecca continued to translate. Doflamingo urged excitedly. Originally, she was going to treat Rebecca as a tool and kill her immediately after Rebecca finished translating the content, but after listening to the translation, Doflamingo changed her mind. He wanted to find more Hyuxia characters and give them to Rebecca to translate. Advertisement. Unlike those Donquixote family members who were entangled with the Marine Admiral and the Four Emperors, Violet cared more about the first sentence of the diary owner. That person actually knew that Doflamingo would come to harm Dressrosa more than 200 years ago. Violet was amazed in her heart. Rebecca, who felt that she had escaped a disaster by luck, nodded quickly, and then translated seriously. According to the convention, try to contact the people of Dressrosa first to see if they are willing to join the army against the world government. Has the owner of the diary contacted the Dressrosa royal family? Doflamingo frowned after hearing this translation, and his heart became a little more nervous. However, Doflamingo did not interrupt Rebecca, but prepared to continue listening to the next content. Failed, the Dressrosa royal family is a member of the world government, and has strong financial resources, so they don't worry about the gold in the sky. This also led to the fact that the Dressrosa royal family is actually a beneficiary of the world government, so they rejected my proposal without hesitation. The king who didn't know how to live or die even wanted to leak my information to the world government. Since the old guy doesn't cooperate, I can only send him to the underworld first. If you don't cooperate, then don't cooperate. You deserve that the Dressrosa royal family will have such a disaster in the future. Sure enough. The owner of the diary started planning to overthrow the world government 300 years ago. Doflamingo had an excited smile on his face. He was a little nervous at first, worried that the Dressrosa royal family would have some connection with the owner of the diary, but now it seems that he still overestimated the Dressrosa royal family. Doflamingo looked at Violet curiously and asked, has your Dressrosa royal family recorded this incident? Violet explained with a somewhat ugly face, 200 years ago, a king who had a good relationship with the world government suddenly died. He was in his prime and had no illness or disaster at the time. The king's case at that time became one of the biggest unsolved cases in the history of Dressrosa. Now the truth has been revealed. The death of the king was caused by the owner of this diary. At the same time, Violet also blamed her ancestors. If the king had cooperated with the time traveler, Dressrosa might be more glorious than ever before. Although the owner of the diary is ambitious and has always wanted to overthrow the world government, the adult is obviously a cautious person. He has been planning for nearly 300 years, and he only started the real action after planning for 300 years. What a pity, I am very happy to cooperate with the owner of the diary. Doflamingo shook his head and sighed. Violet. After sighing, Doflamingo urged, Rebecca, continue translating. Forget it, since the Dressrosa royal family does not want to cooperate, let's stay here for a while, and then create some myths before leaving. But then again, Dressrosa is quite prosperous, no wonder their king is unwilling to follow me to take risks. What myths did Dressrosa have before? Doflamingo asked curiously. Violet shook her head in confusion. She had lived in the palace before, and later became a member of the killer group. Violet really didn't pay attention to that line of folk legends. I know. Rebecca, who wanted to perform better, said, it's a legend about the void. Legend has it that the void is the enemy of the material world. One day, it will descend upon the world and swallow the entire world into the void. When I was a child, my mother scared me to tears with the story of the void monster. Is it just a myth? Doflamingo asked. Rebecca nodded. Doflamingo, who didn't know the secrets behind these myths, didn't take it too seriously. Doflamingo said, just keep translating. Interesting, very interesting. I actually found the weapon fruit here. If I remember correctly, this weapon fruit should be Baby 5 in the future, right? Baby 5 is very suitable to be a maid if she doesn't have character flaws. Baby 5 screamed excitedly, ah! I'm needed again, and that person needed me to be a maid 200 years ago. Doflamingo, tell me where the owner of the diary is. I want to be his maid. Doflamingo. Doflamingo, with black lines on his forehead, glared at Baby 5 speechlessly. If it weren't for the fact that this stupid woman's weapon fruit had something special, he really wanted to abandon this stupid woman. Doflamingo said with a dark face, didn't you see that he said you don't know how to refuse people, so he doesn't want you to be his maid. After hearing this, Baby 5 was anxious instantly. Baby 5 felt that she had found the meaning and direction of her life. It turned out that she was needed before she was born, which means that the reason why she came to this world was because that adult needed her, and that adult needed her to be his maid. Baby 5, who felt that she had found the meaning of life, said very seriously, from today on, I am the maid of that adult. From now on, I will no longer need to be needed by others, because I was born to be the maid of that adult. Doflamingo. The Don Quixote family members in the conference room looked at Baby 5 in a daze. What the hell? Is Baby 5 so good at brainwashing himself? Violet was also frightened by Baby 5's coquettish operation. Toripole tried to say, Baby 5, I need you to pour me a glass of water. Please pour me a glass of water. I need it so much. Baby 5, go away. I am the maid of that master now. What do you need to do with me? Toripole. Advertisement. It was really corrected. This is too careless. Toripole tried unwillingly, do you really want to disappoint me? Baby 5. Of course. I was born into this world because that master needed me to be his maid. As a qualified maid, I can't be used by others. Baby 5 said seriously. Hearing this, Toripole looked at Doflamingo with despair on his face. Toripole, master, this woman seems to be even sicker. Doflamingo. His mouth twitched slightly. Doflamingo suppressed his anger and said gently, Baby 5, you stay here and wait until you find your master. Before that, you should work to support yourself. Baby 5 nodded and thought it made sense. Baby 5 said seriously, indeed, as a maid, I should make money for my master. Before I reunite with my master, I'd better make money for my master first. Doflamingo, you can give me any tasks in the future, but remember to pay me. I just work for you, not your subordinate. I have only one master, that adult. Doflamingo. Okay. Doflamingo nodded with gritted teeth, laughing in anger. It turns out that I was born to be the one who needs me. I am so happy. Listening to Baby 5's speech, which was still immersed in her own world, Doflamingo urged with a dark face, continue translating. Rebecca nodded. The scene just now really shocked him a little. It turns out that there are people in the world who are good at self-brainwashing. Doflamingo's subordinates are really all kinds of weirdos. For time travelers, the weapon fruit should be regarded as the most suitable ime fruit for time travelers. Unfortunately, I have eaten the earth fruit now, and this weapon fruit is not suitable for me. But I have thought of a lot of directions for the development of weapon fruits. Baby 5 looks pretty good. After a little training in the future, she can be taken as a maid. As for the development of weapon fruits, write it down first, so as not to forget it later. Before Doflamingo could speak, Baby 5 excitedly asked, Woman, where is the development direction of the previous fruit left by my master? Rebecca. This master is too skilled, isn't he? It seems that he has practiced it thousands of times. Rebecca, who was complaining in her heart, hurriedly said, under the 7th brick of the second box in the secret room of Kingdom No. 6. Doflamingo ordered, Violet, take Baby 5 to find out if it is true. This is not that Doflamingo really wants to improve the strength of Baby 5, this stupid woman, he just wants to verify the authenticity of this diary. After all, the content of this diary is too outrageous, and Doflamingo is really worried that the owner of the diary is bragging. Violet nodded, and then took Baby 5 away to find the weapon fruit development manual left by the time traveler. After Violet left, Doflamingo urged, continue translating. Speaking of devil fruit, there is indeed an important thing that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. The side effects of devil fruit have always been a fatal weakness. It just so happens that there is nothing to do here, so I will continue to study devil fruit in depth. It would be best if I could find a way to remove the side effects of devil fruit. After all, although the earth fruit is strong, if you want to fight against Yi Ma, the ability of a devil fruit may not be enough, not to mention that devil fruit is inherently flawed. Rebecca translated this paragraph and put up several more in a row. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo asked unhappily, why not translate page by page? He was too greedy for the research of the time traveler. If the side effects of devil fruit could really be eliminated. The big picture was so beautiful that Doflamingo felt that he couldn't help but laugh just thinking about it. Chapter 71, Brainwashing Across Time. Ming Ji was shocked. Seeing that Rebecca was almost scared to tears by his people, but still refused to change her words, Doflamingo hesitated in his heart. Could this translation be true? But this is too much, isn't it? You really didn't lie. Doflamingo squinted his eyes and continued to put pressure on Rebecca, then stared at Rebecca, trying to find some flaws on her face. Rebecca nodded heavily, really not. Advertisement. Diamante said beside him, Master, I don't think he is lying. After all, this woman would not say such stupid things at the beginning. Isn't it obvious that she is playing tricks on us? Violet nodded and said, Master, I can guarantee with my life that Rebecca was definitely not lying just now. Facing the advice of his subordinates, Doflamingo asked hesitantly, so, her translation just now was true? Torrible nodded, the translation is true. Then my walking pace is really arrogant? Doflamingo asked depressedly. Everyone nodded in unison. Doflamingo's walking posture was more than arrogant. Baby 5 said frankly, more than arrogant, if you were not our boss, I would break your legs and let you experience the feeling of sitting in a wheelchair. Doflamingo. Ahem. Let's talk business. Doflamingo had no choice but to change the subject. As for his arrogant walking posture, he has been walking in this posture for almost his whole life, and it is impossible to change it. Moreover, as a former celestial dragons and now Shishibukai, what's wrong with walking arrogantly? What's wrong? Doflamingo, my walking posture and Kizaru's expression, smokers smoking, these are all understandable to me. After all, Marine Admiral Kizaru's expression is indeed a bit wanting to beat him up. As for the 847 smoker, I don't know him. Diamante said, it is probably also arrogant, otherwise the owner of the diary would not have written it specifically. Torrible added, as for the latter part, tell everyone you meet, give me face, be my son, this part is a bit difficult to understand, after all, the owner of the diary did not write a name. Rebecca, who was responsible for translation, felt that she should show her ability, and raised her hand and said, speaking of being my son, this should be Whitebeard, right? It is well known that Whitebeard likes to have a son. Doflamingo nodded and said, this should be the catchphrase of several people, but these are not important, what is important is the latter part. Torrible, so we got Blackbeard's teeth, Shank's arms, Fujitora's teeth, Aokiji's legs, and Whitebeard's fate. Blackbeard's teeth are definitely incomplete. It is said that the arms of the Marine 4 Emperors were lost in East Blue. This passage should mean their respective defects. As for Fujitora, it should be the code name of a Marine Admiral, but there is no such Marine Admiral now. This should be the code name of the future Marine Admiral. Master. The owner of this diary can predict today's events 300 years ago, so he can definitely predict things in the distant future. There must be a Marine Admiral named Fujitora in the future. Torrible said excitedly. Is the code name of the future Marine Admiral Fujitora? Doflamingo nodded thoughtfully. Speculating in this direction, Doflamingo asked, since it is a defect, does it mean that the defected Marine Admiral Aokiji will fail in the future? Even lose his legs? Diamante calmly analyzed, it is likely to be like this, because Aokiji's legs are not broken now. It seems that the new Marine failed and his legs were broken. As for the final fate of Whitebeard, it seems that Whitebeard was also beaten to death in the end. I don't know which force killed him. The strongest man in the world was killed. This is really a shocking revelation. After listening to Diamante's analysis, everyone in the conference room was excited. It was just a short translation, and even this short paragraph had some jokes. But the information revealed by this paragraph shocked everyone. The future Marine Admiral is called Fujitora, the new Marine will fail, Aokiji will break his leg, and even Whitebeard will be killed. These are extremely important news, because they involve either the New World 4 Emperors or the Marine Admiral. Ah ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew that these contents are worth translating. Rebecca continued to translate. Doflamingo urged excitedly. Originally, she was going to treat Rebecca as a tool and kill her immediately after Rebecca finished translating the content, but after listening to the translation, Doflamingo changed her mind. He wanted to find more Huxia characters and give them to Rebecca to translate. Advertisement. Unlike those Don Quixote family members who were entangled with the Marine Admiral and the Four Emperors, Violet cared more about the first sentence of the diary owner. That person actually knew that Doflamingo would come to harm Dressrosa more than 200 years ago. Violet was amazed in her heart. Rebecca, who felt that she had escaped a disaster by luck, nodded quickly, and then translated seriously. According to the convention, try to contact the people of Dressrosa first to see if they are willing to join the army against the world government. Has the owner of the diary contacted the Dressrosa royal family? Doflamingo frowned after hearing this translation, and his heart became a little more nervous. However, Doflamingo did not interrupt Rebecca, but prepared to continue listening to the next content. Failed, the Dressrosa royal family is a member of the world government, and has strong financial resources, so they don't worry about the gold in the sky. This also led to the fact that the Dressrosa royal family is actually a beneficiary of the world government, so they rejected my proposal without hesitation. The king who didn't know how to live or die even wanted to leak my information to the world government. Since the old guy doesn't cooperate, I can only send him to the underworld first. If you don't cooperate, then don't cooperate. You deserve that the Dressrosa royal family will have such a disaster in the future. Sure enough. The owner of the diary started planning to overthrow the world government 300 years ago. Doflamingo had an excited smile on his face. He was a little nervous at first, worried that the Dressrosa royal family would have some connection with the owner of the diary, but now it seems that he still overestimated the Dressrosa royal family. Doflamingo looked at Violet curiously and asked, "Has your Dressrosa royal family recorded this incident?" Violet explained with a somewhat ugly face, 200 years ago, a king who had a good relationship with the world government suddenly died. He was in his prime and had no illness or disaster at the time. The king's case at that time became one of the biggest unsolved cases in the history of Dressrosa. Now the truth has been revealed. The death of the king was caused by the owner of this diary. At the same time, Violet also blamed her ancestors. If the king had cooperated with the time traveler, Dressrosa might be more glorious than ever before. Although the owner of the diary is ambitious and has always wanted to overthrow the world government, the adult is obviously a cautious person. He has been planning for nearly 300 years, and he only started the real action after planning for 300 years. What a pity, I am very happy to cooperate with the owner of the diary. Doflamingo shook his head and sighed. Violet. After sighing, Doflamingo urged, Rebecca, continue translating. Forget it, since the Dressrosa royal family does not want to cooperate, let's stay here for a while, and then create some myths before leaving. But then again, Dressrosa is quite prosperous, no wonder their king is unwilling to follow me to take risks. What myths did Dressrosa have before? Doflamingo asked curiously. Violet shook her head in confusion. She had lived in the palace before, and later became a member of the killer group. Violet really didn't pay attention to that line of folk legends. I know. Rebecca, who wanted to perform better, said, it's a legend about the void. Legend has it that the void is the enemy of the material world. One day, it will descend upon the world and swallow the entire world into the void. When I was a child, my mother scared me to tears with the story of the void monster. Is it just a myth? Doflamingo asked. Rebecca nodded. Doflamingo, who didn't know the secrets behind these myths, didn't take it too seriously. Doflamingo said, just keep translating. Interesting, very interesting. I actually found the weapon fruit here. If I remember correctly, this weapon fruit should be Baby 5 in the future, right? Baby 5 is very suitable to be a maid if she doesn't have character flaws. Baby 5 screamed excitedly, ah! I'm needed again, and that person needed me to be a maid 200 years ago. Doflamingo, tell me where the owner of the diary is. I want to be his maid. Doflamingo. Doflamingo, with black lines on his forehead, glared at Baby 5 speechlessly. If it weren't for the fact that this stupid woman's weapon fruit had something special, he really wanted to abandon this stupid woman. Doflamingo said with a dark face, didn't you see that he said you don't know how to refuse people, so he doesn't want you to be his maid. After hearing this, Baby 5 was anxious instantly. Baby 5 felt that she had found the meaning and direction of her life. It turned out that she was needed before she was born, which means that the reason why she came to this world was because that adult needed her, and that adult needed her to be his maid. Baby 5, who felt that she had found the meaning of life, said very seriously, from today on, I am the maid of that adult. From now on, I will no longer need to be needed by others, because I was born to be the maid of that adult. Doflamingo. The Don Quixote family members in the conference room looked at Baby 5 in a daze, 0. What the hell? Is Baby 5 so good at brainwashing himself? Violet was also frightened by Baby 5's coquettish operation. Toripole tried to say, Baby 5, I need you to pour me a glass of water. Please pour me a glass of water. I need it so much. Baby 5, go away. I am the maid of that master now. What do you need to do with me? Toripole. Advertisement. It was really corrected. This is too careless. Toripole tried unwillingly, do you really want to disappoint me? Baby 5. Of course. I was born into this world because that master needed me to be his maid. As a qualified maid, I can't be used by others. Baby 5 said seriously. Hearing this, Toripole looked at Doflamingo with despair on his face. Toripole, master, this woman seems to be even sicker. Doflamingo. His mouth twitched slightly. Doflamingo suppressed his anger and said gently, Baby 5, you stay here and wait until you find your master. Before that, you should work to support yourself. Baby 5 nodded and thought it made sense. Baby 5 said seriously, indeed, as a maid, I should make money for my master. Before I reunite with my master, I'd better make money for my master first. Doflamingo, you can give me any tasks in the future, but remember to pay me. I just work for you, not your subordinate. I have only one master, that adult. Doflamingo. Okay. Doflamingo nodded with gritted teeth, laughing in anger. It turns out that I was born to be the one who needs me. I am so happy. Listening to Baby 5's speech, which was still immersed in her own world, Doflamingo urged with a dark face, continue translating. Rebecca nodded. The scene just now really shocked him a little. It turns out that there are people in the world who are good at self-brainwashing. Doflamingo's subordinates are really all kinds of weirdos. For time travelers, the weapon fruit should be regarded as the most suitable ime fruit for time travelers. Unfortunately, I have eaten the earth fruit now, and this weapon fruit is not suitable for me. But I have thought of a lot of directions for the development of weapon fruits. Baby 5 looks pretty good. After a little training in the future, she can be taken as a maid. As for the development of weapon fruits, write it down first, so as not to forget it later. Before Doflamingo could speak, Baby 5 excitedly asked, Woman, where is the development direction of the previous fruit left by my master? Rebecca. This master is too skilled, isn't he? It seems that he has practiced it thousands of times. Rebecca, who was complaining in her heart, hurriedly said, under the 7th brick of the second box in the secret room of Kingdom No 6. Doflamingo ordered, Violet, take Baby 5 to find out if it is true. This is not that Doflamingo really wants to improve the strength of Baby 5, this stupid woman, he just wants to verify the authenticity of this diary. After all, the content of this diary is too outrageous, and Doflamingo is really worried that the owner of the diary is bragging. Violet nodded, and then took Baby 5 away to find the weapon fruit development manual left by the time traveler. After Violet left, Doflamingo urged, continue translating. Speaking of devil fruit, there is indeed an important thing that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. The side effects of devil fruit have always been a fatal weakness. It just so happens that there is nothing to do here, so I will continue to study devil fruit in depth. It would be best if I could find a way to remove the side effects of devil fruit. After all, although the earth fruit is strong, if you want to fight against Yi Ma, the ability of a devil fruit may not be enough, not to mention that devil fruit is inherently flawed. Rebecca translated this paragraph and put up several more in a row. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo asked unhappily, why not translate page by page? He was too greedy for the research of the time traveler. If the side effects of devil fruit could really be eliminated. The big picture was so beautiful that Doflamingo felt that he couldn't help but laugh just thinking about it. Chapter 73, What does Maramara fruit have to do with my fire fruit? Sky Island. Sky Country, Sky City. After finishing the sit UPS, Luffy opened his eyes in confusion. Nami looked at Luffy excitedly and said, Great, Luffy, you're okay. The first thing Luffy asked after waking up was, I should have won, right? Advertisement. Robin said with emotion, I won. They have promised to let me go to the history essay contest, thank you, Captain. Hearing this, Luffy showed his signature smirk. Great, I want to eat now. Of course. I've prepared it for you a long time ago. Sainyi, who was holding a cigarette next to him, smiled and pushed a lot of food in. Great. Luffy excitedly grabbed the meat leg on the dining cart and gobbled it up. Chopper next to him said with envy, Luffy's body is great, such a serious injury, but he recovered so quickly. In less than a day, or even a morning, although Luffy was treated by Konis with the devil fruit ability before. Even though Luffy's injuries had mostly recovered, a normal person would have to rest for at least half a year for such injuries, but Luffy recovered in just half a day. On the roof not far away, a woman of the angel clan with long golden hair looked at the scene in the house and sighed softly, it's worthy of that person's bloodline, this recovery ability is really terrible. Angel Yan. The angel clan on Sky Island always thought that Angel Yan was an orphan. Only Angel Yan herself knew that she was actually a product of technology. It was an artificial angel created by Wu Ming with the bloodline factors of the angel clan and the Lunaria clan, supplemented by the bloodline factors of the Thunder Fruit ability. It is also the leader of the angel core created by Wu Ming. Yan, who was born as a biological weapon, is no different from a normal person and has no defects. If there is a racial ranking in the pirate world, then her angel clan is definitely the well-deserved first. Of course, this does not include other races created by Kualai. Conies next to Yan asked puzzledly, Your Majesty, you seem to care about the guy in the straw hat. Yan was originally in seclusion. Conies thought that Yan would not be able to come out before the straw hat crew left, but Yan actually interrupted his seclusion just to come out and see. Luffy glanced at him. The world is about to end. He said he would take me to see the Sea of Stars. I don't know where he is now. Yan thought as he stared at the direction where Luffy was. As the grandson of that person, Luffy has nothing in common with that person except that his skin is a bit similar. After looking for a while, Yan said, let's go. After Yan finished speaking, he flapped his wings and left the roof. And Luffy, whose belly was bulging like 10 babies after a big meal, said contentedly, ah. Life is complete. Nami urged from the side, hurry up and digest it. We are going to read the history text next. Don't worry, I'll take a rest. Luffy patted his belly and said. After resting for more than an hour, Luffy finally got up from the ground and put on the straw hat on his back. Luffy announced, let's go. As soon as the straw hat walked to the door, he saw Enel, who had been waiting for them there. Let's go, I'll take you to the treasure house. Enel said. Advertisement. The group followed Enel, and after going through many levels, they came to a huge underground secret room. Before entering the treasury, Enel warned them earnestly, don't touch the things inside. You can take 3 things away from here. Remember. You can only take 3 things away. As for the historical text, you can make a copy or translate it on the spot, but you can't take it away, and you probably can't take it away either. Del. Luffy and the others nodded seriously. Click, click, click. The door of the treasury slowly opened with a harsh metal friction sound. This treasury is not big, only about 200 square meters, but the things in this treasury made the pupils of the Straw Hat crew shrink. The most common thing in the treasury is devil fruit, all kinds of weird devil fruit. It is estimated that there are at least 20 devil fruits in this treasury. So many devil fruits, conservatively it should be 2 billion, right? Nami's eyes turned into money. Chopper, I have never seen so many devil fruits in my life. Shan Yi, I am different. The combined abilities of the devil fruits I have seen in my life are not as many as the devil fruits in front of me. Chopper, me too. Humph. Can you, the golden bun from Qinghai, not use money to measure the treasures here? Every devil fruit here is very precious, not the junk devil fruit that is circulated outside. For example, the one in front of you is the legendary mythical beast titan species Mothra devil fruit, a fruit of God without side effects. For example, the red devil fruit next to you is the Logia fruit. As if she had caught Enel's handle, Nami excitedly retorted, liar. Didn't Luffy's brother eat the Maramara fruit? Enel. What does the Maramara fruit have to do with the fire fruit? The Maramara fruit is a lower level fruit of the lava fruit, but the fire fruit is not. Enel said. Looking at the devil fruit in front of him that looks a bit like a red heart, Sanji complained, why do I feel that this devil fruit is not very serious? Enel explained awkwardly, ahem, this is an artificial devil fruit made by our saint. Artificial devil fruit. Robin suddenly realized, but he didn't find it strange. If other people made devil fruit, they would definitely be surprised, but if it was Wu Ming, it would be normal. After all, he was the peerless god who had researched and eliminated the devil fruit curse 270 years ago. What is this sword? At this time, Zoro was attracted by 2 strange swords. That is the imperial weapon, known as the one-hit kill Murasame. Even if the special nature of this sword is not counted, its quality is equivalent to what you Qinghai people call the supreme sword. This is also a special weapon created by the saint, but we have 3 pieces in our Sky Island collection, 2 of which are the 2 swords in front of you, and the other is the wings behind me. Enel boasted proudly. After showing off, Enel looked at Zoro thoughtfully. Enel said seriously, this sword is a bit unsuitable for you, because this sword cannot be held in your mouth. Thinking Enel was questioning his 3-sword style, Zoro asked, why? Because if you are cut by this demon sword, you will be infected with curse poison from the wound and die quickly. There is no antidote. 1 cut will kill, and a scratch will kill you. There is no cure. It is specially made for killing people, but it also has weaknesses. You must be careful when holding it in your hand. If you cut your fingers, you will die instantly. If you can't cut the opponent directly in battle, the spell will not work, and it will not work on corpse dolls. Enel explained to everyone. After all, Straw Hat crew may be his future partners, and Enel is happy to improve their favor at this time. Advertisement. Hearing this, Zoro frowned, and then said with disgust, such a despicable weapon? This is not suitable for my sword. As an upright swordsman, he should reach the top with invincible swordsmanship, instead of being mean to poison the sword, which is a disgrace to the identity of a swordsman. Zoro looked at the other sword and asked, what about the other sword? The March of the Dead 8 Rooms, you can control the people killed by this sword through curses, and can control up to 8 corpse puppets. The puppets look the same as when they were alive and can be controlled freely. After the ability is removed, they will become ordinary corpses. The weakness is that the more corpses are controlled during the activation of 8 rooms, the lower the ability of the main body will be. Zoro frowned depressedly, and then complained with disdain, what an evil weapon, this sword is not suitable for me. Enel didn't say much after listening, after all, people who play with swords usually have some problems with their brains. Enel asked, then take a look at the devil fruit. Shanya looked at the fire fruit with interest and said, I am a little interested in this fire fruit. After all, as a cook, fire is what I deal with most often. Nami shook her head and said, forget it. I'm a navigator and I can't be a landlubber. I won't waste devil fruit either. After all, I'm going to be the king of snipers. How can I take advantage of devil fruit? Usopp also refused. Zoro also shook his head and refused, I'm not interested either. I'm a swordsman. Sanyi directly picked up the fire fruit on the counter and said bluntly, okay, then I'll take the fire fruit first. Enel nodded, and then led everyone to some notebooks. Enel explained casually, this is a notebook left by the saint. It may contain some valuable things, or it may contain some worthless things. Enel didn't think Luffy and the others would be interested in these notebooks, so he didn't explain too much. At this time, Robin suddenly stopped in front of a counter. Robin picked up the newest notebook among all the notebooks and asked, can I take this notebook away? Nami asked curiously, Robin, what did you find? After all, Robin has always given people a sense of reliability. Now Robin suddenly asked for this thing, there must be a reason. This notebook may be related to the captain, because it seems to have the captain's name on it. Look at the words on the cover, which translates to Monkey D. Luffy. Hearing that this notebook may be related to him, Luffy made a decision directly, then take this one too. The last thing. After thinking for a while, Luffy said to Robin, Robin, you choose another notebook, anyway, we don't need the other things. Ah. Isn't this too wasteful? Nami objected with some heartache. Luffy, who knew who Nami was, suddenly had a witty moment. Luffy seriously tempted, what if there is a treasure map in the notebook? Just like the devil fruit that Vivi ate. Hearing this, Nami's heart was moved. Chapter 74, Underworld. The boundary between life and death is blurred. In this way, Nami, who is usually the most astute, let Robin choose another notebook under Luffy's trickery. The group found the historical text at the end of the secret room again, and Robin couldn't wait to take the notebook and start translating. After Robin translated the historical text and recorded it, Nami couldn't wait to ask, how is it? What does this historical text say? The reason why Nami was so active was that she expected that the historical text recorded a treasure map. It records the location of Poseidon, which seems to be in the mermaid country under the sea, Robin explained casually. Advertisement. Hearing this, everyone instantly lost interest in the content of the historical text. Looking at the side reactions of the Straw Hat crew, Robin sighed helplessly. What idiots are these? You should know that I just talked about Poseidon. Poseidon, one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons. Any pirate with a little ambition and dream will be eager to ask where Poseidon is after hearing this news, and even start planning how to take Poseidon for themselves. What happened to these people? Luffy, as the captain, aims to become the pirate king, and his mind is full of feasts, not to mention Nami, who is just a money grubber. As for Sanji, what ambitions can you expect from a person with a head full of yellow garbage? Not to mention Zoro, his brain is a little problematic when playing with swords, and as for the remaining Usopp? He is just a coward, who only wants to become the king of snipers. Poseidon is not a sniper rifle, so he is naturally not interested. As for the last Chopper? Robin glanced at Chopper and chose to remain silent. It's just a reindeer, why do you ask so much? Enel urged impatiently, since you have already chosen the things, let's go. Everyone left the secret room reluctantly, well. Mainly because they couldn't bear to leave those devil fruits. When they returned to their own residence, Luffy couldn't wait to urge, Robin-chan. Help me translate the notebook with my name on it. Even the others were looking forward to seeing Robin. Robin nodded and opened the notebook. After seeing the first page of the notebook, Robin's face changed, and then he looked at Luffy in disbelief. Seeing that Robin didn't speak for a long time, Luffy asked in confusion, "What?" Robin cautiously tried, "Luffy, do you know your life experience?" Luffy said without hesitation, "Of course. I have 2 brothers, and an unreliable father. As for my mother, I haven't seen her since I was born, and there is also a BD grandfather who often educates me with an iron fist." Robin asked, "Do you know your great-grandfather?" Luffy shook his head in confusion. After thinking for a long time, he still had no impression of the so-called great-grandfather. The great-grandfather died a long time ago, right? I was born when my grandfather was almost 60 years old. According to the age, my great-grandfather must have been more than 100 years old when I was born. Luffy explained. Is that so? Robin nodded thoughtfully, and then said, "This notebook seems to be left to you by your great-grandfather." Ah! Luffy exclaimed, and then looked at Robin in confusion. How did his great-grandfather know him? He even left him a notebook with Hyuxia characters. After learning about Luffy's situation, Robin began to translate the contents of the notebook. Luffy, my great-grandson, on the day you were born, the whole world was calling for your fame. I know you came to this world with a mission, you will become the Horn of Change, you will play the music of freedom, pull those high-ranking celestial dragons into the quagmire, and push the corrupt world government into the abyss. Advertisement. Hearing such flattery, Luffy exclaimed in surprise, "Ah! Am I so powerful?" Robin also looked at Luffy speechlessly. Luffy's clear eyes revealed pure stupidity. Such a person will bring changes to the world? Nami asked desperately, "Robin, do you think our world is going to end?" Robin said seriously, "The Horn of Freedom is actually the charge." Luffy's grandfather probably meant that Luffy will officially launch an attack on the world government after becoming the Pirate King. And Luffy's great-grandfather is actually the owner of the diary, that is, the saint, which means that his great-grandfather has lived until now. This is not a lie, after all, the words on it can indeed be explained in this way. Luffy asked excitedly, "So my great-grandfather thinks I can become the Pirate King?" Robin can only comfort, "Well, your great-grandfather has high expectations of you. For Luffy, as long as you can believe that I will become the Pirate King, you are my best great-grandfather." Luffy said seriously, "My great-grandfather is much more reliable than my BD grandfather. As the destined person chosen by the Nika fruit, I will not interfere with your fate, but I will always watch you from outside the world." Nika fruit again? So Luffy, is it the rubber fruit or the Nika fruit that you eat? Nami complained speechlessly. Sanyi also frowned and thought, why do so many top masters say that Luffy eats that Nika fruit? But as the person involved, Luffy said that he ate the rubber fruit, and from the performance, Luffy's devil fruit ability has always been the ability of the rubber fruit. I don't know, but the fruit I ate is indeed the rubber fruit, if you don't believe it, just look. Luffy pinched his face after he finished speaking. Looking at his face that was stretched out like plasticine by Luffy, Robin was also very confused. At this time, the smart chopper asked, "By the way, could the Nika fruit be another name for the rubber fruit?" The second smartest Usopp nodded with sudden realization, "It's possible." The smartest Luffy was also convinced. Luffy, who clapped his hands with his fist, suddenly realized, it turns out that another name for rubber fruit is the Nika fruit. Looking at the interaction of these 3 smart people, Robin was speechless. Her intuition told her that the so-called rubber fruit was definitely not another name for the Nika fruit. The Nika fruit could be named by so many strong people, which must mean that the Nika fruit is not simple. Confused in his heart, Robin could only hope to find clues in the notebook in his hand, so he continued to translate. The Nika fruit is a special fruit. It has special luck and even special destiny. This luck will also infect the people around you. But these are not the point. The point is, children, if you want to learn haki, don't go find a mediocre teacher named Pluton Rayleigh. That unfortunate child is only suitable for teaching the basics before school. If you want to find a teacher, you have to go to New World to find 4 emperors. They are professional training institutions for strong people. Robin. Straw Hat Crew. Luffy asked in confusion, "Well, it says here that if you want to learn haki, you have to go to the New World to find the 4 emperors. Are they running a cram school? I remember they seem to be pirates." Ah, this. Robin was also confused. Could it be that the information he knew before was false? There are no pirates 4 emperors in the New World? There are only 4 royal-level cram schools? Robin, who was a little skeptical about life, said, "I'd better continue translating. I'll check if this paragraph is translated wrong later." Ha ha ha. The above is all a joke, my dear grandson, don't go to the pirates 4 emperors for no reason, or you will be beaten up. Enel Grandmaster 2-color haki, I will let him board your ship to teach you haki. Although Enel's armament haki is not outstanding, the observation haki is definitely the top one on this sea. Hey! So it was a joke. Luffy's great-grandfather is so frivolous, isn't he? He actually joked about such an important matter. Robin breathed a sigh of relief. The Straw Hat crew also had black lines on their faces. For a moment, they all wanted to go to New World to find those 4 royal-level training institutions. Enel wants to be our partner? That's so cool. Luffy said with an excited smile. Luffy, who had been beaten up by Enel, knew the strength of that big-eared guy. With Enel's joining, he was one step closer to his goal of becoming the Pirate King. Finally, I will teach you something special. No one can match me in the field of breathing research. After countless versions of replacement, I have developed a set of special breathing methods that are most suitable for the public. I named it the natural breathing method. This unique breathing method can make people have the effect of slowing down aging, whitening skin, and improving the body's various recovery abilities. Although the effect is not heaven-defying, it is suitable for promotion and everyone can learn it. Nami's eyes lit up, and she shouted excitedly, "Whiten the skin." Advertisement. Chopper, improve the body's recovery ability. Usopp, slow down aging. Zoro, improve the body's recovery ability. Natural breathing instantly got everyone's GT. Girls are naturally concerned about whitening their skin and slowing down aging, while straight men are concerned about improving the body's recovery ability. Shan Yat, who was full of yellow waste, thought calmly, that aspect should also be improved, right? Doesn't that mean? If it can improve physical recovery, then training can be strengthened in the future. Zoro was also very excited. Quick! Robin-chan, you can't hide it, tell me the training method. Nami urged impatiently. No girl can resist the temptation of skin whitening and slowing down aging. No one. Robin nodded helplessly, and then comforted, okay. I will translate the content above into our language later, and then we will practice together. Now listen to me translate the following content. If my great destiny is not wrong, Robin, you should have met your aunt. I'm sorry about your mother. But she lives very well in the underworld, and very happy. Robin. This is. Mom is with my uncle again? Does this count as putting a hat on my aunt? But what is living happily in the underworld? Robin looked at everyone in confusion. Nami, does the underworld really exist in the world? Is that saint dead? I don't know how Belmere is doing in the underworld. Saint-Yi suddenly asked seriously, I feel like we have come into contact with some knowledge that we shouldn't know. Is this really good? The underworld actually exists. Zoro stared at the sword in his hand in a trance. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates has their own sad past, and everyone has a dead love, not referring to love. Nami's adoptive mother, Robin's mother, Zoro's senior sister Kuina, Usopp's mother who died of illness, Sanji's mother. To be honest, the Straw Hat Pirates really can't put together a complete family of parents. Those who have a father but no mother, those who have a mother. The Straw Hat Pirates really don't have a mother who is still alive at this stage. Luffy, who is a bit nervous, asked curiously, so my great-grandfather is dead? Robin shook his head, probably not. If that man is really dead, Ace can't be so rational, Robin knows the women in his family too well. Ahem. I accidentally said too much, but since I didn't accidentally write it down anyway, I'll reveal my cards. That's right. The underworld is real, but it wasn't until 100 years ago that the underworld really became another world where the dead souls can continue to live. If they have no attachment to the underworld, they can also choose to be soulmates forever and become part of the world. The underworld actually exists. In reality, there are still souls who are attached to the underworld living in reality. Thinking of this, Usopp was already in tears. Mom, she should be living well in the underworld now, right? After hearing this news, Zoro became more determined than ever. Zoro raised the Dao in his hand and laughed in high spirits. Kuina. You must live well in the underworld, and you must watch my name resound throughout the heaven. I will definitely be the world's greatest swordsman. Burmel, should still be watching us in the underworld, right? Yes, how could she bear to leave us? Nami kept whispering to herself. Wait. Chopper suddenly looked at Robin excitedly and asked, Robin-chan. Is Luffy's great-grandfather still alive? Does he have any way to enter the underworld? Can we? Hearing this, everyone was excited. They wanted to go to the underworld to see if their relatives were living well in that world. Is there any greater adventure in the world than going to the underworld? Feeling the gazes of everyone, Robin didn't want to discourage his enthusiasm, so he said, of course there is, my uncle must still be alive, and he must have a way to go to Kong Kong. I feel so excited. Luffy announced excitedly, great. I've decided to go to the underworld for an adventure. I'll take everyone to see their loved ones. Ahem. I'll see if there's a way to enter the underworld later. Robin couldn't wait to translate the following content. But remember to keep the underworld secret. After the boundary between life and death is broken, the world will become very scary and even extremely chaotic. This is not a good thing for the sea. The reason why I told you is that I'm waiting for you to adventure in the underworld as me in the future. As for the way to go to the underworld, go and follow my footsteps. I have also traveled the entire sea and witnessed the turbulent waves of the sea and the miracles that are everywhere. Go. I left all my knowledge and wealth in my log. After translating, Robin, who felt bored, said, "That's it. That's it." Nami also looked at Robin speechlessly. Robin nodded with a dark face, "Yes. This guy didn't tell us how to go to the underworld, he just said that he expects us to go to the underworld as a living person. Then follow his footsteps. Find the log he left behind, I believe we can definitely do it." Luffy, who has always had a mysterious self-confidence, did not feel pessimistic, but looked forward to encouraging everyone. Luffy believes that he will definitely find a way to go to the underworld as a living person in the future. Then go and see if Sabo is living well in that world. Chapter 75, Infinite Continent. Nami asked excitedly, "Where is the other notebook? That notebook seems to be much thicker than the one in your hand. Will there be a way to go to the underworld?" Robin nodded after listening, then opened another notebook and began to translate. Finally arrived at the legendary Sky Island. To be honest, I have begun to like this world a little bit. Sky Island. The White Sea and islands at an altitude of 10,000 meters, such a remarkable natural miracle. If it weren't for the world government, that bunch of garbage, this world is really beautiful. Zoro said, "Is this a diary about Sky Island?" Advertisement. It should be. Robin nodded. Here I finally saw the legendary angels. To be honest, in my impression, angels should be composed of beautiful women. They are just, kind, beautiful and powerful. But the angels in this world, how to say, it's a bit hard to describe. They have no strength and no education. Such a unique race, but the overall strength is not as good as the fish people. Robin frowned and said, "This saint seems to look down on the angels of the Sky Country, but I remember that the Sky Country seemed to be established with his assistance, right? Keep reading, the things involved may be quite complicated." Sanji said next to him. Robin nodded and continued to translate. "Do you want to create the angels in my mind? With my divine talent, this is actually not difficult. Anyway, I came to Sky Island mainly to spread myths, and I am usually idle. You are bored and decide to create a new angel race." After translating this paragraph, Robin's mouth twitched slightly. My uncle-in-law is so arrogant. Can he do whatever he wants with talent? Nami next to him said, "Angel race? He should not have succeeded. After all, I haven't seen it." "No. He succeeded." An ethereal voice sounded in the room, and the one who did it was Yan, who had returned. After pouring himself a cup of tea with the teapot, Yan said in surprise, "I didn't expect that you took away this notebook. I was ready to leave, but you gave me a surprise." Looking at the blonde angel who suddenly broke into the room, Luffy realized that the other party had no ill intentions, and asked casually, "Who are you?" "My name is Yan, the Queen of the Kingdom of Sky. According to seniority, you can call me Grandma." Yan answered casually. "Fei. Lu. I refuse. I think you are taking advantage of me." Luffy shook his head in dissatisfaction. Yan was too young. He couldn't bring himself to call such a person Grandma. The Queen of the Sky Country. Zoro looked thoughtfully at Yan, who suddenly appeared in the room. The other party came quietly. It was not until the other party spoke that they noticed that there was an extra person in the room. From this point alone, it can be seen that the strength of this angel is definitely not something they can challenge. Sanji looked at Yan with love in his eyes and asked with an exaggerated expression, "Beautiful, powerful, blonde angel. Could it be that you are?" Yan explained slowly, "Yes, I am the new angel created by Wu Ming. The reason why you haven't seen the new angels is that there are 3,000 warriors in the angel army, and they are all on the moon now." "Ah. Moon." Everyone looked up at the sky in confusion. "Is that place really habitable? And how did the angel fly up there?" "Keep translating. This happened more than 200 years ago. It's worth recalling," Yan urged with a smile. Robin nodded quickly after hearing this. "In my imagination, angels should have the following qualities. 1. Justice and protection. Angels should take it as their responsibility to uphold justice and take it as their instinct to protect their loved ones. 2. Wisdom and power. Angels should not only have extraordinary power, but also extraordinary wisdom. They can use wisdom and their own abilities to fight against all evil. 3. Beauty and holiness. Angels are beautiful and holy. Their appearance embodies purity and nobility, bringing hope and light to people. 4. Sacrifice and dedication. When facing a crisis, angels should protect weak sisters at all costs, and they should also be willing to make sacrifices for greater goals. 5. Leadership and courage. As the king of angels, Yan should have outstanding leadership and indomitable courage, and be able to lead the angels to overcome challenges one after another. Hearing this familiar words again, Yan's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help whispering, "Sure enough. We angels are his pride." Advertisement. Robin looked at Yan curiously. "No wonder it can be called a perfect race by my uncle-in-law. This is not a perfect race at all. This is clearly a perfect wife." Chuan Bin complained in his heart. Yan was not angry, but nodded happily and said, "That's right. When she created me, she used the most perfect wife as a template." Hearing this, Robin's pupil shrank, and then he looked at Yan nervously. Robin asked in horror, "How do you know what I think in my heart?" Yan raised his chin and explained, "This is a little application skill of brain waves combined with haki. It is very complicated to implement. You won't understand it even if I tell you." "Ah. Doesn't that mean you can see all of our thoughts?" Nami looked at the angel Yan in horror. Yan nodded, "Of course, but I'm not very interested in what you think in your heart. I'm just more used to communicating directly with your heart. After all, that's your truest thoughts and intentions." The Straw Hat crew frowned when they heard this, but they couldn't think of any solution and could only suppress the disgust of being read by others. Yan comforted, "Don't be so disgusted, I don't use this ability now." Hearing this, everyone's face looked a little better. "What a terrible ability!" Nami complained. Yan hit back, "That's because you are not strong enough. In my impression, anyone above the admiral level has observation haki that can directly read other people's inner thoughts." Luffy asked curiously, "Above admiral? Are you talking about 4 emperors?" Yan smiled and explained, "No. 4 emperors and admiral are at the same level. What I mean by above admiral is strength. Anyway, you just need to know that for us, whether it is admiral or ordinary pirates, there is actually no difference between the two." Robin suddenly realized that although Yan's words were very euphemistic, the meaning revealed in his words was very straightforward. For Yan and others, admiral and ordinary pirates are just ants. "Why did you stop? Keep translating." Yan urged slowly. Robin looked at Yan in confusion and said, "Don't you know Hyuxia characters?" "Why?" Yan smiled and pointed his finger at his head, and said in a calm tone, "This contains all the texts and languages in the world. At present, there are no texts and languages on the sea that I don't understand." "Robin, then why?" Yan narrowed his eyes and said, "Because I like to hear other people talk about him." "Robin, you can feed me dog food by yourself?" Robin was speechless and could only continue to translate. Success. In less than 2 years, my artificial wife was successfully born. This will be the most trustworthy person since I came to this world, because she will never betray me, so I named her Yan. Hearing this translation, Yan couldn't help laughing as if he had eaten honey. "No matter how many times I hear it, I will feel very happy. I am the person he trusts most in this world." Yan said to himself happily. "Robin." Robin looked at Yan with some curiosity and asked, "You were created by others, don't you think? What do you think I should do? Doubt my life? And then doubt the meaning of my existence?" Yan chuckled. Sanji next to him also looked at Yan curiously. This time, Sanji's eyes were full of exploration and incomprehension, and there was no more lust as before. Because strictly speaking, he himself was created by his father, and he was a failure. Sanji didn't understand why Yan could accept his origin calmly. Was it because she was more perfect? Yan smiled and asked back, "I now have my own thoughts and will, as well as my own soul and body. I am more normal than any normal person. Why should I doubt the meaning of my existence? My husband is your uncle-in-law. No, it should be stepfather. No, maybe in the future. Anyway, Wu Ming told me that people live just because they live. My birth may be different from that of normal people, but my soul and body are no different from normal ones, and even my soul and body are more perfect." Yan explained seriously. Sanji listened thoughtfully. Advertisement. Yan also looked at Sanji meaningfully. Yan teased and urged, "Keep translating. Instead of paying attention to me, you might as well be curious about the content behind. There are surprises in the back." Robin also came back to his senses after listening, and then curiously translated the content behind. "Due to resource issues, it is definitely impossible to establish an angel civilization in this world, but it is still possible to establish an angel kingdom. With the resources I have now, I can only create 3,000 battle angels at most, but this is enough. Although the new battle angels are not strong, as long as they are given time, almost every angel has the ability to break through to above admiral. This is the most perfect and strange place of the angel race. No wonder he said that the new angel race is a perfect race." Robin secretly praised in her heart. The strongest person she has ever seen in her life is Marine Admiral, that is, her Aunt Aestes, but although Ace's strength is at the peak of Admiral, she has not broken through to above Admiral. Robin finally found the point at this time and asked curiously, "So, you have lived for more than 200 years?" Yin nodded and admitted, "We angels have almost eternal life. We will not die of old age, and it is estimated that it is difficult to die of illness. The only way to die may be to die in battle." Really pervert. Robin secretly praised in his heart, and was not curious about how perfect the angels were. Good news. The angels were created by me. Bad news. Not enough energy. The energy consumed to awaken an angel is an inestimable number, and the energy consumed by the angels when they are alive is also ridiculous. I feel that it is better to let Yan integrate the angels in the pirate world and then establish the angel kingdom. After all, after unifying Sky Island, it will definitely be more convenient to collect energy. Hearing this translation, Yan sighed with some regret, but it is a pity that each angel needs a huge amount of energy to be activated. So far, I am actually the only new angel who can move freely. Robin was relieved after hearing this. Angels are too perfect. If 3,000 angels like Yan haven't overthrown the world government, then the world government is too terrible. World government, how can I be so worthy? Nami next to him couldn't help asking, then you are not very lonely? There are 3,000 tribesmen, but they are all in deep sleep. No. I never feel lonely. Yan smiled and shook his head. Yan smiled and said, when the love for a person fills your heart, you will find that you are not lonely at all when you are wrapped in love. Nami. At this moment, Nami felt the same as Robin. She was alone, but she was forced to eat dog food. After the matter of Sky Island was temporarily over, I decided to go to the moon to see the place that Enel would call the Infinite Continent in the future. Although I knew that there were traces of life on the moon, I found that there was indeed a very developed civilization on the moon after I came to the moon. Luffy exclaimed, "Cool. There are people on the moon." Yan picked up an apple and took a bite, then casually said, "Enel is actually a descendant of the moon people." Ah! Luffy and others looked at Yan in surprise. Before, they always thought that Enel was from the angel tribe. Later, when they found that the wings behind Enel were not his own wings, they thought that Enel was from Qinghai. As a result, Enel is actually a person from the moon. Yan explained, it is said that the resources on the moon are exhausted, so the people on the moon came to Sky Island by balloon and settled here, and they became the people of Sky Island here. I found a lot of small robots here, which shows that the civilization on the moon may be more developed than the civilization of the current pirate world. But, well, it is quite normal for the science and technology in the pirate world to be biased, which is not strange, and I also found ancient characters in the historical essay here. After translating this passage, Robin thought, there are ancient characters on the moon. If you are interested, I can take you to the moon to see it after you come back from the final island. Yan said. Okay. Robin nodded directly, suppressed his curiosity about the moon, and continued to translate the contents of the notebook. Chapter 76, The Truth About the Nika Fruit. The way of recording on the moon is to use murals. This is really outrageous. You know, I found a lot of artificial robots here. And these artificial robots are extremely intelligent. Although these robots are relatively small, there are enough of them. But when I think about the fact that the technology in this world is outrageous, it doesn't seem so strange. Is the technology in our world very biased? I don't feel it. Nami looked puzzled. As a local native, Nami didn't think there was anything strange about the technology in his world. After all, this world is crooked. Advertisement. In his mind, the development of technology comes from two needs, either war needs or life needs, and the first goal of technology in this world is not to meet these two. That's why he said that the technology in this world is very crooked, because the technology that can be used for war in this world is only lethal, and the technology used for people's livelihood is not widely spread, so he said that the technology in this world is very crooked. Yan explained beside him. Robin sneered and said, the technology used for war can be replaced by the power of devil fruit. As for the technology for developing people's livelihood, those nobles are like that, not to mention the group of celestial dragons. How could they care about the lives of civilians? As a victim of the world government, Ingon is the most qualified to express his opinion on this matter. Expect the world government to develop people's livelihood technology? Don't be ridiculous. You might as well expect the world government to have a conscience and give money to people all over the world one day. The world government has always been very unhuman in terms of being unhuman. I found another interesting thing. There is water on the moon. As we all know, the moon is actually empty, and the innermost part of the moon is not magma or mantle, but water, the purest water of July 20. Anyway, if humans drink too much of this stuff, they will have problems, and the civilization on the moon depends on this water, because the moon does not have the ability to rain. Therefore, the water resources on the moon are limited. Finally, after the resources were consumed, the people on the moon chose to leave the moon and go to the pirate world. Later, they settled on Sky Island and became the current Sky Island people, that is, the angels with wings. After translating this long passage, Robin whispered, "So this is the origin of the angels." Yan explained beside him, "Not all the angels on Sky Island are from the moon. Some of the local natives also have wings, but because the time is too long, this matter can no longer be traced." Luffy said with blood boiling, "It's so cool. I really want to go to the moon to see it." Yan said coldly, "You can't go, and it takes a long time to go to the moon. I suggest you go after you go to the final island." Robin nodded, and then continued to translate the above content. "I studied the small robots on the moon. This thing can be said to be full of technology. It is not an exaggeration to say that the robots here are at least 600 years ahead of the pirate world. This is actually not an exaggeration. Looking at these robots that look similar to the little people, I suddenly had a bold idea in my mind." Robin. "Here it comes. Here it comes again. Uncle's bold idea comes again. The last bold idea seems to be the sun disk?" Everyone who is already familiar with Wu Ming, the time traveler, looks at Robin excitedly, with expectations on their faces. "Do you want to create a 2B girl here? Or create another Alita?" Luffy asked stupidly, Is he cursing?" Yan explained for his man, "Ahem. Nightblade 2B type robot, so it's called 2B for short." Hearing this answer, everyone's mouth twitched slightly. Luffy's great-grandfather's naming level is simply hard to describe. Based on the existing materials, the first one I created was Alita. All functions are similar to the Alita in my memory, and it can even learn the physical skills of the pirate world to upgrade. Robin asked curiously, "Alita? Robots don't seem to die, right? Where is she now?" Yan smiled and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to see her soon." Robin nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After all, the Riddler should get out of Gotham. 2B is more difficult to create than Alita, and it took me almost 2 months, but 2B's initial strength is indeed stronger than Alita. The biggest progress since coming to Sky Island is the progress of artificial human technology. Whether it is angels or 2B, their essence is artificial creatures. However, this kind of thing can't be done too much. Looking at the perfect life that I have been creating, I even have the illusion that I am the creator. Advertisement. This is already the creator, Angel. Nami glanced at Yan. Celestial dragons are called descendants of gods, but Nami felt that the angel Yan in front of her could be called a true god, and the fruit that created the god is naturally the creator. After staying on the moon for more than half a year, I have explored most of the ruins on the moon. If I have to say what I have gained, it is naturally the mechanical technology on it. And most importantly, I found a devil fruit on the moon. Outrageous! Devil fruit can actually be born on the moon. Wait. Why does this fruit look so familiar? FK. Nika. Robin frowned and looked at the notebook in his hand. Nika fruit? Isn't this what they often say? Robin looked at Luffy in surprise. The Nika fruit from more than 200 years ago? It was actually found on the moon. Is there really something special about this fruit? Nami said in surprise, Nika fruit? Isn't this Luffy's? Luffy next to him was furious. "I said, I ate rubber fruit. Rubber fruit is just his pseudonym. The world government deliberately erased the real name of this fruit from history." Yan added with a smile. Nami suddenly realized, so rubber fruit should have been called Nika fruit. Yan nodded with a smile. "Is this the surprise you mentioned before?" Robin asked thoughtfully. Yan did not answer, but said meaningfully, "Continue to translate the rest, the truth will be revealed soon." This devil fruit is related to Luffy, and everyone is nervously looking at the notebook in Robin's hand. Is there a trap for this devil fruit? Sanji muttered a little worriedly. Nika fruit. It is also called the fruit of destiny in the prophecy. It is said that those who eat it will liberate slaves all over the world. When the drum of liberation sounds, the song of freedom will resound through the sea. So, I was chosen by the Nika fruit? Joy Boy is actually me? Wait. It is said that this Nika fruit has its own consciousness, and I don't care about the ability of the Nika fruit. This fruit should be left to Luffy, but before that, I can use it to do some experiments. So this fruit chose Luffy's great-grandfather 200 years ago, and then was rejected by Luffy's great-grandfather. 200 years later, Luffy was chosen. Nami suddenly realized and looked at Luffy, whose face was not very good. Luffy retorted very seriously, "I am Luffy. Not Joy Boy." "Well said." Yan applauded beside him, then smiled and praised, "The Nika fruit was a rubber fruit before it awakened. You should develop it in this direction. As for free will, you don't have to care about it. The fact that this fruit can be in your hands proves that your great-grandfather has checked it and confirmed that this devil fruit has no harm. Your great-grandfather may cheat you but he will never cheat you." Nami raised her hand and asked nervously, "Wait. What do you mean he will cheat us? But he won't hurt me. You will know this later. Yan left everyone with a meaningful smile, and then disappeared in the room. Looking at Yan who suddenly disappeared, Sanji exclaimed, disappeared, disappeared. I didn't see how he disappeared at all. At a speed that cannot be captured by the naked eye. The Straw Hat crew in the room looked at the place where Yan had sat before in surprise. Nami came back to her senses at this time and asked, Robin, is there anything else? Of course there is. Robin nodded, and then continued to translate. The real name of the Nika fruit should be the freedom fruit, right? The biggest special feature of this fruit is that it can affect everything around it after awakening. It can even assimilate the surrounding things. What is this? A fool pulls a smart person to the same IQ line as himself, and then defeats the smart person with rich experience. Although this is full of slots, it seems that the Nika fruit is used in this way. Forget it, let's leave this fruit to Luffy. Advertisement. There is only one person in the world who has the talent of God, and there is no need to assimilate the world, but I suddenly have a bold idea. Robin. 2 bold ideas appeared on a notebook. Just when Robin was curious about the content behind, Rosso found that this was the last 10 beams. Facing the expectant eyes of everyone, Robin smiled bitterly, this is the last page. Hearing this, Nami complained in frustration, no wonder the Angel Queen left so cleanly, it turns out that it has come to the end. I don't know what Luffy's great-grandfather's bold idea is. Could it be that he wants to copy the Nika fruit? Chopper said curiously, 0. Hearing this, everyone looked at him strangely. With that person's personality, Chopper's guess might really come true. Although there were many surprises today, Luffy, who was the best at digesting, did not sink because of this, but announced with full energy, okay, since the business has been done, let's take a good walk in this country and replenish supplies by the way. That's right. I want to try the feeling of stepping on the golden road again. Nami raised her hands excitedly in agreement. In this way, Straw Hat crew began a large-scale sweep of the Sky Country. Grand Line Dressrosa Palace. Rebecca, you are too impulsive and too naive. You don't know what kind of person Doflamingo is. Violet said with a disappointed look. Curled up on the bed, Rebecca looked at Violet sadly with a look of despair on her face. Rebecca whispered, I just want to save my country. Violet said, but you can't pin your hopes on the kindness of others, especially when this person is Doflamingo. What is Doflamingo? This guy's character is even more vicious than those pirates. I heard that Doflamingo even killed his father when he was young. How could such a person have a conscience? How could he keep his promise and give up the benefits that are within his reach? I know. So I deliberately kept it back. Rebecca suddenly looked up and said, with a smile on her lips. Looking at Rebecca who still had the face to smile, Violet frowned and activated the ability of the staring fruit to check the surroundings. After finding that no one was watching, Violet asked quickly. What did you hide? Do you know how dangerous it is to do this? If Doflamingo is discovered, the consequences will be. Don't worry. They don't understand Hyuxia characters at all, and they won't know what I'm hiding. Rebecca comforted confidently. Aunt Violet, I will definitely be locked up here, but you can move freely in the palace. There is a secret base hidden in the basement of our palace. That was the last kindness that the owner of the diary left for us, Dressrosa. The owner of the diary said that if we were willing to join him to fight against the world government, he would help us take back Dressrosa. Are you sure? Violet asked with a frown. Violet didn't really have much affection for the owner of the diary, because that person had killed one of their ancestors. We don't have a choice now, do we? Either the owner of the diary or Doflamingo, who do you think would be better for Dressrosa? Rebecca asked back. Hearing this, Violet was silent. Indeed, the weaklings like them had no choice at all. Either join the diary owner's team and fight against the world government together, or live under Doflamingo's dark rule. So what if they don't oppose the world government? Every year, Dressrosa pays the world government a huge amount of gold from the sky, but what's the result? Doflamingo is clearly doing evil in the Dressrosa kingdom, but the world government pretends not to see it. Violet doesn't believe that the world government doesn't know what's going on here, but it's also because of this that Violet feels chilled. Rebecca whispered, the underground base is. Violet nodded, I'll go take a look after a while. I can't move around at this time, after all, Doflamingo will definitely be on guard. If there is really a way to save Dressrosa, we will abide by the agreement and resist the world government. Rebecca nodded excitedly. Although she didn't know what the owner of the diary left there, it finally let them see a glimmer of hope. But, Rebecca, how did you learn Hyuxia characters? Violet asked curiously. My swordsmanship teacher taught me. Rebecca's face flashed a blush when she said this. Is it the handsome teacher who taught you swordsmanship when you were a child? Violet asked in surprise. Rebecca nodded, then said embarrassedly, yes, he said that as long as you learn this Hyuxia character, you can become a hero who saves Dressrosa, but I was too young at the time and didn't understand the deep meaning of this. I only knew how to play, so I only learned half of it. So it's that person. Violet nodded in sudden realization, and a flash of reminiscence flashed in the depths of her eyes. At that time, she was in love for a period of time and really admired the handsome swordsmanship teacher, but then the swordsmanship teacher suddenly left. The white moonlight in her impression never appeared again. Chapter 77, Marine Admiral Brawl. Is that man also part of the diary owner's plan? Violet guessed in her heart. Violet didn't think of the swordsmanship teacher and the diary owner together. Violet pretended to leave Rebecca's room angrily. This was of course a show for others to see. Doflamingo couldn't believe Rebecca so easily. West Blue. Advertisement. Akainu, dressed like a pirate, was unhappy. This outfit is too disgusting. Can't you use a normal disguise? Akainu angrily questioned the world government agent next to him. The agent next to him was speechless, and then complained, there is no way. Now the Marines of West Blue have all rebelled. They are searching very strictly. And with your temperament, what else can you disguise yourself as except a pirate? Don't you know what your physique is? You don't look like anything except a pirate. Akainu, who only wanted to complete the task as soon as possible, urged impatiently, where is that damn traitor now? According to the situation of our people, he should be in the naval headquarters of West Blue now. It should have been a very developed kingdom palace, but it was destroyed on false charges some time ago, and then Kuzan took it for himself and turned it into the new naval headquarters now. The agent reported. In fact, it was not a false charge. The reason why the kingdom was destroyed by Kuzan was purely because the royal family of that kingdom was a celestial dragon's worshipper, and they also refused the entry of the new Marine 30th Army in person. Kuzan did not spoil the royal family. Since they did not give face, they could only be buried. Of course he couldn't explain this kind of thing. After all, Kuzan is now an enemy. How could they whitewash the enemy? The world government even took the opportunity to discredit the new Marine, exaggerating and describing the new Marine as an unforgivable pirate. Then hurry up and arrest that BD. It's so disappointing that a Marine Admiral has fallen to this level. Akainu said with hatred. The phone in the agent's arm suddenly rang. After answering the call, the agent nodded, then turned to the two and said, just got the latest intelligence, the Marine trader Kuzan suddenly left the new naval headquarters and headed for a very remote island. It is said that some treasure was found on that island. Kizaru said gloatingly, isn't this better? When we fight, we don't have to worry about affecting civilians. That's right. Hurry up and follow. Akainu urged excitedly. On the new Marine warship. Kuzan looked at the beach in the distance and said, after you put me down on the island in front, leave first. The new Marine next to him said with some concern, Marshal. Isn't this too risky? You should call the Snowfield twins. Don't worry. I am capable of dealing with all threats. Kuzan comforted. MB. Kuzan touched his heart and whispered softly, you know, there are 300 years of accumulation here. Since the heart transplant surgery, his strength has been changing dramatically every day. Kuzan can clearly feel the limit he has touched, which is the so-called Admiral level peak. What a pity, if I have a little more time, I should be able to see the style above Admiral. Kuzan thought with some regret in his heart. But it is enough. With my current strength, I can be invincible against Akainu and Kizaru alone. If I am lucky, I can defeat both of them. Thinking so in his heart, Kuzan now has only one goal, which is to minimize the losses of the new Marine as much as possible, so he went to this deserted island alone, with the purpose of setting up the battlefield here. After landing on the isolated island, Kuzan quietly looked into the distance on the reef by the sea, silently waiting for the arrival of his former comrades. On the transport ship, Akainu, who received the intelligence again, was surprised. Kuzan actually stayed on the island alone? Is he really looking for treasure? Advertisement. No, we should have been exposed. He is waiting for us. It's so scary. Kuzan should want to kill us there, right? Kizaru said sarcastically. Is that so? Akainu nodded thoughtfully. Really arrogant. Kuzan has become so tall after defecting from the Marine. Akainu gritted his teeth. Kuzan actually wanted to face the two Marine admirals alone. How much he looked down on them. You know, my lava fruit has always restrained Kuzan's frozen fruit. Looking at the ship appearing on the sea level, Kuzan slowly stood up and whispered softly, here it comes. I saw him, he should be waiting for us. Kizaru said with a telescope. That's really arrogant. Akainu stared at Kuzan standing on the sea stone with cold eyes. Then let me meet you first. Akainu directly turned into a semi-element. Meteor volcano. Both fists turned into lava and then gushed out. The magma flying into the sky turned into meteors and hit the island beach indiscriminately. Extreme cold field. Kyuzin just blew a breath of cold air lightly, and the terrifying extreme cold field instantly turned the entire island into an iceberg, and those meteors that fell from the sky were quickly frozen after hitting the ice surface. Kizaru exclaimed in a yin and yang tone, one blow freezes the entire island. Kyuzin's strength suddenly became so terrifying. Akainu looked gloomy when he saw this scene. The agent next to him quickly reminded, the sea is frozen, and the ship can't pass. Then stop here. After Akainu finished speaking, he stepped on the moonwalk and headed towards the island. Kizaru could only turn into an element helplessly, and then instantly appeared on the beach of the island. Kizaru, you shouldn't have come. Kyuzin sighed leisurely. Kizaru pretended to be helpless and complained, there's no way. After all, I still have to rely on the world government to pay my salary. Kyuzin certainly didn't believe Kizaru's nonsense. Kyuzin asked, you who never like to join in the fun, why do you want to get involved in this matter? At this time, Akainu, who came on the moonwalk, shouted angrily, because you blasphemed the justice of the marine. After seeing the person coming, Kyuzin's face instantly became extremely cold. Kyuzin, I have nothing to say to you. Akainu, you are too extreme. Humph. There's nothing much to say to a traitor like you. Akainu snorted coldly and then attacked directly. Dog gnawing red lotus. Aim no Q no Ken. Akainu has already taken action, so Kizaru naturally can't just stand by and watch. Giant ice hammer. Kyuzin's right arm instantly turned into a huge ice hammer, and then smashed towards the two people's attacks. Advertisement. Boom. Lava and ice chips flew everywhere, mixed with some light flowers. If the danger of this collision is ignored, this scene is undoubtedly magnificent. Kyuzin seemed to be at ease blocking the attacks of two admirals at the same time, but Akainu and Kizaru, who were fighting for physical strength, didn't look very good. Although it seems that both sides are evenly matched, you have to know that this is a 2-on-1 battle. As marine admirals, Kyuzin was not at a disadvantage in fighting 1 against 2, which can already explain a lot of problems. Kyuzin's strength has suddenly become so strong. Akainu thought in disbelief. Crack! A sword suddenly struck, and Kyuzin, who was completely unprepared, had his right arm cut off. The attacker was an old man with long hair, and the sword in his hand showed that the old man was a great swordsman. The old man with long hair announced expressionlessly, Kyuzin, marine traitor. You are doomed, I will arrest you on behalf of the world government. Kyuzin, who had grown his right arm again in the elemental state, looked expressionlessly at the long-haired old man and the short-haired old man behind him. Kyuzin asked in an affirmative tone, a lackey of the world government. The long-haired old man did not say anything, but silently cut off Kyuzin's retreat. Kyuzin was surrounded by 4 admiral-level strongmen, but there was no panic on his face. Kizaru sighed, Kyuzin, surrender. 4 admiral-level strongmen surrounded and Kyuzin himself was not good at escaping. Kizaru really couldn't think of what Kyuzin could do to turn the tables this time? The world government really thinks highly of me. Kyuzin exclaimed sincerely. But I won't surrender. As soon as Kyuzin finished speaking, he shouted, Ice and Snow World. The terrifying extreme cold white fog instantly enveloped the entire island. Akainu, who was once again enveloped by the white fog, had an extremely gloomy face. This trick is too familiar. The last Buster Call was defeated by this move. Akainu reminded with a gloomy face, under this strange white weapon, the observation haki will be ineffective. Kizaru also nodded and said, my observation haki is also ineffective. At this time, the long-haired old man said, I will tell you his location. In addition to the great swordsman, his best skill is observation haki. U2's observation haki is too bad, only the top observation haki will not be blocked. The long-haired old man taught. Listen to my command. 12 o'clock. After the old man finished talking, he swung his knife directly in the direction of Kyuzin. In this way, a truly top-level battle began. This is a battle between 5 admiral-level masters. On a warship that had already gone a long way, a marine soldier looked at the sky not far away with admiration. The sky there had long been dyed with colorful Madara colors, with the red of magma, the colorless of ice and snow, but more of the light of sparkling fruit. The marine who put away the telescope shouted loudly, leave here quickly. The battle over there will soon cause climate changes in the surrounding area. The same scene also happened on the world government's ship. The battle between the 5 admiral-level masters could not be said to be devastating, but it was enough to sink an island. And the tsunami caused by the sinking of the island was enough to roll all the surrounding existences into the seabed. Chapter 78. At this moment, has not realized the seriousness of the matter. This battle lasted for 3 days, and the passing ships could only see the clouds on the horizon dyed red by the flames. 3 days. Anu Marine sighed. Nunu calmly took out an apple and stuffed it into Wulump's mouth. It should be a winner soon. Advertisement. At this moment, the original small island had already been sunk by everyone, and there was a thick layer of ice and lava everywhere under everyone's feet. The two old and frail old men were already panting, especially the long-haired old man, who almost squeezed out his last bit of physical strength. The long-haired old man knew that after this battle, whether he won or lost, he would not have many days left. But there was a greater possibility that he would fall in this battle. Unlike others, he could be said to be exhausted, because he still needed to use observation haki to capture Kuzan's figure during the battle. On the other hand, Kuzan was different. Standing on the ice, he had almost endless physical strength thanks to the ice-breathing method. But facing the siege of 4 opponents of the same level, even with the geographical advantage, Kuzan's right leg was still cut off, and now his foot is a prosthetic leg made of ice. Akainu roared, panting, "Kuzan, you still refuse to admit defeat? If you continue like this, you will die." This is the nth time that Akainu has persuaded the other party to surrender. This is not because Akainu has become merciful, but a simple psychological warfare. "Kuzan, I'm almost tired, why don't you surrender? Wasting time is not good for everyone," Kizaru said leisurely. "Admit defeat? West Blue is my home court. You all have to stay here today." Kuzan also panted, but said confidently. Kuzan sneered, "Two old guys, you shouldn't be able to hold on for long, right?" The long-haired old man sneered, "So what? You are injured." Kuzan frowned. Although he can rely on ice breathing to continuously restore his physical strength, it also means that his own energy will be doubled. If he hadn't been holding on with that willpower, he might have fainted immediately if he relaxed a little. Both sides had reached their limits. Kuzan looked at the two old men expressionlessly, and thought fiercely in his heart, "No. Hold on a little longer, even if it takes a while, I will drag these two old guys to death." His right foot was cut off by the long-haired old man, and this revenge must be avenged. In this way, the two sides exchanged verbal attacks for a while, and then fought again. The long-haired old man, who was not injured, was still waving his sword the moment before, and suddenly stopped the next second. In the ice and snow, the long-haired old man stood on the ice like an ice sculpture. Although his eyes were open and the sword in his hand was raised high, he had already stopped breathing. The old man next to him was also frightened after seeing such a weird scene. After being frightened, the short-haired old man also followed suit. The short-haired old man's eyes quickly lost their luster. The two nearly 80-year-old old men were exhausted to death by the young man Kuzan. After the two old men fell into eternal sleep, Kuzan also breathed a sigh of relief. As his mind relaxed, Kuzan also fainted. Akainu, who also breathed in less than he breathed out, said tiredly, "Hey. It seems that we won. How terrible. 1 against 4, but he replaced 2 of them. If he had held on for a while, maybe both of us would have been replaced." Kizaru sighed with relief. Since his debut as a marine, this was the most prolonged battle he had ever fought. Akainu moved slowly, step by step towards the unconscious Kuzan, and Akainu did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Akainu obviously wanted to execute Kuzan right here. Kizaru, who saw this scene, quickly stopped him and said, "The order from the world government is to take him back for public execution. He himself is not injured, but his spirit is overexhausted. Once he wakes up, we don't have as good physical strength as him, and do you think Sea Stone can control him?" Akainu asked back without turning his head. Hearing this, Kizaru opened his mouth, but finally chose to remain silent. Unlike Kuzan, the two of them have really reached their limit. Even if they want to recover and fully recover to their peak, it will take at least half a month, but Kuzan is different. Being an unlucky child may not take a day to recover his spirit. By then, won't the two of them be praised? Just as Akainu raised his right hand and prepared to take action, the ice suddenly trembled violently. Akainu was almost exhausted and was directly knocked down, and Kizaru barely managed to stabilize his body. Boom! The huge dorsal fin broke through the ice, followed by the thick black back and the familiar dinosaur head. Advertisement. The king of monsters Godzilla is coming. Akainu, who barely held on to the ice, gritted his teeth and cursed, "It's this damned monster again." Godzilla, floating on the sea, looked at the two of them jokingly, and even a touch of human disdain slipped across his mouth. Glancing at the unconscious Kuzan, Godzilla directly used his tail to swing Kuzan on his head, and then walked away without looking back. Akainu wanted to stop him after seeing this, but was stopped by Kizaru next to him. Kizaru scolded, "Akainu, are you crazy? We can't stop the attack of this monster in our current state. Not to mention the energy ray that can destroy everything, just based on the opponent's size, they can't withstand a direct one-tail attack. You have to know that this is on the sea. If the monster destroys the floating ice, then both of them will be buried in the sea." Originally, his eyes were red. Akainu also regained his sanity after hearing this. Damn it! If this damn monster had appeared earlier, we might have retreated, and those two old guys wouldn't have died. Akainu gritted his teeth. Don't you see it yet? The mastermind behind this is doing it on purpose. He is using Kyuzan to waste time on those two old guys. The last Godzilla is here to finish it off. Kizaru said sarcastically. Kizaru urged, let's go. West Blue is the enemy's base camp. If you stay here for too long, something bad will happen. Akainu nodded with reluctance, and then left the sunken island like a defeated dog. Naval Headquarters. Having just received the intelligence, Sengoku put down the Den Mushi expressionlessly. Bad news. The plan to capture the marine trader failed. Good news. The two admirals of marine were fine. Bad news. The two retired agents of the world government died. Sengoku ordered the clerk at the door of the office, go and call Crane. After a while, Crane hurried over. Sengoku sighed helplessly, the mission failed, Akainu and the others did not bring Kyuzan back. Crane frowned and asked, what happened? Did the old men take action again? No. But I would rather they took action. Sengoku shook his head. Crane frowned and asked impatiently, so what happened? Sengoku explained, Kyuzan fought 1 against 4 and killed 2 retired agents of the world government. However, Kyuzan was unconscious due to excessive energy consumption. Akainu wanted to execute Kyuzan on the spot, but was stopped by the Titan. Crane asked in confusion, you said Kyuzan fought 1 against 4 and changed 2. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Is Kyuzan so strong? Sengoku nodded helplessly, I also found it unbelievable at first, but this is the fact. Kyuzan's strength should be the bottom among the 3 admirals, right? Why did he suddenly become so strong? Crane asked in confusion. Sengoku, Akainu speculated that he should have practiced the ice-breathing method. How long has it been? How much improvement did the ice-breathing method have on Kyuzan? Crane was a little unbelievable. But this is the fact. Sengoku said tiredly sitting on the chair. Although he was shocked by Kyuzan's sudden surge in strength, Crane still asked rationally, what did the world government say? Sengoku, the world government is very angry. Seeing that Sengoku hadn't said anything for a long time, Crane was speechless, that's it. Sengoku nodded, that's it. Crane, how could it be that it's gone? Sengoku complained, what else do you think? Send out the Knights of God to arrest Kyuzan? Don't forget that Kyuzan is not rocks, and he was not ambushed. Hearing this, Crane nodded in understanding. The Knights of God are indeed powerful, but that is the base of the world government. The Knights of God cannot be dispatched to capture a marine trader. After all, the main responsibility of the Knights of God is to protect the Holy Land of Mariachia. In the war in the Valley of the Gods, the Knights of God did not dispatch all of them, only 3 members. But the embarrassing thing is that, judging from the strength shown by Kyuzan now, if you want to arrest Kyuzan directly, then the world government must dispatch at least 4 marines. Admiral. At this time, Sengoku finally said the treasonous words with a worried face. Tsuru. I seem to feel a giant is crumbling. Hearing this, Tsuru's pupil shrank, and then she looked at Sengoku in horror. She would not be surprised if Sengoku scolded celestial dragons, and she would not be surprised if she even spit on world government, but now, Sengoku is actually singing the bad news about world government. Is the world government, which has stood in the world for 800 years, finally going to collapse? Tsuru thought in disbelief. So, what do you mean? Tsuru looked at Sengoku in confusion. Sengoku whispered, in the future, we Marines should not participate in the fight between the time traveler and the world government. It's time for us to consider the future of Marine. Advertisement. Hearing this, a gleam of light flashed in the depths of Tsuru's eyes. Indeed. These old guys have to consider the future of Marine. Marine is to maintain order and eliminate evil at sea. As for the time traveler wanting to overthrow the world government, Tsuru thinks that should be a political struggle. As for the time traveler being a rebel? Don't be ridiculous. We Marines suppress pirates, so what do those rebels have to do with us Marines? For the future of Marines, I can only be shameless. I may occupy the position of Marine Marshal for a while. Sengoku said with a wry smile. Crane nodded. At this moment, Marines are facing a great change that has never happened before. Except for Sengoku, no one else is really suitable to be Marine Marshal at this time. There are only 2 Marine candidates. Akainu is not to be mentioned. With Akainu's personality, Akainu will definitely lead Marine to fight the time traveler to the death. After all, in Akainu's eyes, whether they are rebels, bandits, or pirates, they are all sinners, and Marine should be dispatched to eliminate all of them. Kizaru is not to be mentioned. His personality is destined to prevent him from becoming Marine Marshal. Although Marine does need to play badly now, it depends on how to play it. Seeing Sengoku, who was already grey-haired but still worried about the future of Marine, he sincerely comforted him, Sengoku, you've worked hard. Sengoku answered firmly, Marshal Kong gave Marine to me, and I must give him a future. Red line. Between the power of the Holy Land Marie Joys. Failed again. And lost 2 admirals. Is the new marine really so difficult to deal with? Saint Jagaluja Satan gritted his teeth and looked at the information in his hand. Saint Azambaran V Nasujiro next to him also had a face full of sorrow. Uncomfortable, because he was uncomfortable. How about I take people to West Blue? Saint Topman Laochuri said with a displeased face. Saint Jagaluja Satan objected, no. What if this is the conspiracy of the time traveler? He deliberately put what if Kuzan is used as bait to lure us into a trap. The pupils of Saint Marcus Maz shrank, and then he asked with a trembling voice, you mean, the Traverser wants to lead us out of the Holy Land and then defeat us one by one? Saint Azambaran V Nashlang nodded, this is very likely. Saint Marcus Maz, who obviously couldn't swallow this breath, asked unwillingly, should this matter be forgotten? Saint Jagaluja Satan said, then let West Blue be handed over to the new marine first, and then I will report this matter to Lord Yumu. The 4 people in the room nodded after hearing this. They naturally like to see someone take the blame for such a shameful thing. Although these people have stood at the pinnacle of world power, they are still afraid of bearing Yumu's anger. Red line, Celestial Dragon's Forbidden Land, under the Void Throne. Saint Jagaluja Satan, goodbye the king, prostrated himself on the ground respectfully. Lord Yim, this is the whole story. A time traveler who accidentally came to our world 300 years ago. Yim muttered to himself, supporting his cheek lazily with his right hand. Jagaluja Satan Saint trembled and added, yes. We only found out about it some time ago, and we discovered it through the work log he left behind. Strange that so-called time traveler has been in this world for 300 years, and I have never found him. Yim frowned. A person outside of fate? He has been planning for more than 300 years just to overthrow the world government? Interesting. So interesting. Ha 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 ha. After 800 years, this world finally gave birth to an interesting chess player. Imu suddenly laughed crazily. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of Saint Jagaluja Satan, who was crawling on the ground, and the fear in his heart increased to ultimate. It has been a long time since he saw Lord Yumo have such a big emotional fluctuation. Saint Jagaluja Satan thought with fear in his heart. It's over. The world is over. The so-called marine trader Kushi should be just a chess piece pushed out by the other party, and it may be the most worthless chess piece. Since he thinks that the world will be better without the world government, then hand over West Blue to the so-called new marine. I want to see whether the people of West Blue are willing to get rid of the rule of the world government. Yim said in a cold tone. Jagaluja Satan Saint asked with a trembling voice, Lord Yim, what do you mean? Yim said coldly, let the people of West Blue see how desperate their lives will be without the world government. Hearing this, Jagaluja Satan Saint nodded in sudden realization, and then said, Lord Yim is right. Those slaves have forgotten that it is they who need the world government, not us, the world government who need them. Chapter 79, Ixtal. Minga is defeated again. A real war is never just about swords, blood, and fire. Jagaluja Satan didn't understand this before, but now after Yim's reminder, Jagaluja Satan understands. I will ask the world government and the member countries to impose an economic blockade on the entire West Blue, and send people to secretly destroy the West Blue granary. Jagaluja Satan said quickly. I'm nodded with satisfaction, go down. What you have to do now is to stabilize the trend. When the final moment comes, all resistance will be in vain. After Jagaluja Satan Saint left, who was sitting on the void throne, sneered and said to himself, what an interesting chess player, the timing is really good. Advertisement. Eastern Alabasta. All the secrets in history will be revealed to the world as long as someone is interested. Gladius, the ability of the explosion fruit, is also one of the first members of the Donquixote family to follow Doflamingo. Gladius listened to his subordinate's report and asked impatiently, are you sure that the legendary sun disk really exists in this ghost place? The subordinate next to him said quickly, of course. In the whole Alabasta, only this place may have a sun disk, because other places are deserts, and only this place is an oasis. What is the name of this place? Looking at the dense jungle in front of him, Gladius asked. Ixtal, it is said that this area once belonged to Alabasta more than 200 years ago. It was the first area to join Alabasta during the reign of Queen Sataka. After Queen Sataka died, Ixtal left Alabasta again, and then lived a secluded life in this jungle. If the sun disk really existed in history, then the sun disk could only be here. I suspect that Ixtal stole the sun disk after Queen Sataka died. The historian next to Gladius analyzed seriously. Not to mention, Gladius felt that the old guy's analysis made sense. Gladius praised with satisfaction, you are worthy of being a famous historian in Alabasta. I will take people in to find out. If the sun disk is really found, our Donquixote family will not lose your benefits. Gladius casually painted a big picture for this scholar who was still useful. The fact is, if the sun disk is really found, in order to keep it secret, no one can be left alive. 767. Alabasta Palace. Vivi, who had just received a report from her subordinates, frowned and looked into the distance with a thoughtful look. Doflamingo's people actually came to her Alabasta, and the most important thing is that these people seem to be looking for something. Vivi looked down at the map on the table thoughtfully. In the Ixtal region, there were 3 kingdoms in this place a long time ago. Later, except for the first one that joined Alabasta, the remaining 2 kingdoms were destroyed by Sataka. Later, after Queen Sataka suddenly disappeared, Ixtal broke away from Alabasta again, although Ixtal was still a vassal of Alabasta in name. But in fact, Ixtal has long been independent, because Ixtal has a unique advantage in the Alabasta Moon Desert. That is the dense jungle. Ixtal is in a desert climate zone, but this place seems to be blessed by God, and the rainfall there is sufficient to make people doubt life. The most important thing is that according to historical records, Ixtal was not called this name 300 years ago, and there was not even a jungle there. Vivi murmured to himself in a low voice, all the turning points started more than 200 years ago. Could it be your masterpiece? Saint. Just as Vivi was thinking about how to deal with the Donquixote family, a desert pigeon flapped its wings and flew in from outside. After taking out the letter from the feet of the pigeon, Vivi looked at the content on it and his pupil shrank. How is it possible? Wei stood up from the throne. The content of the letter was very simple, just saying the purpose of the Donquixote family members coming to Alabasta. To find the lost sun disk? Vivi gritted her teeth and said, how did Doflamingo know about the sun disk? Vivi first suspected Crocodile. After all, they were both Shishibukai. Although Crocodile is not now, such an ambitious person will inevitably be mixed up with Doflamingo. After all, judging from the practices and actions of the two, these 2 guys are actually the same kind of people. Vivi's second suspect is Robin, who is also the only suspect left. After all, Robin has always been called the son of betrayal. In order to get protection, it is not surprising that Robin betrayed the Straw Hat Pirates and joined Doflamingo, one of the Shishibukai. But if it is really Robin, the other party has no need to tell him where Sataka is sleeping. It seems that I have to go there in person. Vivi said to herself. There is definitely no sun disk in Ixtal, but that place is definitely related to the saint. God knows what the saint will leave there? Vivi never dared to underestimate the saint's layout, let alone the things left by the saint. After all, he himself is one of the beneficiaries. A devil fruit made her an admiral-level warrior. If Ixtal also had something similar, that thing must not fall into the hands of the leader of Doflamingo. Advertisement. In order to save time, Vivi went lightly and didn't even run fast. With the blessing of the devil fruit, Weiwei's speed even surpassed the high-speed rail. 2 days later. Boom. A violent explosion sounded from the jungle of Ixtal. Gladius, the user of the explosion fruit, was panting in horror at the moment. Gladius roared in grief and anger, how can flowers eat people? It must be a fruit user. Damn BD, get out of here quickly. Dead. All dead. The elite of the Donquixote family he brought in, and the historian, are all dead. Now their bodies are hanging on strange vines. When he first entered the jungle, the historian told him the legend of this jungle. The historian said that this jungle is alive. In the past 200 years, many people have entered this jungle, but no one has been able to get out alive. At first, Gladius scoffed at this rumor. It is normal for a group of ordinary people to die in the jungle, but he has the ability of the explosion fruit. It is just a jungle, even if there are super large beasts in it, it is not a big deal. Then he was slapped in the face soon. At first, the team was attacked by various plants one after another, and then the intensity of the attacks became stronger and stronger. In the end, only he could barely resist desperately, but even so, Gladius now knew that he had reached his limit. Fortunately, the information was sent out. Next time, Lord Doflamingo should be prepared, right? Gladius was full of gratitude. It's just a harmless flower. After all, there are always many surprises hidden in the forest. A charming and low voice came from the forest. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw a charming woman with a graceful figure and a natural beauty walking out of the jungle. Gladius' pupil shrank, and he looked at the strange humanoid creature in front of him in disbelief. She looked like a human, but the plant shell on her body didn't look like she was wearing it, but like it grew naturally. She didn't look like a human, but her overall image, whether from her figure or appearance, was that of a real beauty. Who are you? Gladius asked hoarsely. You brought a group of rude people and broke into my house very rudely and you came to ask who I am. Jella tilted her head and looked at Karates with a puzzled look. No matter who you are, go to me. After Gladius finished speaking, he was ready to activate the power of the devil fruit. But Jella was faster than him. A thorny vine suddenly covered his neck and then lifted him up fiercely. Hanging in the air, Gladius grabbed the vine with both hands, trying to break the vine wrapped around his neck. But the vines wrapped around his neck were extremely tough, and he couldn't tear them apart at all. Gladius, who was having more and more difficulty breathing, looked at Jella with resentment. Go to hell. Damn BD. After Gladius finished speaking, his whole body began to swell. Seeing this, Jella waved her hand, and a huge flower swallowed the swollen Gladius in one bite. Boom. A dull explosion sounded, and the flower summoned by Jella was directly damaged due to internal damage, but it was precisely because of this barrier that Gladius's self-exposure did not affect the surrounding jungle. It's been almost 200 years, and finally something interesting has come. Jella commented with a smile. After Jella finished speaking, she disappeared into the jungle. There were dangers everywhere, but Jella had no worries. Dressrosa. Doflamingo hung up the phone with a gloomy face, and then announced sadly, our family Gladius will stay in Alabasta forever. Ixtal. In that case, tell Kaido this news. We definitely can't go to Skull Island, but Kaido can fly, so he will definitely find Skull Island. Doflamingo said. Toribel nodded. Doflamingo urged, then increase the exploration of Greenbit Island and find the notebook of the time traveler on it. Violet saw this scene and sneered in her heart. Advertisement. What do you mean by being sad for the sacrifice of family members? How could such a guy have such a quality? You didn't go to take revenge directly when Gladius got into trouble. Doflamingo asked jokingly again, by the way. Violet, your niece shouldn't be upset, right? After all, she is very valuable. Violet quickly assured, don't worry, Mr. Minga, I have convinced my niece, and she is willing to serve Greenbit. Hearing this, Doflamingo nodded with satisfaction. This was the best news he had received recently. After sending everyone away, Doflamingo was silent for a long time, and then hesitantly dialed Den Den Mushi. It was the Skull Island that you asked me to find, Kaido. I have found it. The location is. Doflamingo himself is an extremely decisive person. After realizing that there was no possibility between him and Skull Island, Doflamingo sold the news to Guy Nu without hesitation. World Ghost Island. Wow. Finally found it. The legendary Titan Beast habitat. Kaido was so excited that tears flowed down his face. Little guys, your boss is going to East Blue, you stay at home and take good care of the house. Kaido couldn't wait to turn into a blue dragon and fly away. A younger brother looked at Kaido's departing back in confusion and said, Boss Kaido, are you looking for a place to commit suicide again? Jin looked at Kaido's back with a flickering look. Has the legendary Skull Island finally been found by the boss? The era of beasts pirates is finally coming. Jin thought excitedly in his heart. After flying for 3 consecutive days and 3 nights, Kaido finally arrived at East Blue. Following the direction given by Doflamingo, Kaido quickly saw an island that looked like a skull. Skull Island. So this is the origin of Skull Island. This island really looks like a skull. Kaido said to himself in sudden realization. Boom. Kaido fell heavily on Skull Island. The sudden loud noise caused a riot among the surrounding creatures. King Kong, whose observation haki was enough to cover the entire island, also rushed to the scene at the first time. Blue Dragon Kaido. King Kong looked at the behemoth in front of him in confusion. Humans actually live in the habitat of Titan beasts. Kaido looked at King Kong in front of him with some surprise. King Kong said expressionlessly, Kaido, this is not a place you can come to. Faced with such eyes, Kaido's joy was instantly diluted. He hadn't felt such eyes for a long time. It was a look of looking at trash as for why Kaido was sure that King Kong's eyes meant that. It was because he often used this. Nima, 014207130162421021. I feel that you are strong, but I am stronger than you. So Skull Island belongs to me from today. Kaido Haki announced. Hearing this, King Kong sneered. King Kong grinned grimly, I just hope you don't run away in a panic. After all, you can fly. If you want to run, I may not be able to catch up. After King Kong finished speaking, he rushed directly to Kaido, and his body was constantly in submission. Soon, a huge union with a height of nearly 80 meters and a fist as high as a medium-sized ship came in front of Kaido. Faced with the fist that was smashed over, Kaido was stunned in the spot, and excitedly muttered to himself, make the appearance. Titan Beast King Kong form. Boom. Kaido flew backwards with his face deformed, and stopped after breaking many trees. Chapter 80, Kaido's Bizarre Adventure. Oh so. It hurts. Kaido cried with tears streaming down his face, but his tone was very excited. After crying, Kaido commented viciously, what a strong powerful fist. Boom. As if being mocked, King Kong beat his chest angrily, and then charged again. Advertisement. Boom. King Kong and Qinglong collided heavily, and the shock waves generated by both sides directly uprooted the surrounding trees. Bang. In the battle of power, Kaido, as the loser, flew backwards, and then fell heavily on the hill not far away. King Kong was not happy to see this scene, but hurriedly pursued the victory. As a Zoan fruit ability user, King Kong knows the vitality of Zoan demon fruit power better than anyone else, not to mention that Kaido is also known as the world's strongest creature. Such a person cannot be knocked down with 1 or 2 punches. In fact, it is true. Kaido curled his lips after climbing up from the huge pit. Laozi will be serious next time, King Kong boy, don't die, okay. Kaido flew directly into the air after he finished speaking. Fire Dragon Torch. Kaido, who was transformed into a fire dragon, fell from the sky with a huge flame wrapped all over his body, and crashed into King Kong on the ground like a meteor. Boom! The trees and rocks around King Kong melted instantly, and only King Kong stared at the head of the fire dragon with both hands. At this moment, King Kong was like Pangu who held up the sky in the myth. The ground under King Kong's feet kept sinking, and the pressure on his shoulders was getting greater and greater, but this terrifying pressure did not last too long. Soon Kaido was a little short of energy, and King Kong, who seized the opportunity, quickly pushed Kaido out. You destroyed this island, so be prepared to bear the wrath of the Titan Beast next. King Kong said with his legs slightly bent. 8 Extreme Standing Sky Cannon. Boom! The ground under King Kong's feet cracked instantly, and Kaido's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. When he was ready to resist, King Kong had already come to him instantly. Boom! Kongo's fist was covered with a thick layer of armament haki, and the fist that broke the sound barrier fell fiercely on Kaido's chest. Kaido, who was floating in the air, was instantly knocked away, and then turned into a meteor and disappeared into the sky. Looking at Kaido who turned into a meteor and disappeared, Kongo curled his lips, I don't know if he is dead or not. Kaido in the air was burning all over due to the friction with the air. After flying for an unknown period of time, Kaido finally landed. Kaido, who fell heavily in the jungle, was full of fear on his face. He could clearly feel his physical condition at the moment. Kaido, whose chest was sunken, knew that the Titan Beast fruit ability user had almost killed him half of his life with one blow. At least 4 ribs were broken, and the blood vessels in the whole body were also ruptured by the terrifying shock force. The scratches on the surface of the body were the lightest. Kaido smiled bitterly and muttered to himself. Looking at the dense jungle around him, Kaido said to himself thankfully, but the only thing to be thankful for is that Laozi didn't fall into the sea. If he accidentally fell into the sea, he would probably be in danger in his current state. But what kind of place is this? Kaido cursed while panting. Advertisement. At this moment, Kaido's observation color suddenly detected that something was approaching. In the dense jungle, a pair of wild beasts' pupils stared at Kaido. After seeing the animal's eyes, Kaido breathed a sigh of relief, it's a lion. But after the strange lion came out, he realized that he might be too happy too early. Standing in front of him was a creature he had never seen before. It looked like a lion, but the lion's skin had some light blue lines. Just when Kaido was curious about what kind of lion this was, the lion in front of him suddenly transformed into a beautiful woman holding a spear who looked wild and beautiful. Demon fruit power? And it's Zoan. Kaido looked at the wild beauty in front of him in surprise. Kaido didn't expect that his luck would be so good that he could meet a Zoan demon fruit power in this ghost place. Nedley grabbed the spear and asked, I smell the breath of the same kind on you. Are you also a Zoan demon fruit power? Kaido was relieved to see that Nedley didn't recognize him. After all, he was seriously injured now. If an enemy came at this time, it would be a lot of fun. Kaido could die in a blazing battle, but he must not die in this remote jungle. Kaido grinned, yes, Laozi is the user of the blue dragon fruit. Nedley nodded, then why are you so ugly? Kaido. To be honest, he has been in the sea for so many years. He has seen people scold him for being cruel, and he has also seen people praise him for his strength, but no one has ever said that he is ugly. Let's be honest. Although everyone in the 4 emperors is not very good looking now, who didn't have a young time. When she was young, the ant was called the most beautiful woman in Rock's Pirate, and he was even called the most handsome man, Kaido thought so himself. Kaido said seriously, foolish and simple woman, I tell you, strength is the root of everything, appearance is not important at all. But you don't have any strength? You were beaten so badly, ugly and without strength, you are really miserable. Nadeli sighed with some pity. Duo. Guy. He hadn't seen such eyes for many years, especially Nadeli actually looked at him with such eyes. But it seems that you are seriously injured. Let me help you. After Nadeli finished speaking, he gently waved his right hand. Wild and surging. Kaido felt a strong vitality suddenly surge in his body, and then quickly repaired the injured chest. In less than a minute, Kaido found that his injuries had healed. Kaido looked at Nadeli with burning eyes. Demon fruit power. Kaido asked curiously, how old are you this year? Nidal looked at Kaido in confusion, not understanding why this poor guy suddenly asked her name. But seeing that the other party was of the same kind, Nidal still answered, 26. 26? It's the same age as my stupid son. Kaido nodded. Kaido stood up with his mace, and then invited, Nidali, do you want to be my adopted son? Carrying the name of Lao Zi and reveling recklessly on the sea. Ugly rejection. After Nidali finished speaking, he returned to his animal mentality. At the last moment of entering the jungle, Nidali reminded, this jungle is very dangerous, don't you leave quickly. Danger? Poor child, you don't know the strength of Lao Zi at all. The dangerous one should be this jungle. Kaido laughed carelessly. Advertisement. It's time to let this jungle know who is standing at the top of the food chain. Kaido did not chase Nidali. After the contact just now, Kaido also roughly figured out Nidali's character. This is a woman with a character like a beast. If you want to become his adopted father, you must prove your strength with absolute strength. So Kaido would think about becoming the strongest in this jungle, and then send a new invitation to Nidali. After all, this is the illusion demon fruit power. As a beast control, how could Kaido give up Nidali so easily? In a village in Ixtal. While chewing on the skeleton in his hand, Rengar asked casually, Nidali, have you figured out what the wrong sound was? After putting the spear aside, Nidali took a bite of the barbecue on the fire, and then answered casually, it was a Zoan devil fruit ability. He must have been beaten here. I helped him treat his injuries and then left him alone. Hearing this, Rengar paused for a moment and asked, people from the outside world. Nidali, who did not realize the seriousness of the matter, nodded, it was someone from the outside world, and it seemed to be a blue dragon fruit ability user. Rengar asked in disbelief, the seal of Ixtal has been opened. Nidali nodded, I heard from Jella that someone from the outside world broke into the sealed area, but she solved them all. I think the seal must have been opened. Oh. This is the experimental field of the saint. How dare those people outside? Rengar muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. Nidali looked at Rengar in confusion. He emerged from the petri dish 26 years ago, but Rengar has lived in this jungle since the moment he was born. So many things were taught to her by Rengar. Nidali has never seen the legendary saint. She only knows that the saint created it. The only mission of these miracles is to protect this jungle called Ixtal. Putting down the barbecue and grabbing the spear, Nidali asked murderously, then should I go and kill that outsider? Rengar shook his head and comforted, no, that direction is the territory of Ixakan. They will deal with it themselves, and the beast's intuition tells me that the outsider is very strong. Okay. Nidali put down the spear in her hand again, and then grabbed the barbecue next to her and started to eat. Seeing this scene, Rengar shook his head helplessly. Child. You are not demon fruit power. Those who eat devil fruit are not our kind. Rengar whispered in his heart. As the earliest experimental subject, Rengar is the one who knows all the truth. They have never been Zoan demon fruit power, but a new race after integrating the bloodline factors of the fantasy beast fruit power. The saints called them Vastaya, also known as half-orcs. Looking at Nidali who was eating voraciously, Rengar thought of the saint's prophecy. According to the saint's prophecy, Nidali should go out to see the wider world. Thinking of this, Rengar said, I'll go out for a walk. After Rengar finished speaking, he dropped the bone in his hand and disappeared into the jungle. Kaido Wolf Fang half opened the road and rushed directly into the dense jungle. Kaido, who had been cutting through thorns all the way, came to the edge of a cliff, and in the distance stood a huge city made of white stone. Kaido exclaimed in surprise, there is a city in this damn place? A city deep in the rainforest. The ability and resources required to build such a glorious city in the dense rainforest are inestimable. Where is this damn place? Kaido, with a gloomy face, decided to go to that city to get some information, and leave here directly after confirming the location. Chapter 81, Kaido, when did the mythical beast species become so worthless? Kaido jumped off the cliff with a mace in his hand, and then walked towards the city carelessly. Kaido didn't think about disguising himself. After all, with his size, it would be useless to disguise himself. What puzzled Kaido was that there were no guards in this city deep in the rainforest. No, there were indeed several guards standing at the door, but they were not guarding against people coming in and out, but against wild beasts that might suddenly break into the rainforest. Listening to the discussion of the people around him, Kaido muttered to himself, Ijuokan? Is that the name of this city? Advertisement. Hey! Kaido suddenly looked at the middle-aged man with a stone on his back and even his hands petrified in surprise. The user of the stone fruit ability? Isn't the devil fruit in the hands of the clown? Did that guy get killed? But soon, Kaido realized that he might have thought too much, because he found another person who showed the ability of the stone fruit. No. The strength of these guys is a little bit off. They look pale and skinny, but they can actually carry such heavy marble. Kaido wiped his eyes in disbelief. He found that there was something wrong with the miners in this city. Although they were in groups, which miner could carry tons of marble? With such strength, they could almost get the title of supernova in Grand Line, but people with such strength are miners here? Kaido thought of his own mine factory. Are these people also forcibly captured to work as miners after being defeated by the owner here? Kaido, who was very confident, quickly thought of the answer he thought. Just when Kaido thought he had found the truth, a loud voice sounded behind him. You guys should not be from Ixtal, right? Hearing the voice behind him, Guy 347 turned his head curiously. He took a look. Hey! Where are the people? Kiana roared in exasperation, damn outsider! Look down! Hearing this, Kaido lowered his head and looked down. Kiana is 1.65 meters tall. As a girl, this figure is normal no matter which normal world she is in, but in the world of One Piece, this is a third-class disabled figure. The kind of dwarf. Kaido grabbed the mace and asked, who are you? If the other party's answer did not satisfy him, then his mace would fall without hesitation and smash the arrogant dwarf in front of him into a pulp. Kiana did not answer, but circled Kaido with interest, and then asked, you should be the famous New World 4 emperors outside. Seeing that someone finally recognized him, Kaido immediately showed an excited smile on his face. Kaido urged impatiently, it seems that you know Laozi. In that case, then tell Laozi what this hell place is. This is Ixakan in Ixtal. I guess you haven't heard of the name of this place, but you should have heard of Alabasta? This is the easternmost part of Alabasta. Kiana explained. Kiana, who is also a battle maniac, excitedly issued a battle invitation, I heard that even outside, you are a strong man standing at the top of the sea. Come on. Come out with me and fight. You. Kaido looked at Kiana in front of him jokingly. Kaido nodded, if you are not afraid of death, Laozi can satisfy you. Although he was injured, Kaido didn't think that Kiana in front of him could be his opponent. In this world, the strength of many people can be seen from their appearance alone, such as body shape and a person's eyes. Kiana is full of adolescent restlessness and looks arrogant, but such people often have no strength. The reason for such a personality is purely because they have never been surrounded by society. Under the leadership of Kiana, Kaido came to a battle site. During the process, Kaido also found that the girl in front of him had a high status in Ichiuokan, and even the soldiers passing by respected this girl very much. Come on. Launch the attack. You only have one chance to attack. Kaido urged confidently. Kiana hates your confidence. Kiana didn't like Kaido's attitude because this guy's personality was similar to hers. This might be the principle of like attracts like. People with arrogant personalities certainly don't like others to be arrogant, just like Kiana at this moment. Elemental Fury. Kiana gently tapped the ground with the Ixtal blade in her hand, and Kiana, who had transformed into a rock attribute, was instantly covered by a layer of rock. This ability again. Kaido frowned. He found this place really weird. It seemed that everyone had Logia demon fruit power. You know, Logia devil fruit is much more precious than Zoan and Paramecia. It's hard to get two of these things, let alone a large number of them. Advertisement. Bang. The Ixtal blade collided with the mace. Feeling the vibration from the mace, Kaido's face instantly darkened, and his hand was a little numb. This means that the strength of the woman in front of him may be stronger than he imagined. Not bad. Kiana looked excitedly at Kaido who could actually block her attack. There are almost no people in the whole of Ichiuokan who can fight him. Even in the whole of Exudal, the number of people who can fight him can be counted on one hand. There is another Kaido today, how can Joyana not be excited? Come again. Kiana said excitedly. Feng Yuan shaping order. Kiana collects the elemental power around her and quickly strengthens herself. Let you see what is the courage of heaven. Kiana jumped high, and the whole person was like a sharp sword piercing Kaido. Kaido was so strong that he could only raise the mace to resist again. Boom. This time Kaido actually flew backwards. What an incredible power. Such a thin body actually contains such a powerful force. Kaido got up from the ground in surprise. Then let's taste Laozi's attack. Thunder 8 trigrams. Lightning wrapped around the mace, Kaido swung it at a very fast speed. Dang. A crisp metal collision sound rang out. This time, neither side retreated, but the strong impact force generated lifted the bricks around. Ahem. After the fight, Kaido spit out blood in pain. It was not that he couldn't beat Kiana, but that his injury, which had not healed, relapsed. You're actually injured. Kiana pouted with some disdain, since you're injured, it's not fair to defeat you now. Let's end today's game here. Kaido's face darkened when he heard it, but he didn't say anything stubborn. After all, his physical condition at the moment is indeed a bit bad. Although his recovery power is exhausted, it is impossible for him to fully recover in less than half a day. And through the brief fight just now, Kaido also found that the strength of the short woman in front of him is not weaker than Linlin at all. Wiping the blood stains from the corners of his mouth, Kaido sincerely admired, Grand Line actually has a strong man like you, and I didn't even know it. This time is really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Speaking of this, Kaido thought of the King Kong on Skull Island again. King Kong's strength is slightly stronger than his, but the real horror of King Kong is that brute force. In terms of strength alone, King Kong is the strongest person he has ever seen, even Garp can't compare to this. As for Kiana in front of him, Kiana's physical fitness and strength are actually not high, but the opponent has strangely mastered the means of elemental strengthening. In this case, Kiana's physical fitness and strength will rise to a level similar to his. Moreover, Kiana's attack strength is very high, especially after being strengthened. With the mentality of asking questions when in doubt, Kaido asked straightforwardly, "Hey, what was that method you just used?" "It's similar to the ability of Logia Devil Fruit." Kiana explained, "This is the elemental formula left by the saint, which can allow us to master the power of the earth element." Kaido, who seemed to have caught a business opportunity, asked curiously, "Tell me in detail." "That is, we can use the elemental formula to master the power similar to the earth, such as rocks, trees, streams, and even magma." "Kaido, are you talking about the earth fruit?" Kaido was completely numb. He felt that Kiana was fooling him. How could a devil fruit, and a Logia one, involve so many natural elements? Rocks? What do you think of people who have eaten the stone fruit? Rivers? Advertisement. Devil fruit can control water? What kind of outrageous setting is this? You can't control water just because there is water on the ground? Logia is not paramecia. The most outrageous thing is magma. As we all know, the one who ate lava fruit was Akainu, one of the 3 marine admirals, and that was a superior fruit, which has proved to be one of the strongest Logia devil fruits without superior fruits. Kaido, who felt that he was fooled, complained with an unhappy face, "Can it also control sand and soil?" "How do you know?" Kiana looked at Kaido in surprise, and then said, "The saint did leave a natural park that controls sand and soil." Kaido's mouth twitched slightly. "Blow. You keep blowing. What is the elemental formula you are talking about?" Kaido asked curiously. Kiana said, "The elemental formula is the elemental formula. I can't tell you the specific details. After all, the elemental formula can only be practiced by people from Swoken, 0. But you, an outsider, can actually come in. It seems that the seal of Siddle has been lifted, so, Kaido, you seem to be the leader of a force. Do you want to cooperate?" Joyana issued a cooperation invitation. This turn was quite sudden, but Kaido did not refuse, but looked at Kiana curiously. Kaido asked curiously, "How to cooperate?" Kiana said, "I can provide you with food and even building materials, and you provide me with sea stone." Kaido looked at Kiana with some surprise and asked, "Are you sure you can provide us with food?" Although he didn't care about the lives of those people and slaves, there was one thing that could not be denied, that is, only enough food could feed more miners. City Wano Kuni is now considered. There are very few places on that land where food can be grown, coupled with industrial pollution, both the Kingdom of Germany and the Ghost Island are indeed short of food. Kiana said confidently and arrogantly, "Of course. We who have mastered the power of nature can crowdfund food anywhere, and it is definitely a good harvest." It is no exaggeration to say that although all members of Isuoken cannot be said to be druids, it is not wrong to say that half of them are planting masters. The reason why Isuoken is a paradise is not because of its good resources or climate, but because the elemental formula allows them to transform the environment of any place at will. Kaido's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and then he laughed and said, "Okay. I will send someone to contact you when the time comes." He was also very interested in the elemental formula of Isuoken. Naturally, the popularization of sexual ability users, although he is a complete Zen control, does not mean that he can resist the temptation of the elemental formula. Kiana naturally guessed what Kaido was thinking, but he didn't care. After all, compared to this risk, sea stone is obviously more important, and the elemental axiom has always been in the hands of the elders of Yuntal. Unless Kaido has the ability to obtain the elemental axiom from them, even if he learns the elemental formula, it will be useless. In this way, the two people with their own ulterior motives negotiated very satisfactorily. Kaido, who was received by Gaina with the highest standard of reception, left Exudal with a happy face. Kaido did not stay here for long, because through the banquet just now, Kaido also knew that there were no less than 5 strong people who could rival him in this ghost place. After hearing this, Kaido had no intention of staying in Eikstal. If he hadn't been injured, he would have been happy to fight with those strong men here, but the problem was that he was now injured. Kaido, who just wanted to go home and lick his wounds, walked very directly. In order not to attract the attention of those strong men, Kaido even flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The purpose was to avoid the prying of those strong men in Zaiyi. Kiyuna said that the strong men in this ghost place were very exclusive. What if they beat him up? Although he shouted that he wanted to commit suicide all day long, he said that only when he knew he couldn't die. 0.2 Committing suicide here, but really dying. This guy is really a coward. I originally wanted him to make some noise here. Kiana curled her lips as she watched Kaido leave. I wouldn't have said this if I had known, but it's good that Kaido can go back safely. After all, sea stone is more important. The air at an altitude of 10,000 meters is very thin, but for safety, Kaido still endured it. After flying for almost a day, Kaido was just about to find a place to stop and rest when he suddenly heard a burst of explosions. Who is it? How dare you break into the territory of the Kingdom of the Sky? Thunder. Boom. Suddenly, thunder appeared, and Kaido, who was completely unprepared, was hit instantly. Kaido, whose whole body was charred by electricity, fell heavily on an island, but it was an island on the White Sea. Kaido climbed up from the ground and roared angrily, "Damn it! Which BD is attacking me?" Luffy, who had transformed into a spirit beast, fell in front of Kaido. Zoan fantasy beast species. Kaido looked at the woman with wings in surprise. When did his luck get so good? Ever since he went to Skull Island, he encountered some wonderful things one after another. Fantasy beast users are so rare, and he can see two in just 2 days? Is Skull Island the place where Lao Zi transfers his fortune? Kaido thought excitedly. Kaido. Luffy frowned after seeing Kaido's appearance, and then asked directly, "Why did you come to our Sky Island?" Kaido asked excitedly, "Do you know me?" Since the other party knows him, he must have heard of his reputation. Does that mean that he will gain another fantasy beast subordinate? Chapter 82, Kaido suffers a series of setbacks. Have you heard my story? Kaido looked at Luffy with burning eyes. Luffy replied inexplicably, "No, but your face is full of stories. I don't care who you are. You dare to sneak attack Lao Zi, then prepare to pay a price." Kaido instantly became ferocious. Advertisement. Kaido's idea is very simple. No matter what, beat this woman to tears first. After all, only by establishing your own authority can you make others surrender. As for respecting the wise, don't be funny. This is the world of pirates. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido started with a Thunder 8 trigrams. Arm hammer. Lucky's right hand turned into a spirit beast, and the two sides collided again. Boom. This time, neither side gained an advantage. But Kaido was stunned. Me. The Sea King of New World, the great pirate standing at the top of the world. I'm not invincible, but I can count the number of people who can fight me head on one hand, but embarrassing? But why? Kaido stared at the White Sea in the distance with lifeless eyes. Going to Skull Island, he was beaten by King Kong, and then fell into a strange jungle and tied with a female dwarf. After finally leaving the jungle, he was beaten by a woman in the sky. What the hell is wrong with this world? No. Lao Zi doesn't believe it. Kaido's eyes turned red, and he roared angrily, "The third world, inducing Naraku." Kaido jumped high into the air, rotated the iron rod, wrapped Conqueror's haki around the iron rod, and attacked downwards. 20 Lucky's face changed when he saw this, and then he quickly changed his form. Transformed into a yellow spirit beast, Lucky shouted, "Hold on!" Boom! Lucky flew backwards like a cannonball, and after breaking many trees and stones, Lucky climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Ahem! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lucky looked at Kaido, who was like a god or a demon, with an ugly face. Is this the strength of the Sea King? Lucky whispered in his heart. Strong. Really too strong. Lucky couldn't help thinking in his heart, this is almost touching the ceiling of the Admiral level, right? What do you think? Woman. Do you want to submit to me? Kaido asked proudly. Dream on. Are you worthy? Lucky wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth. Kaido was indeed very strong, but only strong. Kaido's strength did not break through to above Admiral. Such strength was only slightly stronger. In that case, don't blame Lao Zi for being too cruel. Kaido saw that Lucky was unwilling to surrender and even dared to despise himself, and he was instantly unhappy. Thundering 8 trigrams. Destruction Death Ray. Advertisement. Lucky quickly fought back. Kaido directly dispersed the Destruction Death Ray, and just before the mace was about to fall on Lucky, the originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy. Boom! As if endless thunder was brewing in the dark clouds, a red sword gently blocked Kaido. It was this sword that successfully blocked Kaido's Thundering 8 trigrams, and it even looked unusually easy. Another woman with wings. Kaido frowned at the blonde angel in front of him after his attack was blocked. Kaido asked with an unhappy face, "Who are you? You ran to my territory and injured my men, and you asked me who I am? Yan asked jokingly while looking at Kaido. So you are her boss? Kaido accused Luffy and asked. Yan nodded. That's even better. When I kill you, this woman should surrender. Kaido showed a hideous smile. Diamond Disphorus. Kaido swung the iron rod and swung out a column of rod energy. Yan just chuckled after seeing this scene, and his left hand without the sword lightly and impatiently slapped the column of rod energy. Then the column of rod energy was slapped away, slapped away. Kaido was numb again when he saw this scene. Kaido didn't dare to look at this scene confidently. This woman didn't even use haki, and directly used her flesh and blood to open her attack. Give it back to you. Yan slapped Kaido with the back of the sword. For some special reason, Yan was obviously not prepared to kill the big man in front of him. As the strongest creature, Kaido has always adhered to the principle of head-on confrontation, and he raised the mace without hesitation. Bang! Without any hesitation, Kaido flew backwards with a crushing force. The moment the two sides came into contact, Kaido realized that things were not going well, because the huge force of the sword was really too terrifying. Kaido couldn't believe that Yan's slender body actually had such a terrifying power. Kaido's blood vessels burst again and he was covered in blood. He said unwillingly, how is it possible? Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams is to wrap Conqueror's haki around the iron rod, hold it with both hands, and hit the opponent at a very fast speed. It is an enhanced skill of Thunder 8 trigrams. Weak. It's really too weak. Yan stretched out a white jade finger and gently pressed it in front of Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. At this moment, Yan was like an adult playing with a child. Kaido also realized his embarrassing situation. After finding that he could no longer move forward, Kaido's face changed from anger at the beginning to confusion and then fear. Kaido couldn't remember how long it had been since he encountered such an enemy that made him feel powerless. The last time he met such a person was when he was a teenager. He met Captain Rox. Bang! Yan's head exploded and Kaido and the mace in his hand flew out. Yan comforted, Kaido, you have tried your best. The gap between us is the gap between races. It is like the gap between heaven and earth. Damn it! Kaido gritted his teeth and stood up with the Bluetooth stick. Advertisement. What happened to this world? How could such a thing exist in the world? Kaido asked with a tone full of longing, this kind of power. Is this kind of power above Admiral? Yan nodded, it's a pity that you don't have that qualification. The last person who had this qualification was a man named Rox. Unfortunately, his pursuit of power was not strong enough, and he died under his ambition in the end. Captain Rox. Hearing this, Kaido was relieved. I didn't expect that there are monsters like you in the sea. We, the Sea Emperors, are really a little bit ignorant. Yan smiled without commenting. Wu Ming once said that normally it is impossible for an existence above Admiral to be born in this world, but they are an exception. Because the power they practice does not belong to this world, and in the process of practice, they are actually filling the defects of the laws of this world. So they can use this benefit to break through the limitations of this event. But of course he couldn't tell Kaido about this. Yan chose to let Kaido go for some special reasons. Leave here, you still have your mission. If you stay here, it may ruin his plan. Kaido looked at Yan in surprise after hearing this. Kaido said in disbelief, are you willing to let me go? Yan nodded and asked jokingly, what? You don't want to leave? No. I'll leave now. Kaido shook his head and denied it. Kaido said stubbornly, I will come here again, I will become stronger. Then I will wash away today's humiliation. Yan nodded contemptuously, if you have the ability, I don't mind having a toy to kill time. Kaido. As the Emperor of the Sea, Kaido hated Yan's attitude. But as a pure power supremacist, although Kaido hated it, he didn't think it was Yan's fault. The fault was not that Yan was stronger than him, but that he was weaker than the other party. Thinking of this, Kaido endured the injury and walked away without looking back. Looking at Kaido's departing back, Yan muttered to himself, this direction. I hope this guy won't catch up with Luffy. Luffy and his team left a day ago, leaving with a ship full of gold, but with Kaido's speed, even if Luffy and his team left a day earlier, it seems that they can still meet on the road. But one is flying in the sky and the other is swimming in the sea, so it shouldn't be possible for the two to meet, right? Thinking of this, Yan remembered another important thing. The Sky Country is not yet in the world. Thinking of this, Yan quickly used his special observation skills to warn Kaido who was leaving. From now on, your flying altitude will be limited to less than 7 kilometers. Above 7 kilometers is my territory. Kaido's pupils shrank when he heard this, but he still nodded in frustration. As the saying goes, in the sea, whoever is stronger is right. As a pirate, if you don't want to lose your life, the best way to face the orders of the strong is to cooperate with the teacher. As for the dignity of the strong? The dignity of the strong is given by the weak, not by the stronger, nor by oneself. As a user of the mythical beast fruit, Luffy has almost recovered and asked in confusion, Your Majesty, why let that arrogant guy go? Yan said meaningfully, he is a pawn of the saint. Even if he has to leave, it should be decided by the saint. Luffy nodded a little confused. West Blue. Kuzan didn't expect that after waking up, he would return to his own territory. Was he saved by the mastermind? Kuzan was thinking. The new marine staff saw Kuzan finally wake up and said, Marshal, you finally woke up. Now West Blue's role is very bad. Many things have to be decided by you. Kuzan, who had a bad feeling in his heart, asked, what happened to West Blue during the time I was unconscious? As a new marine staff, he quickly explained, the despicable world government cut off West Blue's contact with the outside world. Now the world government and its member countries have imposed economic sanctions on the entire West Blue. And there are some world government agents who have been secretly looking for chaos, and we can't catch them all. If you can't do it hard, you can play dirty. Kuzan pinched his nose with a headache. He is just a soldier, and this kind of livelihood problem is really difficult for him. Chapter 83, Forbidden Knowledge That Does Not Belong to This World. Kuzan, who was in a headache, asked helplessly, does the family behind you have any solution for this matter? Hearing this, Lang Li, the new marine staff officer, looked at Kuzan with a complicated expression, and Lang Li explained with hesitation. Now the family behind the Frost Legion is not doing well. The entire West Blue business has been sniped by the world government. Since they cut off West Blue's shipping, the family behind us has been losing money every day. Hearing this, Kuzan's face flashed with guilt. Advertisement. After all this was done by him for the new marine. Is there no other way? What about the saint? He shouldn't sit idly by, right? Kuzan's tone was a little flustered. He could accept being beaten to death at sea, but he could never accept that the entire West Blue people were killed because of him. Lang Li explained awkwardly, you may not believe it, but no one in the entire Frost Legion has seen the saint. Except for the ancestors of our families, no one else can contact the saint. Is that so? Kuzan nodded thoughtfully, and after a moment of silence, he said, it seems that I have to go back again. Kuzan decided to go back and see Han Feng. Although the other party is in retirement, he is the only one who can contact the saint. Now the entire West Blue is facing such a situation, and he, Kuzan, cannot escape the blame. He does not want to implicate the entire West Blue because of himself, so he chooses to bow his head again. After all, if you bow your head once, you will naturally have a second time. Since he accepted the manipulation of the saint for the sake of 200,000 Frost Legions, he has already bowed his head, and now he naturally does not mind bowing again. Lang Li also nodded after listening, now it is indeed only the saint who can solve this matter. Kuzan, who had just recovered, immediately left the new naval headquarters. Stepping into this familiar yard again, the scene I saw when I pushed open the door of the yard was not the familiar scene. Since today is Monday, the little kids have been sent to school, so there are only Han Feng and a white-haired old lady in the yard. Glancing at the white-haired old lady, Kuzan whispered in his heart, is she also the old bridge keeper? Before Kuzan could speak, Han Feng said, the solution you want is on the table, and there is no need to say anything else. It's all in the saint's plan. Kuzan listened and looked at the two letters on the table curiously. Han Feng explained, here are two letters, one for you, and the other for the person who will help you solve this problem. Kuzan didn't say anything after hearing this. After picking up the two letters on the table, Kuzan left a thank you and turned away. Kuzan also saw that his ancestors seemed to enjoy his current life and was even full of hope for the future. Kuzan didn't understand this mentality. After all, people were dying, and Han Feng could only live for half a year at most. What else could he hope for in the future? You can't say that death is a greater adventure, right? After leaving the yard, Zan directly opened the letter that was given to him. To the east of Alabasta on the Grand Line, there is a rainforest called Ixtal, and deep in the rainforest there is a country called Ixacan. Ixacan has food that can feed the whole world. Leave after Alabasta, follow the rising current to the kingdom of the sky, where there is gold that can buy the whole world, and these countries are all our own. The content of the letter is very simple, and it doesn't even write the solution to this incident, but only writes a few place names and introductions to those countries. But enough. The gold that can buy the whole world, the food that can feed the whole world, with these two things, West Blue can survive, and even become better than before. Kuzan, but... Kuzan was a little confused, Ixtal is just a small country, so do you really have food that can feed the whole world? After thinking for a moment, Kuzan decided to go to Ixtal in person. Compared to gold, Zan thinks that the most important thing now is food. Grand Line, Enel, who just joined the Straw Hat Pirates, looked at the surrounding seas leisurely. Advertisement. Luffy's voice suddenly came from a distance, Enel. Come to the party. We don't know your dream yet. Hearing this, Enel's face flashed with helplessness, but he still ran over happily. Enel, with a look of disgust on his face, said proudly, my dream is to see the scenery above Admiral and become the ruler of the infinite continent. Luffy laughed heartily, haha, what a great dream, my dream is to become the Pirate King. Zoro, my dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. Nami, my dream is to draw a world map. Sanji, my dream is to find all blue. Usopp, my dream is to become a brave sea warrior. Chopper, my dream is to make a panacea. After sharing their dreams, Enel could clearly feel that the gap between him and his companions had dissipated a lot. After thinking for a moment, Enel took out a worn notebook and gave it to Robin. Enel said, I found that you are quite interested in the notebook left by the saint. This is what I brought when I left the Kingdom of Sky. Robin's eyes lit up when he looked at the notebook in front of him. Notebook. Everyone was looking forward to looking at the notebook in Robin's hand. Luffy excitedly urged, Robin, translate it quickly. I can't wait to see my great-grandfather's great adventure. Now Luffy's most admired person is no longer the Pirate King, but the great-grandfather whom he has never met. Because the great-grandfather is so great. He has been to the moon and the underworld, and the Pirate King has not been to as many places as him. Robin nodded and began to translate. I have played with the earth fruit in many ways. Opening lightning. Advertisement. Is it about the development of devil fruit? And its Logia. Enel looked at Robin expectantly. After all, he is the only one in the Straw Hat Pirates who has the ability of Logia fruit. With my divine talent and the characteristics of devil fruit, I have realized knowledge that does not belong to this world. A kind of forbidden knowledge that should not belong to this world, I named it element axiom. What is the element axiom? It is similar to the natural breathing method we practice. Nami asked curiously, raising her hand. The people who have been practicing the natural breathing method for several days can best understand the horror of this special practice. Robin did not answer because she did not know, but this did not prevent him from continuing to translate. What is the element axiom? In scientific terms, the element axiom is equivalent to the natural law explored by scientists. Based on the element axiom, I further developed my devil fruit, which is not a taboo knowledge in the pirate world, and the Logia devil fruit ability. The original ordinary rock fruit was turned into the legendary earth fruit by me, and it can't even be said to be a single fruit. Now I can control all the elements standing on the earth at will. If it is really a devil fruit ability, then I am now at least equivalent to a person with 6 Logia devil fruits. So outrageous! Everyone was extremely surprised when the translation came to this point. It was equivalent to eating 6 devil fruits? How outrageous is this? The sudden end of Sataka made me doubt that this was the power of fate. Alabasta must not stay. But I didn't want to be too far away from Alabasta, so I thought of the small countries in the east of Alabasta. Finally, I decided to settle down in this small country temporarily and study the element axiom. As for the name of this area, let's call it Ixtal in the future. After all, this name is particularly suitable for the element axiom. Hearing this, Nami asked with some concern, there is a place called Ixtal in the east of Alabasta? And that saint has stayed there. Should we tell Wai about such an important thing? Let's take a look at the content behind first. The saint has stayed there, so he must have left something very remarkable there. Sanji analyzed calmly. Everyone nodded after listening and decided to wait until the notebook was translated. The people in this desert are very pitiful. There are too many people and too few natural resources. No wonder they surrendered to Alabasta without hesitation. This area is really too poor. It can even be said that this area has no value at all. For the kingdom of Alabasta, Li Hao, this area can even be said to be a struggle. I decided to do something. As a user of the earth fruit, it is not difficult to turn the desert into a rainforest. But the question is, if I do this, will the people here be grateful? I can turn this place into a rainforest, but what if the wealthy Ixtal people want to join the world government? Wouldn't that make them enemies? Nami couldn't help but ask, turning the desert into a rainforest, is the ability of the earth fruit so terrifying? Shouldn't the earth fruit be related to soil and rocks? Why is it related to trees? Relying on my personal prestige, I gathered all the people in this area together and decided to build an isolated city here. As for how to isolate this city? Of course, it is isolated by a dangerous rainforest. As a democratic person, I deliberately collected the opinions of the local people after announcing this matter. In fact, I was overthinking. People only think about other things when they are full. When they are hungry, people often only think about one thing, that is, how to fill their stomachs. So they agreed to fill their stomachs, and no one objected. In this way, I developed farming in Ixtal. After translating, Robin added, there is indeed a mysterious rainforest in the east of Alabasta. It is said that no one who has gone in has ever come out. Chapter 84, A Slight Sigh. A Miracle of Nature. Nami suddenly realized, is Ixtal so dangerous? No wonder Ixtal, as a rainforest in the desert, has never been targeted by any force. Alabasta is a super large island. Ixtal is located in the easternmost part and is close to the sea. Normally, that place should be the capital of Alabasta. But it is because Ixtal is too dangerous that Ixtal, the emerald in the desert, has never been coveted by anyone. Robin explained. At first, Sand Crocodile also considered putting the base there, but after sending several groups of people there and none of them came back, Sand Crocodile became obedient. After explaining the special features of Ixtal, Robin continued to translate. Advertisement. I decided to continue the research on Zoan Devil Fruit here, since Zoan Demon Fruit power is prone to problems when awakening. Then can I change the direction and create a new species based on the bloodline factor of Zoan Demon Fruit power? They have human intelligence and physiological characteristics, but also have the ability of Zoan Devil Fruit. Most importantly, this new race will not be cursed by the sea. Sanji complained indignantly, this guy is still conducting such dangerous research. Even after the Super Karu Corps went out of control, he still didn't give up. What does that guy think of life? As one of the beneficiaries and victims of the bloodline factor, he is the one who can empathize with this kind of thing the most among these people. Then Robin turned several pages in a row, until he turned to the last page. Robin closed the notebook depressly. Robin explained depressly, the following are some strange formulas, I don't understand them, and the following should be the forbidden knowledge. Just like a liberal arts student who is extremely biased in one subject cannot understand advanced mathematics, Robin also cannot understand the contents in the notebook. Enel could only sigh depressedly after hearing this. Robin, who knows Hyuxia characters, couldn't understand it, let alone him. Luffy, who was still a little unsatisfied, asked, so where are we going next? The map from Nami announced, next is to the Water City, which is a world-famous shipyard. Luffy announced excitedly, is that so? Then let's start a new adventure. West Blue. Kyuzan, who was about to leave West Blue, was blocked by an uninvited guest. Jun. Kyuzan looked at Momuzagi in front of him in confusion. Kyuzan did not take action. After all, Jun's strength was not even admiral, so it was impossible for him to arrest him. Kyuzan asked curiously, are you waiting for me here? Jun nodded. Kyuzan narrowed his eyes and asked, is it your own idea or Marshal Sengoku's idea? This is very important, because it is very likely to involve the pattern of the entire world. Jun explained, Marshal Sengoku asked me to come. He said that the civilians of West Blue are innocent and asked me to come and help you secretly. Marshal Sengoku asked you to come. Kyuzan was a little surprised. In his impression, Sengoku's personality has always been more old-fashioned. Normally, Sengoku should want to kill him, a traitor to the Marine, so how could he help him secretly? Even if Marshal Sengoku didn't hate him, he shouldn't help him. Jun said, Marine and New Marine are not enemies. After all, our goal is to protect those weak civilians. Kyuzan, who didn't buy it, sneered, that's not necessarily true. After all, what Marine really protects is the rule of celestial dragons. Hearing this, Jun's face darkened, and then he had to tell the truth. Advertisement. Marshal Sengoku meant that he saw that the world government was crumbling, so he wanted to leave a way out for the Marines. Hearing this, Kyuzan's mouth corners slightly raised. This time he believed it. So there are still your people in the New Marine, right? And there are quite a few. Kyuzan asked with certainty. Jun nodded. Many of the Marines who joined the New Marines are still sending intelligence to the Marines. Kyuzan said, then you just come with me, I'm going to Alabasta, and maybe I can use your knowledge then. Jun asked, do you mean Hyuxia characters? Kyuzan nodded. Since the owner of the diary had stayed in that place, he must have made some arrangements, and maybe left some work logs. Bringing Jun was to prevent Marine from having any conspiracy against the New Marine, and to be prepared for any eventuality. What if there happened to be Hyuxia characters that needed Jun to translate? Jun nodded. Jun nodded and said, okay. Anyway, I'm on vacation now. In this way, the two who hit it off set off on the journey to Alabasta. Ixtal, east of Alabasta. Ringar, who didn't find Kaido, suddenly stopped on a big tree and sniffed his nose gently. Ringar's face suddenly changed. Sataka. No. It's not Sataka. But this breath. Rengar's eyes flickered, and then he entered the invisible state and went to the outskirts of Ixtal silently. After searching for a long time without finding anyone, Vivi wondered to herself, strange. Where did Doflamingo's men go? Is the legend true? Were they eaten by this rainforest? Wei said to herself in some doubt. Ixtal is a rainforest that eats people. This legend has been widely circulated in Alabasta. The dancing powder incident in Alabasta was so fierce that the people of Alabasta could hardly survive due to lack of water. But even in such a serious situation, no one dared to go to Ixtal without fear of death. Or there may be, but it is estimated that they are already dead. Ixtal, will it be related to that saint? Just as Wei Wei frowned and thought, the crisis suddenly came. Almost instinctively, Wei Wei quickly raised the queen's blade to block the sudden attack. At this time, Vivi finally saw the true appearance of the being that attacked her. It was a large cat in human form, with a lion-like sturdy body and bright green eyes, looking very sharp and fierce. Sataka. The blocked attack was roared wildly by Rengar. Wei Wei, wait! I'm not. Advertisement. Vivi was ready to explain, but Rengar didn't give him a chance to explain. It was another set of combos, and Wei Wei could only barely resist Rengar's fierce attack like raindrops. After being repelled again, Rengar said with melancholy, "No. You are not Sataka." Seeing that the other party finally stopped going crazy, Wei Wei hurriedly asked, "This? Mr. Lion Dog, is there any misunderstanding between us?" Hearing this, Rengar looked at Wei Wei with sharp eyes, and then sighed, "Sataka is a higher being, much stronger than you are indeed not that tyrant." After putting away his weapon, Rengar said to himself, "It seems that the saint's plan has succeeded, Sataka fruit. That woman is really lucky. But how can she be so worthy?" Rengar felt a little envious in the rainy season, but more of it was indignation. God is unfair, Sataka, the female tyrant, is actually worth so much for the saint. What virtue and ability did that woman have? Feeling that there was a story behind this, Wei Wei hurriedly asked, "What happened to my fruit?" "Nothing, I just hope that you will never let this fruit awaken in this life. Only in this way can the female tyrant sleep forever and atone for my people." Rengar gritted his teeth and said, "Vivi. To be honest, Vivi actually doesn't want to awaken her fruit ability, because awakening the Zoan Devil fruit ability is risky. Wei Wei is not sure if she can survive that level." After replying to you, Rengar asked coldly, "Descendant of Sataka, what are you doing here?" Wei Wei explained, "I came here to find a group of criminals." Rengar explained casually, "If you are talking about those people a few days ago, they should have been used as fertilizer by Jella now, and it may be a bit difficult for you to find them." Although he and Sataka did have some personal grudges, as a rational hunter, Rengar did not involve Sataka's descendants with these grudges. You should feel lucky that the saint's seal on this rainforest has been lifted, which also means that the saint has tacitly allowed us to contact the outside world. Otherwise, even if you are Sataka's descendant, you can only spend the rest of your life in this rainforest. Rengar said in a tone of "You are so lucky." Suddenly, a hoarse and charming voice came from the vines not far away. "The descendant of Sataka. Rengar, do you think we should just leave her here? Maybe the master will tacitly allow us to do so." A huge vine broke out of the ground, and the budding flower slowly opened, and a charming woman walked out of the flower. The author Rengar frowned and scolded, "Jera, our grudges should not involve the younger generation, not to mention that he may be one of the concubine's arrangements." Jera smiled helplessly, and then introduced herself to Wei Wei, "Little girl, my name is Jera, of Vastea." Wei Wei quickly replied politely, "Hello, my name is Nefertiti Vivi. What a lovely little girl, you are much more pleasing to the eye than Sataka. It is too high for you to have Sataka fruit." Jera laughed and joked, and her words were full of attacks on Sataka. Involving her ancestors and her own devil fruit ability, Wei Wei could only maintain an awkward but elegant smile. Jera invited, "Let's go, sister will take you to Ixacan for a good drink." Hearing this, Rengar's eyes lit up and said, "It just so happens that Nidalee is not here, so call me too." "No problem. I just brought 100 Flowers wine." Jera nodded. Hearing the name of 100 Flowers wine, Rengar became even more excited. In this way, Wei Wei, who had no idea about the situation at all, was taken to Ixacan by the two. Looking at the huge city in front of him, Wei Wei exclaimed sincerely, "Oh my god! There is such a big city in the rainforest, this is simply a miracle of nature." Jera next to him corrected, "No. This is a miracle created by the saints, we are just the beneficiaries of the miracle." Chapter 85, The Miracle Left Behind by the Time Traveler. "Is it that man again?" Wei Wei whispered in her heart. After the man from outside the world came to this world, he brought too many miracles to this world. Alabastus' short-lived peak, Sataka's eternal regret, and the miracle city in the rainforest. It turns out that 300 years ago, that man left so many footprints on this land. Advertisement. Jira smiled and said, "Let's go. You will be more surprised when you get to the city." Jira and Rengar's appearance is very curious even in Ixacan, but they are both familiar customers of this city, so people passing by are not surprised. But Wei Wei is different. She found that there are actually many Logia fruit ability users in this city, and there are so many that it's ridiculous. What's going on in this city? Why are there so many Logia fruit ability users? Wei Wei couldn't help but ask. There is no way, it is too incredible, even unbelievable. Rengar explained in a low voice, that is not a fruit ability user, but an ordinary Ixacan human who has learned taboo knowledge. More than 200 years ago, the great saint discovered the element axiom and created the current element formula on this basis. As long as you learn the element formula and inherit the element axiom, even ordinary people can control the power of elements, such as streams, soil, rocks, and even trees. Wei sincerely admired, I didn't expect that the saint's research on Logia fruit is even more profound than Zoan. Hearing this, Rengar smiled. You underestimate our saints. We Ixtal people generally use 4 words to describe saints. Which 4 words? Wei asked curiously. Jireh, all-knowing and all-powerful. Wei, all-knowing and all-powerful? Isn't that God? Rengar said, even the dragon pig can be called the descendants of God, and it is already modest for a saint to be called God. Hit. During the conversation, everyone came to a tavern. After everyone sat down at the bar, Jireh waved her hand gently, and a vine rose from the ground, and at the end of the vine was a budding flower. The flower slowly bloomed, and inside was a pink bottle filled with Yuxu wine. Is this Beiwa wine? The moment Jireh took out the wine, everyone in the tavern was attracted. But they all knew Jireh's strength, so they didn't dare to have any extra thoughts. Rengar spitted and said impatiently, I haven't drunk Beiwa wine for almost 30 years. Jireh. How can you not call me when you have 100 flowers wine? A loud voice came from a distance, and Kiana broke in through the window. After rolling on the ground, Kiana sat next to Vivi instantly. Such a smooth rolling to grab a seat has obviously been practiced countless times in this tavern. Looking at the girl in front of her who has a loud personality and is impatient, Vivi frowned. This woman is a bit impolite. She came to drink a drink and actually took down the window of the tavern. Of course I can't do without you. After all, you are famous for your sharp nose. If I want to hide it from you, I will drink outside. Jera chuckled and joked. Kiana nodded in satisfaction, accepting Jera's explanation. At this time, Kiana finally noticed Vivi next to her. Kiana asked curiously, who is this woman? As the Queen of Ixacan, Kiana dared not say that she knew everyone in Ixtal, but she definitely knew people who were qualified to sit at the same table with Jera and others. Kiana could be sure that Ixtal had never had someone like Vivi before. After thinking about the release of the seal of Ixtal, Kiana also roughly guessed that Vivi might come from the outside world. Jera introduced as if she was watching a show and didn't mind the trouble, this girl is called Nephite D. Vivi. Nephite D. Advertisement. Nephite. Kiana looked at Vivi with sudden realization. In other words, you, woman, are from the royal family of Alabasta. After hearing this, Vivi smiled and introduced herself, I am the Queen of Alabasta, and I am very happy to meet you, lady. Kiana smiled and stretched out her hand and said, Kiana. The Queen of Ixacan. Vivi also smiled and gently shook Kia's hand, but she was already a little more vigilant in her heart. Although Ixtal nominally belongs to Alabasta, in fact, it is not. And Kiana's personality seems to be quite flamboyant, Vivi thinks that the other party should not be a quiet person. Kiana looked at Nefertiti with a scrutinizing look. Vivi, in her heart, has already regarded the other party as a competitor. As a girl with a flamboyant and arrogant personality, Kiana is also an empress, and an extremely ambitious empress. One day, everywhere will be the land of Ixoacon. A great empire deserves a wise empress. Kiana. This is what Kiana said when she ascended the throne. This quote alone can give us what kind of person Kiana is. Proud, arrogant, and ambitious. To use the evaluation of Rengar who was present at the time, this is another Sataka. You, the empress of an enemy country, dare to come to my Ixoacon. I have to say that you are quite confident. Kiana sneered. Vivi, who heard some hostility in Kiana's words, was not afraid and said confidently, I want to leave, you can't keep me. The Sataka fruit gave her the ability to move with God and steel, and even an almost invincible fighting instinct. Based on these 3 points alone, Vivi was confident to leave this place. Vivi didn't know what a strong person above Admiral was, but one thing was certain, that the person in front of her was definitely not a strong person above Admiral. After watching the show for a while, Jella acted as a peacemaker. Okay. I invited them to drink, don't make things so tense. I'll give you this face. Kiana nodded. Kiana still respected Jireh and Rengar. As a strong supremacist, Kiana knew that Jireh and Rengar, who had lived for more than 200 years, had definitely touched the threshold above Admiral. It's not an exaggeration to say that such a person can defeat a country. Of course, the standard of a country here is based on Ixacan. Jireh smiled and poured a glass of wine for everyone. Jireh said, the brewing method of this 100 flowers wine was taught to me by the saint. Try it, you will be surprised. Wei listened and took a sip curiously. The 100 flowers wine melted in the mouth, and then instantly spread from the abdomen to all parts of the body. Feeling warm all over the body instantly, Vivi couldn't help but groan. Vivi looked at Jiraiya in surprise. Jiraiya explained with a chuckle, 100 Flowers wine has the effect of enhancing the essence of life. Kiana next to her was a thorough pragmatist. She wanted to drink Beiwa wine not for wine tasting, but for its effects. After finishing it in one breath, Kiana looked at Jella eagerly, like a child asking for pocket money from her parents. Advertisement. Jella smiled and refused, only 1 cup. Although Beiwa wine is good, you can't drink too much. 0 Seeking flowers 0. Hearing this, Kiana instantly turned her attention to Vivi. After discovering the benefits of Beiwa wine, how could Vivi give up the wine in her hand? When Kiana set her sights on the wine in her hand, Vivi had already finished it in 1 gulp. Ha cool. After finishing the work in 1 breath, Wei Wei sighed sincerely. Kiana, who was very unhappy, continued to fire. By the way, what do you want to do in Ixtal, woman? Are you trying to gather intelligence? I heard that some vicious criminals came here a while ago. I'm afraid they will have a bad impact on Ixtal, so I came to take a look. Vivi explained. Ha! You are meddling in other people's business. Kiana sneered. Kiana suddenly asked with gloating, I heard that Alabasta is suffering from a serious water shortage recently. I guess food is also in short supply. What do you mean? Vivi couldn't help but frowned. Alabasta is in great shortage of food. Before, because of the dancing powder incident, half of the people in Alabasta almost died of thirst. Under this background, how could they still have water to irrigate the farmland? Alabasta has not produced its own food for almost 3 years. 0. Kiana said proudly, I can sell it to you. We in Ixacan lack everything except food. Vivi asked cautiously, what do you want? Kiana said loudly, how about Alabasta becoming a vassal state of Ixacan? Impossible. Vivi shook her head and rejected Kiana without even thinking about it. What a joke. How could Alabasta become a vassal state of Ixacan? You know, more than 200 years ago, Ixtal was part of Alabasta. Kiana was not surprised to be rejected. Kiana continued, then let's trade. Now that the seal has been lifted, it's time for Ixacan to contact the outside world. Ixacan's military strength is not weak, and it can be self-sufficient in food, but the problem is that Ixacan has been out of touch with the world for too long, so it needs some time to adapt to this world. It is precisely because of this that Kiana just opened her mouth so high, and her purpose was to bring about the trade between the 2 countries. Vivi nodded, that's no problem, Alabasta welcomes any friends. Absolute strength gave Vivi a lot of confidence. Since eating the Sataka fruit, Vivi has become more and more confident. Vivi asked curiously, does Ixacan have a lot of food? Kiana said confidently and ostentatiously, as long as I want. I can even let Ixacan feed the whole world. When Rengar saw this scene, he shook his head helplessly. This little girl was too arrogant. Kiana, don't be so arrogant. If the inheritance left by the saint in Alabasta is not broken, Ixacan can only become a vassal of Alabasta now. Rengar advised beside him. Having experienced the period of the Ascendant, Rengar knew how terrifying Alabasta was during that period. You should know that the strength of the saints in supporting Alabasta was to confront the world government. At most, Ixtal could only be regarded as eating some of the scraps left by the saints. And these scraps have created today's Ixacan. Because Ixacan is isolated from the world, it has not broken the inheritance left by the saints. Without exaggeration or slander, Ixacan is a third-rate country without the elemental axiom. Chapter 86, The Glory of the Old Empire. Hearing this, Vivi once again felt a strong curiosity and possessiveness for the sun disk left by the saint. Ixtal only obtained some scraps left by the saint, but dared to claim that the food in its country could feed the whole world. What about the sun disk? What about those disappeared ascenders? If these miracles could be reproduced, how powerful would Alabasta be? Advertisement. Kiana curled her lips, but did not say much. Although she was arrogant, she still respected the supreme saint from the bottom of her heart. As Rengar said, without the legacy left by the saint, Ixtal would be a third-rate country. Let me take you around Ixacan. Let you see what a miracle the place you are in is. Kiana took the initiative to invite. Vivi nodded and followed Kiana around the city. Naval headquarters. Akainu, who finally recovered to his prime, looked gloomy. He didn't look very good these days. Akainu never thought that Kuzan, who was once inferior to him, now had the power to crush him. 4 marine admirals besieged him, including him. As a result, 2 of them were replaced by Kuzan. This is simply a great shame. Sitting in the office, Akainu said nothing. Stupid 90, obviously still hasn't recovered from the previous blow. Kizaru in the next office is just the opposite. Compared with Akainu, who was deeply shocked, Kizaru is much more optimistic. Adhering to the principle of lying down where you fall, Kizaru did not feel humiliated, but just felt a little incredible. Kyuzen's strength is improving so fast that even these old comrades are a little dazed. Just then, a clerk came in with a small box. Admiral Kizaru, this is a souvenir sent by someone from your hometown. Kizaru raised his eyebrows, and then looked at the box in front of him in confusion. A local specialty sent from my hometown. Kizaru, who was born in the Grand Line, did not encounter any bitter or deep hatred, so his personality is completely different from Akainu. Kizaru always felt that his childhood was quite happy. He was born in a noble family. Although he was only a noble of a small country, he was at least a small asset, and that small country was far away from the Grand Line, so he didn't have to worry about pirates. Compared to other marine admirals, Kizaru should be the one with the highest birth in public, after all, he is also a noble. Could it be sent by my younger brother? Kizaru touched his chin thoughtfully. Kizaru's parents died of old age, and now it is his younger brother who manages the family business and inherits the title of noble. Although the relationship between the two brothers cannot be said to be very good, it is not bad. It is just that kind of normal relationship between brothers. Kizaru curiously opened the box. What came into view was a notebook that looked very worn, and the age was very high, definitely more than 1,000 years old. There was also a letter under the notebook. Kizaru took the notebook, opened it and took a look, then closed it directly. The words on it are Hyuxia characters, after all, those square characters are too recognizable. Kizaru opened the letter under the notebook. Brother, this is what I found among my parents' relics. The world government is collecting things related to Hyuxia characters. I think this thing should be able to help, so I sent it to you. Advertisement. This notebook was obtained by my father when he was young and adventurous. According to his story at the time, he found it on a small island in the calm belt by mistake. There are some very advanced technologies on that island, and my father relied on those technologies to survive and leave the windless zone. Now I give this to you, hoping it can help you, and don't bring this thing back, it should be very precious, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to our family. Kizaru thoughtfully lit the letter in his hand with light. It's a pity that Jun went out, otherwise I could ask him to help translate the content on it. Kizaru sighed with some regret. Kizaru carefully put away the notebook. This thing is quite precious. Anyone who has seen the notebook knows that the things left by the time traveler are worthless. After visiting Ixoacon, Vivi was ready to return. After all, she came here to find Doflamingo's men. Since those people have been dealt with and she knows the strength of Ixtal, Vivi has no intention of paying attention to this area. Now Vivi even hopes that Doflamingo will be stubborn and come to give him a head. Because of the sand crocodile, Vivi has no good feelings towards Shishibukai, and even hopes that they are all gone. When leaving, Jella gave Vivi a worn-out notebook. Jiraiya said, according to the master, this contains the ultimate secret of Alabasta, and the real Shurima is hidden inside. Vivi took the notebook hesitantly, and then laughed and teased, is this also one of the plans of the saint? Jiraiya nodded. Seeing that Jiraiya didn't seem to be joking, Vivi's smile slowly faded. It seems that she has become one of the opponent's pawns without knowing it. Title. As long as you can give me the power to protect Alabasta, I don't recommend becoming your pawn. Vivi whispered in her heart. After saying goodbye to Jella, Vivi hurried back to the palace. Before she even sat down, Vivi heard the report from her subordinates. The official reported, Your Majesty, there are 2 people outside who want to see you. Who are they? Vivi asked with a frown. The official shook his head, I don't know. They look mysterious in their cloaks. By the way, they are very strong. The guards in the palace are no match for them. The official added. Vivi nodded. This is normal. If these 2 people were not strong enough, Yaiwan would not come to report this matter. Let them in. Vivi waved her hand and said confidently. Vivi was not worried that the 2 people were here to harm her. As far as the number of strong people in the world is concerned, the number of people who can kill her can be counted on 2 hands, and there is no one who can kill him in seconds. Soon the 2 mysterious people were brought in. Sitting high on the throne, Vivi looked at the 2 people nonchalantly and asked, You are the ones looking for me. Kyuzen nodded, and then asked hoarsely, I want to know some information about Ixtal, so I want to ask Queen Vivi for a favor. Hearing this, Vivi sneered, and just as she was about to refute, Vivi saw Kyuzen take off his hat. After seeing Kyuzen's face, Vivi couldn't help but shrink her pupils. Swish stood up from the throne and asked, Marine defected Admiral Kyuzen? What do you want to do in our Alabasta? No Marine is welcome here. In this world, the nature of Marine is somewhat similar to the American garrison for these member states. Generally speaking, if a member state allows Marine to settle in, it means that it will give some law enforcement rights to Marine Zero. Advertisement. After the incident with Crocodile, Vivi no longer trusts Marine. After all, it was the pirate Luffy, not Marine, who saved Alabasta. Kyuzen quickly explained, No. Queen Vivi, you misunderstood. Our new marine is now worried about West Blue and there is no way we can have extra troops to support Alabasta. What a joke. You don't want the new marine to settle in? The new marine is not willing to come here. Seeing that it was not about the marine settling in, Vivi asked curiously, then why are you here? Kuzan explained, I want to know something about Ixtal. According to the guidance of the saints, Ixtal is said to have food that can feed the whole world. We are here for food. There is another reason why Kuzan came to the door, that is, because Kuzan also knew that Alabasta is also short of food. The news that Ixtal has enough food to feed the whole world spread so quickly? Vivi was confused. As a neighbor of Ixtal, she only knew about this yesterday. How did Zan know? Soon, Vivi guessed the truth of the matter. Is it because of that person's diary? But that's right, the first to find those notebooks was the world government. Vivi suddenly realized and asked, is your new marine short of food? Kuzan nodded with a wry smile and said, to be precise, the whole West Blue is short of food. After that, Zhizan asked meaningfully, I think Her Majesty the Queen should have received some orders from the world government. Vivi was full of doubts. She really didn't know about this. Seeing Vivi's reaction, Kuzan was also a little surprised. Vivi, the Queen, didn't know the decree of the time government? Kuzan said, didn't Alabasta receive the ban on West Blue? Vivi shook her head in confusion, Alabasta did not receive any orders from the world government. At this moment, an official next to Vivi suddenly said, Your Majesty, the world government did issue an order that is, we are prohibited from having any trade with West Blue. Vivi frowned, why didn't you say anything about this? The official looked at Kuzan a little embarrassed, and then explained awkwardly, because we Alabasta have no trade with West Blue, after all. The official did not continue the rest of the words, Vivi's mouth twitched slightly, and his face was also full of embarrassment. Alabasta's natural resources are really too poor. It is no exaggeration to say that the only valuable thing in Alabasta is people, but people are also the cheapest. And West Blue is not short of people. Okay. Vivi nodded. Kuzan's mouth twitched slightly. He did not expect that Alabasta, one of the largest member states of the world government, would live such a miserable life. Alabasta is like this, how did you get all the gold in the sky? Nanzan complained after hearing this. Vivi said awkwardly, the legacy of our ancestors, she left us a lot of wealth. In fact, Alabasta has been living off his old capital since 200 years ago. This alone shows how powerful Alabasta was during Sataka's reign. The resources and wealth accumulated during Sataka's reign supported Alabasta for more than 200 years. When Vivi said this, she felt a little ashamed. After all, it is really shameful to rely on one's parents, not to mention that one is relying on one's parents with the whole country. Chapter 87, Ikathia and the Ascendants. Kuzan's mouth twitched slightly, very good and powerful. All the people in Alabasta had to kowtow to Vivi's ancestors. Relying on the wealth left by the royal family to hand over the heavenly gold, and it has been called for so long, Alabasta is indeed rich. However, it is not difficult to see from this point that the Alabasta royal family loves the people. At least the royal family did not obtain the heavenly gold by exploiting the civilians. Vivi said, I can take you to Ixtal and introduce you to the Queen of Ixtal. Advertisement. Faced with such tempting conditions, Wu Zhen asked, what's the price? Vivi asked, do you know anyone who can translate Hyuxia characters? Robin left, and the most important thing was that Straw Hat Crew did not leave her any contact information. It would definitely not work to go out to sea to find it, so Vivi set her sights on the new marine. Kuzan's eyes lit up, and then he asked calmly, do you have Hyuxia characters that need to be translated? Vivi nodded. Seeing Vivi nod, Kuzan's mouth corners rose wildly. Isn't this a professional match? The person next to me knows Hyuxia characters and is very grandmaster, but I require that the contents of the notebook must be translated here. Kuzan asked. As for why he asked to translate here? Of course, it was because he was also interested in the contents of the notebook. Vivi was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay. Jun listened and looked at Kuzan next to him. Jun felt a little unhappy about Kuzan's production ideas, but considering that his mission was to help Kuzan, Jun finally chose to remain silent. Jun took the notebook from Vivi's hand. The notebook in his hand was about 2 centimeters thick, but there were 20 pages torn in the middle, which means that this broken notebook was incomplete. Thinking of this, Jun felt helpless and resigned himself to his fate. After all, at least 9 out of 10 notebooks are incomplete. It would be strange if he encountered a complete notebook. Jun opened the notebook and started translating directly. In my imagination, Shurama should be in the center of the desert, and then with the power of the sun disk, let the sky fall a never-ending waterfall to nourish the entire Alabasta. Hiss. Jun gasped after translating the first paragraph. Let the sky fall a never-ending waterfall? Is this trying to poke a hole in the sky? And what is the sun disk? Does that thing have such great power? Jun felt that the Queen of Alabasta in front of him must know something. Jun calmly probed, that. Queen Vivi, do you know what the sun disk is? I have to know what the sun disk is before I can translate the following content. Believed to be true, Vivi explained, I only know that the sun disk can mass-produce demon fruit power of the illusion system without side effects. The owner of the diary calls them ascenders, and now the sun disk has been destroyed. Hearing this, Jun felt a little pity, but more of a relief. He didn't know the specific effect of the sun disk, but just what Vivi said was enough to shock the whole world. Advertisement. The Zoan demon fruit power has no side effects. If there really is such a thing in the world, it will definitely shake the entire ocean. And turbulence means chaos, and chaos means more civilians will suffer. Jun continued to translate. The main material of the sun disk is sea stone, which is too precious, but fortunately I know Wano Kuni has a lot of sea stone. Jun quickly turned several pages again. Wano Kuni does not agree to cooperate. I will remember this grudge. The Kojiki family deserves that you will have that trouble in the future. But fortunately, I am the earth fruit ability user. With the ability to control the earth, I moved a sea stone mine, which will be the foundation of the sun disk. It worked. Jun sighed in his heart. But think about it, it's right. With the ability of that traverser, as long as he wants to do it, he can do it. And Kyuzan is concerned about Wano Kuni. It is said that Wano Kuni is now under the brutal rule of Kurozumi Orakai, and it is also the territory of Kaido. The owner of the diary said that Wano Kuni will have a disaster in the future. It is probably this disaster, right? The day when the sun disk was completed, the whole of Shurima cheered. This will also be the starting point of all miracles. From this moment on, the Ascendants officially stepped onto the stage of this world, and the first one to become an Ascendant was Atrox. Atrox is the best warrior in Shurima, and also the warrior I admire most. Even his name was given to him by me. Ka. Kyuzan glanced at Vivi calmly. Kyuzan, who has spies in Marine, also knows some information about the queen in front of him. Originally just a princess with a little bit of martial arts, Alabasta even defeated the Sand Cod with the help of the children of the Straw Hat Pirates. But it was such an incompetent princess who turned around and became an admiral-level strongman in less than 2 months. Kyuzan was suspicious at first, just like everyone else. Vivi must have eaten some special devil fruit, but now, Kyuzan suspects that Vivi has performed an ascension ceremony and became the so-called ascender. So, is this also part of your plan? Saint. Kyuzan looked at Vivi with a twinkling gaze, and in his heart he had already labeled Vivi as one of his own. After all, everyone is a pawn of the saint, and it seems not too much to say that they are his own people. With the rise of the sun disk, ascendants are born every year, and Sataka is increasingly eager to become the strongest ascendant. Until that day, the nightmare finally came, the sun disk collapsed, and even implicated the entire Shurima region, and Sataka fell into a long sleep. The glorious Shurima region ended before it really rose. To others, this may be an accident, but I feel the fate and trend behind it. Kyuzan asked curiously, doesn't this diary say the reason for the collapse of the sun disk? Jun shook his head. Vivi's eyes flickered when she heard this. Of course, she knew the reason for the collapse of the sun disk, but this was also the dark history of her ancestors, and it would be better if fewer people knew about this kind of thing. Under the rolling trend, I decided to give up Alabasta first and take the remaining ascenders to places that were not in Destiny, where the plot appeared. Finally, we came to the west of Alabasta, a place I named Ikathia, and then completely gave up supporting the Alabasta royal family. So those ascenders didn't die in that incident. Vivi couldn't help but think. Advertisement. Ascendants have almost eternal life, does this mean that those ascenders may still be alive? After all, Jella and the others have lived from 300 years ago to the present. Thinking of this, Vivi's breathing became a little rapid. In that era, those who could become ascenders were warriors who were loyal to Sataka, which means they would definitely be loyal to Alabasta. What's the content later? What happened after they arrived in Ikathia? Vivi urged excitedly. After hearing this, Jun closed the notebook, shrugged his shoulders and said, no more. No more. Such a thick notebook, only this much content. Vivi stood up from the throne excitedly. She felt that the woman in front of her was fooling her. But I am telling the truth. Jun said. Seeing that Vivi's eyes were still full of doubt, Jun explained helplessly, this notebook looks very thick, the main reason is that this hardcover is very thick, the content of the notebook is actually not a few pages, and these pages are particularly thick. Hearing this, Vivi took the notebook, looked at it carefully, and sighed a little decadently. So, do you really want to go there? The place where Queen Sataka sleeps. Vivi was a little entangled in her heart. There must be clues about Acacia there, and there will also be the whereabouts of those ascenders, but the problem is that she herself does not know Hyuxia characters. So if you want to explore the secrets of Acacia, you have to bring these two people, but that is Alabasta's biggest secret. After thinking for a while, Vivi said, I will take you to Ixtal tomorrow. The officer will take these two to rest. After Kuzan and Jun were taken to rest, Vivi said to his subordinates not far away, go and find out about the new marine and Kuzan's style of doing things. The more detailed the better. Vivi decided to see who Kuzan is first, and then decide whether to take these two people to the place where Sataka is sleeping. New World Ghost Island. After returning to his own territory, Kaido drank alcohol in depression, as if he wanted to save himself and drink himself to death. Jin looked at Kaido who was drinking to relieve his sorrow, and his eyes were full of worry. After Kaido came back, he kept drinking there and didn't talk to others, which made him very worried about his boss's condition. Jin cautiously tried, Boss, didn't you go to find Skull Island 330? Why did you come back? Hearing this, Kaido finally couldn't help crying. Oh so. Kaido cried and said, Jin. My dream has been shattered. I found Skull Island, but I can't beat the guardian of that island. This blow was even more painful for Kaido than not finding Skull Island. The treasure was right in front of him, but he missed it because of his own strength. This would be painful for anyone, not to mention that Kaido was a power supremacist. Jin was surprised and said, the opponent's strength is stronger than the boss. What kind of existence is Kaido? The strongest creature in the world. There is no one in the world who can defeat Kaido. Even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, can only tie with Kaido. But a guardian of Skull Island who is not well known can actually defeat Kaido? How can he not forgive him? Kaido drank a sip of wine, then nodded and admitted, yes. That guy is stronger than me, especially in terms of strength. Jin's eyes flickered, and then asked, how much stronger? Kaido said confidently, a little stronger than me, but definitely not much stronger. The most terrifying thing about King Kong is his titan strength. Apart from that, King Kong is not as good as him in other aspects. Whether it is recovery or physical fitness, Kaido is confident that he is stronger than the other party. Jin's eyes flashed with a gleam of light and then encouraged, then Kaido, why don't you ask Mom to join forces? Getting 10 things is better than getting nothing, right? After all, Mom doesn't know the Titan Devil Fruit. Hearing this, Kaido's eyes lit up. Yes. Charlotte. Linlin doesn't know the specialness of the Titan Devil Fruit, and the two of them can definitely defeat that King Kong together. Thinking of this, Kaido was excited. Ha 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 ha. Jin is worthy of you. Kaido patted Jin's shoulder excitedly, and then announced, I will go find Linlin after my injuries are healed. I think we can deal with King Kong together. Jin saw that his boss finally cheered up again, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 88, The Girl Known as the World's Most Powerful Spy. Alabasta. Vivi found that Kuzan's reputation was unexpectedly good, and the new marine had no black history. But think about it, it makes sense, after all, the new marine has not been established for more than a month. It seems that we can give a certain amount of trust, after all, only that woman can translate Hyuxia characters now. Vivi muttered to herself. With the two people who have been impatient for a long time, Vivi once again set out on the road to Ixtal. With the blessing of the Sataka fruit ability, the Japanese arrived in Ixtal in almost 10 hours. Advertisement. Looking at the dense rainforest in front of him, Kuzan smiled and exclaimed, this ability to speed up others is really magical. Kuzan roughly estimated the speed blessing Vivi provided them. If their original speed was 10 nautical miles per hour, then with a slight blessing, their speed would be at least 100 times, or even 120 times. What is this concept? If this ability can be used on ships, then Vivi will be able to lead his fleet to carry out long-distance lightning strikes. Considering that this might also be one of the arrangements of the Saint, Zan thought about how to trick Wei into joining the new marine. This group acceleration ability is so strategic. Jun looked at the rainforest in front of him and exclaimed sincerely, it's hard to imagine that such a large area of rainforest exists in such a dry desert. This place is called the Lungs of Alabasta. I was also surprised when I first came here. Vivi said with a smile. Let's wait here for a while. Friends in the rainforest should have sensed us. As soon as Vivi finished speaking, a huge vine suddenly broke through the ground, and the budding flowers slowly bloomed, and jumped out of the flowers with a smile. Jella asked curiously, Vivi, why are you here again? Didn't you just leave the day before yesterday? I brought them here this time. They should have been guided by the Saint to come to Ixtal for help. Vivi explained. Jella frowned after hearing this, and then looked at Jun and Kuzan behind Vivi with a suspicious look. It has been almost 200 years since the Saint left Ixtal. These two people claim to have been guided by the Saint. This doesn't sound normal. Kuzan quickly took out the letter from his arms. Kuzan followed the local customs and said, this is the letter left by the Saint for me. Originally, he wanted to say time traveler, but Kuzan finally chose the title of Saint. Jella took the letter from Kuzan's hand. After receiving the letter, Jella no longer doubted Kuzan. Because this letter does have the breath of that person, and it is particularly strong. This letter was obviously written not long ago. Jella asked, "What help do you want to ask for here?" Kuzan said, "Food. We need a lot of food." Jella heard this, and a thrilling and beautiful smile instantly appeared on her face. "Then you have come to the right place." After Jella finished speaking, she led the way in front. As an Ixtarian, Jella loves this rainforest, so she doesn't want it to fall into the vortex of war. But compared to loving this rainforest, Jella is more loyal to Wu Ming. After seeing the letter in Kuzan's hand, Jella finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the layout of the Saints, Ixtar is not a strategic fortress, but a food production base. This also means that Ixtar will not be involved in the war. After all, Ixtar as a food base must not be hit. But the little girl Kiana is ambitious, and we have to find an opportunity to give her a good beating. Jella thought to herself. It's good as a food production base, but Kiana, a war maniac, is obviously not suitable to be the manager of the food base. But the problem is that Kiana's position as queen has been firmly established, and she must not be driven down, so the only way is to let Kiana, the unfortunate child, be beaten up and severely hit the child's arrogance. Thinking of this, Jella glanced at Vivi next to her. A plan slowly formed in her mind. Under the leadership of Jella, some people came to Ixakan again. After finding out Kuzan's origins, Joya took the opportunity to threaten, "Where are you getting the benefits? What do you use to buy food?" Advertisement. Kuzan was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly asked, "Ah. We still need to buy food? We are not ready, can we buy on credit?" "You know, West Blue is still waiting for this batch of food. If he waits for him to get the money before trading, how many people will starve to death during the delay?" "Sorry, I don't buy on credit here." Kiana refused coldly. As the queen of Ixakan, Kiana said that she was not doing charity. Although Ixakan did have a lot of food, it couldn't be given away for free, right? Jera next to her said, "You really have to help with this matter. Even if it's on credit, you have to admit it." After Jera finished speaking, she handed the letter in her hand to Kiana. "This is the order of the saint." Hearing this, Kiana's face changed. Although she had never seen the saint, her respect for the saint was no less than Jera's. Kiana asked with some doubt, "Are you sure this is the saint's intention? You won't be deceived, right?" Jera shook her head firmly, "Impossible, no one in this world can simulate the breath of a saint." Hearing this, Kiana looked at Kuzan cautiously. Kiana also knew that although she was the queen of Ixtal in name, the real owner of Ixtal was actually the saint. The king's power is granted by God. She is the monarch, and the saint is the god who granted him the power. No matter how arrogant Kiana is, he has never thought of disobeying the saint's order. Kiana asked, "Since it is the saint's order, how much food do you need?" Kuzan. "Good fellow. Is this how you play it? You didn't give me credit before, but now you give me for free?" Kuzan's evaluation of the saint's influence has risen a few points. Jun was also thoughtful. She didn't expect that the person who taught her Hyuxia characters and took away her first time many years ago would have such an influence. Jun suddenly felt that she was lucky, but also unfortunate. Luckily, she had it before, but unfortunately, she didn't have it now. Kuzan said solemnly, "I need food to feed West Blue." "How many people are there in West Blue?" Kiana rolled her eyes at Kuzan speechlessly. "Don't you know that this queen doesn't know the situation outside? You keep talking about West Blue, how do I know how many people there are in West Blue?" Jun added, "About 3 billion people." Kuzan's strength has indeed become stronger, but his ability to handle government affairs is still so bad that even Adu has to shake his head. 3 billion people, that's really a lot. Kiana nodded with satisfaction, and then directly calculated the amount of food West Blue needed in front of her. Kiana asked casually, "You West Blue should still be able to produce food, right?" Kuzan said, "Yes, but the food produced by West Blue is not enough to feed the entire West Blue, and now the world government has been sending people to destroy West Blue's food production areas. The agents of the world government are really disgusting. They are obviously not very powerful, but they are doing small tricks behind the scenes. They are really disgusting." After a while, Kiana finally calculated the food demand of West Blue. "In other words, you West Blue needs nearly 2 billion tons of food every year." Kiana asked back. Kuzan immediately cast a look of help to Jun next to him. She didn't know whether this number was accurate or not. Jun nodded solemnly, "Enough, 2 billion tons per year is definitely enough." Advertisement. But a new problem came again. Can a small place like Ixtal really provide so much food to West Blue every year? Kuzan looked at Kiana nervously. He was afraid that Kiana would say that Ixtal could not provide so much food. 2 billion tons of food, such a huge amount, Kuzan dared not even think about it. Our grain reserves in Ixacan are about 10 billion tons, and the annual grain output can even be maintained at 80 billion tons. It is definitely not a problem to feed West Blue, but the problem is how to transport these grains to West Blue. Qiyana frowned and said. Since it is the order of the saint, Qiyana wants to complete this matter beautifully, but the problem is that Ixacan does have enough food, but there are not enough ships to transport it. Vivi next to him also said worriedly, Alabasta has a lot of cargo ships, but I don't think this is safe. If the world government knows about it, it will definitely secretly sabotage our transportation routes. Kuzan also frowned after hearing this. Good news. Ixuokan has enough food to feed the entire West Blue. Bad news. There is food, but I don't know how to transport it to West Blue. I know a way to help you transport food. Just then, a strange voice suddenly sounded in the room. A woman with long golden hair and glasses suddenly appeared in the room. Seeing the appearance of the person, Jun exclaimed, Khalifa. Jun knew Khalifa because she met the secretary of this iceberg when she went to Water City to receive the warship a year ago. Khalifa showed a smile after a prank, and then laughed happily, No. I'm Nicole. This Khalifa spoke with a lisp and his pronunciation was not clear at all. Nico? You're back. Jera saw through the identity of the Khalifa in front of her at a glance. Nico. The girl Wu Ming called the world's strongest spy, A girl who has lived for more than 200 years. Nico is also the only special existence who can ignore all kinds of seals and barriers. Nico left Ixtal 100 years ago, and Jira didn't expect that she would come back at this critical moment. Nico. Hearing this name, Qiyana suddenly realized. 10,000 flowers summoning Nico. This name is also a legend in Ixtal. She is called the Witch of Change. It is said that she is the only one who combines the bloodline factors of Paramecia and the ability of the fantasy beast system. Khalifa's figure twisted, and a short half-orc girl with a long lizard tail appeared in front of everyone. Jira. Long time no see. Nico greeted with a smile. Jira also excitedly pounced on Nico, then hugged her in her arms and ravaged her, and shouted excitedly, Nico. You are finally willing to come back. Others looked at this scene with a confused look on their faces. After the two finished playing, Nico remembered the business at this time. Nico explained, 170 years ago, the Master left a special technology in Water City that can change the world's transportation system. It is called Hex Teleportation Flying Gate. It can instantly transport any items on a large scale over an unlimited distance. Jera narrowed her eyes and asked. Did the saint tell you this news? Nico shook her head, No. It was a soul friend who told me this news. Hearing this, Jera nodded in understanding, and she did not doubt Nico's words. Nico has a special ability, which is to be able to communicate with the souls around her. In other words, anyone who appears around Nico, King Neo, has no secrets in front of her. I was playing in Water City before, and a soul friend told me the secret, and then another soul friend told me that the seal of Ixtal was lifted. So I came back to take a look, and then I saw such an interesting scene. After Nico finished explaining the whole story, she looked at Kuzan curiously. Ice heart? This heart doesn't belong to you. Oh. It was given to you by a man called Han Feng. He is so kind to you. This is a rare treasure. It seems that you are also a very important chess piece of the Master. You are even the Marshal of the new Marine. It turns out that you are the Marine trader. I seem to have seen you at the naval headquarters before, but you were so cold that I didn't dare to approach you. My name is Nico, nice to meet you. Wow. Jun. You actually met the Master 20 years ago. This is amazing, I have been looking for him for more than 100 years and couldn't find him, and you actually warmed the Master's bed? Unbelievable. Can you share your feelings at that time? Nico was talking to herself like a lunatic. But what he said made Kuzan and Jun shudder. The secrets deep in their hearts were dug out by the other party in this short time. Kuzan, whose face was as dark as ink, almost exploded and attacked, and even Jun next to him put his hand on the handle of his knife without a word. Jera hurriedly said, Nico. Don't chat with other people's souls without permission, it's very rude. Nico listened, nodded depressedly, and then muttered, but I like to make friends with their souls. Nico likes to trade with souls, because in such exchanges, both parties will not hide anything from each other, so Nico thinks this is the normal way of communication between people. Chapter 89, Porchi, such an evil woman is the Marine Admiral? In the eyes of Kuzan and Jun, Nico is very strange, not like a normal person at all. The normal person here does not refer to ordinary people, but to the spiritual aspect. Jun asked speechlessly, so, we have to go to the Water City? And then go find the so-called Hextech Flying Gate. God knows how long it will take to find that thing? By the time we find it, maybe more than half of the people in West Blue have starved to death. Vivi said beside, I can send our country's transport ships to smuggle food to West Blue first, but the Hextech flying gate must be found. When the world government finds something wrong, it will definitely investigate where the food in West Blue comes from, and then our route will definitely be hit. Advertisement. Perhaps because of the influence of the Sataka fruit, or perhaps because Vivi has long been dissatisfied with the world government, Vivi is very active this time. Even willing to help Kuzan and others for free. Hearing this, Kuzan thanked with gratitude, then I'll trouble you, Queen Vivi. Vivi waved her hand casually and said, you're welcome, after all, we are on the same boat. Alabasta couldn't stay out of it, especially when she wanted to get the legacy left by the saint. That's why Vivi was so active in helping Kuzan. After all, with the new marine in front, Alabasta would be much safer. Jun decided, then it's decided. After we go back, we will go to the water city to find the Hextech flying door technology. Can you take me with you? Ixtal seal is finally gone, and I also want to go out and experience it. Kiyuna looked at Kuzan with eagerness. Before Kuzan spoke, Jun hurriedly said, of course no problem. After all, this dwarf is the sponsor of the new marine, and Jun is afraid that Kuzan, this unkind guy, will offend 367 people. Kiyuna happily announced, okay. It's a happy decision. If you want to go to the water city, I have something to trouble you with. Vivi looked at Jun seriously. Vivi said, I'm going to a place, and I need someone who knows Hyuxia characters. Jun frowned. She wanted to solve the food problem of West Blue first, but considering that Alabasta's transport ship was very important, Jun asked, where to? Vivi, Ikathia. Hearing this name, Kiyuna and Nico's faces changed, and Jella exclaimed in horror, what? Where are you going? Vivi, who didn't know what was going on, said again, Ikathia. A certain area in the west of Alabasta. Kiana looked at Vivi with a look of you're crazy. You're going to Ikathia? Are you crazy? At this time, even if Vivi was so slow, she realized that something was wrong. The west of Alabasta is indeed a desert with no people. The population of Alabasta is mainly distributed in the north and south. The more you go to the east and west, the fewer people there are. The east is a little better, but the west is definitely a real no man's land. But the no man's land of ordinary people is not good for them, demon fruit for power, it is not necessarily an uninhabited area. Is there any danger in Ikathia? Vivi asked doubtfully. Jella looked at Vivi with deep eyes and sighed, it seems that you really don't know Ikathia at all. Advertisement. If he knew Ikathia, he wouldn't say such a thing. Kiyuna said sarcastically beside him. Jun asked curiously, so, Ikathia is dangerous in your mouth? Jella nodded, then looked at Vivi with a complicated expression, with some reminiscence in her eyes. Ikathia was originally not dangerous, but the saint once did a taboo experiment there, causing Ikathia to become a Jedi now. It is said that due to the loss of control of the taboo experiment, the group of ascenders who followed the saint died in that incident, and even turned into terrible monsters. Jun asked curiously, what taboo experiment? Jella, it's about the void. The void. The people who didn't know how powerful looked at Jella in confusion. Jella said, yes, it is the void. When I followed the master casually mentioned that there is a void outside the world, and they can accommodate everything and assimilate everything. In that experiment, the master accidentally opened the door of the void. Although the door of the void was closed in the end, the influx of the void power still infected the group of ascenders. Why is Ikathia dangerous? Since the problem of the void has been solved by the saints. Vivi asked puzzledly. Jella sighed, because there is still residual void power there. Hearing this, Vivi's pupil shrank, and she instantly lost the idea of going to Ikathia. Although the ascenders are tempting, the risk is too great. As the leader of a country, Vivi dare not gamble. Vivi sighed with some regret, forget it, I originally wanted to go there to find the power of the ascenders to protect Alabasta, but now it seems that I am too idealistic. Jella warned seriously, Ikathia is a forbidden place. No matter what the reason is, it's best not to go there. That's the advice my master gave me, and I'm telling you now. Vivi nodded. Seeing that Vivi had given up the idea of going to Ikathia, Jun was relieved. If Vivi was really determined to go, then she had no choice but to go with her for the sake of the people of West Blue. Jun couldn't wait to ask, so we're going to the water city next. Let's go to the water city. Kuzan nodded, then turned his eyes to Vivi, it takes too much time to go by boat, so Queen Vivi may need to accompany us. Cat, okay. Vivi nodded and agreed to Kuzan's request. After all, Alabasta had nothing to deal with at the moment, and as a benevolent monarch, Vivi didn't want to see the people of West Blue starve to death. Grand Line Long Chain Island. A short middle-aged man was lying on the ground like a pug, with his tongue stretched out long, licking the sole of Ace's high heels flatteringly. This person was Foxy, the leader of the West Blue pirates, who had eaten the Paramecia slow fruit. Ace, holding the dog chain in his hand, looked at Foxy, who had lost his personality and will, with disdain. Another person was domesticated into a dog, and Ace enjoyed the process very much, but it was just a process. The slow fruit, this fruit that can even involve time, has been developed into this by you. It's a waste. It's a waste that you can only live like this. Ace commented disdainfully. Not far from Foxy, Porchi looked at Ace with horror. She witnessed with her own eyes how her captain's will was broken step by step, and then he was domesticated into a dog. The important person turned out to be the Marine Admiral. Plus. Advertisement. At this moment, Porchi felt that her identity as a pirate was not worth it. Who is the bad guy? Okay, the game is over. Ace kicked Foxy, who had no will to resist, to the underworld, but Ace didn't think Foxy would start a new life in the underworld. Because after her training, this guy should have no obsession with the real world. Pop. Porky fell to his knees. Porky shouted in horror, please let me go. I can do anything. Porky had made a decision in her heart. If Ace was interested in her, she would commit suicide without hesitation. Porky, who witnessed the change of her captain, knew too well what a devil this woman was. From now on, you are my subordinate. Be a lieutenant junior grade on my ship first. Ace said. Porky, who survived the disaster, shouted excitedly, yes. For this scene, the marine soldiers around were no longer surprised. They had seen their marine admiral's bad hobbies several times before. Any pirate she encountered, as long as he did evil, basically had the same fate as Foxy. Looking at Foxy's body, Ace said with disgust, it's a pity for this slow fruit. Okay. Ace clapped his hands, and then ordered, Adjutant, let's go. Go find the next toy. The adjutant next to him wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand, and then quickly took out the document and reported, Sir, Marshal Sengoku asked you to return, A&D. The adjutant looked at Ace cautiously, then gritted his teeth and said resignedly, and Marshal Sengoku has a lot of opinions about your practice of not leaving any survivors. What do you mean? Ace asked casually. Ace didn't care whether Sengoku had any opinions about him, after all, even if he had, he could only talk. The adjutant explained, Marshal Sengoku said that the pirates with the power of the fruit should be captured and taken to impel down. Forget it, let's return to the ship if that's the case. Ace waved his hand helplessly with some hesitation, and then added, by the way, let the people below divide the seized treasures. The adjutant reminded carefully, Sir, the treasures seized from the pirates must be handed over. Ace listened and said without hesitation, this is my trophy, why should I hand it over? I said I would divide it, so I divided it. Yes. The adjutant received the order in horror, but his tone was full of joy that could not be concealed. After all, not all Marines come for love, they also desire wealth. Chapter 90, New Admiral Green Bull, Vice Admiral Tashigi. 2 days later. Naval Headquarters. In the meeting room of Naval Headquarters, Sengoku roared angrily, loudly venting his dissatisfaction with a new admiral. Too much. Too much. What does Ace think of Marines? Bullies on the sea? What's the difference between that and pirates? Advertisement. It's okay to kill those who don't have devil fruit abilities, after all, those scums are dead, but those demon fruit powers are different. Their devil fruit is a scourge, and if it drifts to the sea, it will only create more evil thieves. Doesn't he even understand this? Kizaru was still playing with his fingernails there leisurely as before. Akainu didn't care, and even nodded when he heard Sengoku's team Ace's cursing. He was very satisfied with Ace's cruel approach. What are pirates? They are a bunch of scum on the sea. No, those beasts are just a bunch of scum, not even scum. If such scum is caught, if they are not killed, will they be kept for the new year? What did Ace do wrong? He just wanted to clean up the garbage on the sea. If he didn't have to compete for the position of Marine Admiral, Akainu would even want to applaud and praise Ace for doing a good job. He had some opinions about Ace before, but now, Akainu said that Ace is the real Marine Admiral, just like himself. Thinking of this, Akainu glanced at Kizaru who was paddling next to him and Garp who was picking his nose with disdain. When he becomes Marine Admiral, he must suppress the bad habits of these two guys. After venting some words, Sengoku, who was out of breath, announced again, the latest order from the world government has come down, and it has decided to arrest the new Marine. No one in the meeting room expressed any opinions on this matter. It's not surprising that the world government did such a thing, after all, the new Marines are anti-government just by their existence. Then there is the appointment of Marine Admirals. Next, let's welcome the 4th Marine Admiral, Aramaki. Aramaki, who was named by Sengoku, stood up and introduced himself, Hello, colleagues, I am Aramaki, codename Green Bull. Akainu looked at Aramaki with admiration. Although he had only known Aramaki for less than 2 days, he had already figured out Aramaki's personality. This guy is more hawkish than himself. In a sense, he is a pervert like Ace. Of course, this refers to personality and mental state. As for actual experience, originally, there was no strength ranking for Marine Admirals, but there was one after Aramaki joined. Because Aramaki was at the bottom, the first place must be Ace, and the remaining 2 or 3 places don't matter. Sengoku looked at Aramaki worriedly. Aramaki, the Marine Admiral, was personally appointed by the world government. This is not because Aramaki is strong, but because his ideas are too much in line with the taste of the world government. An extreme racist who pursues death justice and strongly supports the world government and celestial dragons. He believes that people of the 10 types of Wano Kuni who are not members of the world government do not deserve equal rights. In Aramaki's view, humans have survived to this day by stepping on species that are lower than themselves, and non-member countries are equivalent to lower. Only by stepping on non-member countries can people live with peace of mind, and discrimination is equivalent to peace of mind. Yes. The world government just took a fancy to Aramaki's support for celestial dragons and the world government. Aramaki himself is also a Logia demon fruit power, and his strength level is enough. Even if Sengoku has any opinions, he has to suppress them in his heart. Akainu took the initiative to ask, Green Bull Admiral, what do you think of the current situation in the world? The time travelers are ambitious to overthrow the rule of the world government. We Marine should crack down on this behavior, A&D. Aramaki glanced at everyone in the meeting very seriously, and then said solemnly, I think that in addition to arresting pirates, the Marine should also provide certain protection to the member states of the world government. As for those non-member states of the world government, those people have no human rights at all and do not deserve the protection of the Marine. As soon as Aramaki said this, the atmosphere in the entire conference room instantly became cold. Advertisement. There are indeed many scums in the Marine, but among the senior executives of the naval headquarters, some of them are kind and lawful. Aramaki's proposal can be said to be right-wing to the ultimate. Is this guy a CP0? Dor Vice Admiral curled his lips with a bit of contempt in his tone. Celestial dragons are supreme? Aren't these the brainwashed people trained by the CP organization? With the strength of everyone in the conference room, Dor's whisper is almost the same as shouting. Hearing this, Huang Mu's face turned cold, and then he said disdainfully, human rights are for the people of the world government. Non-world government member countries and other sub-races are not worthy of human rights. Huang Mu's words were obviously deliberately aimed at Dor, because Dor is a long-legged tribe. Besides, who allowed you to talk to your superiors like this? Huang Mu's voice fell before he started to act brazenly. The middle finger of his right hand quickly became wooden and long, stabbing at Dor like a long sword. Dor's face changed in the face of this sudden attack. Dor didn't expect Huang Mu, the new admiral, to be so fierce that he dared to act directly in the conference room, and so suddenly and so quickly. Although the other party had no intention of killing, but just wanted to scratch her face, it was enough to be called a great rebellion. Crack! Ace suddenly appeared in the conference room at an extremely cold temperature, holding the ice rose sword and cut off Aramaki's wooden thorns with one knife. Ace, who had just returned, chose to take action. Ace asked casually, when can the Marine Admiral directly attack the Marine Vice Admiral? Then can I compete with Garp in the conference room? Looking at Ace who suddenly appeared in the conference room, the Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral in the conference room were nervous again. This is also a restless master, and more restless than Aramaki. He wants to confront the Marine hero Garp right away? It's even more outrageous than Aramaki, who has the world government as his backer. Ice Storm Admiral Ace. Aramaki looked at Ace expressionlessly. Ace asked jokingly, are you the new admiral? Yes. Aramaki nodded coldly. She always felt that there was something wrong with this woman. It was fine if she suddenly stopped herself, but why did this woman look at her with such a burning gaze? Ace looked at Aramaki with burning eyes and said, too interesting. Human rights? I really want to see you trained like a good dog. The adjutant who followed him twitched his mouth slightly. He knew that his chief was not joking, but he didn't dare to say it, or even express his opinion. Ace directly pulled out the chair next to Marshal Sengoku and sat down. Seeing Ace's actions, Sengoku's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to say something but stopped, but finally chose to remain silent. Seeing this scene, Tsuru also sighed. The chair used to be taken by the 3 admirals of the Marine in turn, because the chair represented the position of the candidate for the Marine Marshal. After sitting down, Ace warned slowly, Dor is my man. If you dare to touch my man next time, be careful that your legs will be broken. Everyone who heard this looked at Dor again with subtle eyes. That look seemed to ask Dor, when did you become the man of the new admiral? In fact, Dor herself was a little confused, but considering that only Ace helped her just now, Dor did not refute. Aramaki obviously wanted to establish his authority today, and she just ran into the muzzle of the gun. If Ace had not helped, she would have been the one who was killed today to scare the monkeys. After warning Aramaki, Ace asked again, Marshal Sengoku, why don't you ask me what I think of Marine? 0 Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Sengoku. Sengoku, who was furious, suppressed his anger. First, Aramaki didn't give him face and attacked a vice admiral in the office, and then Ace Day openly formed a clique in the meeting room. Sengoku wanted to curse. I'm not dead yet. Are you guys so impatient to form cliques? Aramaki. If you attack your colleagues without reason, I'll deduct 10 months' salary from you. Ace. Sengoku originally wanted to use Ace as a scapegoat, but Sengoku finally chose to let Ace go. The reason is very simple. First, Ace's strength is too strong. Sengoku even suspects that Ace's strength is about the same as the enhanced Kyuzen. He can replace 2 of the 4 with 1, which means that Ace can almost fight naval headquarters alone now. This is the real Buddha. Even if he ate the Buddha fruit, Sengoku said that he dared not touch this Buddha. Second, Ace only stopped Aramaki from breaking the rules, which did not constitute a fault at all. As a vegetative person, Aramaki, who has low material needs, did not take the matter of salary deduction to heart. Sengoku did not ask Ace's view of the current situation, because he couldn't figure out the rhythm of the psychopath in front of him. 0. By the way, there is one more thing to announce. Sengoku continued, this time with a bit of relief and excitement in his tone. In addition to appointing an admiral today, I will also appoint a vice admiral. Although her strength does not meet the requirements of a vice admiral, she is a rare translator on the sea. So I decided to appoint him as vice admiral and then join the general staff. Next, let Marine Chief of Staff Crane introduce this colleague to us. Crane smiled and took the hand of the girl next to him and said, Tashiji was originally a Marine captain. He is now promoted to Marine Vice Admiral and serves in my general staff. Tashiji stood up a little nervously, and then introduced himself, Hello, officers. I am Tashiji, please give me more advice in the future. Seeing such a young Tashiji, the people in the conference room did not have any aversion. After all, Marshal Sengoku said that Tashiji is a special talent, and a special translation talent. This is almost clear. The girl in front of him, like Jun, is someone who can read Hyuxia characters. Is it too much to give such a person a nominal position of Marine Vice Admiral? Not at all. Now in this sea, people who can read Hyuxia characters are very popular. If they are willing to join the world government, their current official position may be higher than those present. Can you translate Hyuxia characters? Aramaki asked casually in an affirmative tone. Tashiji nodded nervously, yes, Green Bull Admiral. Tashiji is indeed afraid of this new admiral, because compared to other marine admirals, this Green Bull Admiral is obviously much more brutal. He dared to attack a Marine Vice Admiral in the meeting room of the Marine headquarters. Even for a Marine Admiral, this approach is too much. I have a notebook with Hyuxia characters here. Can you help me translate it? Aramaki threw a notebook in front of Tashiji. Aramaki's behavior can be said to be arrogant. If it were Jun, the two would probably have started fighting now. But now the person in front of him is the Marine rookie Tashiji. Tashiji carefully picked up the notebook on the table. Tashiji also knew the reason why she could become a Vice Admiral. In fact, she didn't want to work in the naval headquarters, but Marshal Sengoku personally ordered it, so she had to come to the naval headquarters. This notebook is in the box of the Mori Mori fruit that I found. At that time, this notebook and the Mori Mori fruit were placed together. Aramaki explained. Shall I start translating now? Tashiji asked. Yes. Aramaki nodded. Chapter 91, the story that the user of Sage Body and the Mori Mori fruit must tell. Natural energy experiment begins. Basic materials are Logia Mori Mori fruit users. Mori Mori fruit users. Although it was an accidental discovery of the Mori Mori fruit users of this era, it was also an unexpected gain. Hearing this familiar tone and this familiar content, Kizaru looked a little more uncomfortable. He remembered that the previous host of sparkling fruit seemed to be destroyed in this way. Aramaki said thoughtfully, this notebook was indeed left by that evil time traveler, but why did he leave the devil fruit there? Ha ha ha. That's good. This may be the destiny of the world government. Let me get the devil fruit left by the time traveler, and then help the world government defeat the evil time traveler. This is destiny. Aramaki laughed excitedly. Advertisement. A stay next to him had a blank expression on his face, and even wanted to laugh in his heart. If the guess is right, this unlucky child should also be a chess piece, and a chess piece that must be discarded after use. What is it for? A stay thought thoughtfully. Tashiji didn't dare to reply, and could only continue to serve as a translator. First of all, it is the photosynthesis of plants. I didn't expect that the user of the Mori-sen fruit could use this feature perfectly. The natural element used by the user of the Mori-sen fruit should correspond to the wood element, and the plants created by the user of the Mori-sen fruit are alive. Hiss. Why do I suddenly feel that this Mori-sen fruit is a bit heaven-defying? Aramaki cursed with a gloomy face, this damn time traveler, why don't you make it clearer? Ace listened and smiled disdainfully. You can get the diary because of that person's calculation, and it's a discarded pawn. How could he let you get actual benefits through the notebook? Looking at the user of the Morisen fruit in front of me, I suddenly had a bold idea. Def. Everyone present held their breath instantly, and everyone looked at Tashigi and the notebook in his hand nervously. When this sentence appeared, it meant that the time traveler would do something extremely heaven-defying. Sengoku urged with a fiery look, Tashigi. Quick! Translate the following content. Tashigi nodded. As the user of the Logia Devil Fruit, I should correspond to the earth in the 5 elements. Then can I study the bloodline factor of this user? Then make the earth reproduce wood, so as to obtain the ability of the Mori Mori fruit? As long as I succeed this time, I can continue to complete the next reference elements and then evolve the Logia Devil Fruit into the Heaven and Earth Fruit. Kizaru said with a confused look, the Logia Devil Fruit can be developed like this. Even Akainu was a little confused. He knew every word that Tashigi translated, but why did he not recognize it after combining them together? People clearly put this secret in front of them, but they still knew nothing. Ikst. Akainu frowned and said in a deep voice, so what are the 5 elements? What does my lava fruit represent? The Sen fruit seems to represent wood? That time traveler said it. The so-called 5 elements advancement is very important, especially under the premise that the 3 admirals of Marine are all Logia fruit users. Kizaru's unserious face showed some expectation for the first time. Advertisement. Tashigi, is there any description of the 5 elements later? Tashigi nodded. The so-called 5 elements correspond to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, so I have to find Logia's iron fruit, Mara fruit, and the water fruit that may not exist. Mara fruit does have a substitute, such as lava fruit. But whether the water fruit exists is another matter. After all, the devil fruit in this world is hated by the sea. Theoretically, the water fruit should not be born. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Kizaru lowered his head and thought. Good news, my sparkling fruit is not in the entrepreneur's goal. Bad news. His sparkling fruit is not in the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. At this time, the wisest Crane was the calmest. Crane sighed, this is an incredible secret, but unfortunately, it doesn't mean much to us. After all, not everyone has the divine talent of a time traveler. A time traveler can obtain the abilities of other fruit ability users through this method, but others can't. For example, Aramaki now has the Sen fruit, but so what? He can't eat another Yan fruit. As for the bloodline factor of the fusion fruit ability user? Don't be funny. If this method is feasible, the world government would have been able to lead the army long ago. Tashigi, continue translating. Crane urged. This kind of unrealistic thing, Crane does not want anyone in Marine to pursue, because this way of advancement cannot be replicated at all. Akainu lowered his head in thought, with a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Aramaki had a blank expression on his face, and it was hard to guess what he was thinking. The Mori fruit should be the most suitable for farming, no exaggeration. If the Mori fruit ability user goes to farm, I'm afraid he can feed an ocean by himself. Aramaki. Facing the gazes of everyone, Aramaki said blankly, fake. I can't do it. Can he feed an island? Feed an ocean? Don't be funny. Even if he is exhausted to death, he can't do it. Ace asked heartbreakingly, is it the person who can't do it? Or the fruit? Aramaki, number. FK. What does this woman mean? Aramaki looked at Ace with a cold look. What do you mean by people are not good enough? Do you really think that you can become an admiral directly after eating Logia devil fruit? That depends on development. I, Aramaki, can become an admiral with Logia devil fruit, which has proved that the people who come to me are fine. Aramaki wanted to curse, but he didn't dare. Because he had already understood the characteristics of the current admiral a day ago. Ace is undoubtedly the strongest admiral. Facing a person stronger than himself, even an extreme person like Akainu knows how to stay calm, let alone Aramaki. Aramaki said stubbornly, anyway, I can't do it. Any fruit ability needs physical strength to activate. If someone can do it, I dare not imagine how strong his physical strength is. Everyone nodded, thinking about it, it makes sense. Advertisement. Devil fruit is not omnipotent. After all, it takes physical strength and energy to activate devil fruit ability. Very good. Although I accidentally killed the user of the Sen fruit, it was not without gain. I finally discovered natural energy. What does this mean? This means that the city and county governments are one step closer to his grave. Everyone did not care about the life and death of the previous generation of the Sen fruit user. They were just curious about something important now. That is, what exactly is natural energy? What is natural energy? The energy that is ubiquitous in nature is called natural energy. Normally, natural energy should exist in every world, but it is just a matter of more or less zero. After discovering natural energy, the next thing will be much easier. The manufacturing plan of Jella, Kui Shen, and Maokai has started. Based on the bloodline factor of the Sen fruit user, 3 people will be born under my command who have the opportunity to impact the strong above the admiral level. Above the admiral level. Hearing this, the people who recalled the times broke into silence. Some people had a bit of expectation on their faces, and some people had a bit of loneliness on their faces. The expectation was for those who were young and energetic, and the loneliness was for those who were old and weak. Marshal Sengoku, is there really a strong person above the admiral level in the world? Tashiji couldn't help but ask curiously. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression was complicated, and then he slowly shook his head and said, as far as I know, there is no one. Anyway, I haven't seen one. Even as powerful as rocks is only at the peak of the admiral level, which is also within the range of humans. With a flickering look, Garp silently lowered his head. Now he is probably the only one in the entire marine who has seen a strong person above the admiral level. Thinking of that terrifying blow, Garp's body couldn't help but tremble. No matter how many times he recalled it, that terrifying blow was like a nightmare that made people hard to let go. Only at that time did Garp realize how insignificant he was. In front of the existence above the admiral level, even an existence like him at the top of the admiral level was just a slightly stronger ant. At this time, he suddenly said, if there is really someone who can go and see the scenery above admiral, then this person should be Ace. His tone was full of expectation. Ace was the most talented person he had ever seen. At a young age, he had the strength of the peak of admiral level. If Ace could break through further in the next 20 years, maybe he could really see the scenery above. If Ace failed to break through in the next 20 years, then she would never be able to do so in this life, unless he could find a way to live forever. This is the sadness of this world. Everyone has their own peak period. Once it passes, it is impossible to climb to the top again. Eremo looked at Ace with some fear. Ace 3.6 is the youngest of the 4 admirals. His youth makes people despair, and it is also difficult for people to feel jealous. Garp said leisurely, if the 3 people mentioned by the Traverser are really created, then the problem will be big. Hearing this, everyone in the conference room fell silent again. Tashiji saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he could only bite the bullet and continue to translate. After in-depth research on natural abilities, relying on the talent of God, I created a new practice method, which I named Natural Breathing Method. Those who practice the natural breathing method can transform their bodies into sage body. The so-called sage body is a body with almost infinite physical strength and immortality. The most important thing is that sage body can enhance the ability of the Mori Mori fruit. After combining the two, it may be a bit exaggerated to say that the Mori Mori fruit ability user can feed the entire world, but it is no problem to feed a sea. Aramaki's breathing became a little rapid. Natural breathing method. Sage body. If he can obtain the natural breathing method, does it mean that he is qualified to see the scenery above admiral? Get it. Must get it. Get it at all costs. Aramaki, with red eyes, stared at the notebook in Tashiji's hand. Chapter 92, Robin, with my background, you're threatening me with Buster Call? The natural breathing method is simply a gift from God. With red eyes, Aramaki asked impatiently, what's next? What's the practice method? Seeing this scene, Ace's mouth corners slightly raised, and a disdainful sneer flashed across his face. If the notebook contains the natural breathing method, she Ace is willing to eat the notebook. In fact, it is true. Advertisement. Tashiji shook her head nervously, report Admiral. There is no record of the practice method of the natural breathing method. What? Aramaki's voice instantly increased by several decibels. Unwilling to accept this fact, Aramaki gritted his teeth, you are lying to me, right? I'm telling the truth. Tashiji hurriedly shook his head to deny. Sengoku interrupted, Aramaki. Calm down for me, the owner of the diary does not have the habit of leaving practice methods in the notebook. The last time they heard the ice breathing method, they were also so excited, but the result was that everyone was disappointed. Aramaki gradually calmed down after hearing this. Aramaki said dejectedly, then please continue translating. Tashiji nodded and continued translating. After further improvements, I weakened the effectiveness of the intelligent breathing method, but also succeeded in making it more popular. How invincible is the sensen fruit? I used the power of the sensen fruit to create a permanent rainforest in the desert and named it Ixtal. Tashiji closed the book after translating to this point. Sengoku, who was a little unsatisfied, asked, is that all? Tashiji nodded and reported, no more. Tsuru frowned and said thoughtfully, Ixtal, I seem to have heard of the name somewhere. Tashiji explained, if I remember correctly, it seems to be a small country in the Grand Line, a nominal vassal of the kingdom of Ala-20 Bistan. The reason why Tashiji knew about this country was because the Straw Hat crew she had been chasing before ran to Alabasta, so she made a special effort to learn about the Alabasta area at that time. Tsuru asked thoughtfully, Alabasta? The country that was harmed by the sand crocodile. Tashiji nodded. Sengoku asked, is Alabasta a member country? Hearing this, Aramaki immediately gritted his teeth and said, damn sand crocodile, he actually dared to seize the member country of the world government. If I meet him in the future, I will definitely turn this BD into a dead crocodile. Tsuru added, but Alabasta seems to be making a fuss about independence recently. They seem to want to withdraw from the world government. Hearing this, Aramaki's attitude changed again. What? Withdraw from the world government? Is Alabasta crazy? The sand crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea after all. Doesn't he just want to usurp the country? Anyway, Alabasta has ulterior motives, so it's better to let the sand crocodile succeed in usurping the country. At least that guy won't resist the world government. Everyone in the conference room looked at Aramaki in silence. They always felt that this admiral seemed a little schizophrenic. Even Ace, who was so aloof, was amused. Is this guy a clown? How come he changes his face faster than turning a page? Ace chuckled. Aramaki ignored Ace's malice and asked curiously, Ixtal. Do you think Ixtal has natural breathing? It's possible. Sengoku said, touching his chin. Aramaki volunteered, Marshal, let me go to Alabasta. The reason why Aramaki wanted to go to Alabasta was definitely to learn the natural breathing method, and the second was to warn Alabasta not to have any other intentions. Alabasta, wouldn't it be better for the world government to step on you to reach the top? Why do you have to think so much? Aramaki whispered in his heart. Sengoku didn't express his opinion immediately after hearing this, but frowned and thought about it. Sengoku said, okay, and then you can warn Alabasta by the way that it is not that simple for the member countries of the world government to join or withdraw. Aramaki nodded. Water City. Advertisement. The Straw Hat crew finally came to the Water City, which is called the World Dockyard. Everyone. You are all excellent shipbuilders, but to become more outstanding. Just relying on technology is not enough, we also need stronger bodies. Come on. Join the glorious evolution. Become a glorious transformer. Long live Victor. Long live the glorious evolution. A group of shipbuilders held up signs and shouted madly at the light blue shipbuilder on the podium. Nami looked at Frankie who was surrounded by the crowd speechlessly, what are these people doing? Chasing stars. Sanji's mouth twitched slightly, especially after seeing many beauties in the crowd, he complained sadly, are all the stars in Water City so abstract? The blue-haired middle-aged man on the stage can't even be described as ordinary, he is clearly ugly. As a result, this guy still has so many fans? Where is justice? The hot girl next to him nodded in agreement, indeed, this guy is not as good looking as Usopp. Usopp? Usopp, who was innocently shot, did not refute, but urged nervously, don't watch the fun here. Have you forgotten our purpose? Mary is still waiting to be punished. At this time, a middle-aged man next to Nami suddenly said, you are outsiders, right? How do you know? Nami looked at the middle-aged man in front of her who was hostile to her. The middle-aged man said, I heard it from your conversation just now. After saying this, the middle-aged man looked at Frankie on the stage with a burning gaze, and said with admiration, that's Mr. Frankie. The legendary shipwright of the Water City, and most importantly, he is the disciple of the great mechanical pioneer. Okay, I won't talk to you about this, I have to go and queue up, the number of places for the field level transformation is limited. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he couldn't wait to squeeze through the crowd. It's inexplicable. Looking at the middle-aged man disappearing in the crowd, Nami curled her lips. Usopp, who caught the point, said excitedly, wait. That guy named Frankie seems to be a legendary shipbuilder? He must be able to repair the Mary, right? After Usopp finished speaking, he followed the middle-aged man and squeezed into the crowd together. Really, shouldn't we find Carrera Company to repair the ship? That is the shipbuilding company of the world government and the largest shipbuilding company in the world. Nami complained depressedly. Sanji sighed, Usopp must be too worried about the Mary, and now he is a little anxious to agree. At the same time, on the other side of the Water City, Robin, who was walking alone on his shoulder, was suddenly bumped by a child. After the child went away, Robin looked down at the note in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and still followed the instructions of the note to a dim alley. A cold voice sounded from the dark alley, Devil's Son Nico Robin. If you don't want the darkness in you to affect the Straw Hat crew, I advise you to follow us honestly. Robin's face changed when he heard this, and he asked in horror, who are you? Rob Lucci said, CP9. Robin's body was frightened and stiff, and his body was shaking constantly. What to do? Rob Lucci said again, if you don't follow me, the only thing waiting for the Straw Hat crew is Buster Call. Robin's pupils shrank when he heard this, and he recalled the fear dominated by those 3 words again. Originally, Robin was ready to surrender, but soon Robin reacted. Advertisement. Robin plucked up his courage and said, this time, my companions are stronger and more well-connected than O'Hara. I am not afraid of Buster Call. What a joke. How strong is the Buster Call that you, a mere CP9, can launch? 1 admiral, 5 vice admirals, and 10 warships? Is it that strong? Have you asked my aunt, Ace, behind me? Have you asked Eru on the ship? Have you asked the marine hero Garp? Have you asked the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon? Have you asked my uncle? No exaggeration or slander. In terms of background, it is really hard to imagine who in the entire ocean is more well-connected than the Straw Hat Pirates. Hey! Rob Lucci looked at Robin in surprise, who dared to resist. Rob Lucci asked in disbelief, aren't you afraid of Buster Call? Robin, no. Rob Lucci, why not? Robin, no, I'm not afraid. After Robin finished speaking, he directly activated the ability of Flower Fruit to disrupt Rob Lucci's vision, and then took the opportunity to escape. 6 Style Shaving. Rob Lucci instantly stood in front of Robin, sneering disdainfully, with your strength, 780 also wants to escape in front of me? If you cooperate obediently, I can still let Straw Hat crew go, if... Looking at Rob Lucci in front of him, Robin nervously took 2 steps back, then put his hands to his mouth and shouted like a trumpet, Enel. Help! Robin's voice was loud, but Rob Lucci didn't care. Call for help? With the current strength of Straw Hat crew, the entire Straw Hat Pirates tied together are not enough for him to fight with his own hands. You'd better follow me obediently. Before Rob Lucci finished speaking, the sky suddenly exploded. Boom! A thunderbolt fell from the sky. Feeling the fatal danger, Rob Lucci quickly used 6 Style Shaving to leave the place instantly. Boom! The place originally occupied by Rob Lucci instantly had a big pit, and there was also a figure in the sky. Enel looked at him with contempt, and said jokingly, what do you want to do to Robin? Aunt. What are you? The ability just now. Thunder Fruit. Rob Lucci asked simply. Enel nodded contemptuously, it seems that you, an ant, have some knowledge. Rob Lucci, with cold sweat on his forehead, asked, are you also a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? Enel said, of course, although I don't want to be the nanny of these guys, I still like the atmosphere on the ship, so they are indeed my companions. Rob Lucci had a blank expression on his face, but his eyes were looking around. He had already started to think about how to retreat. Thunder Fruit is called the strongest devil fruit in Logia. Rob Lucci didn't think he would be the opponent of the man in front of him. Although he was called the strongest and coldest killing weapon of CP9 in history, and was known as the strongest in Nice Lobby CP9 in 800 years. But how much water is there in this statement? I can only say that those who understand understand. Spondum is just talking nonsense. It's okay if others believe it, but he can't believe it. Rob Lucci is very clear about his own strength. His strength is at most Marine Vice Admiral in the Marine, and even he is not even an Admiral candidate. But the guy in front of him is at least Marine Admiral level. Chapter 93, Miracles Created by Non-Saints. Want to escape? Enel asked with his head tilted. Rob Lucci did not speak, but answered Enel's question with practical actions. Rob Lucci disappeared instantly, and Rob Lucci, whose fingers covered armament haki, pierced Enel's chest. 6 Styles Finger Pistol. Advertisement. Ridiculous. Thunder Spear. Enel raised his right hand high, and a thunder spear condensed instantly. Boom. Rob Lucci, who had just arrived in front of Enel, was directly chopped away by the spear before he could make the next move. Rob Lucci, with a large area of charred chest, disappeared on the spot with the help of smoke. Rob Lucci's escape route did not escape Enel's mind, but Enel did not continue to chase him, because he found that Rob Lucci was about to meet up with his companions. With his strength, he would definitely not be able to take down the group of people in a short time, and there was also this burden on the left side, so it would be unwise to chase him rashly. Enel turned around and asked, are you okay? Robin nodded blankly, looking at the long-eared man in front of her. Robin felt relieved. She was no longer the girl who was running around and was in a state of panic. She had an aunt who was now a Marine Admiral. She also had a companion, and her strength was also a Marine Admiral. Robin also knew who was responsible for all this. Luffy? No. All of this was because of the uncle-in-law whom she had never met. Enel said, let's go back to the Mary first. Advertisement. Robin nodded. When the two returned to the port, Enel saw from a distance that there was a mysterious man next to the Mary. It was a mysterious man with no skin exposed on his body. He was wearing a golden exoskeleton armor and looked like a mechanical man. Hey! What are you doing in front of Lao Zi's ship? Enel asked aggressively. Victor, nothing, I just want to see what a door looks like if it is not a miracle created by a saint. Hearing the title of saint, Enel and Robin frowned in confusion, and then thought at the same time, has this person in front of us come into contact with my uncle, saint? The respect in Victor's tone has already pointed out his position, and the only one who can use the honorific title is himself. Enel asked curiously, have you seen a saint? Victor nodded proudly, I am one of the great masterpieces of the saint. You don't look like a normal person. Enel narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully. Victor said in a low voice, now, there is no flesh and blood on my body except for my head. Robin said, cyborg. Victor nodded, and then corrected, I would rather you call me an evolver. Evolution. Neither of them understood what Victor meant by this, but instead felt a little strange. Victor asked back, humans have evolved from flesh and blood to steel bodies, isn't this a kind of evolution? Robin. This kind of evolution is not beautiful. Robin took a step back and quietly distanced the two sides. In Robin's eyes, the guy in front of him was obviously not normal. He transformed his body into a mechanical body and called it evolution? If this is not a psychopath, what is it? Looking at the entire ocean, no one has become a strong man by transforming himself into a robot. Ignorance. Victor, who saw Robin's actions, commented coldly. You don't seem to care much about your miracle. This is the note left by the saint. I hope you can protect this hard-won miracle after reading it. Victor threw a notebook to Enel and left the port without looking back. Advertisement. He had just scanned the entire Mary, and the data that should be collected had been collected. It would be a waste of time to stay here and chat with this group of ignorant people. Looking at Victor's back as he left, Enel gritted his teeth and said, what a proud guy, but he gives me a dangerous feeling. Luo Bian, who was standing next to him, listened and looked at Enel in surprise. Enel might not know how proud he was, but how could the victims not know? There was only one possibility for Enel to evaluate him as a dangerous guy, that is, the cyborg named Victor, whose combat power was at least at the admiral level. This world is getting crazier and crazier. There are actually people who have become admiral-level warriors by transforming themselves. Ai Chuan thought in disbelief. That person is not only an admiral-level warrior. If we only talk about destruction, he may even burst out the destructive power of a warrior above the admiral. A voice came from a distance and suddenly came from above the two people's heads. A white seagull was standing on the bow of the Mary, and the voice just now was made by the white seagull. After Nico finished speaking, she couldn't help but exclaimed, it's incredible. A ship actually has its own soul. Seeing this white seagull, Enel calmly took it in front of Robin. Demon fruit power. Nico explained, don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. I am making friends with this ship now. It said that you are all good people and asked me not to hurt you. What are you kidding? Feeling that he was teased, Enel laughed in anger. How could a ship have a soul? This guy is so weird, and you can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. What do you mean he won't hurt himself? Do you think you can beat me? And the psychopath named Victor just now. Enel was a little excited at the moment, even excited. He found Qinghai so wonderful that he had just come to Qinghai not long ago and met two strong men who were similar to himself in succession. Nico didn't lie to you. Nico restored her original appearance and explained, I also know your friend. Her name is Vivi, but he should be here soon, because I can fly, so I came here first. Wang Hao. Hearing this name, Robin immediately asked with vigilance, Vivi? Why is she in Water City? Nico tilted her head and thought for a moment, then explained, it seems that she is here to find a hex-deck flying door. What is that thing? Robin didn't know, but he knew that it might be a technology or an item. Nico doesn't know. Nico doesn't want to chat with you, I want to play with Mary. Nico obviously didn't want to pay attention to Robin and Enel. Enel wanted to take action, but was stopped by Robin next to him. Wait a minute, find out what this guy's purpose is, and now the other party is on the Mary, fighting with her may damage the Mary. Robin said. Enel wanted to take action after hearing this, but he stopped. Robin added, I'll contact Luffy first. When Luffy and the others came back, it was almost night. Chapter 94, The Miracle Called Mary. Along with Luffy and the others came the shipwrights of Carrera Company. After an inspection, Mr. Iceberg announced with regret, the keel of this ship is damaged and it is difficult to repair, but... Mr. Iceberg glanced at the expectant crowd and said, you can go to the mechanical pioneer Victor. He has mastered mechanical technology that is 800 years ahead of this world. He should be able to repair your ship. Usopp said excitedly, 800 years ahead of the world in mechanical technology? Isn't that better than Vegapunk? If we only talk about physical technology, Mr. Victor is indeed better than that Vegapunk. Mr. Iceberg said. Advertisement. Then Mr. Iceberg added, but Mr. Victor's whereabouts have always been mysterious. We song know that he has an underground base somewhere in Water City. But I don't know the exact location. If you want to repair this ship, you have to find him and convince Victor to help you. Hearing this, everyone was silent. Usopp shouted firmly, Mary is also our companion. I must find Victor. That's right. As the captain, Luffy also nodded solemnly. In the original plot, Luffy gave up Mary because he could not see any hope. In order to continue the adventure, he had to give up Mary. But now there is such a glimmer of hope. With Luffy's character, how could he give up? When Mr. Iceberg saw this scene, he also laughed. As the apprentice of the legendary shipwright Tom, Mr. Iceberg admired this kind of man who loves his own ship the most. How bad can a pirate group that loves its own ship be? Mr. Iceberg said, I really hope you can find Victor. I can guarantee that he will definitely find a way to repair Mary. Califa next to him flashed a trace of disdain in her eyes. She didn't think that Straw Hat Crew could find Victor, and she didn't think that Victor would help this group of people. The world government had invited Victor before, but was rejected. They also invited Victor to carry out a research project, but were also rejected. 153 How can a group of children convince a person who even the world government would reject? After confirming that he was powerless, Mr. Iceberg took the people from Carrera Company away. Luffy and others also decided to spend the night on the ship first, and then go to find the mysterious Mr. Victor tomorrow. So why are you on my ship? Luffy asked with an unhappy look on his face. Nico explained seriously, I was invited to the ship, so I'm here to visit. After hearing this, the Straw Hat Crew turned their attention to Robin and Enel. After all, the two of them were responsible for watching the ship. If it was an invitation, it must be the intention of these two people. I didn't. Robin shook his head. Enel also shook his head and said, I didn't invite her, I don't even know her. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Nico again. Nico explained seriously, it was the Mary that invited Nico. Feeling that she was fooled, Nami roared angrily, a hole. What nonsense are you talking about? How could the Mary invite people? The Mary is just a ship. Sanji, with his hands in his pockets, was ready to attack. That's right. If you don't explain it well, don't blame us for being ruthless. Wait. At this time, Usopp suddenly stopped everyone. Usopp said excitedly, did you see her too? The soul of the Mary. What? Advertisement. Everyone looked at Usopp in surprise. Could it be that this guy Laozi also had problems? Nico smiled and nodded, yes. Facing the puzzled eyes of his friends, Usopp said very seriously, I once saw the ship spirit repairing the Mary. When we couldn't see it, Cap, the Mary was also trying hard to help us. Ah. Is that so? Luffy suddenly realized and did not doubt Usopp's words. Great. We have one more companion. No. The Mary was originally our companion. No. We have to have a party tonight to celebrate. Luffy announced excitedly. Robin whispered in disbelief, the legendary ship spirit actually exists. Compared to other noobs, as a historical researcher, Robin knows many secrets of the sea, including the legend of the ship spirit. Speaking of this, I remembered something. Robin suddenly said. The people who were preparing to celebrate looked at Robin curiously. Before you came back, we met a mysterious man who gave us a notebook left by a saint. Robin smiled and raised the notebook in his hand. Luffy excitedly announced, great. We have a story about the banquet. Let's listen to the story of this notebook while the banquet is going on. Soon the Mary became lively, and everyone happily prepared for the banquet. More than an hour. The banquet officially began, and everyone who had eaten and drunk enough was looking forward to Robin translating the next notebook content. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, Robin stood up with a smile, then slowly opened the notebook and began to translate. Ship spirit, or ship elf, is a magical existence comparable to devil fruit. It is said that the mutual care between the crew and the ship will give birth to the ship spirit. There is also a legend that the crew's happy mood can give birth to the ship spirit. Of these two speculations, I prefer the former. Robin, who translated this paragraph, suddenly realized, it's about the ship spirit. No wonder that person gave us this notebook. It turns out that he also discovered that the ship spirit has been born on the Mary. I didn't expect that the great-grandfather actually studied the ship spirit. Maybe we can find a way to repair the Mary through this notebook. Luffy guessed excitedly. Robin didn't say anything, she was afraid of disappointing everyone. I decided to personally give birth to the ship spirit. The first thing is to build a ship, which is not a difficult task. Then there is the mutual care between the ship and the crew. I don't know if the purposeful care is really care. Just in case, I decided to find 10 groups of people who love ships and don't drive the ship to the Grand Line adventure. Under my layout, a group of ship workers who love adventure and ships rushed to the sea on the ship I named Exploration. Will it work? Robin thought expectantly. Will it work? Robin thought again, after all, the man can definitely do what he wants to do. Failed, 6 years have passed, and the adventure has not produced a ship spirit. Is it because these guys don't love the adventure enough? But that's not right. These guys obviously took good care of the adventure. Is there another possibility? The ship spirit was born from the emotions of the crew on the ship? In this case, let's do the next experiment. The birth of the ship spirit is not due to the first one. Robin frowned. Since it is not the mutual love between the crew and the ship, is it the positive emotions on the ship? What are the positive emotions? Caring, happy, positive. The Straw Hat crew in the plot do have these emotions, but they also meet the first guess of the birth of the ship spirit. Now here comes the question. How can a group of pirates who burn, kill, plunder and commit all kinds of evil be full of positive emotions on their ship? Advertisement. Pirates like Luffy can be said to be a freak in the history of pirates. The number of pirates who can be compared with them can probably be counted on one hand. Nami said, that Saint really knew about us a long time ago, and even knew about the birth of the ship spirit on the Mary. Zoro, it's ironic and embarrassing to say that it's obviously our own ship that gave birth to the ship spirit, but we seem to be the last to know. Usopp said proudly, I knew it a long time ago, but you guys are not good enough. Everyone. Let's continue to watch the follow-up. I feel that there will definitely be a twist in this matter. Enel reminded. There are too few pirate groups that meet the requirements. After waiting for nearly 200 years, we finally got the experimental target. The Rumba Pirates are a group of musicians. This pirate group should be like the Straw Hat Pirates. Rather than saying they are a group of pirates, it's better to say they are 10 sea music teams. Robin said in surprise, this is actually a notebook within 100 years. What's so strange about this? Isn't the notebook that Luffy's great-grandfather gave him also within 100 years? Nami complained. Zoro said expressionlessly, I'm just curious whether the Rumba Pirates succeeded. Failed. From the time the Rumba Pirates set out to sea to the time they were destroyed, the Rumba Pirates' ships had never given birth to ship spirits. After abandoning all impossibilities, there is only one possibility. The conditions for the birth of a ship spirit need to meet the previous two speculations, not a single one, so Song can continue to wait for the Straw Hat Pirates 50 years later to prove it. It actually failed too. Robin frowned, and at the same time he was a little proud. The Straw Hat Pirates who can give birth to ship spirits are indeed special. As a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, everyone feels honored. It's incredible. Although the real body has not descended, through perception, I found that the Mary actually gave birth to a ship spirit, and it took less than a year. This is simply outrageous. Isn't this speed too fast? At the same time, I am sure of one thing, that is, the emotions in this world are indeed powerful. Hiss. When the translation came to this, everyone took a breath of cold air. The meaning of this passage is too important. It turns out that their adventure has been under the observation of that person. Usopp asked with some fear, do you think Luffy's great-grandfather is watching me in the underworld now? Everyone who heard this felt creepy. FK. Can you not be so scary when you talk? Sanji looked at Usopp speechlessly. Being watched by someone in the underworld, what kind of heaven-defying description is this? At this time Zoro added seriously, it's not necessarily in the underworld. Don't add to this kind of thing. Nami complained with a dark face. Robin's face was also slightly dark. For women, this kind of observation is not polite at all. Boys are better, as women on the ship, being observed is not a good thing, maybe they are all seen by the observer now. Frightened Usopp asked carefully, do you think we are still in that kind of observation now? Hearing this, everyone panicked even more. Ahem. Robin, you should continue to translate the following content. There is no need to discuss this kind of thing. Even if you are observed, what's the matter? That's the gaze of the saint. Enel stood up and seriously argued for his own saint. Nami whispered, this is not a matter of honor, this is peeping. Chapter 95, Mechanical Ascension, Weirdness, the world has gone crazy. If emotions can be transformed into power, then the world will become idealistic. If this is an idealistic world, the picture is so beautiful that I can't even imagine it. Although the ability of Devil Fruit is also idealistic, if emotions can be transformed into power, then the potential of this world will exceed my imagination. Everyone was confused by this sentence, but everyone present heard the general meaning of this sentence. That is, emotions can be transformed into power, and the potential of this world is great. Although I have long known that this world is idealistic, when I learned that emotions can be transformed into power, I was still a little shocked. Advertisement. It is considered an idealistic world, and it seems to be called Harry Potter. Robin whispered in disbelief, has my uncle been to other worlds? He traveled through more than one world. There are many worlds outside the world. Luffy suddenly realized that they had always thought that their great-grandfather came to this world from another world, referring to another place coming to the sea, such as from the moon to the sea. Luffy announced excitedly, "I've decided. After becoming the Pirate King, I'm going to adventure in other worlds." Robin's mouth corners slightly raised, and then said, "Maybe we really have organic meat." This time he did not discourage Luffy's enthusiasm. After all, the time traveler is at least Luffy's great-grandfather and his own uncle. Maybe in the future he will know how to adventure in other worlds. After the guess is verified, you can enjoy a lot of things. There can be ship spirits in the world, so can there be sword spirits? Can other items also give birth to souls? For example, machines. If machines can produce souls, then... At this moment, a crazy idea suddenly emerged in my mind. Here it comes. Everyone whispered excitedly in their hearts. It was a bold idea before, and it was a crazy idea this time. So what kind of horrible thing will the owner of the diary do this time? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Robin with expectation. Robin did not disappoint the friends. "You continue to translate the following content. Based on my partial knowledge of physics and the clone of Vegapunk, and then directly into the flesh and blood, the mechanical ascension thought stamp, the mechanical pioneer Victor was born." Usopp shouted excitedly, "Mechanical pioneer Victor." Nami followed with an exclamation, "That super scientist who is 800 years ahead of the mechanical technology is actually also Luffy's son to make it." Enel also suddenly realized, "I remember. The guy we met today is not Victor." The experiment was successful. Victor did not disappoint. After maturing, Victor showed me a mechanical talent that surprised me. Advertisement. A mad scientist created a crazier scientist. I don't know if this is against human morality. But what is more thrilling than witnessing the birth of one's own masterpiece? Such a miracle is extremely shocking and makes people addicted. I seem to be less and less like a normal person. Is it because I have lived too long? A madman created a crazier scientist. Luffy. I feel that your great-grandfather is not normal. Robin said solemnly. Luffy nodded involuntarily. Judging from this diary, the state of the great-grandfather decades ago was indeed not very good. Others also looked worried, and even the always innocent Nico became very nervous. If the saint really went crazy, it would definitely be a nightmare for the whole world. Neurosis is not terrible, what is terrible is that the creator is a psychopath. Speechless. When I moved the experimental equipment today, my hand was burned. Sometimes I simply asked Victor to install a new mechanical arm for me. Enel asked unacceptably, "Wait. Robin, are you sure you didn't translate it wrong? Would a saint get injured while carrying experimental equipment? And then transform his hand into a mechanical arm? Are you sure this diary was written by a saint?" Hearing this, everyone also noticed this extremely strange point. How outrageous is the owner of the diary? The ability holder of the earth fruit. He has mastered the shocking practice of natural breathing. Such a person would get injured in daily bumps and bruises? Okay. Even if he really got hurt accidentally, with the recovery ability brought by natural breathing, how could he need to change the mechanical arm? Shouldn't it be fine in the time of a meal? Robin was also full of doubts, because he was sure that there was no problem with his translation just now. My uncle-in-law was indeed injured, and although the injury was not described in detail, the cause of the injury was definitely not translated wrong. Bumped while moving things, what kind of outrageous setting is this? It's like Zoro broke his neck during training and died unfortunately. Is this outrageous? What is written in the diary is even more outrageous than this. Forcing down the doubts in his heart, "Robin, you guys translate the following content," he found that there is not much recorded in this diary. The doubts in his heart may reveal the truth of that paragraph in the following content. It is not surprising that a cloned life has its own soul, because flesh and blood can give birth to souls. The manufactured machine produces souls, that is the real greatness. I thought of those little mechanical soldiers found on the moon. Although they are very intelligent, they have no souls. If I make a robot, do not install intelligent devices for it, only set fixed emotions for it, but give it love and positive emotions every day. Advertisement. Can he also give birth to a soul? The miracle of giving birth to a living being from a metal body. Even the nervous Luffy found that something was wrong. It's over. Why do I feel that my great-grandfather is getting more and more crazy? Even Zoro, as a swordsman, felt that things were getting a little scary at this moment. Zoro, yes. From life to soul, is there anything your great-grandfather dare not do? But I still care more about the fact that he broke his hand in his daily life. I regard Blitzcrank as my own son, and I have poured all my surprise into it. Even if he has no real life, I still regard him as my own son. Zero asked for flowers. Successful, I was almost hit by steel today. It was Blitzcrank that suddenly violated its own program and helped me block the steel that fell from the sky at the critical moment. Blitzcrank really gave birth to a soul, my guess is true, in addition to the ship spirit, other spirits can really be born. Then the next step is the research on the sword spirit. Robin frowned and kept translating the passage he just translated. Something's wrong. It's very wrong. Luffy asked in confusion, why do I feel that the great-grandfather in this notebook is different from the great-grandfather in the previous notebook? Nami also nodded and said in agreement, that's right. These two people don't look like the same person. After taking a deep breath, Robin slowly turned the last page of the notebook. Perhaps the truth of everything will be revealed at the end. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Zero Wu Ming, crossed out, no. It should be the original body. You are such a ruthless person. It turns out that I am also a part of your research on artificial elves. My genes suddenly collapsed today. I asked Victor to check for me and found out that my genes have begun to collapse. If nothing unexpected happens, after I finish writing this paragraph, my genes will collapse and completely dissipate in this world. And the experience and research results during this period will return to the original body with the soul seed. No wonder I have never thought about women in the past 10 years, and even I have never thought about leaving the water city as if I have been stamped with a thought. I have never thought about going out to have fun. I am not focused on the Pokemon exploration program. It turns out that I am just a clone. No, just an avatar. Original body. You deserve to die. Robin. Luffy. Enel. Si. Nico's mouth twitched slightly. After a long time of thinking, she finally complained, I was wondering why the owner of this diary is so wrong this time. Luffy also said with relief, hey. That's great, it seems that the great-grandfather's mental state is not a problem. Nami asked meaningfully, are you sure? As a doctor, Chopper, who has always acted as a mascot and never said this, explained seriously, if your great-grandfather often plays like this, I suspect he will have schizophrenia. Luffy said, my great-grandfather is so smart, he should have solved this problem, right? Robin closed the book silently, thinking silently in his heart, it has self-awareness, and all aspects are the same as the original, but it has been stamped with a thought, and even the body's genetic hair has been castrated. After the task is completed, the memory of the existence of the clone will return to the original body, which is indeed very convenient, but it feels a bit too anti-human. Enel said with relief, hey. I said how the strength of the saint could become so rubbish, it turns out to be just a clone, and it is a clone specially used for research. Almost, the faith almost collapsed. Chapter 96, Wanakuni's Treasure. After the notebook was translated, everyone's mood was complicated, with some feeling relieved and some feeling relieved. Only Usopp asked curiously, Nico, right? Nico nodded. Usopp asked expectantly, can you communicate with Mary? The person who cares most about Mary is definitely Usopp, and in fact, Usopp was the first to discover that Mary has a ship spirit. Advertisement. Sure. Mary's spirit is not stable now, so we can't chat with him all the time, but we can chat with him occasionally. Nico said. Usopp shouted, then tell Mary for us. We will definitely fix it, we will. Yet. I believe you. Nico nodded. She has communicated with the souls of this group of people. How to say it? Nico said that she had seen many pirates on this sea, but she had never seen pirates like the Straw Hat Pirates. Rather than saying that the Straw Hat Pirates are a group of pirates, it is better to say that they are a group of adventurers. Nico smiled and said with emotion, you are indeed very special, no wonder you get the attention of the master. At this time, Robin put away the notebook, and then curiously asked, are you related to the saint? Nico smiled and asked, speaking of which, I am also a creation of the saint. Do you know natural energy? Natural breathing method? Nami asked in surprise. 473 Nico nodded, almost, but I was not created by the saint, but was transformed. The saint injected some special bloodline factors into my body and taught me the application of natural energy. Nico has never lied, especially to sincere people, so Nico did not hide her origins. Zoro asked curiously, so you are now equivalent to eating the devil fruit, but without the cursed ability. Yet. Nico boasted proudly, I am equivalent to eating Paramecia's magic fruit and communication fruit, and I also have the ability to use natural energy to fight the enemy, which is equivalent to half of the Logia devil fruit. 1. Sanji. They are all bloodline factors, why is there such a big difference? At this moment, Sanji despised his cold-blooded and arrogant father in his heart. Everyone is playing with bloodline factors, and the bloodline factors in his body are really not worthy of carrying shoes for others. Just as several people were chatting, a small boat quickly came to the port. Nico said happily, they are here. Robin asked quickly, who? Nico, your friend Vivi. While the two were talking, the ship had already stopped in front of the Mary. The first to jump on the ship were Kuzan and Jun, followed by Vivi. After seeing Kyuzan, Robin's body stiffened instantly. At this moment, Chuan remembered the tragedy of O'Hara and the fear brought by the Buster Call. Devil's son Robin? I didn't expect to see you here. Kyuzan looked at Robin with some surprise, and then ignored Robin. Robin looked at Kyuzan with a complicated expression, and his feelings towards Kyuzan were very complicated. Advertisement. There was hatred, because Kyuzan killed Saul, and Kyuzan was also one of the culprits who destroyed O'Hara. At the same time, there was gratitude, because this guy let him go many times. Long time no see, Kyuzan Admiral. No, should I call you a marine trader or a new marine marshal now? Du Yunyan asked sarcastically. The vice admiral who executed Buster Call at the beginning has now become a traitor to marine. How ironic. Kyuzan was not angry, and said, call me Kyuzan, as for marine marshal, I am not qualified yet. When the new marine has gathered 3 admirals, you can call me marine marshal then. Seeing that he did not anger the other party, Robin frowned and asked, why are you here? Kyuzan did not hide it and directly admitted, I came to Water City to find the same technology. Luffy laughed, ha ha ha. Vivi, long time no see. On the other side, Vivi and Straw Hat crew were already chatting. Nami asked curiously, by the way, how did you get together with Marine Admiral? Vivi explained, Mr. Kyuzan is a good person. He founded the new marine, and it was suppressed by the world government. We are now in a cooperative relationship and fight against the world government together. Usopp asked in confusion, why do you come to Water City if you are short of food? What is Water City? This is a dock factory. All food is imported. Vivi and others will not come to this broken place to buy food, right? We have solved the problem of food. The main problem is transportation. We came here to find technology that can solve this problem. Vivi explained. Jun looked at the Straw Hat crew thoughtfully. The son of the Devil Robin, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. She found this pirate group quite interesting, and most importantly, her observation Haki did not sense any sins on the Straw Hat crew. This is almost impossible to happen to pirates, but the fact is that it did happen. At this time, Know-It-All Nicole suddenly said, the technology you are looking for should be in the hands of that Victor. The Straw Hats will also ask Victor for help later. You can cooperate with them. Kyuzan nodded and said, then let's work together. Let's go find Master Victor together tomorrow. At this time, Kyuzan's moral bottom line is already very flexible. As for whether cooperating with pirates is against justice? Now he is a pirate in the marine side, and he still cares about these. Enel invited, hey. Kyuzan is also a Logia Devil Fruit ability, do you want to compete? Kyuzan listened, looked at Enel thoughtfully, and then nodded, okay, but the mission must be completed. He has already touched that barrier, so he needs a fierce enough battle to break through that barrier. Facing the challenge of the strong, Kyuzan basically will not refuse during this period. Of course, the premise is that it does not affect his work. New World Wongguo. Linlin, I found a new race, are you interested? Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up when she heard the voice coming from the phone. Charlotte Linlin asked excitedly, new race? What race? Kaido said seriously, I don't know the details, but it is definitely a very powerful race, and it may even be comparable to the giants. Charlotte Linlin's eyes turned, and she wanted to ask for the new race by pretending to be happy, so you want to give me the new race? Kaido, who originally wanted to get something for nothing, didn't expect that Charlotte Linlin on the opposite side also wanted to get something for nothing. Advertisement. Kaido explained, of course not, I want to invite you to catch the new race together. Charlotte Linlin hesitated. On the one hand, she didn't trust Kaido and was afraid that he would lead her into a trap. On the other hand, she didn't want to leave Wonguo. After all, she was living comfortably in a foreign country. The potential of the new race is really high. Maybe you and him will give birth to offspring comparable to gods after you combine with him. Kaido continued to stimulate. Unable to bear the temptation, Charlotte Linlin asked tentatively, where? Kaido, East Blue. Charlotte Linlin, what do you want? As the saying goes, if you are kind to someone without any reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Yuan Lot Linlin didn't believe that Kaido would give her benefits for no reason. Kaido said, after you take down that island, the people on it will belong to you, and the others will belong to me. Charlotte Linlin, who saw through Kaido's thoughts in an instant, squinted her eyes and asked, boy, there won't be any treasures on that island, right? Under the condition of not going crazy, Charlotte Linlin's IQ is still quite online. Just through a short conversation, Charlotte Linlin has already figured out the purpose of Kaido's trip. Purpose. In fact, Kaido had never thought of fooling Charlotte Linlin, so Kaido used the new race to seduce Charlotte Linlin from the beginning. For Charlotte Linlin, the offspring of a new race is more important than the treasure representing wealth. Kaido pretended to be impatient and urged, how about it? Do you want to cooperate? When the time comes, you can breed offspring of the new race, and I can also get the treasure, so that everyone will have a bright future. After thinking for a moment, Charlotte Linlin finally couldn't resist the temptation of the new race. Okay, you come to Wangguo to pick me up, and we will go to East Blue together to occupy that island. The new race is not needed, you just need to give me the strongest of the new race. Charlotte Linlin said. Seeing that Charlotte Linlin had finally been fooled, Kaido quickly suppressed his excitement and promised impatiently, no problem, I will come in 6 days. As for what to do if there is no new race on the island at that time? Even if Rox is resurrected, the King Kong guarding the island is a new race. As for how this new race looks like a normal person? Charlotte Linlin is not a biological researcher, so she can just fool around. By the time Charlotte Linlin reacts, she will have almost digested Skull Island. Even if Charlotte Linlin wants to settle the score later, she will have to think twice. Well, the plan is perfect. Kaido hung up the phone with a smug smile on his face. The next step is to recover from the injuries on his body, but being idle all the time is not conducive to the recovery of the body, so Kaido decided to move around. As the saying goes, it is better to beat a child on a cloudy day. Anyway, he is idle, and Kaido thinks this makes sense. What is my BD son doing recently? Kaido asked casually. Black Maria next to him reported. Master Yamato is treasure hunting in Wano Kuni recently. Kaido. Wano Kuni has been ruined by me, and there is still treasure there? Could it be? Kaido instantly thought of the Kojiki family. Could it be the treasure left by the Kojiki family? Kaido was thoughtful. Black Maria added, by the way, Master Yamato said that it was a treasure left by some saint. Saint? Kaido waved his hand impatiently, forget it, let her do whatever she wants, as long as she doesn't think about going out to sea to follow that saint all day long. New World Wano Kuni. Miss, do you think Master Yamato can really find the treasure? Atsuko asked with a smile. It is indeed a map, and the words on it are the kind of Hyuxia characters that my mother taught me, but I don't know if it is a treasure map. Kojiki Hiri shook his head. Okay. Atsuko nodded with a smile, and did not ask any more questions. Looking at Atsuko who was always smiling, Kojiki Hiri's eyes flashed with sadness. Damn Kaido. Damn Kurozumi. Why am I so weak? I can only watch these people harm Wano Kuni, but I am powerless to restore the country. Every time he saw Atsuko with only a smile on her face, Kojiki Hiri would complain about the injustice of heaven, hating himself for being incompetent, and hating those damn demons for turning Wano Kuni into a hell on earth. According to the instructions on the map, the treasure seems to be behind this waterfall. Yamato looked at the waterfall in front of him excitedly and thoughtfully. Chapter 97, A Man Called Beelzebub. Excited Yamato fiddled with the shackles on her wrists in a somewhat unhappy way. The shackles on her wrists seriously affected her strength. Otherwise, she would not just explore Wano Kuni. With that strength, she would definitely overturn Wano Kuni to threaten Kaido and force Kaido to let him go on the adventure. Yamato accelerated and rushed into the waterfall. There was indeed a cave behind the waterfall, but the cave was blocked by the strange door above. Sea stone. Yamato pouted unhappily. She herself had the ability of devil fruit. Although she wore shackles all year round, she had already adapted to the negative effects of sea stone. Advertisement. But standing in front of this door, Yamato felt that strange feeling of weakness for the first time in a long time. Before, even if she wore sea stone shackles on her hands, she was not much different from a normal person except that she could not use the devil fruit ability. But now, Yamato found that she became abnormally weak, as if she was carrying a weight of 10,000 pounds on her body. Yamato used his observation haki again, and was surprised to find that the door in front of him could actually isolate the observation haki. Damn! Can't I get in? Yamato knocked on the door a little exhausted, enjoying the treatment his father received when facing Skull Island. The treasure mountain was clearly in front of him, but he couldn't get it. Ding face detected Yamato, face recognition successful. A sudden female mechanical voice sounded, followed by the sound of gears turning, and the sound of the long sealed door slowly opening. Click click. The door slowly opened, and Yamato, who was originally frustrated, looked at the door in front of him excitedly. Yamato thanked excitedly, thank you so much, good person behind the door. Silly Yamato naively thought that the mechanical sound just now was someone behind the door. After the door opened, the lights inside automatically lit up. Looking at the long corridor in front of him, even Yamato, who was as thick-skinned as Luffy, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. There won't be any dirty stuff here, right? Where's the person who opened the door for me? Yamato whispered, but still plucked up the courage and walked in. Yamato finally couldn't get rid of the temptation of treasure. After walking through a long passage, Yamato came to a hall. This is a circular hall, and various mechanical and technological items are placed near the edge of the wall. The reason why Yamato knows these things is that she has been to Quinn's laboratory and smashed a lot of things in it. The equipment in Quinn's laboratory is similar to this one, and it is precisely because she smashed Quinn's laboratory that she was qualified to come to Wano Kuni. In the center of the hall is a huge amber. The strange thing is that the amber does not contain some kind of animal, but a sleeping girl. She is a mysterious woman whose charm is difficult to describe in words. Her dark purple long hair is tied into a braid and hangs behind her. The closer to the end, the lighter the hair color. She lies in the amber with her eyes closed, with a teardrop mole at the corner of her right eye, and a gentian flower and a folding fan on her head. On her left shoulder, she wore a black and gold shoulder armor and a purple kimono with a gentian flower tattoo on it. Compared to traditional kimonos, the collar of this kimono is not tied tightly, but is open to the shoulders, and the hem is shortened, only reaching the thighs. Advertisement. The furisode on both sides is different. The kimono is fixed by a red belt, and the purple waist rope is tied with a decoration with a special pattern, and 2 strings of tassels, one gold and one purple, hang naturally. Her legs are wearing black stockings and brown human order high heels. Yamato exclaimed with bright eyes, "What a beautiful lady!" Out of human appreciation of beauty, Yamato couldn't help but reach out and touch the amber in front of him. As Yamato's fingers gently touched the amber, the originally hard amber suddenly began to melt. Seeing this scene, Yamato also realized that he was in trouble. Sorry, I don't know. Yamato apologized incoherently. But this did not affect the amber's continuous melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon the amber melted completely, and the purple-haired girl in the middle of the amber slowly opened her eyes, and an invisible haki instantly swept the entire hall. Yamato only felt her shoulders sink, but fortunately this conqueror's haki was unconsciously stimulated, and it was not aimed at her, so Yamato was not pressed to the ground. She had a pair of light purple eyes, and when she just opened her eyes were a little confused, even a little empty. But soon, these eyes became bright, and they were not as empty as they were at the beginning. "My name is Beelzebub Shadow." At this time, Yamato asked carefully, were you captured?" In Yamato's opinion, Beelzebub was imprisoned in the crystal before, and he just slept with the other party. Dingley movie successfully awakened. Welcome to this world, wish you a happy life. The system started to go offline. Another female mechanical prompt sounded. Hearing this sudden sound, Yamato shouted nervously, "Who is it?" Lei Yingying reminded expressionlessly, "Don't shout, it's not alive." Yamato looked at Lei Yingying with a sense of awe, and then asked, "Who are you? How did you get caught here?" Lei Yingying, "Beelzebub, you can call me that. I was not caught here, I was born here." Hearing this, Yamato suddenly realized, "So this is your home?" Lei Yingying. "Yeah." Lei Yingying nodded. Yamato asked a little depressed, "So the treasure refers to your home? The treasure you are talking about should be this box." Lei Dianying kicked the box under his feet to Yamato. She didn't have much memory, only roughly remembered her name and mission, and some fighting skills. Looking at the box kicked by Lei Dianying, Yamato excitedly opened the box, but the excitement on Yamato's face did not last long. Advertisement. The smile on her face froze instantly, and Yamato looked at the things in the box in a daze. In the box, there was only a notebook that looked very old lying quietly. Yamato shouted, "Ah! How come it's just a broken notebook?" After listening, Lei Dianying picked up the notebook in the box expressionlessly and put it away. "What are you doing?" Yamato looked at Lei Dianying, who took away her treasure with a daze. "Lei Dianying, tell me directly, this is very important to me." Yamato said generously, "Forget it, it's just a broken notebook anyway, you can take it if you want." "Are there other rooms here? Maybe the treasure is in other rooms." Lei Dianying looked around and shook her head with certainty. After all, the hall is so big, and there is only one exit. With Lei Dianying's eyesight, she saw at a glance that there are no other rooms. Yamato continued to ask, "Are you the only 167 people here?" "Yes." Lei Dianying nodded. Yamato asked again, "You should have just woken up." "Yes." Lei Dianying nodded again. "Yamato, what are your plans next?" Lei Dianying said very seriously, "Tear down Wano Kuni and rebuild Inajima, and then let Inajima establish a country." "Ah! You want to overthrow Wano Kuni?" Yamato looked at Lei Dianying in surprise. "Yes." Lei Dianying nodded, and then said, "There is a voice in my mind telling me that this is my mission." Yamato was a little confused, and then asked, "Is Inajima the name of the country?" "Yeah." Lei Dianying nodded. Yamato reminded with some concern, "Kurozumi Orokai is very strong, and behind him is Kaido, that BD. Why don't you go somewhere else to rebuild your country?" After a moment of silence, Dianying said, "I'm very strong." Yamato suggested, "No matter how strong you are, can you compare to Kaido, that BD? Why don't you go out to sea with me?" Then go to other islands to rebuild your country. Lei Dianying said seriously, there is a voice in my mind telling me that I am very strong now. Stronger than everyone. X. Considering that he woke this person up, Yamato sincerely advised, what if the voice in your mind is deceiving you? What if it is your illusion? That will kill people. I still suggest you. No. Lei Dianying shook his head very affirmatively. Although many memories are blank, Lei Dianying knows that the voice in his mind is his eternal guidance. She couldn't be wrong, and she couldn't lie to herself. Chapter 98, The Woman Who Wants to Change Wano Kuni to Inajima. The two of them left this special base very quickly. Through testing, Yamato also confirmed that this woman really lost her memory. She only knew a few things, and didn't even know some basic common sense outside. Considering that he was the one who woke up this fool, Yamato felt that he should be responsible to the end, at least he couldn't watch this fool die. Kurozumi Snake is not a good person. Lei Dianying dared to deliver himself to the door, which was almost the same as sending himself to death. The nerveless Yamato had some wisdom for the first time, and advised earnestly beside him. I think things like founding a country should be considered in the long run. For example, you should need followers now, right? By then, even if you defeat Kurozumi Snake, you can't govern the country, and how can you build a country alone? Advertisement. Lei Dianying, who was walking in front, stopped and thought for a moment, and nodded solemnly. It seemed that Lei Dianying, who had triggered the keywords, had another part of memory in his mind. Lei Dianying said, you have a point. I can't build a country by myself, so I have to find my partners. You still have partners? I don't have any. How can you, a fool? Yamato looked at Lei Dianying speechlessly. This is like a rich second generation taking care of a working friend, but turned around and found that this working friend was richer than himself. Lei Dianying said with a notebook, a voice told me that I can find my companions through this notebook, but I don't recognize the words on it. Hearing this, Yamato finally paid attention to the notebook. After seeing the square words on it, Yamato's eyes lit up. I know someone who knows the words on it. We can ask him for help. Yamato said happily. For Yamato, as long as Lei Dianying doesn't go to Kurozumi or Akai to die, nothing else matters. Yamato took Lei Dianying's hand and said, let's go, I'll take you to see Xiaozi. Water City. Early the next morning, everyone set out on a journey to find the mechanical pioneer Victor. After some inquiries, everyone finally found a clue. In front of Frankie's house. Luffy put his hands in front of his mouth in a trumpet shape and shouted, hello. Is anyone there? As soon as Luffy finished speaking, there were bursts of metal collision sounds from Frankie's house. Soon, a mechanical cyborg with a tire on his lower body came out. The cyborg asked, are you here to see Frankie? Vivi explained quickly, yes, I heard that Frankie can contact Master Victor, so I came to visit Rashleigh. We want to see Master Victor, so we need Mr. Frankie to help introduce him. The cyborg curled his lips, and then complained, hearing your voices so loud, I thought you were here to make trouble. The cyborg said, come in with me. Until someone was brought into Frankie's house, the cyborg served a few cups of coke. We only have coke here, so just make do with it. The boss went to Master Victor, and he should be back soon. The modified man left the living room after saying that. So polite. Kuzan looked at the modified man's back thoughtfully. After waiting for more than 2 hours at Frankie's house, Frankie finally came back at noon. Advertisement. After seeing the man's appearance, Usopp exclaimed, it's this guy. The star we saw yesterday. He's only wearing a pair of briefs on his lower body, it seems that he is the guy we saw yesterday. Nami also nodded. After learning from his younger brother why Luffy and the others were looking for him, Frankie sat in front of everyone carelessly, and then asked directly, are you looking for Master Victor? Yes. Our ship is seriously damaged. Mr. Iceberg said that only Master Victor in the world can repair our ship. Usopp quickly explained the reason for their trip. Frankie asked in disbelief, you are looking for Master Victor just to repair the ship? Every day, many people want to find Master Victor. Some people are physically disabled and want to accept Master Victor's mechanical transformation and join the ranks of glorious evolution. Some ambitious people hope to find Master Victor to modify their ships, so that their ships can become more destructive. Frankie has never seen such a situation today. In Frankie's opinion, it is just repairing the ship. There is no need to trouble Master Victor. Frankie directly refused, Victor does not accept ship repair business. Luffy said sincerely, but the Mary really needs Master Victor's help, please. Please take us to see Master Victor. Frankie wanted to refuse, but after seeing Luffy's eyes full of sincerity, Frankie nodded involuntarily. Frankie said, I can take you to see Master Victor, but whether Master Victor is willing to help you is up to you. Frankie felt that the reason why he agreed to this group of people was perhaps because he was moved by their love for the ship. Seeing that Frankie agreed to his request, Luffy said with gratitude, "Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Frankie." Under the leadership of Frankie, the group quickly came to the sewer of the Water City. After walking in the maze-like sewer for more than 2 hours, everyone finally came to a studio. This is the personal studio of Master Victor. He is inside. I will ask him if he is willing to see you. Frankie said. Usopp held Frankie's hand and begged, "Please." Seeing that these people lowered their attitude to repair the ship, Frank nodded and said, "I will try my best to say something good for you." He had brought a father and son here before, and the father also begged him in the same way. The father hoped that his son would have healthy legs, so he placed his hope on the glorious evolution. From this point, it can be judged that Usopp really regarded his ship as his own child. In Victor's personal studio, Victor, holding a mechanical core in his hand, looked thoughtfully at the display screen in front of him, which was playing the surveillance footage of the Straw Hat crew outside. It was found so quickly. Is it because of the fruit that the master said? Or is it the so-called luck? Victor thought curiously. Frankie just came in and heard Victor say, "Bring them in." Hearing this, Frankie's face flashed with joy. The adults are willing to see Straw Hat Luffy and others, which proves that the adults are ready to help Straw Hat crew. Frankie turned around and left the work. After a while, Frankie brought everyone to the studio. Strange. Is it the ability of Devil Fruit? Kyuzen frowned. From the outside, the space inside cannot be so large. From the outside, Victor's workroom looks small, about the size of a private garage, but after entering, Kyuzen found that the area inside is as large as 3 football fields. It's not the ability of Devil Fruit, but a space technology, it's science. Victor answered Kyuzen's doubts. Kyuzen's pupils shrank when he heard this, and then he simply looked at Victor in front of him. You know, he didn't say it just now, and Victor's answer was so natural, there is only one possibility, this person in front of him can see through other people's hearts. Victor added, "It's brain waves, don't worry, I can't read your memory, I can only know your thoughts." "Si. How can we be assured after you said that?" Everyone complained silently in their hearts, but they didn't dare to question it out loud, let alone get angry. After all, they are asking for help now. At this time, Robin finally saw Victor's appearance clearly. "You are indeed the person from yesterday afternoon," Robin said. Victor nodded, and then admitted, "A ship that can give birth to ship spirits, of course I have to see it in person, I hope I didn't disturb you yesterday." "So, Master Victor, can you help us repair the Mary? We are willing to pay any price," Usopp said impatiently. Advertisement. The Straw Hat crew is not short of money now. When they left the Sky Country, they took a lot of gold. After all, in the Sky Country, gold is worthless, but it is an absolute precious metal in Qinghai. Such a miracle really can't be destroyed because of this. Victor nodded in agreement. Victor is still very interested in repairing the Mary. Even without the master's order, he can save this miracle. It is incredible that a wooden boat can give birth to a soul. Victor looked at Robin and smiled meaningfully, "It seems that you have read the notebook I gave you." Robin smiled and nodded, "I happen to be able to translate Hyuxia characters." Victor exclaimed, "That's amazing. Hyuxia characters are a very complex language." Robin's ability to master them has proved that the other party is at least on the master's side. Victor turned his attention to Kyuzen and others and asked, "What is your purpose?" Kyuzen said, "We are here to find the Hextech Flying Gate technology." Victor shook his head and said, "This technology is not in my hands." He specializes in physical mechanics, and the Hextech Flying Gate also involves a power called Arcane by the Master, so he didn't learn this technology at all. Seeing that Victor didn't know this technology, Kyuzen asked excitedly, "Then do you know where the technology is? Some people say that you are the only person in Water City who knows the Hextech Flying Gate. In fact, I do know that technology, but I don't know that technology. Hex Flying Gate technology is one of the technologies that was eliminated by the Master. I don't know how you know this technology. But it's probably difficult to find it now, unless you can find my master," Victor explained. Knowing that there is basically no hope, Vivi said frustratedly, "Alas. What should I do? It was okay at the beginning, but in the future, the world government will definitely attack our, Dinyouzhao, transportation channels." Kyuzen asked desperately, "Then do you know where the saint is?" Kyuzen felt that the saint should not sit idly by on this matter. If the saint really didn't care about the new Marine and West Blue, the other party would not have given him the letter. Victor asked back, "Since you are afraid that the world government will destroy your transportation routes, why don't you send people to protect them? If it were really that simple, it would be great. The problem is that we don't have that many people to protect the safety of the transportation routes." Kyuzen was frustrated. He found that the establishment of a new marine was actually quite simple, but the consequences of establishing a new marine seemed to be more difficult to bear than establishing a new marine. Victor looked at Kuzan with a meaningful look. How could the saint be short of people? Now, it seems that there are still many inside stories that he doesn't know. Thinking of this, Victor decided not to intervene in this matter. If he disrupted the arrangement of the saint, it would be disrespectful. Victor grabbed the machine and spun around and said, "Let's go, Straw Hat Boy. Then I'll go see your ship." Usopp next to him nodded quickly, and then led the way in front with a flattering face. As a sea warrior who can bend and stretch, Usopp said that as long as Victor can repair the Mary, he can do anything. "What should we do?" Kuzan sighed worriedly. Jun persuaded the god, "Let's go back to West Blue first. We will slowly find a way to solve the problem of the transportation route." Although this time the search was in vain, Jun was not too disappointed. The biggest food problem recently has been solved. Transportation problems are always easier to solve than food problems, right? Chapter 99, The New Future of Water City. At the port of Water City, on the Mary. At the invitation of Straw Hat Crew, Victor carefully inspected the Mary from inside to outside. Finally, Victor came to the conclusion and said, "The keel is broken very seriously. Ordinary repairs are not enough. It still needs some transformation. As long as the Mary can be repaired, it's okay no matter what. Please, Mr. Victor." Usopp came to the ground and sat down. Victor shook his head and then expressed his concerns. "The question now is, if a large-scale transformation of this ship is carried out, will it affect the ship's spirit?" Advertisement. Hearing this, the hat was silent for a while. At this time, Zoro asked carelessly, "What are you struggling with? Now besides transforming the Mary, do you have any other ways?" Hearing this, everyone realized that now there is really no other way except to transform the Mary to bring a glimmer of life. Luffy followed Usopp and did the same action. "Please, Mr. Victor." Victor calmly avoided Luffy's kneeling, and then said in a low voice, "Do your best. Now you have to go to Carrera Company to prepare the materials for the transformation of the Mary. You have about 2 days to collect the materials I need." "Yes." Luffy and Usopp, who got up from the ground, nodded heavily. Office of Director 403 of Carrera Company. Mr. Iceberg asked with a bit of fatigue in his tone, "Khalifa, how long have you been with me?" Khalifa answered without hesitation, 5 years. "Yes. It's been 5 years. Mr. Iceberg sighed, and then suddenly asked, "Is it for Pluton's design drawings?" Hearing this, Khalifa's face changed instantly, and then looked at Mr. Iceberg in disbelief. "I was exposed? When?" Khalifa took a step back with a horrified look on his face, but Khalifa quickly reacted and asked in a puzzled manner, "Mr. Iceberg, what are you talking about? I don't know what you mean." Seeing that Khalifa refused to admit it, Mr. Iceberg sneered, "Mr. Victor has a special device that can read other people's brain waves, and my junior brother Frankie happens to be one of Mr. Victor's followers." Khalifa has realized that he may really be exposed at this moment, and the fear on his face gradually faded. Khalifa asked expressionlessly, "When did you find out?" Mr. Iceberg, "About 4 years ago." Khalifa gritted his teeth and asked, "Rude guy. So you have been acting with me for the past 4 years. Now it all makes sense. Why didn't this damn BD in front of him look at me straight in the eye for 4 years? Obviously, when I was working, I had already used sexual harassment as a catchphrase, but this guy still didn't move. So she had always thought that this man only had eyes for ships. Now it seems that it is not that the other party is not lustful, nor that she is not attractive, but that this guy is afraid." As an elite agent trained by the world government, although Khalifa is still a virgin, she has learned the means of seducing men from the teachers in Happy Street. Originally, according to the plan of the world government, she should have been a bargaining chip for the first time, and then from the secretary to Mrs. Iceberg, and finally get the Pluton design from Iceberg, and then secretly control the world's first shipbuilding factory, Carrera Company. The plan is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Mr. Iceberg actually knew his true identity 4 years ago. Mr. Iceberg crossed his arms and asked coldly, "Do you have anything else to say now?" Advertisement. Khalifa gritted her teeth and asked, "Why expose me now? Are you playing tricks on me? Have you waited for this opportunity?" Because the opportunity has come, Water City will officially break away from the world government and completely run towards a truly beautiful future. Mr. Iceberg announced energetically. "You actually want to be an enemy of the world government?" Khalifa looked at Mr. Iceberg in disbelief, as if he was meeting this man for the first time. Khalifa did not say anything cold, but said in a cold tone, "In that case. Then I can only take you back and torture you." Six Style Shave. Khalifa disappeared instantly. Six Styles Tempest Kick. A wave of slashing hit Mr. Iceberg. Facing Khalifa's attack, Mr. Iceberg took out a special long hammer from under the table. Lightning field. A transparent protective shield enveloped Mr. Iceberg. After blocking Califa's attack, the hammer in Mr. Iceberg's hand, cack, was deformed again. Sky leap. Mr. Iceberg raised the long hammer in his hand and jumped high. Boom. Although Califa dodged the attack of the long hammer at the critical moment, the long hammer emitted a strange static electricity when it hit the floor, which spread throughout the office. Covered by static electricity, Califa twitched for a while and lost his ability to move. Califa, who was electrocuted and collapsed on the ground, asked unwillingly, "What weapon do you have in your hand?" "Hextech Transformer Hammer, the ship repair tool given to me by Mr. Victor." Mr. Iceberg smiled and tore off his coat, revealing the white suit inside. Mr. Iceberg explained, "Clothes that isolate static electricity." Califa asked unwillingly, "Do you know what this city will bring if you break away from the world government?" "It will bring a better future. The Water City will have a bright future," Iceberg said enthusiastically. "Why? Just with the weapon in your hand?" Califa sneered. "Advertisement." Mr. Iceberg nodded as a matter of course, "Yes, just with the weapons in our hands. This is the power of progress. It's crazy." Califa cursed in a low voice with a gloomy face. He felt that the guy in front of him must have been brainwashed, otherwise why would he be so stupid as to be an enemy of the world government? Break away from the world government? As the largest shipbuilding factory of the world government, how could world conquest let such a thing happen? Do you really think that the world government is not good just because Buster Call failed once or twice? Mr. Iceberg walked to the window with a hammer and looked at the port and said softly, "You don't understand, the Horn of Freedom has come." Califa closed his eyes and urged, "My mission failed, kill me." As an agent, Califa knew too well what would happen if he fell into the hands of the enemy after failure. Mr. Iceberg put away the hammer, then looked at Califa and said, "No. You have a destiny, so you won't die here." "Have you heard of the saint?" Mr. Iceberg asked. Califa looked at Mr. Iceberg with a confused face, "What do you mean? Is that the man who brainwashed Iceberg?" Califa was thoughtful, and vaguely grasped a glimmer of hope to survive. Mr. Iceberg said, "Anyone whose name is mentioned by the saint and who has not been arranged is qualified to survive. You are one of them. Be thankful. Califa, you are lucky." Califa did not talk back this time, because Mr. Iceberg said that she could survive. Califa felt that even if she was caught, her companions would come to rescue her. Their CP9 group is different from others, at least Rob Lucci and others are different from other agents. Bang! Califa finally saw only the hammer getting closer and closer to her face. "Take over, take a nap first, when you wake up, Water of Cardamom will enter a new era." Mr. Iceberg said to the person at the door, "Oriana, take this woman away one." When the office was empty, Mr. Iceberg looked in the direction of Nice lobby and whispered, "According to the prophecy left by the saint, the gate of justice representing the laws of the world government should collapse, right?